We're getting ready for the 2017 New York State Volunteer Firemen's Parade and Drill Team Captain Association Annual State Drill. And let me tell you, the track looks phenomenal. They put down that new surface. If you haven't been here, it looks great. But beyond that, they've done a heck of a lot of work here. Put up a nice new chain link fence along the sides. Keep everybody nice, happy, and safe. And the place is completely adorned in some patriotic American flags up and down both sides of the course, as well as on the arch. And I believe we're going to, or if they already did, unfurl a huge American flag behind the arch. And we are going to have a great day for racing. Skies are blue, and it's going to be nice and warm. The perfect day you could wish for after some heavy rain yesterday. My name is Paul Susskind of the Bayshore Redskins. I'm joined by Artie Susskind of the Bayshore Redskins.
Good morning, everyone.
Twan Simone of the HEMPSTEAD Yellow Hornets.
Good morning, race day.
And Lenny Gombert when he gets in here of the St. James Wildcats. He has a battery issue with his, well, we don't want to get into that. It's not going to get any bigger. But anyway. Yeah,
track looks great. A lot of work went on to get this track today. And I got to be honest, to me,
all teams should be on a track at this time.
It's the best the track's ever looked. We have a new shade installed on the north side. Great seating over there. We got American flags, like you said, Paulie, all the way down to the B-Ho start line. We have bunting up on the arch. We have bunting up on the north side bleachers. The trophy stand has been painted. We got race trucks over in the trophy stand. I mean, it looks awesome out here. On top of the landscaping
NASCAR
and
race
everything.
trucks.
NASCAR race trucks, exactly. I'm excited for the state tournament today, guys. Listen, you know, you had your Fab 14 last week putting out there. I think there's a good 7 teams on that list that have a shot here today. If the tournament was anything like it was in 2015 for the states, or better yet, the HEMPSTEAD invite a couple weeks ago, it could be one of those tournaments at the end of the day where we're on the edge of our seat for buckets, gents.
On the south side, there's a green Dodge pickup, which has to be moved. It must be moved. The green Dodge pickup truck on the south side in the parking lot.
Yeah,
I agree, Twan. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, it's the way it's been heating up the last number of weeks. Like Twan said, 7 teams are in the mix that you would, just on paper you would pencil in that have a shot today. Some of the races of like B ladder are really shaping up. You're gonna have to run some heavy numbers, I would think, today to get into the mix and get some points. Yeah. And again, hopefully we go into like 2 weeks ago, last week, going into buckets. 3-4 teams have a chance to win. Going back a couple of years ago at Ridge, 7 teams, right?
Break out the calculator that day, man. There was a lot of note taking. Yeah, I'll sign up for that right now.
So will we see that kind of finish today?
That's the question here too. And these teams now, they have their second run on the newly paved track. So I wonder how that's going to impact. B-Ladder, it was great. B-Hose, it was great. I don't know about the C events. It was a little bit more difficult to navigate the track in terms of stopping. Well,
supposedly the track's been broken in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And a little bit stops a little bit better. I mean, a couple teams are out here practicing. We're mentioning that.
And, the upstate teams were able to run their trucks on Thursday night, so that, of course, added a little bit more.
Just to give all the fans out there listening a rundown of basically what we're looking for today. Of course, we're looking forward to see all the teams run, but some of the teams that have been running hot, we're going to start out with the Lyndhurst Snails. They're running #1 out of the gate. So they didn't run in the HEMPSTEAD invite. That should be interesting. But if they can set the pace, that would be interesting. Good young team. They're looking to come down the track at the end of the day. Then West Sable right there, #4. Probably I would have to say West Sable's the odds-on favorite to win this drill. It'd be silly to say they weren't.
Of course. They've won how many tournaments this year?
I think 5 of 6 or 6 of 7. They've only have 1 loss of the drills that they've gone to.
They've more than race fans, and yes, correct. They only missed out on winning 1 drill.
And then you come to our latest winners, the Port Washington Roadrunners. They're in #8. So, right, top 8, you got 3 of your top teams.
Again, all teams should be on the track. We're going to have the opening ceremonies to start the tournament now. If you're not in line to run, you will not be able to run.
Port coming off
all teams should be on the track at this time.
Port coming off a win at North Belmore, and then bam, 12-13, Bayshore. And the upstate, the person you'd probably say is the favorite from upstate to come down the track at the end of the day, the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers, sitting there at number 13, lucky 13, they're hoping for them. And then rounding out the top half of the scorecard, number 19, North Lyndhurst Piston Knockers. A little trouble with the B truck. Got it fixed apparently. So
Point Pleasant as well with some B truck. We can get into that as B ladder comes around.
And a favorite upstate team maybe to place in this drill. Point Pleasant Pea Pickers.
You mentioned North Lindenhurst. I thought the beginning of the year they were really solid, and they've struggled a little bit as we've gotten through the summer. But definitely a team to keep an eye on today.
After that, second half of the scorecard, we'd be looking at number 40, the CI Hobos. After that, you have number 43 right behind them. 42, the Islip Wolves. They're the winners on this track. First time with this surface. First time they've won, I believe, ever the Hempstead Invite. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep, first time.
Have won the Joe Hunter here, though. They have won the Joe Hunter here, I think.
Correct, but we're talking about on the newly paved track.
Yep.
Right.
That's what
but they've never won an Invite either.
No, that was their first win. Actually, they were the first new team to win the Invite since the '85 Hobos.
Wow, that's a good stat. How do you got some stats over there, huh?
Listen, man, you know, that's what I do.
Number 43, right after Iced Up Bang Bang, is the West Hempstead Westerners, the home track favorite. I think West Hempstead, if you ask me, has been running. They haven't put a whole day together, but they're hitting here, they're hitting there. If they could put a string of races together, they have a great opportunity to win this race.
I think they're peaking at the right time.
Well, that's a team you looked at Lindenhurst, or I'm sure they didn't race in Lindenhurst, but you looked at, like, when they got to Selden and stuff like that, you were like,
what's going on with West Hempstead?
What's going on? What's happening? And we've seen some of their races. They've even moved some guys around. But now all of a sudden, the last 2 weeks seems like they're catching stride.
Second place in CI. They just missed the top 5 at Hempstead. Had 12 points, which is only 5 off the win. And then second place last week in North Belmore, 19.
And then rounding out the teams that you think, you know, good chance. The upper echelon.
Your attention, please. That green pickup truck. It looks like a Ram. It has a plate of CDP 6664.
Wouldn't be towed at the license plate, right?
Because it's going to be towed. If you do not move it, you are blocking an exit. A green pickup truck on the south side.
Bill knowing his trucks, he said Ram. No doubt it's a Ford. No doubt it's a Ford. And then you got Copeg running number 50 right towards the end there. And then they have an outside chance. They've struggled, look like the second half of the year, but they just missed. Like if they complete those contests, that's points. Now, if we didn't mention you, there's a whole list of, there's 30 other teams out here, of course, and there's many of those teams that can score in individual contests.
Exactly.
Just going down
the
the
monkey
list.
wrench teams, right?
Absolutely.
You know,
Main Transit's run some good shots upstate, I believe, in B-Hose. You got Hicksville. Baldwin's actually run a couple good B-Hoses as of late, I think.
Baldwin's run some nice efficiency shots.
Efficiency.
Correct.
Henrietta obviously has run some ladder shots, some B-Hose shots in the
Hagerman,
mix.
New Hyde Park. What do you know? Come on, pump on this track,
New
right?
Hyde Park's 10 for 10 the last two tournaments in motor pump.
Yep. And
good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Situations just like this, they've been able.
Welcome to the 2017 New York State Championship
North
drill.
Belmore at 45.
At this time, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the second assistant chief of the Hempstead Fire Department, Scott Clark.
Rouse is loud in your homes at
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to
really
Brian D.
loud,
Fahey Trading Center down here on Weir Street. Just a couple housekeeping things. First of all, to all teams, we ask you put your wristband on your wrist. If it's not on your wrist, you're not going to be admitted into the grandstands. Please help us out with that. Number two, I want to thank my staff from both the Westerners and the Yellow Hornets.
Sir, you're not allowed on the
Without them, this place would not look the way it does today. They work very hard, and I appreciate a round of applause for those guys. Thank you very much. Last but not least, on behalf of the two drill teams, we wish you all good luck. Have a great, safe day. It is my pleasure to introduce Alyssa DeGuzman to sing our national anthem, which will be followed by our chaplain for the opening prayer. If you'd all please stand and remove your hats.
That's it. Flags all over. Pick a way to go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Pretty impressive right there.
I'm ready to go.
In many ways.
Thank you, Alyssa. I'm now proud to introduce the chaplain of the Hempstead Volunteer Fire Department, Keith Erickson.
Good morning. Let us pause for a moment and pray. Heavenly Father,
We are thankful for all that you've done for us, especially for giving us this beautiful day. We ask for your blessings at this time as we gather here for the New York State Championship drill. May the dedicated members of all the racing teams who have assembled here today be protected by your loving hands. Watch over them, guide them, and keep them safe. We pause for a moment to remember all our departed brother firefighters who have gone before us. In a special way, Hempstead remembers its own Darrell Bronco Pearsall, whose birthday was today, who's gone at 9/11. May his soul and all our souls rest in peace. And may the Lord bless us and keep us. May the Lord let his face shine upon us and be gracious to us. May the Lord look upon us kindly and give us peace. Amen. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, Chaplain Erickson.
Gentlemen, start your sneakers!
Grouse had a bee in his hat. You see him?
Bill is
jumping over there, shaking that hat.
All right, guys, we're going to get going here. Some storylines we'll be talking about today. West Sayville going for 3 in a row. That's one of the storylines, no doubt about it, throughout the day. They've done it already once in their history, 1999 and 2001. Does an upstate team play today? Point Pleasant, Henrietta. It's only been done by one team, Spencerport Red Onions, 1990, 2001, 2003.
They only did what? I'm sorry, I was reading
something. Upstate team plays top 5 in the drill for the finish. So
yeah, Spencerport, the last one to do it in 03 at Ridge.
I don't know if you have this with the stats or you know it off the top of your head. What has like been 5th place all year? It's been a pretty high number, right?
All right, so
like
3-man
16,
ladder?
17.
Point-wise?
So
yeah.
Lindenhurst was Islip with 15. The Hunter, North Lindy, Henrietta, 14. Riverhead was Bayshore with 11. CI, 13 at their own drill. CI again, 13 at the following week in Hempstead. And last week, Farmingville with 12.
Yeah.
13, 12, 14.
So, I mean, that's still a little bit above. And you usually see maybe the state tournament comes down because there's all the teams are running. Normally, I mean, you can get 9 through 11 and you can come down the track at the state drill, but for some reason, I think it might be a little higher today.
Well, it seems like in a lot of the drills, 7 teams have been glomming up the points.
Yeah.
So that's what's, I think, bringing that number, that 5th place number up. It's, it's really been really heavy in that like 12 to like 19 point range, and then there's a drop off to like 5 points.
Glomming up the
and
points,
going with that,
reinventing the dictionary here.
You talk about the most points by a 5th place team in the state drill. Islip and CI did it in 2012. Both had 14.5.
That's the highest 5th place?
That's the highest
wow.
5th place finish in state drill history. The fewest, 6.
Is that
Snails,
Deerfield?
1979.
No, didn't Hyde Park get 6?
6.5.
Oh.
They're in 2nd place on that
there
list.
You go.
So.
How exciting is it, guys, just to look out? I mean, again, this track being newly paved, as you said before, Paul, flags everywhere, and then, of course, all the colors of the team
cool.
packing the track.
Yeah, a lot of work went down here. We benefit from having the Hempstead DPW right across the street, and they put a lot of guys on the track all week.
The first contest to be run today is the 3-man ladder contest. The state record is 6.00, and it's held by West Sayville. Overtime is 10 seconds. First team on the line to be number 1 on your program, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
Apparently, they had spun a big roulette wheel to see who was going to be on the buttons for the state drill. It turned out to be Podolsky, Chappie, and A-Rock. How's that combination ever happen? Where's the wheel? Is everybody's name on the wheel when they spun it? Everybody? How did it end up with this?
That 6 flat, too, that Bill said the state record is run.
I think Nassau has a little something going on right here.
Is run in a state drill, 1998 at Clayton.
And, of course, it is the state drill record. In 3-man.
So this is going to be telling. I think Lindenhurst would love to get a gate. Are you calling this?
Yep. So Lindenhurst on the line. Joey DeReuter on the call-off. Good clean start. First man is on. Second man on. Third man on. Right on the heels. He got caught up a little bit. Up at the top.
Okay.
It's okay. I thought he caught his second man and was hitting his heels coming up the ladder.
I had him on at 425.
Pretty good
time for Lindenhurst. 6.78. 678.
That was the 5th place time last year. Was 679, gentlemen.
Yeah.
So that's 678. I think they're capable in that 6'4"
line to be number 2 on your programs.
6'5".
The Panthers from Cutcho.
Yeah, that's a tough shot for the Snails. They ran a 6:47 at this drill in 2014 and a 6:41 with the 3-way tie in 15. Missed out of the top 5 last year.
Think about this though. They did not run in the invite.
Yeah.
And I know it's not with the trucks on the track and all, but running number 1 at the state, it has its own problems.
Yeah.
At least you don't have the sun in your eyes today.
I was going to say sometimes they get the sun just beating on them, and not so much today.
Here comes Kutchog, and they're off.
Like first man out a little.
Yeah, I thought first man might have broke the light. He is on. Third man now on. A lot of stutter steps. He crashes at the bottom. Still making his way to the top rung.
The entire Panther team ready for the sun. All sporting their shades.
If you're Kutchuk, nobody came further
Time
to the
for
state drill this
Kutchuk.
morning.
9.78. 978. On the line, number 3 on your programs, the Rebels from Levittown.
It's got to be, what, over an hour?
Oh,
oh yeah.
Definitely over an hour.
They're in the northern and maybe a little western category, the way they traveled this morning to the state drill.
Takes me, 35 minutes to get here, and it takes me 35 minutes to get there.
I don't know what you're driving. It took me 20.
Yeah, I also live 15 miles further than you.
I forgot.
So, Levittown.
Yeah, this third man looks very energetic for this hour of the morning. Let's see what he's got.
He breaks the light. He's out first. First man is on. Second man, he goes through the ladder. Third man had to stop before he even got on. Second man just correcting himself, still struggling coming up. Now going one at a time.
Overtime for Levittown. Overtime.
As Bill calls overtime.
Levittown, a former winner of 3-man in the state, if I'm correct. Going
line
to
to be
go way
number
back,
4
right?
in your programs.
3-man ladder.
The
Never
Flying
won it?
Dutchman from West Sable.
Didn't that guy like Billy Vollmer or somebody run for them?
He was Amityville.
Never with Levittown?
No, maybe. They never won first place according to the stats that are in front of me right now.
I don't have not in the top 30 times or anything like that.
But here we go. We're going to go with West Sayville now. They run a couple 636s this year at Riverhead and CI. They have the longest scoring streak in 3-man ladder at the state drill. Goes back to 2013. They've taken second in 13, 14,
I would think it would
15,
go back longer than that, right?
and they won last year.
Good start. Billy definitely breaks the light. First man is on. Second man on. Billy catches him. Billy stumbles and now slips at the bottom. Makes his way to the top.
And half of the survivor pool is wiped out.
Yeah, frustration showing on Billy's face.
Time for West Sable. 9.03. 903.
Thought Billy really closed on the ground on him. And then
line to be number 5 on your programs. The Buckeyes from Merrick.
So already, just 4 teams in, we have a little bit of drama, fellas. Again, a lot of us say West Sable is one of the favorites, and not the start they wanted.
I want to join the pool. Do you have the pool from B ladder on?
Had him in at 4:08 on.
Yeah, so 4:08 on. I thought he caught. He was real close. Maybe only a step behind. I don't know if that hurt his vision there a little bit.
I don't know. It just looked like he collapsed. Like he didn't hold himself out.
Len, when you're that third guy and you don't have a lot of visual in front of you, it's kind of tough to navigate.
Yeah, I never had that problem.
There was a whole bunch of "so you're saying I got a chance" just went on.
Oh yeah.
So Merrick Buckeyes, good clean start. First man on for Merrick. So he takes a little break when he got on. Everybody makes their way to the top now. Yeah, first man had a little stop step when he mounted the ladder.
Getting back to West Sable.
Time for Merrick.
Hold that thought.
7.88. 788. On line number 6 on your programs, the Slowpokes from Main Transit.
You blame the sun, you blame whatever you want, but if you've never run 3-man ladder at the state drill, you guys, you just don't know what it's like. It's an issue. It definitely is.
And now it's a 9 o'clock start. It used to be 8 o'clock. So
yeah, you're just walking around, you're pacing. Yeah. That's why I preferred to run up front in the state drill just to get the shot gone.
You mentioned that before we went on the air, Twan, waiting online for 3-man ladder, and again we see, I don't know, there's got to be over 100 guys back there.
Yeah.
Main Transit come cross state. They're probably technically the furthest team that has come to the state drill.
Good start. First man is on. Second man. Third man on. He's right on the heels. Yeah. Not a bit smooth shot.
Very smooth.
Just you wanted to seem like close a little bit faster.
7.33. 733.
444.
Number 7 on your programs, the Bucks from Deer Park.
That mountain had to be.
That's in Main Transit's wheelhouse right there. 731, 730, and a 716 of their 3 times this year that are in the
444 on. I thought he could have attacked it a little bit harder.
Agreed.
Twan, I was a little different than you. I wanted to run 3 men in the back at the state.
Okay.
I didn't like warming up at 7:45 for the 8 o'clock start and then have to go through the ceremony.
Yeah.
I wanted to go warm up after the ceremony.
I understand that completely. It's a debatable point. And one year they actually didn't get the ladder ready in time.
Here comes Deer Park.
Talk about pacing around.
First man on, Dom is on, third man on, right on his heels. It's good finish.
Yeah, he closed nice, 428.
I think it's going to be right in their wheelhouse where they're that 6.970
Time
typically.
for Deer Park, 6.96, 696.
They picked a good day to run their fastest shot of the year. There's their first 6 right there, guys.
678, still the leader on the board. Lyndhurst Snails, as we're going to go to the Port Washington Road Runners. Portman running.
On line to be number 8 on your programs, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
I mean, Port's got 6'5" potential, if you ask me. They might have even run a 6'5" this year.
662, I think, Anthony, when he first went back to third a couple weeks ago.
And that's their fastest this season. They have a 688 under their belt and a 694. But you'd like to see 2 to 3 tenths taken over that 662.
And here's an example of a team with West Sable going down already in this contest. That opens it up for Port. I mean, they run that 6'5", 6'6". That could be the point that West Sable would have had.
Got some confidence last week as well.
Donald Smallwood, call off. Nice
start.
Robbie Lewis is on. Kyle Lewis on. Anthony is on. Oh, Robbie Lewis slips up top. Now Anthony gets to the top rung.
421 in.
Time for Port Washington. 8.85. 885.
All of a sudden, Lyndhurst is saying, wait a second.
Yeah.
On line number 9 on your programs, the Frogs from Carl Place.
First place last year in the state was?
Last year, first place, 649. West Sable, then 58, 64, 78, 81.
Right.
681.
Last time we had the state drill here, I think was 637 CI.
Regular islip. No CI.
Islip?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
The Hobos eventually went on to win by 10 points, even with the missing 3-man ladder. So there's something to say for West Sable.
Exactly.
Here comes Carl Place. Mike Geddish on. Gets a little stumble getting on. Third man on. Attacking the ladder. Oh, fail to grasp and hold.
I don't know.
Third man in at 437.
Again, yeah, they're calling it. Again,
yeah.
Again, it's not a call that comes from up here. That's a call that comes from the ground.
It actually is now. That we got that clarified last week. These guys can also be part of that call.
Okay.
No time for Carl Place. Failure to grasp and hold, rule 1301.
All right, so thanks for the update on that one.
That would have been a high 6, guys.
I'm going to try to see if they actually. Did you guys hit the buttons?
On the line number 10 on your programs, the Hicks from Hicksville.
Hicks come to the line, and it's wide open. They've run a 660, a 663, and a 685 this season. All 3 of those times would put them in second place or better.
Yep.
The 6.6 would be first.
Let's see what Doug Chiz and the boys can do here.
683 call place would have been.
Yeah, I had 87.
Wow. Second man might have beat Dougie out. First man is on. Second man, Dougie really close. He gets held up. He had to pause a little bit. He finishes strong.
Yeah.
But again, it all stemmed. The first man had a little hiccup, and it just translated down the ladder.
Dougie in at 419.
6.76. 676.
676, but
on
it
the line
does.
to be number 11 on your programs, the Tomcats from Baldwin.
That does beat out Lyndhurst's 78 right there.
But not a clean run.
No, that 76 is a 56 if Dougie has all the room he wants.
It's not better.
Yeah. So let's see what Baldwin can do here. Now, again, we've liked the way he looks out of the third spot.
Yeah, we've talked about that this
coming
year.
In on the
this
ground.
kid can move.
Beautiful day, huh?
No, it's gorgeous right now.
Crowd
There's
still
just
filtering
enough
in.
cloud cover to keep it extreme from being extreme, which is going to get probably.
Here comes Baldwin. First man might have broke the light. He is on.
Third guy booking.
He is so fast.
Love it.
Gets held up. He had to, again, pause on the ladder. He's so fast. He closes in, and then third step, he's got to almost like pause a little bit on
Time
the
for
ladder.
Baldwin, 7.32. 732.
You get him in, Lenny?
Yeah, 410.
On the line to be number 12 on your
fastest
programs.
of the day so far.
The Redskins from Bayshore.
Well, this guy can eat up the track a little bit too.
But not only
Redskins take the
410
line.
for Baldwin, not only 410. You can see it in his face.
Yeah,
he's a determined dude.
Yeah, he's digging.
And his mount was excellent.
Yep.
He just happened to run into a brick wall on top of him after that. But boy,
getting in at 410, he does stride really well mounting the ladder.
Here go the Redskins, 51 and 58 to their credit this season.
Chris Etzel running first. Al Pugh out with a hamstring injury. Frankie Sonnenberg on. Skippy slips, getting on. Now he slips again. Now to the top rung. But again, Chris Etzel does his job filling in for Al Pugh.
Actually, he was on and gone.
Yep.
He was out of the way. Frank did a nice job. The Redskins kind of needed
Time
that
for
one
Bayshore,
right
8.79.
They're not going to be the only ones that we're saying that about. After
line
West
number
Sable
13
goes down.
on your programs, the P-Pickers from Point Pleasant.
Skippy in at 409. So,
good number.
He's moving.
That's a good number. Hey,
he never really got on, Len. It was like that first step.
Yeah, as soon as he went to keep
I don't know. It's kind of like maybe he healed it or something. Couldn't tell.
Point Pleasant, one of the consistent 3-man ladder teams this season. 644, 647, 650 to their credit.
Wide open for the
Wait a
Pickers.
second, and a huge race for them because they don't have races at the end of the day.
Correct. Big shot right
Nice
there.
start.
Oh, he was out early. He better always see.
Oh, he's pulling up, actually. He is on, but he stays with it on the heels.
Hey,
top rung. That's a real smooth shot.
That's a first place shot.
423 in. That's a mid-6 right there.
But let me tell you, he does a hell of a job climbing next to the middle guy.
For Point Pleasant, 6.76. 6.61.
There's first place so far.
661.
But it's the start. You saw him out early, and he had to slow down getting in, and that causes tension.
Cost him a 6.5.
Yep.
Cost him a 6.5.
On the line, number 14 on your programs, the Wanderers from Ellesmere.
Right about the 25 feet out, the 25-foot line, he actually almost didn't break stride, but he almost like he had to pull his chest back because he was closing so fast. He did a really nice job, though, climbing next to the middleman.
Really nice. He's a small guy, too, so he fits in that little crevice.
Yep.
And he did a hell of a job doing it. Ellesmere.
Yep, Ellesmere. First man on, second man, third man. Smooch up.
Slips at the top.
Top rung.
Third man on. Third man on at 4:45. Just talking about that third man getting out early, and Twan and Artie, you guys ran there. You want to get out an eyelash early, but too early, and you cost yourself.
I think ideally you want all three guys to start at the exact same time, but that's almost impossible. So you want the second and third man to go at the same time. First man a little bit after that.
I thought this might have been out of sequence. That's the discussion.
The officials are having the discussion.
In fact, there's about 12 officials having the discussion.
There'll be no time for Ellesmere. Out of sequence, rule 1301.
That's the right call.
Second man got there first, right?
Yeah.
He beat
the
first
third man beat
the line number 15 on your program.
Second man could be
the
there.
Iron Man from Riverhead.
The third man beat the first man.
You're talking about the white shirts here. Look at Joe over there on the guardrail, just playing it cool, sporting his little fedora there. All American.
We're gonna come to Riverhead, and you can't go Riverhead running through this tournament without thinking about Richie Legan.
Absolutely not.
We miss Richie a lot.
Empty chair by three men. We'll go over
there
that.
It is.
So Riverhead is off.
I think the
first man on, second man on, third. Top rung.
Third man in 464.
So Billy Etzel sitting in a chair down there doing the timing lights.
Time for Riverhead, 7.54, 7:54. On the line number 16 on your programs, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
So if you're watching at home, you see an empty chair maybe in the picture next to Billy Etzel, who's doing the buttons. That is Richie's old chair, who was obviously we saw for 20, 30 years almost doing those buttons, doing the the lights, setting the lights for everybody.
Thursday night, we always have a get together with the Henrietta Old Henrys when they're here, and Richie always came out from Riverhead. He was part of the family as well.
Big supporter of Henrietta. I know he went up there oftentimes. They're golf outing and things like that.
Did the kick-ass brass stuff and stuff. Oh, first man really out here for East Farm.
This was individual ladder. He got a great start.
Yeah.
It appears there's a reason he got out early.
Yeah, he's at a hair's pace.
He's now.
Overtime for East Farmingdale. Overtime.
And he's out of breath.
Gotta love it when the climbers talk to each other like
A
that.
for effort there for the Hares.
On the line, be number 17 on your programs, the Cups from Copenhagen.
I think the Cubs might have been the most consistent three-man team, and probably Northern. I think they got maybe a 6 under their belt this year.
6'9", I think, right?
Couple low sevens, 7:17 in Deerfield, 7:24 at the Louisville Invitational. And 7-8, another 7:18 and a 7:24. No sixes.
Twan.
Yes, sir.
It's Louisville.
Louisville?
Don't go to Louisville and say Louisville. I'm just warning you right now.
Copenhagen is on.
I did it once.
Oh, bottom man crashes. Now making his way to the top.
Crashes at 474.
Like to see him get his hands up one more rung. Hands are kind of, he's a tall guy. He's got his hands more in front of him.
Time for Copenhagen, 8.59, 8:59.
I said Louisville. They said, son, Louisville.
Line number 19 on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
All right, North Lindy. They have their best times of the year.
Louisville.
683, 684, 686. That'll put them in 4th place right now. Any of those numbers?
Now, to me, that number right now, they're looking at that 78. If they can get in front of some of the teams that have missed, they're looking at the 78 as their benchmark right now.
And they've been going through a little misery as of late. B-truck problems up until last night.
So Dudley on the call-off. Good clean start. Vinny strides and on. Ducky closes. He's on the heels. Top rung.
It's completion.
434 in for Ducky, though. It's a state
Time
tournament.
for North Lindenhurst, 6.84, 684.
That's their shot.
Yeah.
It's 84, 83, 86, 84.
I'll give you a top 5 rundown as the Oyster Bay Teddy Boys are going to come to the line after Bill announces here.
On the line to be number 20 on your programs, the Teddy's Boys from Oyster Bay.
All right, Point Pleasant out front, 661. Second place is going to be 676 from the Hicksville Hicks. Lindenhurst, 678 is third. 684, North Lindy, 696, Deer Park Bucks. That's your top 5.
And Go ahead, Artie.
Just you look at North Lindy, you look at they run their shots, and it's like you're looking for more. They didn't get it.
The Teddy's boys have put it in the 7-0s. Can they take off a 10th or two?
Good clean start. First man is on. Second man, third man on. He's right next to the second man on his way up.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow. Best third man climb of the day right there.
Let me tell you what, he's not a small guy.
Neither
time for Oyster Bay. 6.77.
Wow. Tweener, though.
6.77.
They picked a good day to run their fastest shot of the year.
Yeah.
Sure.
432 mount, but oh my gosh, right next to the second man was the third man.
You talk about
incredible job. It was bang bang at the top.
Line number 22 on your programs. The Slowpokes from Selden.
Sable not running, Selden coming to the line. You talk about two guys that aren't the smallest, but they were able to climb next to each other and without slowing down, I thought.
Yeah, you're right. Very fluid all the way up.
Yeah.
Not shy to be next to each other.
No, carries.
They might even got beat on the buttons a little bit, to be honest with you.
That's currently third place, Teddy's boys. Here comes the Slowpokes.
Nice start from Selden. Third man closing here. He is on right after. Oh, and he actually hits the second man, and then
they almost
slips.
mounted at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, 453 in.
Really closing on him.
He's somebody I don't think was there in the beginning of the year.
No.
Time for Selden. 8.93. 8.93.
All right. That's
on the line to be number 33 in your programs, the Turtles from Westbury.
Top half of the scorecard is now gone by the wayside. Number 33, Westbury.
Yeah, Westbury's 7-5, their fastest of the year. It's not the Turtles of old, so I don't know if they're going to get into that 6-8, 6-9 range.
No, the Turtles of old are still here. I see the Cornells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Dougie Ingram and the boys. Yeah, those guys, the 09 three-man ladder state champs.
Nice start. First man on. Second man on. Third man on. Oh, he lost his hands halfway up. Now again.
Had something going on.
Yeah. What'd you have in?
424 on.
Yeah.
Again,
Time for Westbury. 8.55. 8.55. On the line number 34 in your programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
I think Hagerman, Twan, have they run a 6? Have they run a 6?
Give me a moment. I'll bring up Hagerman's. I'm just dealing with a little,
I definitely
got to play with the Wi-Fi
they
here.
Can get into what we're looking at now is an 84 is 5th place.
So that's North Lindy in 5th,
That's North
Paul?
Lindy, yeah. So I think Hagerman has that capability.
688 at the CI invite.
Well, they got to up it a little bit.
Showtime.
Well, here they go.
Hagerman already in the front of the parade tomorrow as their juniors are co-state champions. Congrats to them. Here they come.
Ooh, third man really out. Full step out. He closes. He's on. He's climbing right next to him. Oh, they're going to be out of sequence.
What happened to the second guy there, Art?
He just, as he went to go do he wanted to switch hands to get out of the way for the third man, and he missed the top rung.
Yeah, he didn't get the top rung to get out of the way. He got the one below it.
Yep.
No time for Hagerman. Out of sequence, rule 1301.
435 in. I had 697, so I don't think it would have been in the money.
I know exactly what that feels like, because when I ran second man for Todd, my natural step would have been to go grab with my left hand, but I would switch my hands at the top to grab with my right and swing out to open up the ladder for Todd.
Not an easy thing to do.
Not an easy thing. I'll grab the rung
like
below and grab the other hand, swing out.
Spencerport.
Spencerport today will be running three-man ladder for their second time this season. Only a 10:54 to their credit at the main transit invite. Guys, you start looking down the score sheet. 661, first place right now. Last time that took first place.
Yeah, but you got some bangers.
I know.
CI, Iceland, West Hempstead, Copic.
Scott Megan
that
breaks
could be
the
a
light.
top 4 right there.
You might be.
Scott Megan breaking the light. He is up at the top now. Third man just making his way.
I think they got this running order backwards.
the second man should be running third.
Overtime for Spencerport. Overtime.
All right.
Scott Megan Sneakers got up here 2/10 before he did.
For the stat lovers out there, the last time a 6-6 won the contest. Warren and the boys from the West Sable Flying Dutchman, 1972, 661.
Another gentleman to remember.
Programs, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
True gentleman to remember. I mean, he wasn't just a racer. He did a lot of great things over there in West Sable.
Correct. More on Warren later. This event moves too quick to give it its due, but I have a lot of stats about him today because of the new trophy they donated.
I have a little speech I'm going to be giving out there in the
first man really
time out about him.
New Hyde Park. Look at the first man's foot on the line.
Yeah, he's way.
I swear to God, he broke the light.
Yeah,
he had to.
I don't like that story.
When he bent his knee, he had to break that light.
Yep. Second man slips.
And it's a little bit surprising with the experience you have there as the starter. Mike is right on top of him. You'd think Mike would back him off a little bit.
New Hyde Park, 8.44, 8.44.
I had a 450 mount, but I'm not going by the light. So if he did break the light,
East
I'm not
Islip
sure.
not running today. South Hempstead is going to
On
run
line
later.
number 39 on your programs,
B-Hose,
Tigers from Brentwood.
You know that East Islip not running. I mean, we always like to watch them in hoses. It's a little strange seeing Jay over there in shorts today.
Yeah,
at a state drill.
Tommy's up here in the arch. And another guy using almost the full front line.
It's unbelievable.
To start.
It's unbelievable.
So we'll go over that in a second. First man, stutter step is on.
Loses his hands.
Yep.
That first guy.
Now, but last man on, he's climbing basically two hands right in front of him on the same
Second
rung.
man, one rung at a time. You see
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, he does that every
That's
week.
old school. I never noticed that.
Overtime for Brentwood. Overtime.
I don't even know if that's old school. No school.
Yeah.
It's no school.
This is a big shot right now coming up for
number
these
40
hobos,
on your
guys.
programs, the Hobos from Central Iceland.
That's a 661. We'll give it a rundown. 661, Point Pleasant. And you can hear the cheering from
CI.
Hobo Nation in the background, bringing them out.
They're traveling.
676 by Hicksville holding second. The Teddy's boys, 677 third, 678 Lindenhurst fourth, and still North Lindy 684.
Overall, CI has not been that consistent this year in all the races.
They do have the time of the year, though, 6:35. They have another 6:49 to their credit. All three of their climbers wearing glasses, gentlemen.
They are off. Good start.
Blue blockers.
Jake is on. David is on. Brian Kessler on his heels. Top rung.
First place shot. There's the first place shot.
409 in. That's right there. I think that's going to be first.
Time.
Oh, that's old school. That's old school.
6.41. 6:41.
That's gonna be tough to beat.
That was puberty, Rouse.
Bill giving a little
excited.
squeak. That's not the first team he squeaked on.
Rouse gets excited and the puberty comes out of him.
We love it.
So three man's in the 6.4s. We're good now, gents. Last time a 6.4 won, it was
Number 41 on
2010.
your programs.
Now last
Oh,
year,
Little
41.
squirts from
And last year.
North Greece.
Ah, here
Oh,
come
no-
them.
09, 10, and 16 is
Here
6.4
comes those
won.
little squares.
Yeah.
And the guys on the line are asking for some applause from the crowd, and Hobo Nation giving it to them.
They were at the Hobo Nation last night having a little food, I think, right?
I like these uniforms.
Paul, you follow Northern quite a bit. They've had a decent year, the little
This is
squirts.
actually Western, though. Len.
I'm sorry,
Good
Western.
try.
They are off.
They've
First
had a
man
good
is on.
year.
Second man on. Third man closes in. Staying right on the heels. Now he slips. Oh, just gets to the top.
I like how they have established 1966.
Time for North Greece. 8.18. 8:18.
431 in.
Line number 42 on your programs. The Wolves from Iceland.
So if this
Now you
is
think
somebody
about
that
it.
can beat a 41,
Nope.
this is one of the teams right here.
They'll have to better their fastest time of the year of 6:45.
Which was here, right?
CI, they ran
Oh,
an
they
8:05
Again,
here.
they've run with like 5 different 3-man ladder teams.
Yeah, this is their real team. I
This is
believe.
right. This
Wow.
is back to the first squad.
You got some competitors out here, especially the third man.
See what they can do here. Chad on the call off.
To me, a big shot for us.
Good clean start. First man on. Jake on. Josh is on.
I think
top
that's
rung.
your first place shot.
It is first place.
That's your first place shot right there.
I thought he creeped in a little, 421, but he took off on the ladder. That's a low six.
For Iceland. 6.27.
Yeah.
Wow.
27.
That's the shot of the year.
I'm telling you, that was Josh never slowed down. Go ahead, Twan.
Fastest shot of the year.
Line
You
number
called it. That's the
43 on
time of
your
the year.
program. Our host for today's New York
What a
State
time to
Drill,
pull it out.
The Westerners from West Hempstead.
Last time is 6:25 is running 3-man ladder. CI did it in 14 before that. You got to go back to 2008 with the New High Park Termites.
Here's the difference in that shot. Josh went on 3. Most of the time he goes 2.5.
Gave
And he
himself room.
Right, and he closes in too much.
Well, here's another team that
West-
can score.
Yeah.
West Hempstead.
Craig Hayes,
exciting.
Craig Hayes running third man, not Gerard.
Nope.
Little murderer's row here.
Ralphie running second. First man on. Ralphie on. Oh, Ralph slips. Gives a little grimace as he slips. Might have turned an ankle a little bit.
422 in.
Just disappointed.
I think West Hempstead was looking at this
Time
contest
for
as
West
cherry on
Hempstead.
top.
8.21. 8:21.
That doesn't kill their day. They haven't really been so consistent in 3-man ladder this season. The next 4 are going to tell if the West Hempstead Westerners are going to bring home that trophy.
Very similar
today.
to Port Washington.
Yep.
Very similar. Those motorized events are
On
going
line
to be
number
big.
45 on your
Let
programs.
me give you a rundown when we're
The
done here.
Ringadinks from North Belmore.
So now, all of a sudden, we're at Islip at 627. Then we're at CI at 641. Third place now, that Point Pleasant shot, 661. 676, Hicksville's fourth. And the Teddy's boys hanging in with 677, fifth place, as we take a look at North Belmore.
Oyster Bay got their fingers
677,
crossed.
677 the number here. So what do you think about North Belmore right here?
It's an outside chance. They're usually in the high 6s. I think.
Low 7, 680 at the Hempstead Invite.
Third man swinging his hands, though.
Boy,
I
he
didn't
got
like that.
out early.
Yeah, and he's
Catch him.
closing. Third man on the heels. Second man slips. Now he's got to wait. Top rung.
I think that's a result of the guy being next to him. You know, if some guys aren't good at it or they haven't been doing it long enough to accept the guy climbing right next to him.
7.69, 769.
Third man in 422.
What do we got on the Henrietta All Henrys?
On the line number 46 on your programs.
Sixes.
The All Henrys from Henrietta.
3 sixes this year for the Old Henrys. 684, 686, 694.
Okay.
And Josh Marshall running third here, who I think has been one of the premier players in the last 2 or 3 state drills. I mean, between climbing and running hydrant and everything.
Still sporting the Zubaz.
Yeah, where do you get those? Can you still order those? Who sells those pants? It must only be somewhere in Canada. They're close, right?
Good start. First man on, second, Josh closing. Looks real good on the ladder.
Yeah, I think
nice
it's
grab.
going to be close for the top 5 right there, I think.
He's only in at 431 though.
Yeah, that's where he loses his number.
But
on the
he
ladder.
Time for Henrietta.
77.
6.75.
So they're in.
675.
Not only does it top for 5th, it's going to go to 4th.
Old Henry's getting almost as much cheering, I think, as CI right there.
It's going to go to the 4th, and then that means 76 by Hicksville's now in 5th.
And again, put up your best shot of the year. You're in the money right now. You got to be happy with
On
that.
line number 47 on your programs, the Stump Jumpers from North Mary.
You're right, Artie. What else can you do?
We're
Put up
seeing
your shot of the year in the
We've
state
probably
drill.
seen about 5 teams that have done that so far.
Yeah.
Henrietta has not scored in 3-man ladder, and I don't know their last time, but you figure the last 4 or 5 years they've been kind of knocking on the door. So this could be the first time they score in 3-man ladder, and who knows how long.
Oh, I bet you it's forever. I don't think they ever scored.
Point Pleasant, on the other hand, scored last year
Yeah.
and in 2013, both third place.
But this is why I like running the back in 3-man as well.
Yeah.
The nerves are gone because
Yeah.
there's times up there you just go for it.
True.
North Merrick.
You go for it.
First man on, second man on, third man on. Now, second man has a little hiccup. Log jam on the ladder, top rung.
It depends too, Paulie. If you're a team that needs 3-man ladder, that never goes away.
No, true.
Those butterflies, you know.
7.42, 742.
Third man in at 428 for the North American Stump Jumpers.
On the line number 48 on your programs, the Tail Draggers from North Babylon.
I'm only someone who ran, first. Maybe I ran a second man once or twice. But but I would say, my mentality was in the beginning, if we were running number 1 or we were in the top, I was always, oh man, I got to get to the top, just get to the top, get out of the way. But if you're running the back and someone's got a 6'4" up there, and we ran pretty good 3-man, now it was, we got to beat that.
Yeah.
We got to beat that. The mentality kind of changed a little bit as the numbers were on through the contest.
And if it's a heavy contest, then you just know, let it rip.
North Babylon. First
and it was
man
back
on.
in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, first man slips. Now it just, again, holds everybody up on the ladder.
Paul, I'm going to agree with you on that. I mean, if you're early,
on,
there's a lot of
ladies and
pressure.
gentlemen. Wait a second.
Yeah,
Wait
for
a
once.
Second.
I'll add to that after.
Wait a second.
But if you're going early, there's more pressure, I think. In the back, if the times are up there, just run your shot. That's it. Let it go.
How many years did you have to run a 6'5"? I think that was 5th
No
place
time
often.
for North Babylon.
6'4".
Out of sequence. Failure to grasp and hold. Rule 1301.
We ran a 6:38 for a tied for 5th once.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember.
Number 49 on your
We're tied for
programs.
4th.
Hey,
Sorry.
Yeah, me and
The
you.
Bandits
Yeah.
from Farmingdale.
let's talk about teams that have a chance today.
There's
How about the
another one.
Bandits?
676 is the number from the Hicksville Hicks.
Let it go.
Farmerville's got a shot at that.
So let's see what they can do here.
They would love to get state points. They've had a good year, maybe the best year they've ever had.
Nice, good start. First man on, second man on. Justin is on. He's being held up.
First man couldn't get out of the way.
No, he knows.
You know what?
Yep.
He did a good job recovering, but it's just going to be outside.
Justin on at 419. Still a 6.
Time for Farmingdale. 6.77.
Woo!
677.
Wow, what was that, guys? If that first man was out of the way,
It's a
6'5".
6'6".
It's a 665.
It's a solid
Line
top
number 50
5,
on your
most likely.
programs. The Yellowbirds from Copay.
Previous winner of this 3-man ladder contest at the state drill.
2015 633 Yellowbird.
Just going back to running in the back of the pack. See, I always like the two-twan as the third man. Like, you know what numbers feel like when you run a shot.
Yeah.
So if I had to beat a 650, I get to the top rung. I know before Bill even announces it if I beat it or not.
Yeah.
You know.
You could tell within the 10th, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, unless something went wrong on the lights.
Chris Brand out and motoring.
665 earlier this season.
First man on, second man on. Chris kind of collapses a little bit.
Yeah.
Good recovery, top
Great
rung.
recovery.
Still good recovery.
I think it's
Yeah,
going to be a
412.
top 5 shot, but a hell of a recovery.
Yeah, he's
Time
right leg collapsed on
For
him.
Copay. 6.55.
Not a top 5. That's third.
655.
That's a third place shot right there. That's going to knock .661 to 4th, and they're going to be the 675. Old Henry's now 5th, right?
Yeah, I don't think that would have been a first place shot, guys, but
No.
they might have cost themselves
Line
a point
number
with that
51
little
on your
collapse.
programs. the Cobras from Great Bend.
Bend Cobras.
Not really in your sight lines there, Twan. You know, he got into second step. Tommy's in front of him. Second step, it's like his right leg collapsing. You know when your hip goes a little bit?
Yeah.
And it's almost like you dip down and he stuck with it. Oh, Cobras, first man really coming out of the gate. He is on and going. Second man crashes. Third man now. Second man slips again. Third man really just walking up, a little frustration on the face.
The Kopech Yellowbirds are going to
Overtime
extend
for
a
Great
3-year
Bend.
scoring
Overtime.
streak in three-man ladder. They did it in 14, 15, and 16.
And then I think if you go back
On
to
the line
12,
number 52
they
on
might
your
have scored.
programs.
They didn't score in
The
13.
Indians from
But 12 they scored?
Seabreeze.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, Seabreeze Indians coming
I think
out
when-
from the western area.
I think when Billy's back there, they score. I'm not 100% sure, but
What was it, 15 when they came down at the end of the race? There was a three-way tie at the time for first.
Correct.
And they came in and just
and
blew
ran-
everybody away.
Ran the 33.
Yep.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Lindy, West Sable, and Bay Shore all had 641s.
Seabreeze's shirt's adorned with a Jenny Cream Ale on the front. Former president of New York State Drill Team Cap Association, Mark Champion, calling him off.
Oh, first man kind of stumbles now. He slips. Second man's beating him up. Third man trying to come up the middle.
You
Just
see right
gets
there
there.
that the second man waited for the first man to touch. It's surprising how many people
Time
don't
for
know that
Seabreeze.
doesn't matter.
I know.
8.58. 8:58.
439
He
Mount
could have
there.
touched and
On
got
line
out of the
number
way.
53
Correct.
on your
Whatever.
programs, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
All right, here comes the culminating team here in the three-man ladder contest at the 2017 New York State Drill.
So Islip, CI, Kopech, Point Pleasant, and who's clinging on to?
And I believe it's,
Henrietta, right?
75 Henrietta
Okay.
is going to be the
And
lucky
that-
dog
and
here.
listen, that could be a huge point for them at the end of the day if they're looking to come down this track.
And like we said earlier, I think, well, first of all, you got two Western teams scoring here in three-man ladder. Point and Henrietta. I thought that was going to happen, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Good
and
start.
I believe it's Henrietta's first time ever scoring three-man in state drill.
That's my guess,
Manhasset
too.
on. Third man is on. Top rung. Completion of three-man ladder.
Third man on at 478.
So Islip with a hell of a run of the year. Is going to
Time
win
for
that
Manhasset,
contest.
Lakeville, 7.82. 8782.
Big points, 3 points for Kopech, 2 to Point Pleasant, and 1 for Henrietta, as a little Western flavor has entered the drill early.
You know, two Western teams kind of helps some of the other teams.
Oh yeah.
You know, if you
Yep.
talk about the
If
points
you're
game.
West Sable, if you're Bay
Bay
Shore, if
Shore.
you're Port Washington, that absolutely helps. Give me that. I'm gonna go.
You could also say it helps out the Wolves and the Hobos, though. Now they have that a bigger lead.
They got a cushion.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
But
yeah.
you're right. The teams that you figure that'll be down the track at the end of the day might not necessarily be the teams that scored in three-man today. But congrats to the Islip Wolves, 627. They won three-man ladder at the state drill here in 2013, so maybe Islip likes something about this track on state tournament day. Go to 627, the fastest time in the state drill since 2014 when the Hobos ran at 25. Last time at 20 was run before that. You got to go back to 08 with New Hyde Park, and then back to 06 with New Hyde Park. So not too many 6.2s over the past decade. So congrats to the Islip Wolves. Great shot. Time of the year.
All right, I'm gonna. I just got to go down there. I'm gonna interview. They want me to go, and as they come over and get the trophy, I'll do a little talk with them. I'll be back. So I'm gonna stand over there to give you signal because I'm not gonna have a headset.
Okay.
Get me off.
Again, just looking back at that three-man shot from Islip, I really think Josh dialed it back in a little bit on his start, where he's typically been out that half a step or so, and he closes so much on the ground, doesn't have as much ladder. I think he dialed that back just a little bit, and that gave him the room that he needed to convert it to the 627.
So the final, the standings is going to be, Islip's going to have 5, the Hobos 4, the Yellowbirds getting on the board again with 3.
Yep.
The P-Pick
Move
is
the
grabbing 2,
equipment.
and the Old Henrys, for the
Results
first time we
of
think
the
in state
three-man ladder
history,
contest.
grabbing a point.
First place, 5 points. Number 42, Islip.
In three-man ladder, that is.
Second place, 4 points. Number 40, Central Islip. Third place, 3 points. Number 50, Kopech. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 13, Point Pleasant. And fifth place, 1 point. Number 46, Henrietta.
Again, we're going to, before we go to commercial, Fred,
So just a few other things. Congrats to the Kopech Yellowbirds. They scored in 14, 15, and 16. They now have a 4-year scoring streak in three-man ladder, and that is the longest streak that is active. They are tied with the Central Islip Hobos, who also scored in 14, 15, 16, and now 17. The West Sable Flying Dutchman had a streak, which unfortunately just ended this year in 2017.
We will get ready for some B ladder in a minute. I just think Paul's waiting to see if someone's gonna come pick up the leg trophies. They're trying to do interviews down on the course.
And that's
that 627 does not break into top 10 all time. 622 is 10th best all time. That 627 is really down in the 23rd spot of top three-man shots of all time. Spencer Port with a 627 in 2001 at Merrick.
Yeah, there's been a slew of 6.2s in the state drill throughout the years, but in order to be top 10, like you said, North Belmore 622 in 2003, a heavy 6.2. Only been 1 6.0 in the state. 5 6.1s. Imagine that 6 6.1s in the history of the state drill and three-man ladder, huh?
Yeah.
Just goes to show you how difficult it is to run that number and how awesome it is to be able to run that number in the state drill.
One of them run here, 615 by the CI Hobos back in 1993.
Yeah, and the Yellow Hornets in 85 with Tom Abramski. And the North Lindenhurst in 1997 running that 617. So actually 3 of the 6.1s will run here.
It's a good three-man ladder course. Not that you really can have those.
Yeah, right.
Just going back to some of the teams too. What I was looking at, when I looked at Westbury run, and their third guy was in, I think, 424. Lenny had him.
Right.
That's a guy, and he looked like he couldn't carry the momentum and transition it to the ladder, and then kind of lost himself and slipped. I would have him running that wooden ladder all winter and get that stride down to learn to carry that momentum, because if he can learn to carry that momentum, it looks like he can climb a wooden ladder.
Right.
It looks like he can get into the ladder. It's now transitioning that.
And I think that is the most important thing to learn for a third man. That's the toughest part of the event to perfect. Just get that. It's a transition. It's not a full stop. It's not 3 hard stopping steps. I never preferred that. I always liked almost like a downshift. You almost cruise.
The next
You cruise
contest
into the
to be
ladder,
run.
and then you're good to go. So I guess we're going to go right into B ladder. We're going to be joined by
Is
Rob
the
Noonan
B-ladder
of the
contest.
West Sable Flying Dutchman. We'll get the official
is
announcement first.
4.82, and it's held by West Sable. Overtime in this contest is 8 seconds.
I always looked at
To
it.
be number 1 on your program, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
Swan, I was almost looking at that yellow line somewhat. I was looking down the whole way, and when that yellow line came into vision, that was like when, all right, I got about 2 strides in me.
Yep.
And that's when I have to now, again, like you're saying, almost like downshift a little bit and get that good plan step to get the momentum going up.
Welcome, Rob. How's it going, my man?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah,
How's
morning.
everybody?
Good. Off and running.
Yeah,
3-man
exactly.
jitters are out of the way, and hopefully teams feel a little more comfortable now for some B ladder.
Well, if any indication what we've seen the last couple of weeks, B-Ladder has been a contest improving. I think we've got a lot of teams here that could put up that 5-0, 5-1 number. So
525, 5th place at the Hempstead Invite.
And then 527 at CI.
Yeah.
So it's definitely been, we've talked about it a little bit, the best contest probably in the sport over the last month. And, so now we're watching that 527 be 5th, 525 be 5th, now put into other, Point Pleasant into the mix who can run that number. Put Henrietta into the mix who can run that number.
2 of the teams that scored last year in this contest with team records.
With 5.2s.
Yes.
So, I think 23 and 24 maybe were their numbers.
West Hempstead 23, Henrietta 24, Point 27, and then Islip and Hicksville rounding out the top 5 with 41 and 50. Not so great with the 4th and 5th.
But again, this year we've seen Port in the 5.0s. We've seen West Sable in the 5.0s. We've seen West Hempstead in the 5.0s.
Correct.
So
Point Pleasant
in the 5.0s. So we've had 4 teams already in the 5.0s this year.
So it could be a great contest. And we're talking about historical stats. Here we go. B-Ladder state champs of all time. West Sable's won it 9 times. The Oyster Bay Rough Riders have won it 9 times. West Sable has a chance to break that tie for the all-time victories in B-Ladder. I will say there's one caveat to that stat. Some stats from the early 50s and late 40s are not available, so it's possible the Rough Riders are at 10, but just another subplot to go along with B-Ladder today.
Best shot here in B-Ladder in a state drill at Hempstead, 491. 2009 West Sable, there has been 5 4s run on this track in the state drill, one of them being a second place shot.
That would be Spencer Port's 493 in 2005. I remember it well.
Right.
Yeah,
492. West Sable gets him by the 100th.
Yep.
In 05.
Decent B ladder that day. 5-1s taking 4th and 5th. I don't remember 5th place.
But if you go over the last 10 years, that 491 is the last time we've had a 4 in B ladder in a state drill.
That is correct. That is correct. Yeah, a lot of 4s at this track in the state drill. You got to, Central Isopopos 1993. That was the first 4 run in the state drill and also a state record at the time. Chucky Doyle and company running B ladder that day.
And that 491 though, not the fastest B ladder shot ever in a state drill.
That would be the Spencerport Red Onions 489.
All right, fellas, we're almost ready to go.
Transit.
Lindenhurst Snails going to lead it off. They need to get back on the horse. They were just outside with that 78.
Yeah.
There's a contest that they need. They've run decent B ladder this year, just not a whole lot of it. 527 in CI. And a 548 in the Suffolk County Invite back in early July.
That was their first shot of the year. They didn't run B ladder early on. They had a spiker injury, so that they've been starting to hit their stride in the ladder contest. Here we go, Weck driving, bringing them in the hard break. They're just across the yellow. Ryan Kinley is on, staying with it.
Nice.
Top rung. Oh!
Now here's what I'm going to say. He got his middle finger around it, and then it slid off. I don't know. This is questionable.
They're saying no.
It's questionable in my opinion. I don't know if it's a clear
no time for Lindenhurst. Fade aggressment hole rule 13-02.
That's a questionable call. His middle finger went around it. It did slide off. So the question is, did he grab it long enough? I grabbed it with a pinky.
On the line, number 2 on your programs.
520.
The Panthers from Cacho.
This is, unfortunately for them, back-to-back weeks.
Yes.
They go now. That's a 520. That's their best shot of the year.
Right.
520 on the buttons. Okay. Last week, C ladder, they go 903, 5 points. They're running back of the pack last week.
Right.
903, same thing. It's like his middle finger comes off.
Right.
They're in the same spot, further out. Last week, they're outside. They lose the 5 points. That cost them the drill last week.
Chwani, as the former climber, do you think the spacing on the ladder is a problem? If it happens once in a while, I think one thing. But now you're starting to see it with regularity.
It's either that or it was momentum coming to the grab. Maybe he lost a little bit. It was almost a little bit of an air show, but who knows? It could be, Rob.
Here comes Kutchog in the hard break. They are going to be outside.
No. That ladder, I mean, they're way. I mean, I've never seen someone dig that far out in a very long time.
13-02.
They had another couple states to get to the
line to be number 3 on your program.
Safety rope.
The Rebels from Levittown.
That spike's about 12 inches inside the 25, so they're not even close to the safety line.
The 5th rung on the ladder was actually on the yellow.
Like to
it was laying on the ground.
There is a 50-50 going around.
That truck stops.
Remember the last time we were here for a state? It was many, many, many thousands of dollars. Already we've got $3,000 in the kitty, and it is growing. So look for the fellas that are selling the 50-50s.
All 4 guys fine, nobody injured there.
Yeah.
Just point out today, too, with the Cutchogue Panthers, they do have them back at camp. They are wearing their shirts in memory of Drew McCaffrey, obviously president of Suffolk County Association, passing away last weekend. Obviously, everyone's heart goes out to Drew's family.
Yeah, we'll talk probably more about that during hoses.
Drew is on the minds of all of us out here today. And, our condolences, of course, to the family who might be listening at home or that are in the track today.
So Levittown been given the track here.
They will have some shirts for sale back at camp if you want to buy a Drew McCaffrey shirt. So Levittown.
Harry Penny making his way into the facility. I just saw him downstairs.
Here we go. Into the hard break. They're going to be outside as well. They have to run to get in. Climber is on.
If they go down, they almost mimic Cutchogue's run.
Yeah.
Would have been almost the same dig area.
At least they had a little bit of track awareness, though. They got off, took the 3 steps they needed.
7.82. 782. On the line to be number 4 on your programs, the Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
We talk about big shots, and already big shots are coming early here for West Sable because they need to put a couple points up on the board here to get themselves going after 3 men.
And they've run this contest really well. 5:01 time of the year, 5:06 at the Selden Invite, 5:19 2 weeks ago here at this track.
Just mentioned a second earlier, Harry Penny, saw him downstairs making the state drill. Great to see him as well. He looked in good spirits.
No doubt.
Ready for a good day right here. And just let me go back 3-man for a second. They wanted us to promote the trophies that are given out here. So when ISOP wins in 3-man ladder, they won the trophy, the leg trophy donated by Point Pleasant and 2 donated by the Suffolk County Drill Team Cap Association. one for all past presidents and one for one of the first presidents, Henry Tyler. So we just threw that in here, and boy, big shot, boys.
Here we come, Frank Miller, bringing him off the line, through the lights, in the hard break. They are just inside the three-man ladder line. Michael slips on the second step.
No chance.
Little deeper than usual?
Little deeper. I thought it was a little warm, and truck maybe slid on him.
It was smoking.
Yeah.
I tell you what, for them to be able to put that in the ground and not go under was
Time for
impressive in itself.
8.70, 870.
It was hot. I don't know if anybody got a number on it, but and you know what? That ladder looked a little flat at that point because of the speed.
On
And
the line
Michael
number 5
got
on
on
your
it, but
programs,
couldn't
the
go anywhere.
Buckeyes from Merrick.
So if West Sable is to win their third in a row, they are going to have to climb out of a hole. We'll see what happens as the day goes on, but a rough start for the West Sable Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, you know, it just Michael wants that ladder, you know, a good 3 feet back.
Oh, he was halfway between the safety and the three-man ladder line.
You know, straight ladder and B ladder is a lot tougher than the straight ladder and C ladder. You know, C ladder, it's just with the way the truck stops.
Yeah, the mow they had right there was insane.
Yeah,
it was insane.
So the Rough Riders and the Flying Dutchman in all time, they're going to stay tied 9-9 in terms of B ladder victories at this state tournament.
All right, guys, take a look at Merrick here lined up on the street. They look to the hydrant side a little bit?
Absolutely.
Like they're out of the
the
brake marks.
Yeah, they're straddling the brake mark on the right-hand side if you're facing the arch. They're straddling it. I mean, you would expect this truck, if he stays in that area, to really slide.
It almost looks, you know, the front tire is not even over the patch. So
the right front tire.
Yeah,
you're right.
He's not even in the patch on that right front tire. So let's see what they do here. Does fade in a little bit left through the lights in the hard break. They're going to be outside as well. Got to take steps to get in. It's coming right at us. Thrower corrects it back. Top rung. Ladder was coming towards us here and towards the yellow. He had to bring that ladder back. They are 1 inch inside the patch on the right side.
Merrick, 7.74, 774.
Drives it straight.
Yeah, they kept it straight all the way down.
Number 6 on your programs, the Slowpokes from Main Transit.
Main Transit.
Paul, you were talking a little bit about the trophies. What else? So what did they win for three-man ladder? Did you have more to say about the leg trophies?
No.
Maybe you had more
there's
to
those
say.
3 leg trophies that are donated for three-man ladder. You know, some nice hardware. You know, we often say leg trophies. There's 36 leg trophies put up for this drill. I mean, we've tried in the last couple of years to make it impressive because, we're not out here running for money.
Right.
A couple beers at the end of the day, but it's the hardware that you put on the top of your truck when you come down through that parade.
And when back when we were racing, lovingly we used to refer to the cab trophy as the second favorite trophy out there. You know, you win that drill, that trophy, that means you have the most points coming out of ladders at the state drill. This year, there's a cab trophy as always, but there's also a trophy dedicated by the West Sable Flying Dutchman in memory of Warren Horse for the team that wins total ladders. I have some stats I'll get to in a moment.
Main Transit, a lot of smoke coming out of this truck. He's off the middle of the road as well. They're about 2 feet inside the yellow. Slam to the arch, struggles to the top.
That was a smoking run.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of smoke just sitting there. I mean, it's coming out.
Literally.
Time for Main Transit.
On the right side.
7.13, 713.
Slow smoking, that's first place.
On the line number 7 on your programs, the Bucks from Deer Park.
So Deer Park comes to the line, coming off a 696 and 3-man, which is their best of the year. A team like Deer Park, where we saw it a couple years ago, where they ran the 8 in BHOs, they know they're not a 5-4, 5-5 team. Run your 5-7 and just keep that momentum going and running good shots till you get to the races that you're better in and give yourself a chance. That's the way I think they have to approach the day.
Yep. Deer Park's fastest of the season, 587, and then they have 3 6.0s in the ladder.
If they could beat the 87, then they're going to be awfully happy.
Right. You know, and just keep that momentum going to get into their better races come in the middle of the day and then see what happens.
So the teams that are vying for the Warren Horse Trophy, Warren and West Sable were the first team in the history of racing to sweep ladders. They did that back in 1977. Warren was the main climber for all 3 shots, 643, 543, 962, respectively, to go 15 out of 15. 1977, first time anyone did that. Unless someone did it in the late 40s or early 50s, which we are missing
40
some
years
stats
ago.
of.
Here comes Derek, bringing him in. Through the lights, into the hard break. Puts him in. Dominic goes to
Tell you what, I
right
like the
through.
drop.
I do like the drop too. Seems like Dominic kind of swung himself on the ladder and then his foot went through.
Agreed.
Instead of mounting straight on, he went across the ladder.
I thought that was the best drop of the day.
Time for Deer Park, 8.22. Overtime for Deer Park.
Or that.
Well, then, did they announce West Sable as 870?
870.
That's overtime as well?
Yeah. Yeah. He's going to do it now. They're telling him. Yeah. He's got to do West Sable. West Sable. West Sable.
Twan, you mentioned the Warren Horse Trophy. I'll speak on it really quickly. It was built by Frank Miller Sr. If you do get a chance, it is in the shape of an arch with a wooden ladder right up in the middle leading to his picture on either stanchion of the arch.
Attention, please. Correction on a time for West Sable. It'll be an overtime. Overtime for West Sable and for Deer Park. Thank you.
On the stanchions of the arch, it lists all the state records that Warren was on, and they're numerous. And actually, if you take a look at it, you kind of see how he brought the three-man ladder, the individual ladder, and the B ladder records down over the course of 5 or 6 or 7 years. It's really interesting. Anybody who is a racing enthusiast, you probably really would enjoy the history of it.
So we'll bring that up in between shots as we go. Right now, let's give it to Port. 3 5.2s on the season for them and a 5.4.
And wide open.
And wide open.
So...
And if they we said this, you said it about West Hempstead, same thing for Port. Those 4 motorized contests need to be big for Port if they're going to be in it to win at the end of the day.
Danny rolls out, truck through the lights. He's in the hard break. Spikers are in. Kyle is on, going, top rung. I don't know. I think it's the 5.2 range, maybe?
No, I don't even know about that. He had to actually climb it the second half. The momentum was gone. I thought the drop was good. It's right where Kyle likes it.
Time for Port Washington.
And then we could be wrong.
5.16.
All right, 5.16. So that's our first number of the day. 5.16. B ladder is on now.
All right, 277 I had in the ground, guys. They did a real nice job halfway between the yellow and the 6-foot line.
The Frogs from Carl Place.
That might be Port Washington state drill team record in B ladder, 5.16.
I think it is. And you know what? I think they've
Attention, please. Everybody on the fence, back off. Everybody on the fence, back off. Once to the high command. Let everybody else be able to see it.
They've been one of the most consistent, if not the most consistent, ladder team all year. I think they're not running that 4.9, but they are consistently running a real good number.
I thought Danny put him right where Kyle likes to be.
It.
I thought, again, only 8 teams in, that was the best ladder we saw established to the arch.
And that is a huge shot for the Roadrunners to get their day going.
Oh yeah,
they needed that.
Carl Place on the line. Let's see what happens here with this B truck again. Last week, a lot of fishtailing when Sean gets into the hard break. Just doesn't seem like the rears lock up for him.
Yeah, they've been a little snake bit with their trucks this year, both of them.
Here comes Carl Place in the hard break. Gets it pretty straight. Ladder's in the ground. Might get a Sean stumbling.
He does a good.
He was fighting through it now, top rung.
He bicycled in the beginning, but then caught the rung and actually was halfway up until he slipped again.
Again, you just look at the way that ladder gets to the arch.
7.94. 7.94. On the line to be number 10 on your programs. The Hicks from Hicksville.
Tell you, Rob, going back to the Warren Trophy, and we can see it at a beautiful view right here from the arch. I know, Rob, you behind me. You can see it. The case for the trophy is nicer than most of the trophies that are going to be given out. And you could actually, because of the window in front, when you take that to your house, and I'm sure that's why it's designed this way, you could keep it in the case because it looks great in the case.
Yeah.
Yes, if you wanted to, you could definitely. Taking it out of the case, though, it is a sight.
It's gorgeous.
Like I said, normally you go to a company and you have them build a leg trophy. This, it's really handmade by one of your own people. Really gives it a little bit more significance.
I mean,
it's
Frank Miller
awesome.
Sr.,
Awesome.
He just does an unbelievable job. His craftsmanship and the paying attention to detail.
Yep.
He's just never. There's nobody on par with that the way he does it. And you're right. You can go out and buy these trophies. What would that cost?
I mean, a couple $1,000. That's a couple $1,000 easy.
That's easy, $3,000 or $4,000.
Hicksville, Hicks on the line, looking to maybe win that trophy. They run a 5.4 twice this season in this contest.
See what they do. Bob bringing them in into the hard break. They're going to be a little outside. They had to run to get in. Doug Shiz is on, coming towards the yellow. He's on the yellow, and he hits it.
It's going to be a no time.
Again, they had a lunge to get in. The Diggers, they were going to be on that yellow.
No time for Hicksville outside of the safety zone rule 13.02.
The Diggers did a great job to get into the pit. You got to give them a lot of credit, but then you're just that little bit out of sync.
Number 11 on your programs. The Tomcats from Baldwin.
And the ladder just faded a little right.
Yep.
And Doug did a hell of a job considering they were not in sync. He was more than halfway up, and if that doesn't hit, I think it could be his time of the year. They had great speed.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, again, the whole thing, just when they had a lunge, everything shifted to the right side of the patch, and the ladder just came in that way.
Tough job as the thrower there. You're watching it head towards the yellow. Is it close enough? because if you move it, you might throw the climber off his, his rhythm.
It is real tough because again, you're guiding him in, and Doug's going, and you're like, there's not much you can do.
But if you know it's going to hit, you got to try and move it. If you
Shimmy
can, push it a little bit. Just try and save it.
Hopefully he gets through. It's
so
a
the
Baldwin.
Tomcats, is this the same climber now that's the third man climber?
I'm not sure if he climbs the speed races yet for them. We'll see
Yes,
I'll let
I
you know
believe he does
top.
from our conversations a couple weeks back.
Okay. So here they come. Through the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ladder. He slips on his mount. Top rung.
Why don't you ask him? Yeah, you the same three-man guy?
Again, he is
close
climbing.
to us.
He climbs from the right side of the ladder. Most guys climb from the left side of the ladder if you're standing behind the
Time for
truck.
Baldwin, 7.24, 7:24. Line to be number 12 on your programs. The Redskins from Bayshore.
You mentioned the shop in Port Washington. Bayshore needs to get their day started as well. I mean, at the Hempstead Invite, I think was their time of the year.
Same exact number.
Right, the 16, same shot.
548 other than that, and then a bunch of misses.
Yeah.
155 in there.
Yeah.
But you're right. The Redskins need to get their day going right here. Get some B ladder points. Tough slip and three-man ladder.
He was in the top 2 or 3 fastest on of the day on the mount.
You know, I like Bayshore to be there. If they're within striking distance in buckets at the end of the day, they can play. They need the points now, though. Even
with the last 3, I think Bayshore's been as good as anybody, if not the best all year in those last 3 contests. If they're hanging around, don't you just wait. Once again, what you saying? I got a chance?
So the track has been cleared for Kyle. Going through the call-off. Kyle giving it a rev.
Kyle's done a hell of a job coming around as a B truck driver. He's run some real good B hoses, real good B ladders. Obviously confident at this point.
Rolling out. He's on the gas through the lights into the hard break. They're going to be in a good spot where Skippy likes it. He stumbles getting on. Now he goes through the ladder.
I'll tell you, I like the drop. I don't know if they went in together. Looks a little cocked down there, but I thought the drop with the speed.
Overtime for Bayshore. Overtime.
Anybody have a number on speed?
Paul, 276 in the ground. Yeah. Port Washington was 277 in almost the same spot Port was in the patch.
Number 13 on your programs. The P-Pickers from Point Pleasant.
Spikes were not square to each other in the ground, so that could have an effect on what happened with Skippy getting on as he loses it on his first step.
Often has the problem with that step. If it's going to be a problem in the race, a lot of times it's that step right there, that mount.
Bayshore and West Sable. Just stick your leg out and go. Yeah. West Sable and Bayshore maybe going back to camp, scratching their heads a little bit.
Let's talk about Point Pleasant.
Yeah.
They deserve to be talked about.
Of course they do.
They have the time of the year up in Western and one of the better times of the year overall, I believe.
5:06 at the Seabreeze Invite on July 15th. They also have a 5:36 to their credit since that.
And a 5.2 last year's state show, I think a 24?
Correct. 27.
27?
They were down part of the Joe this year. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see them run ladders. Their ladder tweaked a hamstring.
So here we go. Will another team other than Spencerport place top 5 overall at the state drill? Points got a chance to do it. 2 points at a 3-man. Door wide open in B ladder.
But once again, like 3-man, big race for them.
Yep.
Because they need the points early.
They need it.
Bob Catone has the track. Bob rolls out through the lights in the hard break. Ladder just inside the yellow.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
That was nice.
I'm telling you right now, they lunged to get in the patch, and holy shit, that guy can freaking climb. That guy was on a motor.
263 in the ground.
On a motor.
For Point Pleasant.
Look at him.
5.10.
Oh, puberty rounds.
5.10.
5:10 Point Pleasant. Bob Catone. Truck locks up. A little outside. Spikers lunge in. Climber eats it up. Air show up top.
Michael Mara.
That kid can climb. That kid can climb.
Let's see what the number in the ground. Number in the ground.
Point Pleasant.
263. A tenth and a half better than we've seen in the ground. And that, to me, the climb there, when you lunge, it's tougher for the climber to gauge on his mount, and didn't miss a beat. It was fun to watch.
Team record for the state drill for the Point Pleasant P-Pickers, 5:10. Congratulations.
If they dug that 5 feet on the other side of the safety line and we're going to get no time, he was still climbing it. That's how focused he was. He was going to climb it and hit the rope.
Just to go back to their B truck Thursday, they come down here to do their passes. The truck's smoking out of one of the rear tires, have a rotor problem.
Yeah.
Here comes
Merrick.
Ellesmere. They scraped the yellow line.
Yeah, that's going to be a no time.
It's a no time. They were outside, scraped the yellow line. Now coming in, but again, ladder never makes it to the arch.
Just to clarify my comments, the P-Pickers state drill team record, not overall team record, which was a 5-0 from earlier this season.
Outside of the safety zone. correction.
So
No
congrats
time.
to the P Pickers.
That's exciting.
That was awesome.
exciting.
That was a fun shot, man. And I don't know if it was as much of an air show as you thought. I think the ladder got
it
here
got
just
to the arch.
before the
Number
grab.
15
Right.
on your programs, the Iron Man from Riverhead.
It looked like it was going to be, though.
So
But you knew when it got to the arch, it was going to bang hard. He knew it, and he just said, I'm going and I'm going to get it, and that's exactly what he did.
And when you say Mike Amara-esque, you know, you have your tall climbers that are deceiving, Tom Abramski, Billy Moon, and you have your short climbers that look like they're motoring Mikey Mara, and they are motoring.
And he's smaller than Michael.
Yeah.
I believe.
Going back to their truck, so yesterday at Port Washington, they do a bunch of work on the rear and the rotors. There was a crack in one of the rotors. They replace it. They have some other parts shipped in overnight. They go running at Lindenhurst track last night to make sure it was still good. And obviously the truck is stopping.
You know, when this kid, before he started climbing, I remember he was hanging around with the P-Pickers.
The P-Quad.
All he talked about was Michael Mara, one day. I'm telling you, the kid's growing into it. I mean, you know, nobody's going to be Michael. You got to run a lot of years to be Michael.
Of course.
But man, he had that little thing about him right there. And the way he grabbed the top rung, it was with determination.
And if you ask him, that's got to be his favorite shot of all time.
Oh my God.
Better than the 5.0. You do a 5.1 in a state drill like that with room for improvement. You know, that was good.
Little track maintenance down below. Just looks like a little fluids dropped on our last run. So they just got the towels out.
A-Rock talking to me up here, too, with that grab being so close to the face of the arch. You know, you got to get your thumb around that top rung, and he did it. You know, sometimes you just got to go 4 fingers and leave the thumb out.
I mean, Rob,
make the grab that way.
You look down at their spike. They're the only spike marks out there, you know, by that yellow. You can see where Point Pleasant was. Everyone else has been at least like 18 inches in.
Well, great track awareness by the diggers, and, you know, all 4 of them on the back, knowing where they are on the street, getting it where they had to. And like I said, him getting in on that was just so much fun to watch. Well done.
Congrats to the P-Quad.
So far,
shout out.
There's a bunch out there that can run that number still, so it could get real exciting. 5:10, 5:16, your first 2 shots.
Ready for some more Warren stats? We're talking about Warren Horse. There's a trophy donated in his memory for the team that has the most points out of ladders.
You got a yellow hornet on your head.
Yeah, that's okay. They're friends. They're just saying hello. The CI Hobos and the West Sable Flying Dutchman are the only 2 teams to ever sweep ladders. Chucky Doyle, as the main climber, did it in 1990 and 1993. Michael Mara did it twice. You might have thought more than that. Only twice there was a sweep. Only twice. With some really good numbers. Doyle did it 6:29, 5:14, 9:09 in 1990. 6:15, 4:95, 9:07 in 93. I'll give you Mara's numbers. 01, 6:23, 4:98, 8:70. And then in 07, 6:32, 5:03, 8:65. Only 5 times has there been a ladder sweep. If the Wolves want to do it, they got to beat a 5:10. But right now it's Riverhead's turn.
Here they come through the lights. Hard break. They're in the ground. Middle of the patch. Kyle making his way to the top.
Yeah, they probably went about 4 steps more than they should have to go down, but they complete the contest.
Yeah, I mean, these trucks are really grabbing. B trucks are grabbing
Time
and stopping.
for Riverhead, 6.30, 6:30.
I mean, drivers think that they're hitting their mark. They either can
for
be...
number 16 on your programs, the Hare is from East Farmingdale.
Everybody's really, if they go straight down, would be right outside the yellow or just inside the yellow.
We've only seen, really, West Sable's the only team that's really gone deep and looked like their truck is slid.
Their truck slid, and again, did Frank maybe thinking the truck would stop, bring it in a little bit? I don't know. You know, again, you hear things during the week now. The trucks, you know, the B trucks are really stopping on the dime. They're grabbing. So, are you adjusting your run?
That truck looked like it had a lot of mo when West Sable ran. We're going to go the East Farmingdale Hares.
Woo! A little bit of a... Got to catch our breath here, gents, right? You know what I mean?
That was fun.
Some more stuff about Warren. I'll keep throwing it out there. He actually won total points out of ladders. Now I say he. It's West Sable with him as their main climber. I know there are diggers and throwers that go along with it. He was a 4-time winner of the total points out of ladders.
Us little people.
71, 2, 5, and 7.
East Farmingdale, hard break. Truck goes sideways. They have to learn caught ladder to get in. Ladder slams to the arch. He's making his way to the top now.
Yeah, he was coming over for a burger and a dog here on the south
Overtime
side of
for
the
East
Truck
Farmingdale.
started to come around and fish, go sideways. They got off
number 17 on your
way
programs.
outside.
The Cups from Copenhagen.
So, Artie, we were texting last night. So, Warren, 8 points
This
in
time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd
1977.
like to take a moment to welcome downstate here, Long Island, all of our friends and teens from northern and western New York, and all the fans from those areas, plus the central part of the state. Thank you for coming down. Enjoy your stay.
Warren and the West Sable Flying Dutchman in 1971, first time they won total points out of ladders, 8 points with a 667 and 3-man and a 595. In 1972, West Sable and Bayshore tie with 9 points out of ladders, 661 and 1017. You guys were telling me your dad might have been the digger on that Bayshore tie right there, so that's good stuff. Warren again, 1975, 10 out of 15, 670, 593, 951, and then the ladder sweep in 1977. So the Warren Horse Trophy, total points out of ladders, goes along with the Cav Trophy. Give Cav a shout out. 1992 state drill, 14 out of 15, no slouch, on your way to a 19-point victory. That
part of the 617 runs a 5:07. And then
thought it was a 12 or something like that.
5:12 maybe, and then second place to you guys in sea ladder.
Correct.
All right, Copenhagen Cubs wearing a little pink shirts there in the back. Smoking.
Bringing them in the hard break. They go left. They got to run to get into the pit.
Yeah, they put it in.
And now the climber goes through. Top rung. Smoking goes left.
Yeah,
overtime for Copenhagen.
They were outside as well. Breast cancer shirts.
On the line to be number 19 on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
North Lindenhurst. They need to get their day going. The story about them this year, they've been having trouble with these speed events, with B-Ladder especially. They're a couple years removed from running a 5:01 at this drill with almost the same team. They've done a little bit of a musical chair game with the diggers. Chris Connell going to the other side.
Twan, let me chime in real quick with that. They've had a problem since their practice Monday night with their rear brakes not locking up. They've changed everything about it.
Yeah.
You have a vision on that? Can you tell how you are?
I'm going to try and get a view aside.
I was there last night when they brought the truck back. They had some issues. Kevin had to go to the Bronx to get some parts. They replaced them all at a place in Wynanch. Dully drove the truck last night, so he thought it was okay.
5:37, their best of the season.
Into the hard break. Those brakes were rolling in the back, coming right at us. It's Vinny.
You know what?
Vinny tries to correct it. Those rear brakes did not lock up.
It's all Vinny could do, man.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that was hot in the ground. If he actually catches that and it stays within the stanchions up here, but a hell of a run.
Time
and like you said earlier, Rob.
7.06. 7:06.
It was going to be...
Line number 20 on your programs. The Teddy's Boys from Oyster Bay.
It was going to be a definite no time. It was coming up that far, but Vinny threw it back in, and that happened to throw duck yellow.
And he just got it within that yellow. Go ahead.
2:58 in the ground, fastest dig time we've seen. But both Artie and I on this side, you could see the rear tires never even slowed down.
No,
they stayed the same speed, so they got no help out of the rear brakes. Is that going to have an effect in B-Hose on them, too?
I mean, now I was just about to say it, Rob. I mean, again, I was there last night when they brought it back. They felt somewhat confident with the way the truck reacted down in Lindenhurst when they ran a couple of passes on it. Obviously, it didn't hold through.
I mean, they handled it, but that's not 258 isn't the dig they want. 270.
Yeah,
maybe he controls that just a little bit more. Maybe they keep the ladder straight.
Yep. Yeah, and again, like Paul said, it's walking this way.
It was no time.
Vinny,
from
Hicksville, where Chises came up and hit, Vinny saw that. He corrected it, but again, as soon as he did that, Ducky's hips got outside the ladder and he lost it.
Oyster Bay's on the line. Let me just give you a rundown. It's heavy, 5'10", 5'16", and then we don't even. Then at 6:30 by Riverhead is third, 7:13, and then 7:24. Baldwin Tomcats right now.
They've been in the high fives.
Yes, Oyster Bay
high fives.
5:47 at this drill 2 weeks ago.
They'd like that.
Yes. Let's see what Darryl can do right here, bringing him in. He's got North Lindy front tires on this truck. Darryl in the hard break. They got a lunge to get in. Ladder coming our way. They're trying to salvage it. Looks like that tire might have hit.
The ladder hit the...
Ladder hits.
Yeah. Spikers did a good job trying to salvage. They had to dive to get in.
You know, if you're at the state drill and you got 40 teams running...
No time for Oyster Bay outside of the safety zone, rule 1302.
Wonder if that was the old state drill shot. Maybe a little too speedy. I don't know.
They
Too
were
hot
out.
coming in.
They
were out.
The truck stopped.
Okay.
If that, I thought the drop would have been good if they were inside the safety area. I thought the speed was right.
5 feet in, that's a perfect drop.
Yeah. But that's another example of if this track locking up a little bit better.
Line number 21 on your programs.
Then it wasn't
the Blue Jays from Sable.
Yeah, I mean, he just and again the diggers, they didn't really take a step. They just tried to get off the truck and lunge forward. As they lunged forward, it just got out of sync and that ladder came our way.
Sable Blue Jays come to the line. Don't count them out. 5.99 at the CI invite would put them into third place right now. Only 2 5s, and then, like you said, 6s and 7s. So we're still looking for a little polishing of the top 5. 1 and 2 are heavy. 5'10" Point Pleasant, 5'16" Port Washington.
Blue Jays not running 3-man, so this is their first shot of the day to get the nerves out of the way as well.
combined with the Holbrook Rebels.
Looking at the window in previous 4 years, 550 fifth place last year, 547 and 15, 548 and 14, and a heavy 522 fifth place.
Which
in 13.
has been more like this year. The 20s have been in the top 5.
Here comes the cork, bringing him in. He's in the hard break. They're in the ground. Squirrel misses his first step, hits the yellow up top.
Everybody
no time for Sable outside of the safety zone, rule 1302.
I think that's Crown of the Road as well. I think this Crown usually brings them a little south, and all the trucks, you know.
Line to be number 22 on your programs. The Slowpokes from Selden.
Definitely ended up. Nobody's going wide left.
You know,
a lot of wide right.
You say that, Paul, and you look down. There are spike marks that come to the hydrant side of the course.
Yep.
If you go 75% across the patch, the spike marks stop. The last 2 feet of, say, the west side of the patch have not been touched yet.
Yeah, you're right. And if you look at the brake marks, it's the same thing. It almost has a little fade
as
you're in the brake.
It's starting to come in, yep.
And you'll see this. We talked about it in Sea Ladder. If you start Sea Ladder, you almost have to start up on top over to the left if you're looking at the arch to bring it in right.
But if you're a driver, do you let it get into your head? How much
How
much can you possibly... In B Ladder, you can adjust. C Ladder... You know, we saw a couple trucks kind of squirrely all over the road. Get yourself back in that groove and try and put them where they want to be in the patch.
Yeah, you're right. There's only so much you can do at that point.
So Selden comes to the line.
They've only started running ladders pretty much second half of the year, and I think it's this kid that they got that they started to put the ladder team together. The last few years, they've been intermittent.
Yeah, and then didn't run ladders a lot. A lot of times that day would start with C hose, so that now they have the manpower and found a guy who can climb. So see what Dave does. A little bit of steering coming in. He's in the hard break. Take like 2 extra steps. The climber tries to stay with it. The ladder just got away from him, and now he slips through. Finally, top rung.
They're in the same boat.
Overtime for Selden. Overtime.
All right, we're halfway through.
On the line to be number 33 in your programs.
No post entries today.
The Turtles from Westbury.
If I can catch up with some text messages, a couple of shout outs. Adam Kaline chimed in. He said that through his research, he can't find a time where 2 Western teams scored at the same drill in 3-man ladder. It happened today with Point Pleasant and Henrietta. So thanks, Adam, for chiming in. I got Tom Abramski listening loud and clear from North Carolina. Tommy, shout out. Thanks for the new fence put in along the north and south side. And one final shout out, Billy Falk, former Yellow Hornet, Hempstead Fluke, Islip Wolf. His wife is expecting to give birth any moment. Billy, good luck. Hope you can hear us loud and clear. Westbury Turtles now come to the line. Can they put it in that high 5 range to get into the mix? Again, we're still waiting to polish up this contest a little bit more. Running with a new climber this year. A little bit of musical chairs going on, like Billy Cornell was telling us last week. But the 3rd-man and 3-man ladder does not climb for them in B&C ladder. He's actually one of their diggers. Not something you hear too often, but...
Yeah, I'm going to go 3rd-man dig.
Yeah.
Still waiting for Selden to get out from behind the arch here.
Westbury's fastest time this season, 6:24. You don't think a time like that will hold up for anything today. Let's hope it doesn't. But it would be 3rd place right now.
Looks like Selden's having a problem with their B truck. They're asking them to get out of the way, and they say they can't.
That's not the smallest B truck.
Yeah, you got 3 guys pushing a 4,000-pound truck.
You know, the poor guys are back there. They got problems, and you got people like A-Rock yelling at him and screaming.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. No care for your fellow racers.
A-Rock's up
here. Get out of the way.
A-Rock's up here celebrating the 20th anniversary of '97. The greatest comeback in the history of the state drill. We'll talk more about that later. Sorry, Yellow Hornets.
That would really annoy me. I pushed the B truck 40 feet, and then it starts right up.
Listen, it's history. Got to talk about
it. Says all you got to do is turn the key.
He's got a big smile on his face right now, doesn't he?
Here comes Merck and Westbury in the hard break. Again, they're outside. They're not going to make it.
They're not making it.
Man, it's been the story of B ladder. Outside lunging to get in.
13,
low and left, everybody.
No
low and right, actually.
Smart racing by the Turtles, not letting the ladder come anywhere near the arch, though. Good job, guys. Keeping it safe, keeping the ladder off the track.
Now, that's what I was saying about Point.
Yeah.
On the line to be number 34 on your programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
They were so in tune with the run. Point Pleasant would have dug right there. That guy would have climbed all the way to the rope.
Well, Josh Marshall tried that a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, 09. I remember a couple teams away. We were on the line. They were 3, we were 8, and I remember just watching
Josh
that from back at the other end. Yep.
Came down on his wrist, I think it was.
Hageman Gamblers. So we're still sitting at 2 5s, a 6, and a couple 7s. Not the contest we envisioned before we started here today.
No, and again, we lost that 520 from Lindenhurst up front.
Right.
Oh, they got to be kicking themselves right there at this point.
And I was wondering if they were going to do a little, I don't know, playing it a game. I thought it could have been arguable. He got the middle finger on it. It slipped off it, but I think there's room for argument.
Yeah.
You can grab with one finger. I've done it before, and they've given it to me.
Billy Moon's done it numerous
The only difference is my finger never left contact with that top rung.
Here comes Hagerman. They have to take an extra step to get in. He's on. Kind of stumbles halfway. There you go.
Does a decent job managing it. That's one of the few ladders that has gone up to the left side of the arch.
Hagerman twice in the 5s this year.
Time!
It's going to be in the money too right now.
3 times.
5.88. 588.
A tenth off their fastest shot of the year, their second best shot of the year,
and
588.
not bad the fact that they had to lunge so much and he didn't catch any momentum whatsoever. It was all him climbing. That puts them in 3rd place currently.
280 in the ground, even with them lunging like that. Pretty good. They did a nice job. Diggers didn't go in exactly perfect. But when you lunge,
36 on your
it's
programs.
tough to do that.
The Termites from New Hyde Park.
Rob, just as a thrower, when that ladder hits the ground there, you have 2 things. You can either hold it out for him or let it go in and establish itself. Like, what would be your, like, will you be judging the speed of how you're going to do? Because it's almost like the ladder got to that point where it was stuck in the middle.
Yeah, I'd want to get it to the arch if I can. This is going to help that climber out as that ladder's making its way down towards the arch. It's going to give him more of an opportunity. We saw the climber there kind of slow down as he's making his way up. What little momentum he had, I think he lost because that ladder wasn't getting to the arch for him.
Yeah. So here comes Mike Athenas in New Hyde Park.
Coming off a 565 in North Belmore.
Into the hard break. They got a lunge to get in. Ladder comes crooked. Now they correct it to the middle, Tercy to the top.
Another example of the thrower really having to do an overcorrection, and it just stops that ladder climber.
Paulie, I saw you were ready to catch that ladder.
New Hyde Park, 6.87, 687.
So Spenceport did not run there. East Islip out. South Hempstead coming for B-Hose. We go to the Brentwood Tigers. Oh, no. We go to the CI Hobos. Brentwood not running B-ladder.
Hobos coming off of 4 points with their 3-man ladder shot. 641. That's a huge number right there for those Hobos. And
Hobos from Central Iceland.
B-ladder. A little bit of hit and miss. Decent shots. 525s their fastest, and they have 2 5.3s, but then they also have a 7 and an 8 and an overtime. Wow. Doors wide open right now.
588
to score.
third. 588 third, and 510. Can they do it with this group?
Do you have to, or do you just go for the third place shot?
If I got 4 points, I'll run a 5.2. I'll run my 5.20. I'd love to get a 20.
2 things here, guys. They brought a digger out of retirement for this week. Ricky McCarthy is on the truck digging. And when they ran that 5.25 in Hempstead 2 weeks back, they were early in the pack, and a couple of us were saying, that's pretty good. That's going to set the number. And I think they ended up getting nothing.
Right, you're right.
They ended up getting nothing out of it.
But I think that number today would get something.
Jake is back throwing as well. So Jake had been out for a while. I think he's back throwing. Ricky's in spiking.
5'10", 5'16".
Yeah, Ricky McCarthy, Ryan Murphy digging.
Now Point Pleasant's got the fingers crossed and everything. They would love to get a first place trophy right here.
See what Danny does here, bringing them in. Through the lights. They got a lunge to get in. David Miller slides all the way through. I mean, he is all the way, actually went through the rungs, back to the ground. He's going to still try to finish it. Obviously, overtime is in the mix. Again,
overtime for Central.
They had a lunge to get in.
Yeah.
CI was looking to become the second team to potentially score them both. Right now, it's just Point Pleasant. However,
number 41 on your programs. Little squirts from North Greece.
3 more teams will have a chance to do that. Go ahead, Art.
I'd be so curious to talk to a lot of these drivers, after their shots, and just everyone coming up short, would they have changed their approach?
Yeah.
It just seems everyone's going through the same boat here.
But Point came up short and they ripped it.
They did.
I mean, it was to me, Point's drop was very similar to CI's right there. It just so happened they went in a little sturdier, and he caught it. I mean, again, if we concentrate on the dig marks where they're working on the patch, it's concentrated in like a 4 foot by 4 foot area. Yeah, you got a little
no one's been on the 3-man ladder line except for West Sable. They're the only spike marks that are inside the 3-man ladder line.
Yep.
Not that you don't want to be there, but they're the only ones there.
But
there's nothing even 2 feet outside the 3-man ladder line. There's nothing 3 feet outside the 3-man ladder line.
Of all the teams we've seen lunge, though, Point went just inside the yellow and went in together. Yeah. You saw Central Islip there and guys who haven't been digging together that long coming out of retirement.
Right.
But they ended up almost 4 feet over, so they lunged. I don't want to say too far, but there's an argument made that they went too far.
Right.
I agree with you.
And I think, but what happens is, like, and Bayshore, the same thing, like they lunged a little bit to get in. When you do that, it's like, are you getting hung up in the air? That total in sync riding coming out of the truck gets lost by the spikers.
North Breeze coming to the line, 687. 687. Time to get in the mix. They do have a 623 to their credit.
Here they come into the hard break. Again, they fade to the right. They are on the three-man line. Comes up right inside the yellow top rung.
Man, that truck actually really drove down the hill right here as it came through. Look at his brake marks. They're coming through outside the patch, like way outside.
Yeah, I mean,
Time for North Greece, 6.43. 6:43.
All right.
That's a new 5th place time, 6:43 to get into the dance, gents.
Islip Wolves take their spot now. Islip coming off the big shot through 27, time of the year in 3-man. Boy, they run heavy here in
5:12 at the HEMPSTEAD invite.
Yeah, like
the Wolves from Iceland.
And again, they don't need the 10. Keep them, if you're in their shoes, keep the momentum going.
But they can do.
They can do the 10.
Yeah. Wait a second. I've never seen Islip not go 100%.
I agree with you.
We'll go 1,000,000%. If 510's out there, their goal is to run a 5 flat or better every time. I can't see them holding back. Oh, let's just run the 5-2, guys.
We've been talking today a lot about sweeping ladders. It's only been done a handful of times in history. 5 to be exact. The Islip Wolves are the only team that have a chance to do it. They won 3-man. If they're going to do it, they got to beat the 510.
And Josh is one of those guys, Michael-esque. The speed, the attack of the ladder is just impressive.
He's got a 5.0 to his credit. I believe at the CI invite last year might have been his first one.
So Mike,
he's as aggressive a climber as we have out here.
Yes. Mike gives the pounds on the diamond plate behind the seat. Gets it in gear. Rolls out about 5 feet into the gas through the lights. Hard break. They're in the ground. Josh is on. Kind of stumbles a little bit, gets to the top rung. Jake did his best to try to lay him in there.
I still think it's going to be a 3rd place shot currently, but it's not going to touch the 16 or the 10.
3rd step, he just had that little hiccup and he fought through it.
Time for Islip, 5.63. 5:63.
Islip's got to do a little finger crossing right now because they want to keep that in the top 4, you would think. There's still some teams that can run some times. One of them's right here on the line, the West Hempstead Westerners, which have been really good in B-Ladder. And
on the line, number 43 in the programs, a host for today's tournament, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
Like Fort Washington, who did their job in B-Ladder. West Hempstead needs these 4 speed races.
Again, 3-man ladder was hit or miss for them all year, more miss than hit. This is the contest that they need to get their day started, and they've been running B-Ladder. 5:05 at the Hempstead invite. 5:17 at the CI invite, 5:29 last week, 5:27 in Selden. They got some B-ladder team, and they need heavy number right here.
And again, having the home course advantage. No one's driven this course more than Kenny since the new, surface has been down.
West Hempstead, the winner of B-ladder last year at the state draw with a 5:23. 5:09 in 2015 by this same Westerner team took 3rd. They'd love a 5:09 right now.
I think all year, too, their diggers have been doing a great job really establishing the ladder for Craig.
Yeah, I agree, Audie. I think their dig times and the drops have been better than anybody in racing, consistent-wise.
Yeah, let's see what Kenny can do here.
10-16, 2 numbers.
Got it in gear. He rolls out. He's in the gas. He's in the hard break. Ladder's in the ground. Craig is on. Top
row. Baby, that looked nice.
I don't know if
I don't think it got those other ones. It's going to be right there.
266 in the ground, guys. One of our better digs we've seen.
Yep. For West Hempstead, 5.15.
Whoa! Just beats Port Washington. Beats Port by 100th.
That's a point. That's an extra point that they just earned by beating by 1/100th of a second. That's what you love about this state drill, when you beat a team by 100th of a second. That's how it goes.
And overall, that's 4 points, and they got their day started.
They did get their day started, and that is their 2nd fastest shot of the year. Nice shot, West Hempstead.
But you know who just a huge sigh of relief just now?
The Ringadinks from North Belmore.
Point Pleasant P-Pickers just had a huge sigh of relief.
Now, just going back to that shot, so 266 in the ground round?
Yes, correct.
Port was in the 272, I think, 274 range.
Yes, so half. Yep.
So there's the. I almost thought Kyle's climb might have looked a touch faster than Craig's climb, but they're in the ground a little bit faster, and they were actually deeper in the patch.
Yes, they would definitely didn't have the staircase that we've seen out of the couple other better shots. They're probably a couple feet outside the 6-foot line.
I mean, Craig obviously does a great job. That ladder again goes perfectly to the arch. Greg lets it establish and just eats it up as it goes. So
now Islip's doing a lot of watching right now because 5:63, they need the points to hold in there.
North Belmore coming in the hard break. Ladder in the ground. Oh, they walk and comes right
Watch
at
your
us.
hand, Paulie.
Got it.
So
No time for North Belmore. Outside of the safety zone, rule 1302.
I'm going to start wearing mittens.
Left side digger really came off. Ladder came right up us and touches the rail right in front of where we're
On
sitting.
the line to be number 46 on your programs. The Old Henrys from Henrietta.
Did that ladder? Did it bounce? What was that?
Well, it when it hit the ground, the left side just totally came at it. Like hit the ground, and he just bounced out and came right to us.
All right, here goes another team, Western Henrietta, also scoring a 3-man. What do we got for them?
Yeah, so some decent shots this season. 534, 1 B ladder at the Hunter drill. Couple of 5.4s, couple of 5.6 and a 5.8. They haven't run that heavy 5.2 like they did last season. Now's obviously, to be cliche, now's the time to do it. Yep. 5.24 last year at this drill, which was second place with a team record.
So much is going to have to do with the drop here that they get. You know, can they bring it in just that little bit and give Josh that ladder to climb?
They did run on this track, I believe, last night. See if they learned anything from it. I tell you, look at Islip's run. They didn't have to lunge. I mean, that was a drop that was just regular drop. Same thing with West Hempstead.
Yeah.
Like they knew what they were doing, put it in the right spot.
But again, Kenny's he's the one that's driving here twice a week.
He should. If he doesn't get it right,
so
who can?
Chuck Marshall getting on the gas, giving it a rev, gets it in gear.
The Islip Wolves watching this shot closely. That 563 hanging in for 4th place right now.
They're out of the hole. A little bit of steering in the beginning. In the hard break. At the lunge to get in. Josh is on. He is eating it up. Stumbles a little bit. Woo.
Nice job, though, fighting through that.
That's a pretty heavy shot. 5.2, maybe 5.2. So let's see what kind of number they give him.
No, it's not. It's gonna beat them, boys. Where do you hear this? Where do you hear this?
5.14.
14, baby. Second place right now. We're going Point Pleasant first. Henrietta second, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me tell you this right now. If he doesn't stumble,
it's a 5-0.
Way low 5-0.
5 flat. He stumbles on his third step. This in the ground.
I'm telling you.
258. Woo! The only other team we've seen in the 2.5s was North Lindenhurst.
Yeah, and they were 258 and lunged to get in.
We are Western heavy in the early goings of the state tournament.
I was filling out my scorecard. I don't have a pencil.
Point Pleasant and Henrietta are going to be two teams to score twice in the first 2 contests.
And they did it back-to-back years. B-ladder back-to-back years. Point Pleasant, Henrietta show up at the big dance.
And 3 100ths of a second apart last year, 4 100ths of a second apart this year.
14.
Except points turned the favor around.
14, 15, 16. So 10, 14, 15, 16,
and then
63?
Yeah, Islip. Now listen, now that could be a huge point for the Islip Wolves if that were to hold in. We have North Merrick, North Babylon, Farmingville, Copeg, Great Bend, Seabreeze, Manhasset.
And the points are also
that could
completely
be
spread out already.
I know they are, but if you get Islip grabbing a point, those huge points here and there could be a deciding factor later in the day.
Merrick, they want something to say about it. 563, right? That's the number for Islip.
Correct.
Here comes North Merrick. They're in the ground, smooth. Ladder wobbles. He loses it on his second step.
Yeah, I thought they went in real good.
Top rung.
The ladder walked and just tossed him to the side.
Yeah, I mean that ladder went left, right, left.
Overtime for North Merrick. Overtime.
Just this. We'll wait till
line
Fred
number
announces.
48 on your programs. The tail draggers from North Babylon.
Just to give a little quick run back, they said the feed quit there during the Westerns run, so it's 5:10 Point Pleasant, 5:14 Henrietta, 5:15 was the Westerners run, so 5:15 if you're listening at home or watching that it cut out, and then 5:16 Port Washington, 5:63 Islip, about 5 teams to go, 6 teams to go.
So you're saying the video feed's cut out for that shot by West Hempstead?
I think maybe just a radio feed, but someone did put it in the group that just that one shot.
Did they get to see Henrietta shot?
I think so. They said it came right back for North Belmore right after.
Do them over.
Historical standpoint, this B-ladder contest, with the exception of that 563 for 5th, is starting to remind me of that 1995 B-ladder day where you had a 5-10 win, and then it went 12, 13, 14, 19. North Lindy, CI West Sable, Teddy's Boys, Yellow Hornets, respectively. We need a 5th place shot to
Who's going to run a 19 right now?
I don't know, but that would be awesome.
Tail draggers on the line. Freddie rolling them out. In the hard break. Truck goes a little left. Ladder comes right. Climber just rides on the mount, making his way to the top rung. There you go.
Overtime for North Babylon. Overtime.
So again, the subplot right now. To the Ice
Line
of
number
Wolves.
49 on your programs.
Grab a
The
point.
Bandits from Farmingville.
Do the Ice of Wolves grab a point with a 563? That would make them go to 6.
They got to sweat their way through the next 2 teams.
Yeah,
correct.
here are the teams that can do it, coming back to back. Farmingville coming off a top 5 finish last week at the North Belmore Invitational. Second top 5 this year. They had one earlier at Riverhead earlier in the year.
They ran a 565 at Riverhead. And if the website would cooperate with me, here we go. Playing a little Wi-Fi fight over here. 565 at Riverhead, 566 at North Belmore. So they haven't actually beaten the 563.
But I don't think it's been a clean one either. They got a clean one here.
The 5-6 last week, if I remember correctly, we were talking it's 5-4 if they clean it up.
Yeah.
The Bandits have scored in ladders in previous years. Just not sure which ones off the top of my mind.
Hey, shout out to a couple out-of-towners. Kyle Stevens down in North Carolina taking a listen, sitting at his firehouse he works in. Well, I guess a couple people probably watching Drill. Welcome in. And then I know his dad, John Stevens, watching from upstate. And Brad from the Norfolk Snails. You know how far away Norfolk is from here?
No, I don't.
9 freaking hours.
Is that like
straight up. Straight up.
So here comes Eddie, bringing him in. He's in the hard break. They're in the pit. Justin is on. It's coming to the yellow. It's up by us.
Grab it.
I got it.
Good job, gentlemen.
No time for Farmingville outside of the safety zone. Rule 1302.
Nicely done, Rob and Artie, grabbing the ladder, helping it slide.
I got the
to
top
where it
rung.
went down.
I got top rung. Did you guys get a button on that? Did you get a button on the top rung?
On the line to be number 50 on your programs.
I got to move.
The Yellowbirds from Copay.
This never happens to Bill Rouse.
2 or 3 teams came over that way, the south direction, right.
Switch.
If you're at home watching on TV, that ladder went way right.
Yeah.
Telling you, I need mittens. I almost lost a finger.
You know, one of the other, so a couple storylines. We're talking about the Wolves. Did they grab a point? How about Point Pleasant? They're first place in this contest. Have they ever taken first place in a contest in the state drill?
Never.
I don't know that they have. I know they've scored.
Never
I know they scored. Have they taken first is
See
the
if I
question.
can get Jeff.
Anyone wants to chime in on Group Me?
No, I'm
Let me
telling
know.
you,
Has Point Pleasant ever won a contest?
I believe they've scored in efficiency as well.
Right, that's
Not
the
first. Not first.
They've scored in more to pump.
Not first.
And while we're looking at that, the Yellowbirds.
Here's my question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go.
I was just going to say
Yellowbirds. Go
the other storyline with the Wolves. They have a 563. They could grab a heavy point. Well, heavy, big point. They have a Yellowbirds 552 and 551. 2 times that have beat that 563.
Did Johnny Short come in first place, Spencerport?
Yes.
Of course, several times. But no, I was talking about Point Pleasant, not the.
I know.
Oh,
Here
you're
we
talking
go.
about the general?
Copay, Charlie bringing him in, doing a little bit of steering. They're in. Chris Brandt is on. He's going. A little bit of a stumble.
That could be the monkey wrench. That could be the monkey wrench.
He fought it to the top rung. It's going to be real
right
close.
there.
It's right at that number.
284 on the ground. One of the little slower dig times we've
Does
seen.
it beat the 63 of Islip?
For Copay, 5.6.
Maybe.
0.
It does.
And the Wolves will not grab a point.
And Kopeg now 4 points.
And
Two contests in a row.
and that's right. Kopeg's going to be a team to score in both contests.
Man, you know, we've watched Charlie all year in that beat truck do a lot of steering as he coming in, and he does it again today. They lunge a little bit to get in. Chris, again, just like Dream Man, he fought that ladder in 3-man and salvaged points out of it here, too.
The Cobras from Great Bend.
Why'd you ask me about John Short? And
No,
Spencer,
just because Point Pleasant being from Western, I was just going to put it in context of Johnny Short's won it. You know, Point Pleasant could be the second Western team ever to win B ladder.
Right. And John Short, you know, not only has he won it, he's got
the
him
best time ever.
And his team, 489 is his state drill record, 04 in main transit. And he's got another 4 under his belt at the state drill, 7 in his history.
And
second place on that
list. Not
list.
to diminish what Point did today, phenomenal shot. But when you took 510 and you talk 489, it's like, you know, you're speaking a different language.
I know.
Hey, he's got 2 4s in state drills and only has 9 points.
Yeah.
Here comes Great Bend. Truck slides through. Ladder comes out of the sled a little wobbly. Top rung.
And
Paco making his way to the top.
Nice job by the climber there.
Yeah.
Only 4 4s in history have taken second place. Johnny Short's got one of them.
Time for Great Bend. 6.14. 6.14.
It's a good shot, actually, for Great Bend. 6.14. I bet you, I don't know if you have their stats in front of you there, Twan, but Great Bend, I bet you that's their shot of the year. If not, close to a team record. I don't know if they
want to be number 52 on your programs. The Indians from Seabreeze.
And again, Northern will be keeping their own points today, correct? They still do that?
I believe so.
Where they keep their own points throughout the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Great Bend at a 640 as their fastest, so 614. Best shot of the season.
I think it could be they're close to a team record, if you ask me. I don't know if they've run a 5.
That was a straight ladder there.
Yeah.
You know, a pretty not one of the faster dig times we've seen, but he did a nice job climbing, and ladder went up together.
You bring that back out a little bit, that's a 585.
You talk about teams that have some
Easily.
difficulty. Great Bend at the end of this year, they have a little something going on with a neighbor up there, and they haven't been able to practice as they've always been. They have had to move around, practice and stuff, and they've, that's a struggle when all of a sudden in the middle of the season that stuff happens. They've been the two times in a row, Northern Area champs. Still putting it out there.
Team record for a Great Bend, actually. Oh, and it's already updated on the site.
That's the team record, right?
6:14. It was a 6:21 at the Ellesmere beer truck. Not beer truck. Beer truck trophy.
There's a beer truck?
It turns into a beer truck.
We'll have one of those today or tomorrow.
After the drill, it's the beer truck.
Congrats to Great Bend.
Here comes Seabreeze. On the gas. Wait, they're going to be outside. They're going to have to run to get in. They do. That ladder's coming at us a little bit. That is on the yellow.
They dug outside of the patch.
Outside of the safety zone, rule 1302.
Yeah, they are. We've seen people outside the yellow. They're outside the patch, inside the yellow.
The Minutemen from Manhasset Lakeville.
So here's the last storyline of the day. Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen with a new climber, a team that's been awesome in B-Ladder in the early 2000s with Preston and company. They have a chance, an outside chance, to score a point in this contest. They've run a 587, a 591, a 589, and a 572, their fastest time of the year. Can they find 12 hundredths to break into the mix? That would make Manhasset Lakeville's season in this contest.
The only thing I'm going to say here, and I'm not 100% sure, I didn't talk about it with Stan this morning, they might have a different digger on this group because of what happened last week.
Okay, true.
Okay, so, they might be going to it.
Pretty sure he's probably not digging.
Right.
I think he had a shoulder issue,
Separated shoulder, so.
Yeah, and actually that completely slipped my mind. Forgot about that little mishap they had in C-Ladder.
Thought maybe Sean Fagan would step in, dig it, go back to the old times.
Can't anyone dig, though? Isn't that how it goes? No? Doesn't work that way?
No.
Well, yeah, anybody can.
It's the one spot I'd never want to run. So diggers that are yelling at the radio right now, I'm just kidding. Probably cursing me out. Prima donna ladder climber up there.
I'm going to give you another one. Great Bend on their team record running with a backup driver.
That's good to have.
So
he's the C truck driver, but driving the B truck.
Here comes Stan, bringing them through the lights into the hard break. They are down. Climber is on. Ladder walked a little bit on him. Top rung. Ladder was coming again towards that right side safety. Thrower brought him back in.
I really like how they dig. They go down as good as anybody when they transfer from the truck to the ground. I swear to God.
6.08. 608.
Little stumble in the middle. Maybe that was the difference in that and the 5-6. But man, we need to catch our breath here. What a good two first contest. The Point Pleasant Pea Pickers state drill team record 510 for themselves, obviously team record. First time we think that they've won a contest in the state drill, and they're 7 points out of 10. They have the early lead in the 2017 New York State Championship drill.
Here we go, just coming from Petard, who is a Point Pleasant Pea Picker radio, guys. Pea Picker's best at a state is second in efficiency NC hose as of this moment coming into this B ladder. So thanks, Petard, for updating us. Second in an efficiency shot, second in a C hose. Jeff, Point Pleasant, Petard beat you as you're texting me about 10 seconds
I'm going to
later.
go down there and see if we get a couple point guys over there when they come over to get the trophy. That'd be interesting. So look for me over there.
Yep.
So
Definitely
congratulations to Point Pleasant, and I like to call them the P Quad, 4 P's in a name. The P Squad, whatever you want to call them. 7 out of 10, a 5-10 in the state drill. Congratulations, keep your day going. They have the early lead. So 5-10, first place, Point Pleasant. Second place with 4 points is going to be the Henrietta Old Henrys. They're going to go to 5 for the day. And Point and Henrietta going, second and third last year, first and second this year. Congrats, upstate teams, western teams. That's a hell of a show. West Hempstead's getting their day started. They're going to get 3 points with that 5-15. West Hempstead's on the board, and they started their day. Port Washington Roadrunners, 5-16. That's a heavy number to only take 2 points. But nonetheless, the Roadrunners have started their day. They got 2 points. And the Copeg Yellowbirds, one of only 3 teams to score in both contests, 5-16, grabs them a point, brings them to 4 for the day. Henrietta, Copeg, Point Pleasant,
first place,
scoring in both.
5 points. Number 13, Point Pleasant. Second place, 4 points. Number 46, Henrietta. Third place, 3 points. Number 43, West Hempstead. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 8, Port Washington. And fifth place, 1 point. Number 50, Copeg.
We're an hour and 40 minutes in. When we come back, we're going to play a little C ladder. The P Pickers 7, Islip Wolves 5, O Henry's 5, Hobos 4, Yellowbirds 4, Westerners 3, Roadrunners 2 on top of the arch at the 2017 New York State Drill. We'll be back in a minute.
You guys hear me
Bill
up
Fox
there?
Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship.
All right, I'm over here with the Point Pleasant P Pickers, winners of the leg trophy donated in honor of Wilbur Young, and from also the Lindenhurst Snails in honor of a couple guys from their department. Point Pleasant right now currently 7 points after 2 contests, first place. What about that B ladder shot? Pretty awesome.
We've been working hard all year. Good group of kids, a lot of fun to work with, and we've had a tough season, some ups and downs, and they've pulled it out, and we're very excited for today.
I know you guys had trouble with the B truck last night. You put it all together. You got a couple runs on it. Must be very relieved at this point.
Yep, as every team goes through the ups and downs during the year, we just caught one the day before. Port Washington helped us out. We got us back in business. We're a quarter away of getting our work done today.
All right, great. First place, B ladder, Point Pleasant P Pickers. Back up to you guys.
Thanks. We're going to go to commercial with Fred. Thanks, Paul.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing as they celebrate
50-50. Get your tickets. Watch the people going around with those red tickets. Also, don't forget there's plenty of cold water, cold beer, cold soda. And for those of you from upstate and out of state, plenty of cold pop, hamburgers, hot dogs, and other delicacies for you on both sides of the track. Support the local host and teams.
Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. 2018 Fire Rescue EMS Mega Show takes place February 17th and 18th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. Check out the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear, thermal cameras, apparatus, and more. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is the Motorola Manufacturers Representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire department as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The groundbreaking
to the C contest. Nobody in front of the guardrails at all. What consultations today?
Yeah, we're good. Are we on?
All right, I guess we are live again. Top of the arch.
Yeah, we are.
Here in Weir Street.
Just to give a little update, I'm Paul Susskind of Bayshore Redskins, Rob Noonan, the West Sable Flying Dutchman, Lenny Gombert, St. James Wildcats, Twan Simone, Hempstead Yellow Hornets, and Fred Betts of Angaway. Can't forget him, New Odd Park Termites. You'll see him. Motor Pump, look in the front windshield, everybody.
Anyone just tuning in right now?
8.71.
Doubt it.
Sell by Central Ice Lab. Overtime is 15 seconds.
If they are just tuning in, they're
First team on the line.
missing a good drill.
One on your program, the Snails from Lyndhurst.
Well, guys, we got to see if the Snails can bounce back from what would have cost them, Twan. That 520 would have got them 2 points?
One?
Just would have got one. Okay,
however,
one.
It would have made the top 5 for B-Ladder look a lot nicer because as it stands, a 560 by the Yellowbirds grabs a point. That's got to be the slowest time in years. But we probably got to go back to 02, Rob, that weird B-Ladder year where 5-4s and 5-5s were scoring.
We talked a lot about how it's 1 point here, 1 point there, 1 point there, making it to the end, and you don't know what that winner is. Now, you know, they might not be in it to win it, but you still want to come down the track at the end of the day. Only one team's winning. 4 others are going to be semi-happy, a little bit drunker.
Well,
and 35 others.
Still 6 races to go.
I'm sure they would have been a lot happier to have 1 point right now, Len.
Oh,
definitely.
For sure.
So the storyline is this. The P-Pickers are winning the drill right now, 7 points. And
Islip and Henrietta.
Right. You got the Wolves with 5, Henrietta with 5, Yellowbirds, Hobos with 4, Westerners with 3, Roadrunners 2. Now, you didn't hear West Sable. You didn't hear Bay Shore. You didn't hear North Lindenhurst. Those 2 teams, only 2 events in, 0 points. They need to get their day going. You didn't hear Lindenhurst Snails, first team on the line. That's going to run C-Ladder. They could put it in the 9-0s, have not put it in the 8s yet. They lost the 903 last week with a failed to Grassman hole. That was the same issue that happened in B-Ladder today, so that's something to watch right now.
We're ready to go here, Twan.
I'm sure they're tired of hearing of it.
Rob, you got this?
Yep, I am set, ready to go. I wonder if they're going to have the 1-minute clock on today to see teams getting off the line. But hey, rolls off the line. They're through the timing light. Tommy Weckley looks right in the middle of the road through the cones. See that hard break? They're going to be deep. They just getting off the truck now. I think they're going to be able to walk it back and just put it in the ground. But it just looked like the truck never settled down there, guys. And you know, there was no hard break.
And isn't that what went on at the Hempstead Invite? So that's might be
overtime.
Another storyline
overtime
of this. Of this event.
Yeah, 58 to the cone.
You know, you saw the driver Tommy Weck raise his hand up to the guys on the back.
Number 2 on your programs, the Panthers from Kacho.
Kind of raised his hand. It's a universal signal. I'm not getting out. It's a little too high.
You know, Lindenhurst, one of the teams that you thought would have a couple points at this junction of the day, and they got to be awfully disappointed. They can run some B and C hose, and they can run some efficiency, and they can run a little bit of buckets, and so but still.
You know, reality starts to set in.
When does it set in that, man, this day's not going to be ours? But now we got to scrape. Yeah. Now we got to scratch and fight because we want to come down the track.
Yeah.
And that happens if there's 40 teams running. 35 of them are going to be in that position very quickly, you know, scraping and trying to hunt down a top 5, and looks like Lindenhurst is in that spot.
Yeah, and it remains to be seen. What does Point do in this contest with 7 points? What do the Wolves do? What do the Old Henrys do with 5? Do those teams score points? Because if they don't, then Lindy, couple points, couple events away of back in the mix.
If you're being honest about the times that are put up across New York State, Islip has a couple more races in their pocket than probably Point and Henrietta do when you think about it as the day moves on.
Of course, no doubt.
If you're Point or Henrietta, I think you need to hit this one heavy as well.
Agreed.
And then you got to start really trying to get some points.
And they both can. Both of those teams can.
But what I'm saying is I don't think they have the portfolio that Islip does in the last 5 races after
All
this.
right, guys, we got the Panthers here ready to go. Couple of revs off the C-Truck. They came up way short in B ladder, but they're going to try it now. All right, getting a little squirrely coming down. They pass the hydrant. Truck's a little bit all load already. Straightens it out. Gets that hard break. Comes to a complete stop. Diggers are down. Climber's just kind of walking his way up. Ladder finally makes it to the arch.
I tell you, if you watch that run, Rob, you said it. They were squirrely going all the way down. Joe Zahoski doing a nice job trying to keep it as straight as he can.
12.04. 12.04.
Looked like he was playing with the crown of the road a little bit, guys. A little back and forth.
Programs. The Rebels from Levittown.
We said this at the invite. If you watched a couple of the good teams, they started not in the center of the track, but they actually started up a little bit to the north side. Let's see if that continues today.
Play the fade.
Yep. Basically what's been going on.
Golf reference there, but Levittown Rebels up next.
Some stats going back to the past few seasons in C ladder at the state tournament. The window in 2013 was 871 to 899, 5/8 at this track. 2014 it was 877 first, 910 fifth. Oh, in 15 it was 880 to 909, and then last year 896 to 936. Talking about the window between first and fifth for the past 4 seasons in C ladder at the state drill.
My nephew Matty Mara did a little bit of research for us. He did some averaging, a little bit of math. 878 has been the average place to take, the average time to win first place in C ladder over the last 10 state drills.
Wow, 878.
Yeah, you would.
I wouldn't have guessed it would be that hot. I thought it might have been a little worse than that.
I would agree. I actually went through the numbers, and sure enough, you know, a couple of 860s
Wait
and
a
stuff
second.
early on.
Wait a second, you didn't trust them?
No, I just looked weird.
He's right in that math.
All right, here we go. Rebels coming down. He's off just inside the 150. They're going to be a little deep. He lets him go. They do not put the ladder in the ground. They walk it back, digging right on the perfect ladder line. Climber's struggling to make his way up there. Finishes the shot.
Overtime for Levittown. Overtime.
You go deep like that, makes for a lot of extra work for all 4 of those guys on the
number
back.
4 in your programs, the Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
Now, I'm already picturing it in my mind happening right here, but they can run that, you know, they run that 870 right now, whatever it is. What's your state record?
The state
71.
871, time of the year 875 by the P pickers. That's more to come.
But I could see a 875 right here.
Yeah.
And then their day is going to get started because it has to get started at some point.
You just put a smile on Rob's face when you said that, Paul.
But
So.
you could just picture it, you know.
Yeah.
To put it at that shot in perspective, their fastest this season, and 894 at the CI invite, 902 at the Hunter, 914 Selden, 933 at Lindy. So not the typical times that you see coming out of the Flying Dutchman's camp. However, this is a sport of what have you done for me lately, and none of that matters. And the course is clear for the Dutchman, looking to get their day started.
They just got to run their shot. That's
Right.
all they have to do. I'm sure their shot is an 8. So.
But it's magnified a little, I think, at this point, Lenny, because of what's happened so far today. You know,
no,
it's
I
one
agree,
thing
but
if
you
you have
can't-
8 points and you, let's go run a shot. It's another one, man. We need to get started.
But you can't let it get into your head.
No,
either.
well, I think it's just human nature that it's going to be.
First couple teams have slid. What does Frankie Miller do to adjust? Do you run your shot? Do you play the game?
All right, here we go. West Sable. Frankie Miller puts it in gear. He rolls it out through the timing light. Looks pretty straight down the track. He's off right at the 150. He's going to have to get on it hard. Truck stalls in the break.
Straight ladder.
Straight ladder comes up, makes the grab.
You know,
Mikey Mara not happy. You can see, is what it is. You can just hear him all the way up.
they run a 62 to the cone, which is pretty much what they've been doing all year long. But he murdered
Time
the cone
for West
right
Sable. 13.02. 13.02.
He normally
Which he's
does
been doing
take
it,
it
which
to
he's
the
been doing it,
cones,
which he's
and
been
I
doing
think when he went to pull him out, I think it would have been a little deep, but I still think they would have been around the perfect ladder line.
I agree.
And had plenty of chance
On the
to
line
put
to
the
be
shot
number 5 in
together.
your programs, the Buckeyes from Merrick.
You could see him standing up on it, trying to get it stopped, and sometimes that just loads it up like that, and you just don't have that pedal to get the gas there.
Has that happened at all this year, Rob?
I don't remember it happening to you guys like
has
that. Here at the
not
tournament.
where it's completely shut down like that. It's bogged down once or twice coming away. So
an unfortunate mishap for the West Sable Flying Dutchman. It happens to the best of them out there. Sometimes that the floats are an issue, and gas doesn't get through the truck.
looks like there's a problem on a starting line. They're pushing. I believe it's going to be Merrick's C-Truck backing out of the way.
And that's going to bring us to main transit up next. Yeah, you know, what's the mentality back there? You know, if you're, I mean, West Sable, ladder, synonymous, you know what I'm saying? it's kind of us against the world at this point. Circle the wagons and let's show
Your
somebody
attention,
we can run these
please.
5
Merrick
races.
is on a 20-minute breakdown.
You know,
On the
you're
line
right.
to be number 6 on your programs, the Slowpokes from Maine Transit.
For many, many years, and going back to Warren Horst's years, West Sable been a powerhouse in the ladder events. And just to give everybody an update on the survivor pool, they're putting the stats together. After 3-man, we had 209 total entries. We're usually right around 200, and 62 were eliminated in 3-man ladder. 52 of them took West Sable. So we'll continue to give you updates on that.
How many guys are left?
After B ladder, I don't have every single stat, but after B ladder, looks like we have 73 left.
Okay.
So you lost.
And getting back to West Sable for a minute. Sorry to cut you
well
off
more than
there,
half.
Rob. Yeah. West Sable, 2000. This reminds me of that 2010 day. Nothing out of ladders. 18 out of the final 25 to come in second place.
Yeah.
And just so you all remember, 17 points won the state championship last year.
Oh,
So
it's
don't
not
count
over.
them out.
Oh, I'm not
Of
counting
course
them out.
not. I know we're not counting them out. I'm just putting it out there for the casual fan.
They could reel off 5 like nobody can.
But that's good. That is what they're going to have to do.
They're gonna have to.
Yeah.
All right, Maine Transit Slowpokes.
Here they come. Main Transit bringing it down. Gets off about 155. They're off to the side of the digging patch. They're right on the edge. Climbers in. Kind of making his way up slowly. Gets his grab.
How close are they, Paul, to that safety rail?
Yeah, they got
Couple
a
inches?
couple inches, maybe 2, maybe 2.
As Rob said, the truck got a little bit to the side as
Time
they come
for
into the
Maine
patch.
Transit, 10.55, 10.55.
We mentioned it in B
74.
ladder. How most of our digging marks are
Number
to the
7 on
south
your
side of the
programs,
patch.
The Bucks from Deer Park.
To the short side stands, if you're watching on the video. The crown of the road tends to bring you just a little bit that way.
Deer Park Bucks as we go back-to-back orange.
Yeah, it looks like Deer Park has put it in the 9s twice this season.
Yeah, that would-
965.
That would put him in first place right here.
Yeah, 965 right here at our invite, at the Hempstead invite, I say, or 977 at the CI invite. So back-to-back weeks of 9s. They did not run in North Belmore. So still, like you said, no 9 on the board yet. Only 3 teams have completed the shot, 2 overtimes, and then a 10, a 12, and a 13. C ladder, looking back at the Hempstead state drills, we've seen some heavy numbers. That includes state record 871 by the Hobos just here a couple years ago in 2013, and 860 by the Ice of Wolves back in 2009.
Different C trucks, that's the only gauge problem there. Here we go. Coming down the track, Deer Park. He's off about 160. He's doing a lot of steering. They get off to the side as they come in. Climber did a nice job of getting on. His ladder's a little bit straight, but
It's going to be a 9 right there.
I was going to say, close to our first 9.
61 to the cone.
Time for Deer Park, 9.72. 972.
Is that their best time?
No, 65 is their
Okay.
second best time.
On the line, number 8 on your programs, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
Rob, you made mention he was doing a lot of steering. You typically don't want to see your driver pulling at the wheel that much.
Oh, man, he was soaring, right?
But a nice job, and again, they're climber. He doesn't have the prototypical body for climbing, but boy, he likes to eat it up.
He did a real nice job with a straight ladder there.
He's a little Mike Etzelish, no?
Yeah, you could say that. A little shout out to Mike.
Yep.
Guys, this is a big shot right now. Port Washington Roadrunners, they got their day going in B ladder. Missing 3-man, 516 in B ladder got them 2. In my opinion, the best C ladder team on the track this season. They run just going through the tournaments, not in fast order, but this season, Selden 921, Nassau County 925, 9 flat at CI, an 884 in Hempstead, a 909 last week in North Belmore. They have a consecutive scoring streak going for the season, and they need a shot right here. They'd love that 884, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they are consistently a good motorized team as you go through the middle of the day, and they need to grab as many points as they can in these contests. With West Sable where they're at, this is a team, it could fall to them to have a chance to go into those last bunch of races.
All right, let's see what Port Washington can do. Danny Salerno behind the wheel. He's got the track. All right, it's like they're just about ready to take off. Gets on it hard out of the hole, approaching that hydrant. He's off about 160. Locks him up. Long lock up. They go into the ground hard. Kylos, that ladder's falling down. It hits the guardrail.
No, let me tell you.
Just misses Donald Reese.
No.
Luckily, did not hit anybody.
They lost the digger when they went to the ground, and it made the difference. Not only that, when he got off the truck, he was tossed. He was never with the ladder when it went to the ground. His first step off threw him, and he went down the street, and that's why that ladder went, because I thought the drop was good. I thought he was in a good spot. I thought they had good speed. It was their normal drop.
But look at these guys completing the race. How about that?
When the digger got off, he was just tossed. And
all right, Kyle Lewis finally grabbed.
Man, I got a little
You give him an
nervous
overtime after that? I would think once the ladder hits the guardrail, it's
Yeah,
probably got to be a no time.
52 to the cone, but man, I thought it was setting up to be a good contest. Danny was on the break right. He dropped him, but I'm telling you, the right side digger, he just disappeared from the picture.
You made the call, Rob. They almost took out one of their own spectators over there.
And that got me.
Washington, outside of the safety zone, rule 13-02.
That got me a little nervous. That's usually where our local committee's lined up, and thankfully everyone's okay over there. But man, I got a little jolt right there. That's where the old man usually stands. He's sitting in the bleachers today on the north side, which in fact is filled to capacity up to the first 10 rows under the new shade. Haven't seen that in a while. Looks good over there.
Yep.
Maybe we should put that shade a couple rows higher. Yeah. So the Carl Place Frogs come to the line. That truck look familiar to you there, Newton?
Yes, we've been on that once or twice, Juan.
Running with the C truck formerly owned by the Hempstead Yellow Hornets, and before that the Roslyn Highlanders. This truck was part of the state championship in 2006. Bunch of 8s and C ladder to the credit, bunch of low 12s. Carl Place Frogs have been having a couple of issues with the front end on this truck this season.
On the line number 9 on your programs, the Frogs from Carl Place.
I heard they made a number of changes to the front end.
Yeah, I believe that was Brody's
It's
call.
their truck and they can do whatever they want, but it did stop really well when we had it, so I hope it stops well for them now.
And who knows why, you know, drivers like different things, I guess. I don't really know. I've never driven a truck like that before, but, you know, he wanted it his way. Let's see if it responds the way that
I don't know that they've had much practice from what I was told since they got it back, so let's see what it does.
The yellow frog.
Yeah, the truck is yellow with
it still has all the Yellow Hornet
green frogs on the back,
striping and everything on it, flames.
And I just, you know, I got a text from Mike McCann saying they wanted Yellow Hornet shirts for the C events, and I completely forgot about that. Sorry, I hope you got them from someone.
All right, here go the Frogs. They're off to the north side of the track a little bit. He brings it back. He's shaking his head. He stops hard. It looks like the thrower just lets go.
Right.
How do you do that to your digger?
I don't know.
I would really be unhappy if I was digging right now.
I agree with you, but you know what?
Climber too.
I don't think, you know.
At least he held on to the ladder.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it affects everybody.
For Carl Place.
Yeah.
That's something we always talk about. You never bail out on the ladder.
No,
You're
absolutely
counting on
not.
those other 3 guys.
Whether you like it or not, you can't let go of the ladder.
On the line number 10 on your programs, the Hicks from Hicksville.
That looked like their first run of the year, you know. That looked like they got a little squirrely, and you saw Brody shaking his head, and that little squirreliness magnified for the guys on the back who aren't used to it. They ain't run it all year.
For 3-man ladder, we'd like to thank the following: the Victory Chemical and Engine and Hose Company, number 1, for their donation for the 5 trophies in 3-man ladder. And a B ladder, we'd like to thank first place donor Delta Gamma chapter of Omega Gamma Delta. Wow. And second place, Delta Gamma chapter of Omega Gamma Delta.
Wow. He's got a
Rouse
mouthful
is
there.
like an Animal House.
I can tell you.
He doesn't squeal for that.
Yeah,
but the 510 of Point Pleasant.
Delta Gamma.
What'd you call
I'm assuming that's a fraternity or sorority from one of the local colleges, Juan. Could you help us out on that one? You weren't involved with the trophies?
Yeah, that's the Malloy College chapter of, I have no idea.
So Hicksville has an opportunity here, wide open.
Yeah, 9:46 is their fastest of the season. That was at the CI invite. But listen, they need to get their day going if they want to maybe come down the track 4th, 5th.
And some of these things are just gradually heading towards Point Pleasant again.
I know, man. And they have the time of the year with 875.
And you talked
the
about,
crowd could go wild. They're looking for
about
double
the
digits.
Cav and now the Warren Trophy.
Yeah,
and
that's
we
right.
just saw a couple of hairy runs right there, guys. So let's see if we can get some stability back to this.
All right, here we go with the Hicks there through the timing light. Looks like he's got a nice ride coming right straight down the road. He's in that hard break. He had to come to a complete stop. Couldn't let him go. Doug Chiz is on the ladder. He's got a good climb going, but he just had to stop. Yes, exactly. He did not get out from under him.
Time for Hicksville. 10.06. 10.06.
79 to the cone. I mean, he just didn't let him go. Like Rob, you said he
on
couldn't
the line,
let him go.
number 11 on your programs, the Tomcats from Baldwin.
They didn't come to a complete stop, but you can't get much closer to the complete stop than that right there.
They were all out of sync, and then you could see the ladder dropped. right? The thrower and the climber. They had it up and it dropped as they got off. There was no mow.
Yeah, but as you guys said, he could have got out. I mean, it wouldn't have been crazy hot. Would have been a nice run, actually. Would have put him in a really good spot.
Tomcats.
Yeah, Tomcats, they put it in the 10s, which right now would give them some points. They've actually put it in the 10s twice. And I almost just said they ran a 9:32, but that was a running ladder at the old-fashioned championship.
Come on, Twan.
Well, if they ran from the C ladder start, it's a hell of a run.
Yeah, it's not bad,
We saw a couple of teams in B ladder try that.
Yeah.
9:72 by the Deer Park Bucks, the only 9 on the scoreboard in the early going of this C ladder contest.
Coming up with some heavies after that.
Yeah, we need to polish up the top 5 a little bit. Lifetime in C ladder in the stage row, West Sables won 11 times. That's the most. The Rough Riders with 8, the Hobos with 8. So the Hobos have a chance to break that second place tie. We're talking about a subplot.
All right, John Coughlin bringing the Tomcats down the road. He's off about 180. After that hard break, ladder climber's on. He's kind of working his way up there. Nice job.
Yeah.
We've talked about this climber here and how he looks pretty good and is, definitely got a good future if they can keep team together.
And 67 to the cone. So
Time for Baldwin. 10.10.
67 and they were out. Like I said, about 180 he came off the break. They are a bunch of young guys, so I'm actually okay with that. Let these guys learn.
The Redskins from Bayshore.
I just watched the driver looking off the backside of the arch when he heard the 10-10. He was very happy.
Yeah,
Hands in the air. They're celebrating. Again, if you run your best run of the year, I don't know, Twan, if you got
that's
the
what they
numbers
did, yes.
That's their best shot of the
and
year.
you can see that climber.
And that's what you want to do.
That climber could grow into it. He had like little sparkles right there when he was climbing that. He got a good ladder, good momentum, he'll be able to get it done.
Looks like he fought it a little bit, but he pushed through it. So, I mean, a lot of determination.
A lot of this has fallen to the hands of the Bayshore Redskins, too. I mean, Bayshore, like we said, those last 3 contests, if they could score heavy in C ladder right here, they're back. To me, they're back in it.
They need to score, though, because, 0-0 back-to-back. 9:34. Their fastest of the season was at the Suffolk County drill.
Nobody will drive this better than Mole. I can almost guarantee you that. It's just getting it done from that point out.
So do the Redskins get their day started? Track is cleared for them.
All right. Here we go. Looks like it's in gear. Mole takes him away. He's through the timing light. He's off to the north side a little bit. Brings it back down. He sets the truck down. Lets him go pretty hard. Skippy's in. He's got a good climb going. Ladder hits. He misses the grab.
I'm telling you.
He came up just short, maybe 6 inches on the grab.
They had to leap to get in, but the way that ladder went in, it would have been a real good time.
You're right, Paul. They had to jump to get over the yellow line.
But they all went in together.
They did
No
work
time
together.
for Bayshore. Fade Grassman Hole, Rule 13.03.
And 9:01 would have 9:01. 9:01. Well, Chris, what was the time? 5:07. Man.
So again, they had a lunge to get over the yellow line. Skippy was on and going.
Number 5 on your programs.
But
the Buckeyes from
let me say this about that. Bayshore's had their problems with the diggers not being able to go down. On that one, it worked to their advantage the way they go because they did normal, but because they were so far out in the pit, it was to their advantage. Skippy got on the ladder, just missed that top. 9:01.
The angle of that ladder, he just didn't seem to have the momentum. He's a little bit vertically challenged
and ran out of room. He ran out of room.
He just didn't have enough to push off.
Yep.
I mean, that ladder is falling away from him, right? Already when they're way out like that, and just didn't have enough to do that last surge to get the top run.
Who's this?
This is Merrick off their breakdown.
Okay.
We got Point Pleasant on the on-deck circle looking to continue their
struggling. Who's getting away from him?
Big day.
Yeah, again, if you're just catching up with us, Point Pleasant leading the tournament after B ladder with 7 points. Tie for second, Islip and Henrietta each with 5. And then I think there's a couple teams with 4.
CI and Copeg.
So.
And we talked about this with Bayshore now. Bayshore's almost in that position where they're now, unless it gets real spread out here, like Lindenhurst. There's now we got to fight and claw. Let's get down the track.
All right, here we go with the Buckeyes. He's off about 160. He's in that hard break. They dig a foot or two outside the perfect ladder line. Climber goes through the top rung, regroups, really kind of doesn't really snap the grab, just kind of reaches up and smacks it.
Truck just didn't sound right.
For North Merrick. For Merrick, number 5 on your program, 11.75, 11.75 for number 5, Merrick.
All right, guys, the shot we've been waiting for here.
Here we go.
Listen, 9:72 by the
line to be
Bucks.
number 13 on your programs, the Pea Pickers from Point Pleasant.
Like myself, you guys have been around this sport quite a few years. When's the last time you were looking forward to the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers in the state drill coming down in C ladder?
Yeah, here we go, guys. They lead the drill, 7 points. A couple things going to happen here. They could go to double digits coming out of ladders. They could win the Sham Trophy. Obviously, they just want to score to keep their day going.
That's all I'm telling you.
With the run of the year under their belt.
972 is the number.
Right
so
there for them.
But I don't think 971 really wouldn't be something they'd be real happy with right now.
No, they got it. You know what?
They want to put it in the 8s right here and make everybody else behind them come get them.
Yeah, golden opportunity.
You got to stay within yourself right here. We've talked about it. All of us have been athletically where we've been in this position before at these tournaments like this, and just got to stay within yourself. Don't let. There's nobody else racing right now. We're just racing ourselves.
That's right. Run your shot. 875, 886, and a 910. They're 3 best of the season.
All right, Point Pleasant looking to pad their lead. Here they go. Right down the middle of the track. He's off about 160. Kind of brings it a little bit slow. Lets him go. Climbers on. He has a little stumble. He regrouped, but then he caught it again. He hasn't been able to get up there. Real disappointing for the climber there. They gave him what they needed to.
That's a heartbreaking miss. That one, that's a gut shot. He lost his hand, it looks like, in the middle, and then it kind of just caused him to stumble.
Time for Point
Pleasant. But it was going.
11.84, 11.84.
I don't think the lunge helped him in that one right there. I thought he didn't get that same mount, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't able to
catch it
and go the way he did in B ladder. But he still had his opportunity, and it still would have been
first place.
A good first place for now. But I mean, a good shot that I think scores.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best ride for Point Pleasant right there.
Number 15 on your programs, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Did you guys get a cone time? I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I didn't get one. Yeah, I'll get it to you. Chris Perry. Cone time. 53 to the cone.
Okay,
so I mean, the truck's motivating.
good.
But you know, I agree with you, Lenny, because I think the way that the truck started to fade to the right, I think maybe he wasn't used to that a little bit, and it started they're steering a little bit. And I thought he might have slowed it down too much. They were out a little bit. I mean, we're talking split seconds and hairs.
Right.
But it wasn't the comfortable run they wanted to run that 8.8 with. Riverhead Ironman.
So that's going to give Islip and Henrietta.
It's not just them. It gives Bayshore, West Sable.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people now.
Wolves, hobos, down the list.
Whether just the fact that they're not scoring spreads it out some more.
Definitely. Okay, here we go with the Ironmen. They really kind of roll through the cones. They're fading to the left. The truck gets really wide. He's going to have to get on the brake pretty hard. He came to just about a complete stop. They got a straight ladder. Climbers working really hard to get up there. It was a nice job. Never a fun ladder for any climber to climb.
But you know what? That straight ladder was nothing compared to the ride he just took.
I was just going to say that. They don't care how straight it was.
Time for Riverhead.
He was happy to see a straight ladder.
11.44, 11.44.
Talk about straight. They're happy the truck was straight when they got off of it.
I mean, we're seeing a little cock here, a little cock there. In the back of that truck, that's a hell of a lot of movement. You actually saw the ladder slide left, slide right.
And now you're taking your mind off of your timing.
Line number 16 on your programs, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
Not that there's anything you can do with it. You got to trust your driver, obviously, but now you're thinking about something you shouldn't be.
Yeah, he did a good job. He brought him in. It started to get real. He started really going one way.
He recovered well,
he
but
did. But that ladder was moving back there.
It's a little scary.
But when you're on the back, all of a sudden your thoughts go to something other than, okay, I got to get off the truck here and climb for a quick second.
Right.
But it's just so magnified when you're back there. It's a lot worse than it looks.
Yep.
All right, waiting for East Farmingdale to get the white flag.
Yeah, 10:63, their fastest shot of the year. 9:72 out there, first place right now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's been that type of contest. We had some.
But there's a lot of people happy about that. As much as I'm disappointed.
I know.
There's some people happy
I'm
about
disappointed as a fan. I was kind of getting on the point bandwagon.
Right. Here come the Hares. A nice ride off about 155. Slides a little to the north side as the ladder goes into the ground. Another straight ladder. Climber gets on. One of the officials grab it. A-Rock grabs the ladder just to hold it.
Yep. Climber got started a little late, but did a nice job after that on a straight ladder.
They're the first ones that far over.
Time for East Farmingdale. 10.64, 10.64.
Yeah, already commented on it in B ladder. There is not a. That's the first dig mark.
17 on your programs. The Cubs from Copenhagen.
Inside the 6 foot on that north side of the patch. First team we've seen actually bring the ladder to the other side of the crown of the road.
It's like if you look at the brake marks, the left side tires, there's nothing where they break. Nothing. It's clean. Copenhagen Cubs. Wide open for the Cubs. What do we got for the Cubs this year? They can put themselves on the scoreboard halfway through this list. 972, 1006, 1010.
Yeah, man.
1055, 1064 by the hairs. Fifth place.
Looks like 1136 at the, what is it, Louisville Invitational?
Yep.
1082 at the Copenhagen Invitational, so they put it in the 10s.
1064 though, they got to have their run of the year. Shane Henry, let's see what he gets. See if he's wearing his phone. And his,
all right, here we go. Making their way down the track. Kind of fade a little to the left. Copenhagen, they're going to have to get off and then run to the patch. Climber is on. Ladder hits Arch pretty hard as he finishes the shot.
Yeah, Smokin' knew it. You could see him shaking his head when we got down here. He knew he was left and out.
Time for Copenhagen. 11.18, 11:18.
You saw
line
right
to be
there.
number 19 on your programs. The Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
I mean, Copenhagen runs, they got to do a little caught ladder to get in there. And then at the end, they were still, all right, we got to finish this race. You saw Bill Henry, he was banging the ladder. He's like, all right. Because they are recalculating the points for Northern Points.
Your attention, please. Area mechanic and local committee with Speedy Dry to the loading zone, please. Local committee with Speedy Dry and an area mechanic to the loading zone.
Copenhagen, Great Bend, and Ellesmere, probably the three teams this year up in the northern area that are competing for overall points in these contests and their overall Northern Championship. So, they got to finish that day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an important subplot with that.
North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers, they need to get a day started.
Do they ever? So far, North Lindy's day, 684 in three-man ladder and a 706 in B ladder.
It's never going to be an open as it is right now.
North Lindy, a couple years removed.
All right, Scott Rice spent a lot of time driving on his track, just not this surface. Let's see how he does with him. He brings it down the street. He's off at 160. Looks like he's got a nice drop there. Ducky's in. He's got a good climb going. Just what they needed. Good grab.
That's a great run right there. 53 to the cone. And I'm telling you, Scott gave him the great ride. He was on a frozen rope. Lets him go perfect. It's going to be a good number. Rouse might get a little puberty.
Lindenhurst, 8.92.
It starts that day.
92.
That's going to start the day for the Knockers.
It's going to get them started, and like you said, the run started with the ride Scott gave them, just straight down the middle of the track. Good speed when they got off. Everybody did their job. They got an 8.
Their second 8 of the season, their fastest time of the year, 8:92. And there's something to be said about Ducky running C ladder in the state drill. First place in 2014 with an 8:77, and first place last year with an 8:96.
On the line to be number 21 on your programs, the Blue Jays from Sable. All
right, so I got a question for you guys. We heard Rouse say before, get the
to remind everybody, while they're running down the track there.
Yeah, you thinking about C-Host?
Behind the fence, there is a FDNY Fidney, which is New York City Fire Department NASCAR modified race truck. You're welcome to go and view it. Any donation you want to make, you can sit in it, do whatever. Any donations.
Can we take it for a ride?
Yeah.
Will go to the orphans and widows of the firemen.
Do whatever. It's got a back seat.
So what is the loading zone? That's what I was getting at, guys. Is it the left side of the track from where we're standing?
No, it's the north side, Len.
Okay. So that's where they're bringing all the trucks through, though.
Yeah, because they're warming them up. They're keeping the hose side clear.
But if there's oil and stuff, he's going.
No,
way
he's
back.
on that
They're
side.
keeping it on the side of the course that we're not running on.
And honestly, way
where
back.
they're just warming up their tires and whatnot.
I think the loading zone they're saying it's down the road there. That's what I think.
It looks like it's in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, good.
Blue Jays.
All right.
Open for the Blue Jays. 1-8, 1-9.
Yep.
Couple 10.
Don Corkery, Sable Blue Jays. Here they go. Got him coming down the track. It's like a nice ride there. Kind of bounced a little when he went into the break. Get to a little bit of a complete stop. Climbers on. A little hit to the arch. It's probably in the top 5 right now, but
wasn't that kind of weird when he sat it
went into the break? The whole truck looked like it dropped really hard.
0.23, 10:23.
10:23 is their third fastest
number
of the
22
season.
on your
If anyone
program.
wants to know.
The Slowpokes from Selden.
And it's now our 5th place time. 10:23 is going to be 5th currently.
So we got the 8:92 by the Piston Knockers, 9:72 by the Bucks, and then 3 10s, huh? 10:06 Hicksville, 10:10 Baldwin.
Can't do it. I'm right.
10:23 Sable Blue Jays. Top 5 right now as we approach the midpoint of the scorecard. Selden Slowpokes come to the line. Not much on the team summary for C Ladder this season. They've had one completed shot. I don't even know if they've run it.
No, they haven't really.
In the beginning of the year, they weren't running ladder, so they
Yeah.
only just started a couple drills ago.
So you're hoping for, that straight run down the track, complete a shot. They ran a 13:38 here at our invite.
Oh boy.
So
somebody angry.
Point Pleasant, we're talking about, they're going to have 7 points. That's the number right now if we're talking about the Cab Trophy and the Warren Trophy.
Yeah.
But we have a bunch of other teams that can catch that 7.
All right, Selden closing off the top half of our scoreboard. Here they go. He took it right to the 150. He better get on a break. They're going to go way deep. All right, they're walking the ladder back, putting it in the ground now at the 6-foot line. Oh, bringing it over to the side. They actually almost hit the yellow as they walk the ladder back.
Yeah, after roll that, don't hit the yellow. 56 to the cone, but I thought
Time
he went
for Selden.
over it.
14.83. 14.83.
He didn't give himself a chance to really stop the truck there.
On the line to be number 33 on your programs, the Turtles from Westbury.
That truck's actually been running pretty well for them. And Davey bringing them in just a little too hard.
Yeah, that truck, like you said, Rob, I don't think it ever sat down.
All right, Westbury Turtles to the line.
Turtles 1023 is the number halfway through the scorecard, but there's still a gaggle of teams down here at the bottom that can run a heavy number, though we are running out of them.
Yeah.
Take out Bayshaw's 901, put that in the mix, you'd have, 2 down there at least.
That was the number, huh?
Yeah.
With the no time, 901. Yeah. Tough breaks there.
Tough breaks.
It's happened at the state drill before. The ultimate miss.
Yep.
West Sable would be 98, right? B ladder record 481.
Yes.
There's been a lot of failed aggressment holds here. I've done it in the first place shot in 3-man ladder. It's been well documented. It happens. It's part of the game. It's an unfortunate part of the game.
Yep.
It looks like Westbury's got the track.
Yeah, not much doing for C ladder this season for the Turtles. It looks like a 10:33 is their fastest this season. And that was here.
Go a little better than that to get in the top 5 right now. Let's see what they can do as he brings it to the cones. He's off about 160. It's almost a complete stop. Diggers do a nice job putting the ladder in the ground together. Climbers up there and gone. It's close to their best shot of the year and close to that 10:23 maybe. We'll see.
Time for Westbury.
Haven't had really good numbers here.
10.03.
Ooh, okay, they got it. Best time of the year. So,
and it's third.
hopefully for them,
third place.
they walk away pretty happy right now.
That moves 10-10 to 5th. That's third place overall.
On the line to be number 34 on your programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
Seemed like Merck might have eased off the brake a little bit to drag him over the line.
I thought in the break he felt the truck go. He was doing a little steering. You could see him tense up a little bit more than you thought he would. I thought, that might have stopped it. He'd stop a little hair longer. That's what happened. They were ready to go on the back. I think that could translate to a 9-7 easily.
Oh, I think so. Definitely. All right, Hagerman.
Hagerman with a great opportunity.
I was going to say, I think the numbers are in line for them right now.
Hagerman on call place this C-Truck after call place shook their head on theirs.
I often wonder about Hagerman. They win the junior state tournament, or they come close to winning it at least. It seems year in and year out. Where do these guys go into seniors? They're all merged on the junior circuit? Is that what it is? Or they're just kind of...
No, not merged at all. It's the Hagerman kids. But they do take some, I bet you, from Patrick and stuff. But
yeah,
I don't know if a lot of them translate to 5-1. But now they are, more and more. Now it's starting to, and that's probably the reason why this team's gotten so good.
All right.
Haven't really run it. Yeah, haven't really run C ladder this year. Go ahead, Rob.
Come to Gamblers. They're a little north. They're almost outside the patch at this point. They are halfway out of the patch. Is it going to stay in play, which it does? Climb had a little bit of a struggle making his way up there, but
if you look at theirs, they're outside the digging patch on the north side, which is very rare in the shots today.
Time for Hagerman. 10.79. 10.79.
Seen plenty of teams come up short, but this is the first time I've seen more than one team ever go outside the patch, right or left. Then this patch is relatively wide.
Well, if you think about it, then when they got off the truck, if you watched it right there, they actually ran towards the middle of the track.
They tried to correct it a little bit.
The Termites from New Hyde.
They could have almost put both spikes outside of the digging patch.
That's how far out they were.
Luckily, this is a new surface, but it's definitely going to have a couple of holes where they weren't expecting.
At the HEMPSTEAD invite, I wasn't up top, and now that I'm seeing it, I'm curious, Rob. The track itself, the crown, having an impact. Don't you think? I mean,
think a little one, yes.
I mean, it's a different characteristic now of this track, and it looks like teams are going to have to make an adjustment year in and year out now. I mean, I didn't really quite see it from this vantage point.
I agree with you, Twan. We talked about it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing with this new track.
Yeah.
Sea Ladder is the race most affected. I think.
All right, here we go with the Termites.
4 9s this season for the Termites.
Mike Athena's bringing him down nice and straight off 155. He's in that hard break. Lets him go. Great drop. Climbers in. It looks like a good shot. He's got it going. Needs a good grab. All right, there is going to be our second 9 of the day.
He's going to fight with that 72, I think.
I think it's got that.
Park, 9.52. 9.52.
So 9.52 Noyd Park. That's going to slide right into second place.
Thought the climber did a great job mounting and keeping the momentum.
I thought he kept his momentum almost to the top, maybe a little bit at the top for the grab, Lenny, but you're right. Did a good job getting to that top there. 9.52, second place shot. So we got 8.92, 9.52, 9.72.
The Hobos
10.03, 10.06. 10.06 from Hicksville, currently 5th place.
Hopefully we won't be talking about those shots anymore. Let's keep it real for the state drill.
Here's one right here, Central Islip Hobos.
CI's licking their chops right now.
And this is a big shot for these Hobos. 4 points on the day. They have a shot at the Warren and the Cab trophies.
Yep.
They need to run a number, though, in order to do so. At least a second place shot if they want it.
This truck is always running hard, so it'll be interesting to see if Danny can play the crown a little bit, keep it straight for the rest of the Hobos, and see what they can do.
If you remember back to the invite, he was very squirrely coming down, never got out of the gas, let him go hard down here. I don't remember what that translated to, but
he drove very hard. That C truck was doing a little bit of movement.
Dancing.
Let's see if he can straighten it out here, but he definitely drives a little bit on the harder side, but always seems to put him in the right spot.
They got the new diggers in this too as well, I
Yeah,
assume?
Ricky McCarthy is digging with Ryan Murphy here again. Here we go.
He lifted those
He
tires.
goes north. Brings it back to the center road. He's off. Takes that little tap break. It's going to be hot. A little bit of a straight ladder. David Miller misses on the in. Has a quick recovery.
Slips again.
I'll tell you what. Slipped again on his second, I guess, recovery. And if he is able to hold it after that first miss, he's still probably in a mid-9. It might be 9.5.
A little bit deep, but that was climbable.
Time for Central Islip with penalty 11.27. 11.27 with penalty.
42 to the cones. That's as good as it's gotten all year right there.
Now
42 in ladder. You almost get gonged. You're 300ths away from getting gonged in the ladder.
Right.
That's hard to do.
And you got to keep it out for that for C Hos. 11.27 the time for the CI Hobos overall. Out of the money. So they're going to end the day in ladders with 4 points. They're out of the running for that cab trophy and that Warren
Line number
total ladder
41
trophy.
on your programs.
Once again,
the Little Squirts from North Greece.
At this point, nobody's getting that double digits where you say, oh man, we got a big mountain to climb. This is West Sayville, Bayshore, Port. It's right there.
The Wolves can do it.
It's still there, but they
You're
can't.
right.
They can get to double digits.
Actually,
they can get to 10.
The only 2 teams left that could do it are the Wolves and the Old Henrys. They both have 5. Everyone else is under 5.
And Islip's in the on-deck circle. You know, if you're them, you got to like how this contest is shaped up for you.
You mentioned Henrietta too.
Yeah.
Henrietta not with the best C truck out here,
right?
But the times have now translated to them getting big points.
I think they ran a 9.1 recently this year. So
get to that.
All right, North Greece rolls through the starting light. He brings it right to the 150. It's going to be deep. Good recovery, straight ladder. Climbers on. He's working hard, going straight up. Gets a decent grab out of it. A-Rock grabs the ladder. Our official here, safety-wise, nice job.
10.06 is the number.
Time for North Greece 10.34. 10.34. On the line, number 42 on your programs. The Wolves from Islip.
So, Twan, you got some numbers for us for Islip this year?
Yeah, I mean, if we want this event to pick up right now, let's pick. Islip needs a shot. 9.54 for the Wolves this year, and a 9.31, and a lot of overtimes and no times.
Not a little surprise.
Not their consistent contest this season. But again, what have you done for me lately? They've had 3 different throwers this year, I'm being told, and 4 different diggers. Or
but
spikers.
I believe they have their
team back.
Their better thrower, the one they'd prefer, I guess.
Well,
their original thrower, yes.
I thought Robbie Allen did an admirable job when he came in. I thought he did
better
well.
might not have been the word, but the guy they've been running with Josh side by side for probably a few years now, right?
Yes.
Islip has scored in C Ladder in the state drill 3 out of the past 4 years. 880, another 880. And then again a 936, which is
I mean, literally, just run.
Yeah.
Just run. Just complete the contest. This is what this is right now. Clean shot, big money.
I mean, you beat a 952.
That's
second
clean
place
shot.
right now.
That's easy for the
Yeah,
Ice
Mikey
Bulls.
Welton, 2 revs. Oh, looks like 3. Sorry.
Throw one for extra speed.
Rolls off the line. Here he goes. He's got a nice straight. Wow, Taya's got a little squirrely, but he stayed in it. Good break. Josh is on. He's got a great climb going. Oh, he misses 3/4 of the way up. Probably the step before his grab.
Wow.
Oh, that's.
It's a punch in the
gotta
stomach.
be,
It's the same slip as Point Pleasant.
Tough.
Those are
Time
tough.
for ice
They're
slip.
tough.
10.37. 10:37.
So the race was basically 3/4 completed, but they couldn't finish it.
The ladder team did a nice
43
job bringing the ladder to the arch. They didn't bang him. They just missed.
61 to the cone.
So you want to talk about an event shaping up for a team. The West Hempstead Westerners now on the line. 3 points on the day.
But a heavy shot for them. And
Could take 5 here, and they could win. They could win the
trophies.
Yep, that is correct.
The Warren and the Cav trophy.
Right, and West Hempstead's year this season in C ladder. 902, 899, and a 906 are their top 3.
Falling right to Henrietta right here. Yeah.
West Hempstead, of course, on their home track here, so feeling confident.
Well, their last 3 weeks, they've been 906 or better the last 3 weeks.
Right,
Their last 3 drills.
892, the heavy number.
Yeah.
But then, boy.
West Hempstead 889 in 2015 at the state drill, 915 last season, 898 and 14, and 891 in C ladder. They have a 4 consecutive year streak going, and probably scored in 12 prior to that too. I'd have to go back and check the archives, but
Westerners with a real chance to seize the moment right now.
All right, on their home track.
Yeah, this is a big shot for West Hempstead.
Well, definitely had the most C-truck passes of any of the drivers here. Let's see how Kenny Brome does. Takes him away. He's on comes it up to the hydrant. He's off just outside the 150. Locks it up. A little bit of a pause, but Craig Hayes is in. Too much momentum into that staircase. When that ladder hit the arch, it hit too hard. He missed halfway up.
It got past that point right there, and then the ladder just went.
I thought it was a bit of a conservative trip for them right there.
Time for West Hempstead. 11.58. 11:58.
They're only about 2 feet over the yellow line.
I think the truck hiccuped a little bit when he went to let it out.
There's a little bit of a delay in the truck, definitely, Paul. But listen, all the parts were still there. Those guys just needed to get that ladder to the arch a little bit softer
On line
between
number
those diggers and
45 on your
thrower.
programs, the Rinky-Dinks from North Belmore.
So now we look down the scorecard a little bit more.
Man. This opens up for Henrietta.
Henrietta could win that total point out of ladder trophy, the Warren Horse trophy,
and have
the Cav
double
trophy.
digits. Well, they
could.
get 9. I don't know if they're going to run the 8s there, but they can go. They can go with 9. Boy, they just got to finish the contest, you know.
And if they miss, it's possible that 7 points wins the trophy, and that's the lowest ever. I mean, think about it. Everyone's guaranteed at least, 5 has got to be at least the guaranteed lowest, right? Or 4.5.
This goes right to West Sable. It just falls for, as hard as it's been for them today.
Yeah.
7 points coming out of this contest, even 8, goes right to West Sable.
Well,
and if the teams that have 7 and 8 are Henrietta and Point Pleasant, who don't have the runs that the other teams do in the next 5 races,
it kind of helps
West Sable,
everybody statewide. Yeah.
And let's not jump too far ahead.
Right,
North
exactly.
Belmore on the line right now. They could put up a seat.
That's right.
Yeah.
North Belmore this season, a couple 10-0s. It looks like a 980 is. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 947 last week at the North Belmore invite. So there you go. A couple 9.8s after that.
All right, here we go. North Belmore bringing it down the street. The Speedwagon 2000. He's off right at the 150. Hard break. He lets him go. It's going to be really warm. One of the diggers rolls. One of them was able to hold on. Wow. Needed to stay in that hard break just a little bit longer.
Even if he stays there, Rob, I think he's under.
North Belmore outside of the safety zone.
They will fly
13.03.
Does look like they roll okay, but very hot drop.
Even if he holds it, that's gauche right there. They're under there.
I mean, you're hot and deep, so that.
You know what, to me, that was
you.
the state tournament. I'm a little deep. I'm a little hot. I gotta let you go. You catch it, we catch it. Because outside of that, it was going to be no time anyway.
Now,
man, but aren't you on the line saying? We just got to run 940.
Yeah.
Line number 46 on your
They could have
program.
played the game a little bit.
The Old Henrys from Henrietta.
So
hey, come on, it's a
the
state
focus
drill. We all
now-
get excited.
I know.
We all get excited, and let's see if the Old Henrys can keep their cool and put up a shot.
So Old Henry's coming off of a 909 at the Spencer Port invite. They also have a couple of 94s, 2 to be exact, and a 95. Running with the old Hempstead Yellow Hornet C truck from the late 90s, mid to late 90s, I should
some
say.
runs on this track. Dialed in. Is it dialed in today?
So yeah, it's dialed in. So 2 points will get him the overall total ladder trophy, the Warren Trophy and the Cav Trophy.
Well, they'll tie. 2 points will
And
tie.
2 points will tie with Point Pleasant. That's correct. And
Go figure.
And what's fourth place in the contest right now?
Fourth place is 10:03.
Okay.
And then 10:06 is your number.
Who ran the 10? Oh yeah, the 10:03 by Westbury. There it is.
Yeah, and 10:06 by the Hicks.
So run a 9, and that could guarantee them that trophy. You know.
All right, here we go. Henrietta
They want more than that. though.
trying to seize the overall point lead in the drill, win the Cav and the Warren Horse Trophy. A little bit of a pause on the line for dramatic effect. Here we go. Through the light. Got a nice ride coming down the street. He's off about 160. A little too much break. They're going to have to run to get to the patch. They do. Josh Marshall still got an opportunity if he could have got the climb in. Actually, that's still going to be in points, guys, I think.
Even with the slip?
That truck just started going away from him, and he did the best he could to save
Let's
it.
see. Let's see. What was fifth, Paulie?
They really
10:06.
Maybe
Henrietta,
not. Oh, yes.
9.92. 9.92.
It's actually third right now.
Fourth.
That's third. Fourth?
Fourth, I think. Right, there's an 892, a 952, a
972. Right.
And they're not happy with that, obviously. I mean, the truck just stopping really hard, really well. Chuck had to drag him over the line. They had to lunge over the line. Amazing that they scraped something out of it.
Number 47 on your programs. The Stump Jumpers from North Merritt.
So 10:03. 10:03 is the number right here.
There's still a few teams, I think, though. 10:03 is...
Is it time to start going through the archives to see the last time a 10 took a point in C ladder?
You know it's going to be high
Twan
nines.
get all excited over there.
I just hope the Wi-Fi cooperates, Lenny. I'm going to do a lot of clicking over here.
Big smile.
He's
on
excited to
his
be clicking, but I don't know if I'd be excited to look that up. That's really not something that...
I'm going to start at 1990.
Well, great to talk about.
So North Merrick comes to the line. Now, North Merrick has an opportunity to run a mid-9 right here. I thought they'd run maybe a couple of good C ladder shots before the Hempstead invite. It's good to see that the truck's back out here a couple weeks later. Last time they ran, we saw him come to the front of the arch, but not out the back of the arch. Parked it underneath.
Here we go. So far, I could find 1984, 10-13 by the East Meadow Meadowlarks took a point.
It looks like he's a little bit to the left, doesn't it?
He's lined up a little bit to the south side of the track or to our left.
That's not where I want to be if I got to choose.
He's going to have to bring it back the other way. All right, here goes.
He's pulling him down. Now he tried to get it back.
All right, he kind of straightens it out. He's going to come back a little bit short. They're going to have to run to the patch. They actually lunged too far. Climber's in, though. Does a nice job.
Driver did bring it back a little bit, but it might have affected his drop. I think he could have come in a little hotter.
Yeah, they did a lunge and a half. You're right, Rob.
10.41. 10:41.
They lunged 6 feet into the patch.
Yeah, they only
you should be lunging 6 inches into the patch.
Right. So the Farmville Bandits come to the line. Farmerville with a great opportunity here, scoring a state drill. They've run some pretty good
number
C ladder
49
this
on
year.
your programs. The Bandits from Farmingville.
What's their best shot this year?
Yeah, 917 at North Belmore last week, 10,
okay.
and then a bunch of 10s. So that I mean, you go from a 917 to a 10, it's a big gap, but 917 at the North Belmore invite. Took 3 points last week.
Yep. Farmingville with a couple of top 5 finishes in some major drills, which they had never done in their history. Did it twice this year.
You know, we always talk about the one event that takes a dump at the state drill, and it's C ladder right now. We're watching it. You're in the middle of it. However, 5 teams are going to score points.
Yeah.
Someone's got to take them. I think it's going to be 1984, the last time a 10 took a point in C ladder.
Well, not there yet. You got Farmville, you got Copeg.
Correct.
Copeg actually has an opportunity to wrap it all up. They could get points in the contest and the Cav and the Warren.
All right, here we go with the Bandits, bringing it down the track. He's off about 165. Lets him go hard. A little too much. Oh no! Climber falls off the ladder. Ladder kind of turned on him as it went up. He fell about 6 feet. He actually looks like he's okay. He's gonna
I wouldn't climb that one.
He's going to get on there and try and give him a lot of credit for
resiliency
there.
The ladder was sideways and he started to climb it. I give him a lot of credit.
I don't know how he got on it.
I'm telling you, if they stick that, it's a hell of a drop. And he was on it.
Number 50 on your programs. The Yellowbirds from Copeg.
Well, that was a hot drop. I think with experience, that team right there will handle that better a year if they can keep those same 4 guys.
I agree.
Because there's a lot of teams out there who would have said, all right, give me that drop today, and I would have been real happy with it.
What was the number? Overtime for the Bandits?
Yeah, that was an overtime. I'm trying to get a 5-0. 50 to the cone, so boy, you can't dial it in better than that.
No, that truck's been running great. They've actually had to dial it back, and he looked like he got off it a little early, but he dropped them pretty warm. Again, we talk about aggressive drivers, Rob. Eddie's one of them, and they were going for it.
North Lindy back in the mix. And how about the New Hyde Park Termites?
Yeah.
They have 4 points in this contest right now, and basically they've won Motor Pump the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
Perfect track for them, road Motor Pump.
And you talk about coming down the track at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You get the 8-9 points. I mean, they did it with 6.5 a couple years ago. We just mentioned that earlier.
But Kopeg, man, you got to be rooting for Kopeg.
Kopeg beats a 952. They're winning the drill, and they win a trophy.
They're walking out of here. Well, they're going to get a pickup truck to get that thing out of here.
Do you think they know it back there?
Absolutely not.
961 to the Kopeg Jelleberg credit. They did it twice this season.
They have to know that the 5 is
All
there.
right, here they go. Come Kopeg. Big shot for them. He's off to the south side a little bit. Good correction. He's got to let him go. Ronnie's in. He does a nice. Oh, he bicycled it, made a recovery, and then missed again.
My God. Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is the ladder contest nobody wants
Time
except
for
for North
Kopeg.
Lindy.
11.13. 11-13.
It's going to be Teddy's boys. Holy cow.
Oh, the Teddy. Now listen. Okay.
All right, on for
I
breakdown
forgot the
number
Teddy's
20
boys
on
got a
your
breakdown.
programs. The Teddy's boys from Oyster Bay.
And I don't know if Manhasset, did they run in Sea Ladder?
Looks like they're back there.
They got an outside shot to score here.
Again, it's not the prettiest, but it's entertaining. I mean, and the stands are full. Great job by West Hempstead.
But that guarantees the Point
CI
Pleasant
for Sheep.
Peat Pickers, the Cav Trophy, and the Warren Trophy. Guarantees it. Point Pleasant gets it. 7 points. Nobody can top it now.
You are correct.
Actually, the
You're
992 would be a tie, right? Henrietta gets
who's
2
got the
here.
992? Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It
So
would be a tie.
So it's a lock for Point,
right?
Not for Henrietta.
If someone beats the 92 but doesn't.
And the team on the line, the Teddy's boys, have run 2 9s this season: a 970 at the North Belmore Invite and a 994 in New Hyde Park back in early July at the Invite for the county.
All right, so they have a chance to put themselves on the board and give Point Pleasant the overall lead in the drill and a slew of
hardware to go home, right?
Leg trophies. All right, let's see what they can do. Here we go with the Teddy's boys. Darryl Ronaldo driving him right down the middle of the road. He's off about 155. Gives it a little quick break. Lets him go hard. Climber's in. He's got a nice climb going. They banged him a little bit, but he climbed through it.
Much better drop for the Teddy's boys this week than in Hempstead.
Yeah, a little slow getting on.
Is
but
it
once
going to
he was
beat that
on, he was quick.
992? It's close.
64 to
Time
the
for Oyster Bay. Number 20 on your programs. 9.64.
Yes, it does.
9.64.
So that's going to give it to Point Pleasant.
Beats Deer Park also.
It's going to give the overall ladder point trophy to the Point Pleasant Peat Pickers. Congratulations. It's official now. Well, almost official. The contest has to be finished. But that's awesome. Congrats. The Pequod bringing it home with 7 points. Now we got to go back in history and look back. The lowest amount of points to win at a ladder.
Cobras from Great Bend.
I mean, it's got to be that. I mean, just think about
How
it.
can it?
I don't remember anybody having less than 10.
I mean, think about it. 5.
Maybe the year when it went down to the 6 or 7 teams at the end. I think it was real low that year. What was that?
What year? 14?
Yeah, at Ridge.
Give me a minute. I'll look it up. Oh, that's on the new website, huh? Give me 12 minutes.
You know, hats off to the nose from New Hyde Park. He predicted this yesterday. Real low scoring tournament. He was talking maybe 15 points to win it.
Great Bend Cobras.
Hopefully we have some Disneyland water coming at you. I heard some good numbers earlier today in the morning.
992 is now the 5th place shot. So, but Henrietta Old Henry's, and they would love to get another point out of it.
What do we got here, Paulie? Great Bend?
This is Great Bend Cobras.
All right, Cobras. We commented on their climber and B ladder. Let's see what they go. Oh, the C truck gets off. He's going to have to get on and break. They're going to be way underneath. Hopefully he does not take it away.
No, they were off. He stopped it under and let
All
them
right.
get off. The Tim Irie, who's their normal C truck driver, is driving the B truck today, and
It looked like he lost kind of his
Time for
sense
Great
of where
Bend.
he was.
14.33.
yeah, he was fading so much.
33.
Looked like he got a little
Now,
nervous.
he finally got on that hard break. He came
On
through
the
the
line,
digging
number
patch.
52 on your programs. The Indians from Seabreeze.
Excuse me? 14:33?
33.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was more worried about left to right than about
Yep,
stopping.
I agree, Lenny. All right, Seabreeze Indians, and then it looks like Manhasset is going to run it here. I know Stan was worried about they might not run ladders today, but they are, and then I think Manhasset has a chance to run a 9 in here as well. So North Lindenhurst winning this contest, going away, 892. Who would have thought it would have been this spread out?
6/10.
Teams are just knocking themselves in the head back at their camp. They could have, would have, should have done it. Then you're going to go to the 952, right? That's still second. New Hyde Park,
Correct.
Then you go to Oyster Bay's 964. Third, 972 by the Bucks, coming in fourth, and the 992 by the Old Henry still fifth. 2 to go. One of them
so
has the track.
A 10 to score in Sea Ladder will still remain.
Yeah.
With the 1984 state championship, the last time that happened. East Meadow Meadowlark, shout out to the first ever state champions.
Tweety Bird.
1946.
You talk about
was a great
teams
year.
back at the camp banging their heads. Usually you have a couple of teams doing that. There's a lot of teams doing that today.
But there's also some
8 to
teams,
10.
You got the thing West Sable Bayshore like, wait a second here.
Okay, here comes Seabreeze. They're making their way down the track. He's off at 165. Truck kind of got a little assy. The right side digger goes down the ladder. They kind of just guided in as the climber fell off.
It's no time. It's no time.
They already hit the yellow line.
Yeah.
You got one of their racers with the helmet off.
And they got no time for any number of
No
different
time.
offenses
Seabreeze
there.
outside of the safety zone, rule 1303.
Another one, that truck, when it sat down, it really got a little crazy, right, Rob?
Yeah, they kind of
On the line,
like the
number
ass kind of
53
kicked
in the
out.
programs, the Minutemen from Manhasset Lakefield.
It did look like the one digger actually fell, though.
When he came down, he never
He got
really
it in the
righted
ground
himself.
somehow.
He went kind of right down to his shoulder.
Yeah.
And now North Lindenhurst is in the mix.
Yeah, big 5.
And they could play some hoses.
Can't put a 4 up yet. Manhasset could beat that 52, I think.
Trying to get that number for the fewest ever to win the total ladder point trophy. Having a little bit of difficulty getting it on here. I need a traditional score sheet. Because what I have is, brings it up by events.
You mean
anyway.
You mean the old school one?
Yeah, listen, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to hate on it too much. It's got some good features, like the live updating with the Ellesmere team record earlier, right? I think it was Ellesmere.
No.
Who was it?
All right.
No.
I forget.
Great Ben.
Great Ben, thank you.
To finish up our Sea Ladder contest, 992, the time to beat for Manhasset to get into the top 5. Stan Dybus behind the wheel. Let's see how he goes and gets him down the track. He's a little on the north side. He's staying a little to the north side. Ooh, one digger rolls as the ladder went in pretty hard. He's actually, hopefully he's okay. Stay down there for a second.
So that's going to give New Hyde Park 4 points. They have to be awfully joyous.
Time from Manhasset Lakeville, 14.03, 14.03.
Oyster Bay is going to have 3 points.
And congrats to the Teddy's boys, too. They've been getting it together in ladders. Look, I know it's not your typical time that scores in the state drill, but nonetheless, it did score this year, and they've been doing the right thing. They've been doing the work.
Deer Park's going to get 2, but Henrietta going to get an important point right there. They're going to go to 6 with that 992. What was the time on Manhasset?
They didn't announce it yet.
Yes, he did.
Did they? I didn't get it there.
What was the time for Manhasset? 14:03. Somebody's listening. All right, so first place is going to be North Lindy by a long shot. Second place is going to be the New Hyde Park Termites. Third place, Oyster Bay Teddy Boys. Fourth place, Deer Park Sea Ladder. Who would think it? Fifth place, Henrietta.
Henrietta, the only team to score in all 3 contests today. But it's not enough to take home the total ladder point trophy because they have only 6. Point Pleasant.
All right, I'm going to go down here for a little
is a team that's going to bring that one
presentations.
Home. Are we keeping it live for that? Is that what you did before? Okay. Okay. Ladies and gents, listening at home, if you're looking for a great state drill, it's shaping up for that. I know that Sea Ladder was not the greatest contest, but you know what? The state drill is known for one event. Always, having that your non-typical event, and hopefully it was Sea Ladder, and hopefully the rest of the day will be heavy. However, what it does for the point totals is awesome. You have the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers winning the Warren Horse Trophy and the Cav Trophy. That trophy is for the total points coming out of ladders at the state drill. They've win it with 7 points. That's got to be the lowest point total to win that trophy. I know 8 has won it. We were on it 8.5. I keep, so 7. I'm going to think it's got to be the lowest. We'd have to go back to verify that.
But how about the idea, guys, that every team is still alive in this drill?
Oh,
7 is first.
Yep. Just let Bill do his thing.
Sea Ladder contest. First place, 5 points, number 19, North Lindenhurst. Second place, 4 points, number 36, New Hyde Park. Third place, 3 points, number 20, Oyster Bay. Fourth place, 2 points, number 7, Deer Park. Fifth place, 1 point, number 46, Henrietta. Total points, the completion of the 3 ladder events. Deer Park, 2. Port Washington, 2. Point Pleasant, 7. North Lindenhurst, 5. Oyster Bay, 3. New Hyde Park, 4. Central Islip, 4. Islip, 5. West Hempstead, 3. Henrietta, 6. Copaig, 4.
7-6-5-5, 4-4-3.
Good time for everybody to go get something to eat, drink, plenty of cold water, cold soda, cold pop, cold beer, plenty of hamburgers, hot dogs, and other delicacies on both sides. Don't forget the truck over here on the north side of the track. This time,
we're going to throw it down.
Paul Susskind has a statement to make down at the bottom. Pay attention, please. It's important.
Paul going to second here. I think he's just going through some last minute. Twan, just how many teams have points already?
11, I believe.
11 teams through ladders, which is unusual. Usually, typical state tournament, you see 13 teams score. 11 already on the board as we await Paul to start. Down below, he's down by the trophy stand.
Again, how many times have we seen in the state drill, guys? Teams are running away 10, 12, 13, and not the case today.
All right, we're going to throw it down to Paul. If I can just, he doesn't have headphones, so he's trying to just do this through eye contact. Again, Point Pleasant will be the winner of the James Cavagnaro Trophy donated by the Bayshore Redskins and the Warren Horse Trophy donated by the West Sable Flying Dutchman.
And it looks like they're waiting on the rest of their team to come over, guys. I see them walking on the south side here.
And they do it with a 661 and 3-man ladder, a 510 and B ladder, and man, what a tough slip in C ladder. He was on and gone. It was an 1184 for no points.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
With 7 points today, the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers are the winners of the New York State Drills Overall Ladder Championship. With this achievement, they will receive 2 trophies for 3-man B ladder and C ladder. 1 trophy is the James Cavagnaro Trophy, donated by the Bayshore Fire Department of Bayshore Redskins. Luckily, it'd be a good friend of mine in his memory. And the 2nd trophy is a brand new one today. This beautiful trophy in just a beautiful case. And this trophy, as well as the Cav Trophy, is going to be presented annually at the New York State Drill for 3-man B ladder and C ladder as well, in the name of Warren Horst. From 1969 through 1978, as a member of the West Sable Fire Department Flying Dutchman drill team, Warren Horst was simply the best ladder climber on the track and arguably the best in the history of the sport. Over a 10-year span, his consistency and innate abilities helped lead his team to 2 New York State championships, 28 tournament victories, and he was involved incredibly in 26 New York State ladder climbing records. Beyond his accomplishment on the track, Warren was forever giving of himself to the fire service, the drill team, and was an inspiration to the next generation of Flying Dutchmen. The records in ladders that Warren was part of were 7 state records in 3-man ladder, 7 state records in B ladder, 3 state records in C ladder, and 9 state records in individual ladder. So the West Sable Flying Dutchman and the West Sable Fire Department have dedicated in his memory this trophy to Warren Horst. I'm with the winners of this trophy from the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers.
First time in the history of the Pea Pickers that they've won this trophy.
At this junction of the drill, you guys are still winning the tournament, but when you think about the accomplishments of somebody like Cav, of course, who's a 1992 state champ, and Warren Horst, who's just done so many amazing things, what does it mean to be bringing this trophy back to Western New York?
Well, we've been racing since 1935, so we have a great appreciation for the history of the sport. We had the pleasure to stay at West Sayville in June for the Joe Hunter. They were great hosts and put us up. We shared in a lot of their history with them, so it's truly an honor to take this trophy home today. Great group of young kids here, led by Thomas Champion on the ladder team, our veteran driver, Bob Catone, Mikey Passero, Danny Ott, and Josh Manellis. Great group of kids. They work very hard.
Awesome. Congrats to the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers, the leaders after the first 3 contests today, and the winners of the Cav and the brand new, beautiful Warren Horst Trophy. Good luck the rest of the day, fellas. Back up to you guys.
And Warren, just to add a couple stats, he would have won his own trophy 4 times. 1971 with 8 points out of ladders, 1972 with 9 out of ladders tied with Bayshore, 1975 10 out of 15, 1977 the first man to sweep ladders, 15 out of 15. Only 2 other men have swept ladders, Chucky Doyle being one, Mikey Mara from the same West Sable Flying Dutchman being the other. Obviously, there are diggers and throwers and first men and second men involved. We're just giving the credence to the guy putting out the light. But a nice dedication there. Congrats to the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers. When we get back, we'll have a little hose test. Will Disneyland be here? Come down to Hempstead. 7 points is first. Then we have 6, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 3. Live on top of the arch at the 2017 State Championship. We'll be back.
All right, Fred.
The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is the well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York fire departments, including Central Islip, to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com. The Titan Group is your trusted name in the customizing industry. As a one-stop shop for all your racing team needs, we spent another off-season fine-tuning our skills and equipment to bring you limitless possibilities. As always, we offer all our in-house services, including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of our team ordering website system. Choose your products and logos and we'll do the rest. Members pay online and their orders separated and delivered. Need to see samples? Browse our vendor catalogs on our website, www.titangrouapparel.com. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to see what every team is wearing this season. Or visit s4apparel.itemorder.com to buy a Titan Racing shirt. Call us at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Seskine or Devin Robinson on the track. All late, all day. Gear up, get on the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Nobody knows Myrtle Beach golf packages like Myrtle Beach Golf Desk. Come experience the simple, easy, no-nonsense approach to your next Myrtle Beach golf vacation. Since 1991, Myrtle Beach Golf Desk has been saving you time and money on top-notch golf vacations. For small groups or large fire department events, start with Myrtle Beach to ensure that every aspect of your trip is perfect. Proud to be returning as a New York State Drill Team sponsor. Visit
www.golfdesk.com. We're up to $4,500 at this time.
Firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personnel personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State Drill Teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. 2018 Fire Rescue EMS Mega Show takes place February 17th and 18th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. Check out the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear, thermal cameras, apparatus, and more. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State Drill Teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire department as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is the well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now SDI has paired with New York fire departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com. The Titan Group is your trusted name in the customizing industry. As a one-stop shop for all your racing team needs, we spent another off-season fine-tuning our skills and equipment to bring you limitless possibilities. As always, we offer all our in-house services including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of our team ordering website system. Choose your products and logos and we'll do the rest. Members pay online and their orders separated and delivered. Need to see samples? Browse our vendor catalogs on our website, www.titangrouapparel.com. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to see what every team is wearing this season, or visit s4apparel.itemorder.com to buy a Titan Racing shirt. Call us at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Seskine or Devin Robinson on the track. All late, all day. Gear up, get on the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Nobody knows Myrtle Beach golf packages like Myrtle Beach Golf Desk. Come experience the simple, easy, no-nonsense approach to your next Myrtle Beach golf vacation. Since 1991, Myrtle Beach Golf Desk has been saving you time and money on top-notch golf vacations. For small groups or large fire department events, start with Myrtle Beach to ensure that every aspect of your trip is perfect. Proud to be returning as a New York State Drill Team sponsor. Visit www.golfdesk.com for more information. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT cylinder accountability tag system
please. We have 4 cars which must be towed. They're all right next to each other. They're in the far corner on the north side, down the west end, far northwest corner of the area. They must be moved or they will be towed. The first one is a Ford Edge DRJ 4364. Next to it is a Chevy Blazer GCW 8348. Next one is a Kia Sorento HKN 9655. And the last one is a Honda Pilot HFJ 6719. They must be moved or they will be towed. They're in the far northwest corner of the area here, in the north side, over in the northwest corner.
Welcome back, everybody. Generally what you would regard as the first half of the day is done. Ladders out of the way. What time we got?
We are at 12:06.
So 3 hours. A little longer than.
Everybody, please, has to be behind the guardrails for this contest.
Yeah, that's with the host test being done.
True. We're ready to go.
Scotty Clark.
Yeah. What?
It's Rob. Safety rope.
Can you get over there?
I can't because I have the camera. I gotta untie it from that side, right? Rob Scott pitching in on doing old-time safety crew here, joining back to his Hempstead roots.
They got it.
Actually, Joe coming up. Jojo Simone.
So we have now an interesting drill. You guys, I'm sure, were talking about it.
Yeah, the one thing I'll just preface with, I had said to Twan, and while you were down below, 11 teams already on the scorecard with points. Yeah. 11. So, we're looking at 25% of the teams or more racing are on the card already. So what's the, you don't see that this early. Usually you have like 6, 7, 8 teams on the card. And West Sable and Bayshore aren't on the card. Correct?
West Sable, Bayshore, Lindenhurst.
Lindenhurst.
Not on.
So those are 3 teams that typically would score some nice points.
Yep.
Just to give you an update on the survivor pool, fellas, there were 73 survivors after B ladder. There are now 6.
Yeah, well, I'm out. I know that.
I mean, that's incredible. I mean, it just goes to show you that C ladder wasn't what we thought it would be.
Obviously with Port Washington, Bayshore, the Dutchman, not scoring points there. Lindenhurst, teams that can score people, I'm sure had them on their cards. But I made it through B ladder.
How many left?
6.
6 people.
Am I one of those?
The next contest is the C-Host contest.
You don't remember what you put?
State record is 11.93.
I'm out on the West Sable.
Held by East Iceland.
No, I'm out.
Overtime in this contest is 20 seconds.
I had 2 of them.
First team on the line, be number 1 on your programs, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
471.
471
is our water time. A couple of weeks ago, we were here in the 482 range. A couple of weeks back, right?
Yeah, 480.
When they had the water test Thursday night, Thursday day, excuse me, it was 471.
Yeah, he's right on. Let me say something about this little pool. If there's 6 people left, they have to be 6 people that have no idea about racing and just threw names out there, because what people in their right mind would go through the ladder contest and not write West Sable down somewhere?
Well,
right?
you just insulted 6 people that made a donation. So
Lenny, it's better than insulting the other 200.
So here,
right.
Here comes
Lindenhurst. They got to get on the board now or never.
Audie, you got it?
Yep.
Okay.
They have the track, rolls out. Werkley bringing him in. Pretty straight line. Yep. He's across the
now
coast. Fades outside. They are off. Water's in the hose. See what they can do up top.
I don't think it's going to hurt them if he can blast it.
He does!
I'm telling you,
it up.
we said it earlier, the right-hand turn is way better than the run-in every time. This is going to be a heavy number.
I had 699 handle, and it's going to set the tone for the contest.
1.
2, Rouse. Bill, 2.
Uh-oh.
Well, what happened?
I don't know.
He's eating a hamburger. I thought he was joking.
1.2.36. 12:36.
I don't know if you got a handle on that, Lenny.
No, I didn't.
I had 699, guys.
I'm telling you right now.
Pretty good. I'm going to see if I get a cone time.
I'm telling you right now. Brennan comes down. It's deep, and they fade it to the middle a little bit. He jumps off the side of the truck, makes a huge right-hand move, and he connects but throws the sticks very quickly.
Right.
His body, he's got that little bird body. His body does not fly by the hydrant. He flies into it, so he's able to get the handle.
Number 2 on your program.
What a difference.
But I thought it,
gotcha!
As the truck faded out, just at the end of the hard break, I thought it faded a little bit, like a little jerk back in, and actually threw him to the hydrant. Threw him at the hydrant, nice. And then Weck does a great job bringing the guys up top and laying them off.
And the target, it saves the whole thing.
Yes.
I mean, he blasts
to the target. So listen,
353 to the cones. Anytime you hear a stick time better than 7 flat. I had 699 there. Anything in the 6s is heavy.
Heavy.
And I think that we might see a few of those today.
So
once again, this spreads out the points because that's scoring.
And that's coming off again. Their B ladder failed to grasp and hold. 520 in the button. Would have only gotten 1 point, but still they would have been on the board already and then coming back with the 1236.
You're right, Rob. Setting the tone. All right, Cutchogue Panthers will bring it up next.
Yep.
Talked a little bit earlier in the day about Drew McCaffrey, former Hydra man for the Cutchogue Panthers.
They have the track here. They roll out, fades a little bit out towards the middle of the track. Little swirly. Now he's starting to come back in towards the hydrant. They're off. Oh! He goes a little bit under the hydrant. Now he's back, ordering the hose. Guys up top have some time. A little fight. Nozzle miss. He's got to get this on.
You know what? I'm going to give him a ton of credit. It's a state tournament. You're going by. He made the attempt. I'm giving him full props for that.
Yep.
You've never seen anybody from Cutchogue jump off like that just now.
But he was going for it. He got off the side of the truck.
Good.
And went right at it.
Listen, it's the state tournament. This isn't a Mary Poppins show.
15.74. 1574.
You know, just to keep with Cutchogue for a sec, we talked about Drew and the unfortunate loss.
I'm going to be number 3 on your programs. The Rebels from Levittown.
Drew, you know, obviously president of Suffolk County, and the outpouring of love that came from all across the racing community has been well documented on the GroupMe site. But I have to just say, an unbelievable, I don't even know what you call it, job, whatever, by his wife Lauren and his parents. They were just amazing through the adversity that they went through with Drew, and it wasn't just this year, you know, but at the final days and everything, they were just amazing, such compassionate people, and I can only just, and all of us can only just wish them the best in everything they went through, and we are going to miss Drew immensely. One of the nicer guys, most well-spoken, loved across New York State, who was always there to help. And let's just say one more thing about this. When you're in Cutchogue, you know, we have, I got to drive the CI for a meeting. I got to go to Lindenhurst for a meeting. I mean,
not easy.
He's driving an hour to a meeting. I mean, really.
You know, the only thing I wanted to reach out and say about Drew was when the one word that came to mind the last couple of years with Drew, everything we knew that he was going through, he's one of the most courageous people.
I agree.
That I ever met. Because you know what? When you went up and talked to him, hey Drew, how you doing?
Yeah.
He'd say okay, and then he would turn it right to you. The courage that he showed was amazing.
I agree, Artie.
Here comes Levittown. Real tight to the hydrant. Goes across the top. Drops the coupling. Now just getting nozzle guys at deep. Water's in the hose. He's actually inside the flap the way he landed. Water on the flap.
That sea truck actually fades off the white lines of the course here a little bit. Over at the gully where you put the water. Making the approach. But he does a nice job not keeping it go to the target. He slows it out. Gets around. But boy,
time for Levittown.
That truck was like a roller coaster.
15.77. 1577.
372 to the cones.
Line
for
number
Levittown.
4 in your programs. The Flying Dutchman from West
If
Sable.
you were asking, Cutchogue's was 381 on the shot before.
I didn't hear you say Lindy. Did you get that at all?
Lindenhurst was 352.
52.
52. So they're right in where they need to be.
And now we're to the Dutch. And man, we've already said everything you got to say about this. But if you're going to say a positive, and it's worked back to their favor right here.
Only
7
problem
points.
I will say is they had some serious. We saw the C truck
bogged down
and stall coming out of the digging patch. Evidently, they had a major electrical issue. The mechanic and the engine.
Really?
Mechanic were working on it, so I don't know how much they can expect to get out of the truck here.
But you know what?
If it's going to run
I
its
don't think it
normal
hurts
way
them
or not.
actually, because in C-hose, you know, you're not giving that hard brake like that, like you're going to in C-ladder. You're a little less than that, so hopefully it doesn't dial out at that point. But also, getting from point A to point B, hydrant to nozzle, C trucks today get down there, he's still going to have time. I would
even
imagine.
if it's stalled coming away from on the top end, the guy should still have a chance.
Yeah, just got to get that dead length out.
But
somebody go pull it out.
It's got to get all the way out, right?
All right, West Sable down 7 after 3 contests. But, you know, you look at that 7, you know, like I said before, Point Henrietta top 2 right now. I don't know if their times translate the rest of the day.
Not coming into some of their stronger contests, potentially.
West Sable ready to roll out. Here comes Frankie bringing him in. He's got a pretty good line coming in. See what Michael can do here getting off. Attacks the hydrant. He's got water in the hose. Can Frank get out?
Be about to target it.
Quentin goes by a little bit. He's got time. Oh, he lost the handle on the nozzle. He had a little S behind him. It kind of shook his hands a little bit, and he didn't get that flap to go right away.
It's 684 on the handle.
We see that from time to time here, Artie. The water
Time
really
to
has
West
some kick.
Sable. 13.64. 13.64.
We've seen Nozzlemen struggle here with this water. It's only 471, but it's still got that hard kick.
You know what happened? He went by and had to get back. So when you come back like that, I'm sure you're not set where you'd like to be as if you came in clean.
You're right, Rob. His balance was a little off. You could see he
On
was
the
a
line,
little
number
awkward
5 on
getting
your
back to it.
programs, the Buckeyes from Merrick.
Yeah, one of those times you needed to just hit that target with that first drop before you get adjusted. Just didn't happen right there.
All right, so you guys are asking who's still alive in the survivor pool. I'm a little nervous here because he's running it. Chris Coward is still alive from Bayshore.
Yeah, who did he put in the first 3 contests?
I don't have his sheet in front of me. I just have the names. We have a Michelle from Bayshore, Justin Russo from Farmingville, Tom Cassay from St. James, TJ McCalgie, it looks like, from North Merrick, and Brian Barnett from North Lindenhurst.
Just give you a quick 2013, last time the state drill's here, 12-12 wins this contest, East Islip. Fastest time run here in a state drill, twice, 12:03. Patchogue in 05, and then 06. Islip, but that's the half.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need everybody off the
Half
fence.
year, half
Back
year
from the
too.
fences, please, so everybody else can see. Everybody back from the fences.
We got a little shout out to Buck, sitting up at the Black River Legion Hall. Watching a little bit of the drill here today. I agree with what he's saying. Western team so far putting on the show. 100% correct on that as the Merrick Buckeyes come to the line.
So Merrick rolls out. Looks like he's got a pretty good line coming into the hydrant. Into the hard break. They are off. Water's in the hose. See if they can get busy up top here. He kind of bus stops them.
They got time with that chuck. Oh, and he just, I'm telling you, the stream was to the right, but something hit that target.
That's a real low 13, I think, for the Buckeyes.
Inside stanchion. He was on the inside stanchion first water.
Time for Merrick. 13.10. 13:10.
Might be talking team record there now.
No, I think Merrick could run a 12.
You think they've been in the 12?
Yeah.
Item number 6 on your programs. The Slowpokes from Maine Transit.
Maine Transit comes to the line looking at a heavy 12:36 by the Lindenhurst Nails. And when you look at that 12:36, where do you beat it? You said 6'9" water on. I think it's a target hit that's tough to beat. Where do you beat a 12.3? Maybe a little faster water on?
I think,
maybe a little faster hose?
Well, I think the hose is the one that can come into play.
Yes, they can pick up a 10th or something. We didn't get the water through Lindenhurst hose, but
You're not gaining anything on that hit. Like you said, he was all over that target.
Most C-Hose championship, wins in a state drill. 9 by Patchogue, no longer with us. Second, 8 for St. James, no longer with us. Third, East Islip, who had 5 in a row, not running today. They have 7.
It still hurts.
So you can gain ground on that stat in the history of the state drill. Maine Transit, again, are typically the perennial Western host of the state drill every 4 years.
And they've done, such amazing things. We talked about that track, but you really got to give the kudos to the Hempstead and the West Hempstead Fire Departments for everything they've done here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's as good as it gets.
Here comes Maine Transit. Real straight line bringing him in. Hard break. Kind of throws him into the hydrant, goes across the face. Still working to put the water on. Stick is now down. Nozzle on up top, waiting for water across the flap.
You could just see how these nozzlemen have the water come out. It's kicking.
He struggled. Yep, he was
see it,
struggling,
right,
Paul, for sure. And the breaker man had his arms spread out behind him, and it still wasn't enough.
Time for Maine Transit. 15.91. 15.91.
It's going to bring us to the Deer Park Bucks, and Deer Park, 2 points now on the board. So,
and again,
they got visions.
On the line to be number 7 on your programs. The Bucks from Deer Park.
And they're going into, again, I'm not saying they're going to run a 12:36, but these are their better contests.
They need help, I think, in this contest.
Right.
B-Hose, I think.
Yeah.
Anybody can run a good shot with this water here today, and I think they can be one of those teams. They hook up.
And in efficiency, we
They're
watched
good.
them run 8 tier.
Yep. And Pump, this is a crapshoot.
Yeah.
But they would have to start hitting. Like
Pump
all of them.
here's the great equalizer.
It sure is. That's what we said earlier. You know, New Hyde Park has to be thrilled at this point.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
they need some hose points, but I think they're definitely capable.
Yeah, I mean, they got 4, right? They got 4 in that contest.
4 in that contest.
They've won pump the last 2 weeks at tracks that have that same type of pump.
Points are being spread around.
I mean, they're in a 6-4 here at the Hempstead Invite. That's tough to beat here.
Local committee, speedy dry to the hydrant, please. Speedy dry to the hydrant.
This will weigh on Deer Park's mind a little bit. A little delay as we're cleaning up a little oil spill up here at the top. And it looks like we have to clean something up down by the hydrant.
And a leaf blower.
This looks like we're going to have a hair of a delay right here. There's a little bit of cloud cover, which will keep the fans happy here. Intermittent blue skies, nice small breeze, but boy, most of those people are packed in under the cover on the north side of the track. Haven't seen bleachers that packed over there in a long time since they fixed those lower sections and they put the cover on.
Rob, I was talking to Twan just during the week texting, and we were trying to figure out, and maybe you might know this, or maybe he texted you, like, when did the pump house here get changed? Early 90s it had to be, correct?
Just trying to think. I was with the Flukes from '88, and we used to have to hook up a pumper on the north side of the track where now is the practice arch. So I'm going to say probably before the '93 state. Right, okay. 93 state was here.
Because 90, I was looking at some old scorecards, and 90, like, 840s were winning B-Hose here. You know, you didn't have those heavy numbers. And then it's about, again, at 93, 94 is when it changed. You started seeing the heavy shots coming here.
Nothing's really changed B and C hose and efficiency-wise since.
Right.
They're doing a lot of cleanup right here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've asked for speedy dry and a blower, so it's nothing a towel can just really soak up.
Now you can kind of see right in front of the target where the seat truck would have come away.
Yeah, they got it back here at the hydrant
oil
too, guys.
spots.
Yep.
They're using some.
Again, that spot that concerns you at the hydrant is the slack man spot. It's right in the middle of the truck where the slack man would be making his little turn into the hydrant.
Exactly, that's where he'd be planning right there, Artie. They're using absorbent pads.
Yeah, and they have him up here. I mean, again, it's more up in the braking length area.
Did you donate some of yours, Len? Your absorbent pads.
Still mad about yesterday, huh?
It was a great line. I have a long way to go today to get you back for that. I got to come up with something good somewhere. You keep talking. I'll figure it out.
I'm sure you will. I'll give you something.
Yeah, now it really weighs on Deer Park. Yeah. If you Derek, do you back the truck off?
It's going to have to. Got to warm that thing back up again, right?
Yeah.
I would say. It's been a couple minutes.
Yeah. Mr. Murphy actually even going
I mean, I think they're good up here. I don't think they need to do anything else up here at the top. I don't know what's going on at the hydrant. It looks like they're about ready. A couple of officials digging their feet in to see if they slip.
A-Rock
funny if they did.
A-Rock doing a two-step down there on some towels.
He's a dancer.
Oh, yeah. Guy can cut a rug. Laura said he's got 2 left feet, but
yeah. Well, looks like we're just about ready.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still playing around down here. It's between the nozzle line and the target. I guess they're concerned about the trucks.
They just actually opened the gate on the hydrant, did a little flush of the hydrant, so definitely passing some time here.
Look at this guy, Chief Judge.
Deer Park.
American adorned hat with the flag, cigar in his hand. Talk about God bless America. Look at that.
Looks like he's got his pins on his hat.
Couple of ice creams in him. What's more American than ice cream, right?
I don't think he's got his headphone in right now, though.
Nope.
Not listening.
Joe Annarella. Co-chief judge today with Mike Megan of Spenceport.
Deer Park has backed off the line.
Yeah.
Well, that gives me an opportunity to talk to Joe, our chief judge here today. Joe, so far so good. A little bit of a delay here, but tell us about how West Hempstead and Hempstead have really helped us out today.
This place is in fantastic shape. They really busted their butts here. It's just like a top shelf A1 facility. The north side, there's hundreds of people. It's just amazing. Nassau should be proud. West Hempstead, they went above and beyond. This is a great facility. I wish we could dome it.
Seems like they're making your job real easy. You seem very comfortable. Thanks.
Yeah, he grabbed that microphone like it was a vanilla cone.
I was going to say, my question to Joe is going to be later on: is he get chocolate sprinkles or the colored ones?
All right, looks like we're just about, I don't know what the delay is down here. Anthony's talking to the chief judge about something. I imagine we're ready.
Yeah, I mean, now it's actually the water's even driving up around the hydrant area. So
all of a sudden it's better for Deer Park.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know what we're doing.
Officials still holding it up. They're all looking at like one spot right there. Ralph Nichols Sr. like rubbing his feet through.
Come on. Is it that bad? At this point, if it's that bad, don't you got to think about the truck?
Again, that was Merrick Buckeyes?
No, I think it's Main Transit.
Or was it Main Transit? Yeah, Main Transit, sorry.
All right. Still a lot of discussion if you're out there in radio and TV land. If TV land, you're watching it a little bit here.
A lot of discussion, but they don't seem to be doing it.
I agree with you.
It's one thing to keep drying it, but they're not really doing anything else.
So just keeping score, Len, I've agreed with you once, and you've agreed with me once. I expect you to agree with me a lot more as the day goes on. There are, like at the hydrant, they're discussing something, but nobody's doing it. Anything about it, I don't know.
Yeah.
You get any info there, Lenny?
Nah, they're still, apparently maybe there's something going on at the starting line. There's oil, I guess, up at the starting line too, guys. That's what it is.
All right, well, while they're waiting on that, let's go over some C-Hose state tournament kind of numbers.
Sure.
Average number to win the state drill in C-Hose over the last 10 years is a 1230.
There it is.
All right.
You've had, unfortunately, it's not going to be 6 years in a row, but for the last 5 years in a row, East Islip has won the C-Hose contest, going back to when they ran a 12 flat and broke the state record. They've also run it with a 12-12, 12-43, 12-53, and then last year, 12-76. Prior to that, New Hyde Park has broke the state record in C-Hose, 12-15.
Mm-hmm.
Going back 10 years ago, 2007, for any Patchogue fans listening, that was the last time they got first place in an event in a state tournament, was C-Hose 2007.
What was the number they got?
12-16.
Ah.
We've also had Patchogue broke the C-Hose record in the state in 1991 with a 12-46, and then again in 1992 with a 12-41.
Little picture of Patchogue on the Bleacher Report last night. Made the film.
Yes, they did make it. Some old 80s Patchogue there.
Record broken here twice. 1271 St. James in 1980. 1215 that New Hyde Park shot in 09. Both of those here at Hempstead for general judges.
Look at these guys. We have two guys with
All right, here we go now with Deer Park. Deer Park is on the line.
Are those official
The track
binoculars?
record is an 11.99. West Sayville in 2006, but it's not the fastest shot ever run here.
That's.
Anyways, there's your trivia.
It's a 1193.
Nope.
Or is it? It's a Joe Hunter drill.
Mm-hmm.
1188.
1186.
So listening at home, Joe Hunter drill is non-sanctioned, so those do not go in the record books.
So you have to follow the guidelines of the rule book.
Correct.
Nothing, you're not really getting anything fishy, especially these days. Maybe in the beginning of the Joe Hunter, had a couple of fishy things out there, but not anymore.
140-foot hose.
No, when we ran it that day, that was a normal hose, normal shot.
Of course it was. Now that we didn't.
I tell you what, it was not. We only have one set of hose. You can't. You got to like take good care of it.
Yeah, one set short. So look at this. We got binoculars. I feel like I'm at the airport or something in the tower. Are those official Suffolk and Nassau binoculars, or these guys actually bring them from home? Two sets.
I think Pete's got a set in the.
Two sets of binoculars. What's he looking
Paulie,
at?
what's the time frame if there's a delay that they have to?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
They did bleed the hydrant.
They kind of opened it. Is that considered? I don't know if that's considered bleeding it.
Yeah, I like it. They let the air out.
All right, let's get back to Deer Park. 2 points on the day. We said it earlier, Artie.
Yep.
Possibility here, but they would have to hit this, and I believe they would need help. This race after Linehar's shot is shaping up to be a pretty good shot if you can hit that target.
Keep an eye on the hydrant, man. He's been lighting it up.
If anyone's listening back, maybe that updates the website. They're saying it's not updating right now. Maybe just try to reboot that so the website updates with the scorecard. Deer Park on the line. Again, they were sitting for about 10-12 minutes, so did back off. Derek gives it a couple revs. He's rolling out.
He's got it straight.
Yeah, nice straight line, bringing it in. Goes into the hard break, drops him off. Oh! Something comes rolling off. Going
Where?
up to the left side there, right by the hydrant. I don't know if it was a pad off his arm.
I'll tell you, he made the Michael Mara leap, but it didn't turn out the same. And he threw. His hand was in stick motion. If he had clicked it, he was going to be probably okay. But he was looking
Time for Deer Park. 19.93. 1993.
Got to get that stop and step or two in there and really kind of slow yourself down.
He was actually looking for the hydrant to stop him. That's what he was looking for.
You need a little bit more than that.
Yeah. I couldn't tell if he jumped early or they were just deep and he made an attempt. I couldn't tell. I thought he might have jumped
number 8 on your programs, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
You know, that's track experience as well. I just remember there were times when we were going to be deep, but I know the truck was going to stop where I could make the right-hand turn. In that case, you're staying on. Because if you do get off a little early, you have no chance. If you stay on and because you feel that we're going to be stopped and there it is, and you make the right-hand turn, that's better than getting off saying, oh, we might go by a little bit, because then you're going.
Depends on depends on your approach too. How you use to run tight to the hydrant.
Yeah, that's in that situation with a 45. So this is Port Washington, right?
Yeah, Port Washington.
Now all of a sudden they have to see ladder not scoring. This is a big shot for Port. They also have 2 points on the day. Fred, what'd you get for a time for Deer Park? Was it overtime?
1993, so just 700ths under the overtime mark.
With Port coming up. Port. You know, we said it earlier that Port, similar to West Hempstead, would most likely need the 4 speed races with pretty big numbers. So now we've subtracted one of them, which has been a really good race for them all year. Hard for Port to come back and get those points back, which, you know, poses a problem. But if they want to come down the track at the end of the day, now we're into that group as well, this shot right here becomes very important.
Yeah, you just want to get back on track. You want to get your rhythm back.
Well, you can run a 1280 and feel like you're back on track, but that's not going to get you any points.
No.
They need
to
run a run.
They need to get in the points mix, but
run a run. Been a long time since Port hit the track. State drill.
Danny's giving it a couple of reds. Smallwood sticks the arm out. They lean back and they go. Danny Salerno bringing him in. He is off round 1.
Nice job pulling in.
Deep.
Smallwood has to go back, little deep into hydrant. He was looking to bail. He just got a little too deep and couldn't get across. Water on the flat. Not what they were looking for.
Got a cone over there?
Time for Port Washington. With penalty, 13.81. 13.81 with penalty.
3:48 to the cone.
So, you know, Port not usually a 48 to the cone, but maybe he just brought it in that much deeper, and therefore that's also where he's stopping at the hydrant as well.
On the line to be number 9 on your programs, the Frogs from Carl Place.
And that's tough for them. The last 2 weeks, they'd run a 12:64 and a 12:56 back-to-back between Hempstead and North Belmore.
Yeah.
Doesn't help their standing going forward, that's for sure.
You know, the C races have been pretty strong for them, and you know, they're looking at getting 0 out of them.
It's very hard. Your day deflates so quickly, you know. It's just trying to find that inner strength now to keep it going. Let's get down the track. Call Place coming to the line now. You know, Brody had a little difficult time with this truck, so this should be interesting. They probably hadn't practiced ladders much.
Nope.
I'm sure they haven't practiced hose much.
You know, it looked like the last 50 feet is when he really had trouble with the truck coming into the hard break. Seemed okay into the cone. And then as he went to that last 50 feet, it looked like he was really fighting it a lot. Trucks, you know, again, basically haven't had it all year. They took out the front end that you guys had put in. You guys, I think, Hempstead
had
put the Speedwagon front end in. They took it back out, had Chris build a totally new front end, like a Riboli front end. So a lot of work has gone into it.
All right, looks like they're getting ready to go. So far, that Linnenhurst shot is all we have to speak of.
12:36.
Heck of a shot that it was to set the table, but
good way to start the contest.
13-10 by
Merrick's
Merrick.
13-10 is
second place right now.
Pretty good. You wouldn't expect it to get points, but you didn't expect a 10 to score in C ladder either. So who knows?
For sure.
Sean Brody gives it a couple of revs. Guys lean back. Fades a little bit out to the middle of the course.
More than a little.
Yeah,
he's running C ladder.
He's now trying to taper it back in. They are off at the hydrant. Goes across the face. Now water in the hose. Bust up top. Nozzle is on. Target hit.
tell you, he was running C ladder for a second there. He was that far to the middle.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to correct it so quickly. He just wanted to let it flow.
He didn't get squirrely.
Time to call plays. 13.88. 13.88.
They gradually kind of faded to the middle and then faded back.
Donations of trophies in the C ladder contest. First place trophy was donated by the Elmont Fire Department. Second place by the Ridge Fire Department. Third place by the Zarrett family. Fourth place by the Lynbrook Fire Department. And fifth place by Advanced Signs. In C Hose here, first place through fifth place, it's all donated by the Havasey family. We thank them all for their donations.
All right, so that's going to bring us to the Hicksville Hicks coming to the line. No points on the day for Hicksville.
Last week, Hicksville had 9 coming out of ladders at the North Belmore Invitational, and then struggled in hose, and then closed out the end of the day to get themselves, I think, into the top 5.
Yeah.
386 to the cones.
Taking the long way.
Yeah, what I was saying is when Sean went to the center, like I said, he faded to the center. He didn't like fight the wheel to come back. He just went with it, and then he slowly inside the cone started to try to bring the truck back towards the hydrant.
That's just a sign of a good driver. I mean, you guys know you don't want to be whipping that wheel at any point, unless you're going around the target maybe.
I don't know what we're waiting for here, but a couple ambulances behind us.
And it looks like they're switching them out maybe. Wantoa Floral Park. They have 4 ambulances on site, 5 ambulances. Typically you need 2 at a drill just in case something happens. You do need a backup ambulance. Looks like they have 4 or 5 on site. Floral Park, Wantoa, looks like a Hempstead one over there. Can't see the rest of them.
I feel like we're hitting a brick wall here. All right, just slow down a little
At this pace, we're going to be here pretty late.
You know, with this many teams, typically telling him to get his lights off. There we go, lights are off. They had strobes on back there. Obviously could be a distraction to the driver.
All right, come on. All right, there it is.
White flag given now.
Forget about the 1 minute on the line. You're getting about 6. All right?
Too much time.
Too much. Lose the flow of the drill.
Great crowd here, though. I mean, stands are basically 95%
talked about
full.
The new surface here, but one of the things Hempstead did that I wish was here for the 22 years I raced on this track was they put the drains along the side from the hydrant to the nozzle line.
Right.
They used to just be the one drain at the nozzle line and the one at the hydrant, and we'd break the top 2 lengths and drain the top 100 feet and then drain the other one back. Now you can just drain them whatever direction, wherever you want.
This has got
that should make things go a lot faster.
It should.
Yeah.
That hasn't been the issue.
And they've had, and you watch when a team gets done, there's 18 guys on the hose right now pulling those 3 lengths off. But boy, they're making everything else take forever.
Now we got something else going on the start line. What the heck's going on? Some officials standing out in the street. I count 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. 5.
2 more walking on.
What are you doing?
That is a problem with state drill sometimes.
Yeah, too many. I hear
too
you.
many officials.
But something. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Obviously, you have officials from each area, so you got 4 areas bringing their officials down.
How do you guys want to try and get as many people involved as possible? But is there a point where, or where is it a point where it's too much?
You talked about improvements to the track here, Rob. I'm sure you guys mentioned early on CI helping them out with some shade there on the north side, and those people are really enjoying it because it's hot as heck on the track, I can tell you that.
And of course,
so at least they're comfortable up there.
Always
You're
here.
gonna waste away to nothing, are you?
On the south side, you get the shade of the trees.
All right, now it looks like we're ready. Hicksville Hicks.
Track is clear.
Trying to make it a Hick town.
Former Orem C truck now in the hands of the Hicksville Hicks. They're off. Faded a little bit out. Now he's bringing it right back in. Off at the cone. Hard break. At the hydrant. Oh, he goes past. Gets back water now in the hose. Nozzle man, breaker man searching. Fumbling with the nozzle. It's on, and the water is on the flap.
Everybody going deep. I mean, when you think about Lineher's shot as well, they were deep as well.
Yeah.
Just not as deep.
Time for Hicksville. 14.19. 14-19.
367 to the cones
On the
there.
line to be number 11 on your programs, the Tomcats from Baldwin.
Honestly, I thought the drop of the hydrant, I know he went by, but I thought he had a chance. I think he just took, he rode the truck a little too long.
Yeah, he pulled up a little quick.
One of the benefits of hydrant have, you could see that hydrant coming. Yep. If you know you're a little deep, you can go. It's a little tougher for your slack man next to you. You know, he's still got the truck in his way.
State drill, you gotta go.
Rob, speaking of slack man, who were some of the hydrant men that you ran slack for?
JoJo Simone, Michael Mara. Really, I didn't really do it for Patrick Cook and Hempstead at all. Jackie Clement was dragging for him, but I was with JoJo for 12 years as his slack man, and ran a couple times for Michael, not many. Ryan Huguenin and now Billy.
So just say when you were running with Joe, obviously we know Joe got off a little bit warm.
Yes.
Okay. How were you judging Joe to get off the truck as the slack man?
What do you mean, how am I?
Like, how were you when were you looking at him to get off?
No, I couldn't look at him.
You just went on your own?
If I reacted when he went, I would have been way late. So but Joe had a tendency too, if we were tight, and you've seen Michael Mara and some of the guys do, get off the side of the truck. When he would do that, I'd know because the hose would pull out of my hand a little bit. So as I go, I'd give him another 6 or 8 inches in my hand, so I'd have enough to make the shot go.
Hopcats.
Baldwin coming down. Pretty straight line. A lot of smoke in the front right tire. There off the hydrant. Water is in the hose. See what they can do up top. Broken nozzle is on across the flap. He didn't really get himself set.
But here's an example of the backup man not doing his job. If the backup man secures that hose went into an S when the back pressure.
Time for Baldwin. 1:3.26.
Not bad,
13:26.
Not bad, but boy, that's a 12. If he hits the target, that's a 12.
I'll tell you what, Artie, I don't know if you saw that. You're a former nozzle man. I thought he put it on. He was still spinning it when the water came in.
Never locked
Get that first turn and hold it.
The Redskins from Bayshore.
Like I was saying about the breaker man too, when he got back there, he didn't really secure that hose, and that hose, bam, kicked, and that's when it even threw him worse.
And they practice here.
Threw him worse.
They should know the water pressure here. I mean, listen, they're a young group, and the nozzle man is the same kid we've complimented who's climbing.
Oh yeah.
He did a nice job, but if he does listen, get you. How much did you get a turn on that before you set
typically,
yourself set?
Again, depending if you come on. Typically about a half turn is what you're getting, and once you get that half turn on and set, I want it to lock out and get my aim on I'm not worried about putting the nozzle on anymore. Now my focus is on the target. Once I know it click and turn, I'm locked out, focusing on the target and getting the water to the flap.
He was still spinning, even though his hand was at the end of the nozzle. He was spinning it. Right. It wasn't set when water came out.
I agree, Artie. I mean, you should be able to put that on an eighth of a turn, and it should hold if you've got good equipment. But typically about a quarter, you click, turn, and you hold.
He had time when it was clicked. He should be already looking, getting to his head to the flap. He wasn't even looking up yet, so now he doesn't even know where the stream is. And now after the water's out, he's got to try to correct it.
You could see the first stream went right down the center of the digging patch.
Look at the padding on the coupling, Art. I don't know if you can see it from up there.
I can, actually. And a lot of guys have gone to that. They think it's going to give them a better angle on the flap.
Yeah.
I was never one that went that way, Len. I
guess it raises it up a little further, makes the hit a little bit easier.
Listen, I think Frankie Miller was one of the guys that started that. It gives that little bit of lift off the ground. I always just wanted one roll of tape just really going around.
Up to Bayshore. Bayshore's we've said it about a lot of people. When does their day start? Here's an opportunity. You got the heavy 12, and then you got low to high 13s. All the numbers that have hit the board. And, we started saying this about Sea Ladder, and we said, it'll go away, it'll get better. Never got better for the most part. So what happens at COs? Well, again, even if you run a 12.7 right there, who knows?
9:01 in Sea Ladder for the no time.
Yeah.
Failed to grasp and hold. So they ran their shot. They just Skippy couldn't, hang on. So let's see what they can do here. They're capable of that 12.3.
Yeah.
Mole getting ready to bring him out.
Yeah, I would say that Mole's not going to drive him deep.
So Mole's on a pretty straight line, bringing him into the hydrant, off at the 150. Hard break, Skippy off, water's in the hose. Chris Etzel up top. Can he get busy? Jimmy Leggio break, nozzle on, flap. He was a little bit on the left stanchion.
I'll tell you,
came
good
across.
shot. I don't know what the water on, maybe 7.2 or something. 50-0 to 5-0 to the
time.
Going to be a good
shot. 1:2.60.
You lost it on the hydrant, I think. I don't know what you had water on if you had it.
About 7 flat.
They dropped them back, and he didn't
12.60.
Didn't have that mow that you saw some other times, but it was safe. And if he hits the target, it's 12.40s.
Right. Yeah, I think he would have been pretty close to the other time.
He kind of double clutched. I don't know if you guys caught that nozzle. I guess he didn't have it the first time. He had to go back and hit it again.
But you know what? A 12.6 is on the board. 12-6. Now you're saying that could be second place. It could be out.
Yes.
Could be out.
Or
Yeah.
it's one of, like the 12:38. You're scoring. They're scoring. 12:60 is.
yeah.
Could be second. Could be 4 points.
But you're right, Rob. He definitely took him 2 shots to get the
number
nozzle
13
on.
on your programs. The Pea Pickers from Point Pleasant.
Now,
Chris has got some pretty quick hands, so he was able to
I
take
don't know
a
what their
second shot
numbers
out.
are. I don't know if Twan was rolling through the.
I actually have a couple things. I don't know about the whole season. I only went back their last 3 drills. In North Greece, Point ran a 13:10, and in Main Transit a 13:22.
Yeah, I'm going to guess they didn't have this water there.
No, well, here's a couple things. Last year they ran the heavy 12s, a couple of 12s. It is a different Hydroman this year. They went through a little bit of a rebuild with their hose team. So here's some different personnel from what we saw them run their 12s last year. And again, the water is not the same that you're going to get here, stuff like that. So
if they're going to score, that's the 12-6 that they're going to be playing at. Everybody who now comes to the line, I think that's the high. You got your 12-3. I think the 12-6 is the high.
I think if you went back and look at Bayshore shot and you went and talked to Chris Etzel right now, he would say the first water out of the tip, he let this water pressure dictate him instead of him dictating where the water was going to go.
And he won't be the only one that happens to today.
No, listen, it's happened to everybody here.
Wait till efficiency.
If you run nozzle
Talk
here,
about dictation.
It's happened to you here if you run here.
I think we should have an over-under how many nozzle man efficiency actually end up don't stand up.
I'd say 8.
That's
Here
a
comes
high
Point
number.
Pleasant. Bob Catone rolls him out. He's got him on a pretty nice line, bringing him in. He's off around 155. Hard break.
Not enough
lot of steps into the hydrant. The water's in the hose. Oh, Nozzle Man goes to the outside. He's going to have to get busy. No, he did not have time. First step off to the truck. He went over the white line to the inside of the course. Fought himself to get back. Not enough time on the flat.
Even if he blasts that target without the speed at the hydrant coming in, he drops him back. I don't think they're competing with the 12-6.
355 to the cones.
17.33. 17.33.
7:33. So talking. Oh, you saw he ran a lot getting to the hydrant.
Yep.
He's probably almost lost 4/10 to a couple of the other teams we've seen.
The Iron Man from Riverhead.
You're right, Artie. I mean, he stumbled coming off the truck the Nozzle Man did. Almost went down. Had to go sideways to gain himself, get his composure, and that left him no time to get the nozzle on.
Again, you're running on a course like this. When you're up top and you're running with this kind of water, there's no margin for error up top. You want to get off that truck and be your inside leg to be right along that hose, your hip right along that hose as it's coming out of the truck.
Attack.
So when the coupling goes down, boom, you attack, you pounce, and get set. Any little hiccup here, if you step to the outside, if you take a stumble step where you think the coupling's coming, and sometimes you see the guys have this stutter step, it's really going to affect you here with the way this water goes.
And it's even worse in B hose.
Yeah,
Tough in C hose, but worse in B.
But you know what's different about C and B here? If you think about C hose right here, I think if you're getting out of that 7:10, 7:15 water on, you might not score because you're just not going to get it done because the water's going so fast. The team that is getting it on in 7 flat, the way the C trucks get you down here, almost everybody without a little hiccup like that
should be
able
able
to
to have no problem setting
So if you're putting it on in 7.3, 7.4, even high 7.2s, I almost think you're out of the game already. As opposed to B hose, if you're hitting in 2.2, you're almost out of the game the other way because the water might be in the back of the B truck.
Yeah, you don't want to almost be better than 230. You're really playing with fire.
240s is ideal. If you're a 240 hydrant man, it might even pay off for the 2.6 hydrant man.
So here comes Riverhead. Fading a little bit out. Looks like a little swirly. Now he goes back to the middle of the course. He's fighting it to get it back in. Hard break. They're off. Hose gets ripped out of his hand at the hydrant. Now he's got the water in the hose. Kyle up top. He's got the nozzle on.
That's a good example right there of the slack man and the hydrant man. When it's too deep, the slack man doesn't get over because he's still going with the truck. Talked about it before.
You know where he can buy that? A lot of times, though, the slack men get off, they go straight.
15.31. 15.31.
I would try and get one stopping step in, and my next step was as hard right as I could possibly get. I was always hose on the line. I got the hose to the white line.
That's right.
The thought process being that gets that nozzle as far down as possible and gives you the shortest possible target hit.
I could count on both hands the times we've mentioned that this year, Rob. Where that exact thing that is so shocking and surprising.
Line number 16 on your programs, the Harris from East Farmingdale.
That so many slack men run right down the track behind the truck and never make that cut. We say it constantly, and
because you don't even have a good view of your hydrant man if you're next to him.
Yep.
Where I would try and be a step or two in front of him, but as you're cutting, you're watching what he's doing, and if he does have a miss, If you can stop and lean back just enough, give him time for a second swipe. We've run 12s with a second swipe that have scored.
Yeah, you can. Absolutely.
Even Bihos. JoJo's hit like 260 on it with a miss at one point. A high 2.6, but we ran a low 8 and scored a point going back a number of years.
That riverhead shot's a perfect example of what you're saying, because if you notice the guy, he got one shot at it, there was not even nearly a chance at a second shot, because that coupling was being pulled out of his hand down the street. The guy couldn't do anything about it at that point.
You got to know it's coming. I mean, I was always one. A lot of guys run with a strap or a handle. I couldn't make any adjustments if I was holding that. I always had the hose in both hands, and you could actually make some sort of adjustment on the fly if you need to.
We always had a rope, and we had the hole would be bigger than the hose, but we'd wrap friction tape around it, so it had a little stop to it. But we could do the same thing. You could
slide
do
it
this at the time.
Okay. So if you can make an adjustment, it just gives you a little more flexibility from that spot.
Here comes East Farmingdale. He's got a nice straight line coming in. He's off about 155. Hard break. Pushes off. They are deep. Still running down the street. This nozzle coupling's going to be past the line, dragging it back. Always the frustration of a nozzle man when you see that coupling come out and it's past the nozzle line.
And then the breaker and hydrant man drag the hose back and scrapes up your
Hold it
knuckles.
up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
Knuckles get all scraped. Now you're bleeding.
Always used to say, though, if you're a nozzle man, you don't have scrapes on your knuckles, you're not doing your job.
Scarred for life.
On the line to be number 17 on your programs, the Cubs from Copenhagen.
All right, Copenhagen Cubs come to the line. We talked about how Northern recalculates the points, so they're going to be looking for a time competitive against the other Northern teams. Of course, Ellesmere, without his C-Truck, does not participate in this event. Just a testimony to how well Ellesmere has done this year. I mean, they're in it for a lot of different things, and I think they're pretty close in overall Northern points as well, considering they're missing 2 races a week.
Yep.
Just shows you what they can do.
Also,
it's going to be the Copenhagen Cubs.
Also the host of a B-Truck only drill. Being a...
No choice.
Right. They have a drill up there, B-Trucks only. Ground events and B-Truck.
Let's give a rundown here. 12:36 from Lindenhurst. Then it goes to Bayshore at 12:60, hanging in there. After that, it is 13:10 by Merrick is in third. 13:26 Baldwin is in fourth. And 13:64 by West Sable is holding in fifth. Copenhagen comes to the line. They would need, I believe, a Northern area record to get on the board right here. I think Lake Placid had ran maybe a 13.6, 13.7 in the CI that one year. And I think I've said this before, that it didn't count for the Northern record, because when they set records, and this is a Western thing too, they set their area records upstate. They test everything like it's a state record.
Yeah,
so
they measure the trucks and the
if it wasn't tested,
hose.
it doesn't count. They might be the other ones. I think maybe Great Bend or somebody broke the Northern pump record, though it didn't count at the state show. I could be wrong about that. Cubs have the track.
So Smoking behind the wheel.
Had a little trouble at the end with the brake and sea ladder, but this is a different animal.
Yeah, he was off the side of the road a little bit. Yeah, definitely was a tough ride.
See if he leaves him hot back here, the hydrant. I know Bill Hydrant, he likes it like that.
That's his son, right?
Yeah, give it a shot. So run that 13.
So here they come. Smoking bringing him in. Gets off. Oh, a little fish out to the right. Throws him in. Only running 3 men. No slackman. Water in the hose. Nozzle man breaks him in off.
He's got to be ready for it. It's going to have some pressure to it.
He shut it down.
He shut it down.
Oh, never shut it down.
Definitely shut it down.
Never.
It might be good that he did, because that nozzle was pointing sideways when he was trying to put it on.
You guys, Lenny or Artie, ever run nozzle in
Time,
work gloves?
Copenhagen.
No.
15.14. 15-14.
What was that question, Rob?
Did you ever run nozzle in work gloves?
No.
Look at what he's wearing.
No. He's got the leather work gloves on.
On the line, number 19 on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
Work gloves, or maybe like rope gloves for you firemen up here.
Never say Shane's not a trendsetter, because here's the first guy ever in 3-man. He had his pager on, his Leatherman, a couple other things, keys, constantly running with those, and he's run some 6s like that from the third spot. And now he's breaking out. What are those, lineman gloves? What do we got there, Lenny? Get a gander at those.
Those are definitely leather
those
gloves.
Those
are gloves that he must have hit the pavement once or twice with his hands wide open.
I mean, you're not doing tulips in the garden with those gloves. Those aren't garden gloves.
No, they're pretty thick.
Hopefully they got stick 'em on them, because that would be rough.
Len, back when I was running, holding on with gloves. Forget it. I'm trying to hold the hose in the bed with my hands. The beat truck, and originally the bed was going back one way. I used to hold it in.
Bill runs hydrant, so he's got no slack man, and there's nobody else to get the hose. He's got to carry both lanes and carries them off.
It almost seems like they would be a little slick. I mean,
who put this adapter on?
Him. He ran back. You didn't see him run
back? Just run with the gate.
You
think the adapter man would carry one length?
North Lindy has a great opportunity right here. That's been word of the day. Opportunity.
5 points with the 8-8 in C ladder, so that's their 5 for the day that they have on the board. Again, North Lindy been running C hose a little bit different this year, a little bit tighter. So let's see what Chris Connell can do here with that.
I thought Chris has been one of the better hydrant men consistently all throughout this year, and have been running hotter than ever. There's water on, especially in B hose.
Yeah.
They got a 1282 in Hempstead a couple weeks back.
So let's see what they do. Scott Rice brings him in. Pretty straight line, nice and tight to the curb. He's in the hard break. Chris is off. Water's in the hose. Ducky and Vinny up top.
699.
A little Ducky attacks. Nozzle on.
Oh, baby.
So that is a heavy number.
It's going to be close, folks. It's going to be close. The number's 36 from the Snails.
I got 4-0, so he's right there.
43.
Ducky going to the wrong line.
You better go to the other line, my friend. Start stretching.
For North Lindenhurst. With penalty, 12.30.
That's the first place shot, everybody.
12:30 with 3:48 to the cone.
48.
So was it 28?
28. It's a 28 with a 200th penalty. And North Lindy.
Please. We have 6 cars, which must be moved within the next 15 minutes, or they will be ticketed and towed. They're all in that northwest corner of the area, way up by the White House, all the way over there. A Ford Edge, all New York plates, DRJ 4346, a Chevy Blazer, GCW 8348, a Kia Sorento, HKN 9655, a Dodge Ram, HEJ 2752, a Nissan Maxima, GUD 5063, and a Hyundai Sonata FSR 2570. You must move them or they will be towed.
I'm actually really curious. I mean, I'm from here, and they're talking about the far end of the track, all the way in the corner. I don't see any reason why that would be in the way of anything back there. I'm so curious as to what the problem is.
Who cares about all that stuff? I care about it. 12:30 that North Lindenhurst just ran down here trackside with Vinny Bogart. Vinny, take us through it.
Thanks, guys. I got to give it up to the rest of the guys on that team there. And plus, Scott, he drives that truck so straight. It's an easy ride. He put us where we want to be. I didn't actually grab the coupling on that shot. I actually, if you watch it again, you can see that I grabbed the hose and it just luckily came off. Thank God. And, hey, let's see if it sticks.
You guys are dominating the C events. Great job.
Hey, I tell you what, Scott drove that better than anybody today. On a rope, and a nice job. Here comes Oyster Bay. We'll get back to North Lindy in a sec.
Darrell brings him in, off at the 150s. Capering towards the hydrant, has the fishtail out.
It's all right. I think he's good.
Let's see if we can get busy up top. Breaks it. Water on.
He's holding it on. He's holding it on. He barely got that nozzle on, but they're going to be pretty happy with that if you're Oyster Bay. Darrell, nice job driving around the hydrant.
Oyster Bay. 12.99.
It hits the 12.
99.
Water on?
356. Water on 705.
Darrell actually has to drive around the hydrant.
On your programs, the Blue Jays from Sable.
That back end started fading on the other side of the hydrant. He actually parked a little bit, got it out of the squirreliness, brought it down the track. So nice job by, and he barely got that nozzle on.
Barely got the nozzle on.
Playing with it a little bit.
Probably a 12.75 if he murders the target.
I couldn't see. I was down past the arch. I was still with Vinny, but it sounded good.
Yeah, no. Again, Darrell, you could see he was really fading to that hydrant. He had those wheels turned to get himself away from the hydrant. Experienced driver that he is. So nice shot. Again, that's got to be their first 12 since coming back together. That's, again, I don't know if it's going to get points today, but that's a positive for the Teddy boys.
And they've had more than positives today. They got 3 points on the board.
Yep.
Their B-ladder shot, that shot right there, they're having themselves a great day so far, if you're asking me. Nobody thinks Teddy boys are coming down the track in top 5 today. They're playing against themselves as much as they're playing anybody today, and so far they've been hitting it what they need. Let's go back to North Lindy for a second. We were saying Scott Rice. He drove it as good as anybody. I'm telling you, I like the line considering the type of hydrant adapter they're on. There was not a waiver, I didn't think, in that drive.
Well,
and then it looked like, oh my God, it's going to be real tight as he gets to the hydrant. But he left Chris off at a perfect place to get his arm out. Bam, bam, they got it on Ducky hits the target.
I thought I was watching East Islip run.
It's exactly what it looked like. Exactly what it looked like.
It looked like Tommy driving. That's the line.
Exactly.
That's the line Tommy Drywood takes. And that's the line Chuck takes to the hydrant. Working out for them. So good job by Scott. Scott drove 2 great races in the
Sable Blue Jays.
See what the Cork can do here.
Scott worried about this track over the last couple weeks after driving it, even before the first one.
No, he's done pretty well.
Didn't look like he had a thing to worry about right there, right?
He's a student of the game. He knows what to study and what to do. He's really good.
All right, Blue Jays, the Cork. Now we got some 12s up there, 30, 36, 60, 99. 12 so far. We're not halfway through the score sheet here.
So here they come. Don Corkery, bring him in. Pretty straight line.
Yep,
a little bit out in the middle of the track. Squirrel about to get off. Runs to the hydrant. Water's in the hose. Steve gets off. Knee down. On the flat.
Did he turn it off?
Yeah, I don't think so. It looks like the water just died on him.
Nice hit on the target there. You'd have to wait a little bit.
Time for Sable. 14.05. 14.05.
70 to the cones, guys. 370.
Yeah, it looks better than that, right?
Yeah.
On to be number 22 on your programs.
Turn the water off.
The Slowpokes from Selden.
So we had a request on GroupMe to explain the cone time penalty. So, real briefly, any from the starting line to the 150 cones, there's another set of lights there. If it goes faster than 3.50, you are penalized. 100th is added to your time for every 100th you go below that, down to 340. So you can get up to 10 hundredths added to your time. If you go 339 to the cones or faster, you are disqualified. So there is a limit on how fast the C-Truck can go from the starting light to those cones. So you hear a penalty. The last shot, North Lindenhurst had a 348 to the cones. 200ths were added to their time. So their time was actually a 12:28, but their final time in the books goes down as a 12:30.
One of the best things I think we've done as an overall sport is to implement the cone time. And there's always talk, oh, we're going to move it. This cone time works right now, to me, better than anything you could ever imagine when we thought about what we can do. Because there was a point right there, and I'm not going to belabor this, where those trucks were getting a little crazy. I mean, when you think about it, Rob, me and you were running back then, the trucks were faster literally than they are right now. Size of the tires, the lack of holding them back anyway, they were really starting to go. Today,
wheelie wheels.
Wheelie wheels. You were jetting, really, you were.
Those words are taboo to some people, but wheelie wheels.
We have not really slowed them down. We've just made them consistent and a restraint so you can't get out of control, policing ourselves a little bit. One of the best things we ever did. Everyone's come to it, and now most cone times are in that area anyway. Everybody's pretty much in the ballpark.
We try and give them to you on a regular basis, and you do see, there's a few that get penalized in the 40s, but for the most part we see mid-50s to low 60s.
Yep. And you know what? Some people say, oh, there should be a hard cutoff at 50 or you get no time. We give a tolerance at everything. A tolerance on the flap, a tolerance at the hydrant. With this, you get a tolerance for the lines, an inch here, an inch there.
That's a good
And now
point.
you're going to tell me there's no tolerance for a motor when the degrees are different every day, the weather's different.
Temperature.
You got to have a tolerance.
Now that makes a lot of sense, and like you said, we do have a tolerance in so many areas.
Everything.
So North Lindy's 12:30 standing strong right now.
Selden here, right?
Yes.
Selden coming down. Dave Carmen bringing him in. He's got a nice straight line.
Yep.
See if Cotty can put some water in the hose. Hard break. He's got a bunch of steps. Water's in the hose. See if they can get busy up top.
Top 5 shot if you can.
Oh,
blast.
that tug of war.
Tighten.
Tug of war. Breaker man, nozzle man.
They had time.
Yeah, they did have time.
731 to the cones, guy. On the handle.
Just say, wow.
And 5.6 to the cones.
Time for Selden. 19.16. 19:16.
And that truck doing its job, getting these guys down here. I mean, the nozzle man stopped hard on his first step and still had time to fight a little bit with the breaker man.
On to be number 33 on your programs. The Turtles from Westbury.
They just couldn't do a clean break.
I think Dave's had a good year driving.
He has, like I said, that truck runs well.
Yeah. I think he's put them in some good spots.
You got something for this? These are about to blow off the back.
Ooh. Just
put something on them.
Just put that on. Westbury coming to the line. .12:30, North Lindy, the time to beat.
As each piston knocker enters the stands, they get like a hero's welcome over here in the yellow section. It's pretty cool. Vinny got it, Scott got it. Now I just saw Chris get it.
4-8. 48. Sorry, just giving cone times to Kevin Connell down below. So Westbury's been given the course. Merck and the boys.
Let's just do a little run throughout before they come. So we got 30, 36, 60, 99. Let me give you the lucky dog. Is going to be that Merrick 1310 is going to be your 5th place shot.
So here comes Merck. He's driving pretty close on the curve line. Into the hard break. Little fishtail right. Water's in the hose. Oh, no. He thought he had it on.
Yeah, not much water in the hose.
He actually threw the stick with his hydrant hand.
He swore he had it on.
Water now just coming out the nozzle to the flat.
He looked up definitively like this was in and we're ready to
overtime for Westbury. Overtime.
6,000. I got 6,000. 50-50 if you're out there listening. We're up to 6,000.
Ooh, nice.
Whoa, wait a second.
Bring it up here. Bring it up here.
What?
On the line to be number 34 in your programs.
Wait a second here. What's
the
going on?
gamblers from Hagerman.
Is that 6,000 total or 6,000 to the winner?
I was almost the winner. I almost won right there.
Exactly.
And the survivor pool took in $2,090, so the split will be $1,045 to the winner and to a charity.
Minor league compared to the big stuff, Lenny. Minor
Yes,
league.
so.
Much bigger show over here, pal. Much bigger show.
That was Westbury, so now we're going to look at it. This is going to be Hagerman, right? Is that Hagerman? Yep. This should be the initial shot with the new C-Truck and C-Hose.
You go back to that Westbury shot. He puts it on, and his hips got a little outside. He reached across with his hydrant hand, the right hand, to throw the stick. So now you can't hold on to the coupling. If you're,
I'm not sure, but he did it so definitively like he had it on. I wonder when he reached over, he took it back off. Like he had it on, and when he reached over, he spun it back off.
He reached over to turn it on with that same hand.
Like why? All right, little water cleanup here at the hydrant. This should dry up on this track now that the sun, the clouds have moved out, so this sun is baking this track.
We don't see the roller out here, the big tennis.
Yeah,
no,
there's a couple at the hydrant. They
tennis roller. No, they've got the old-fashioned.
Oh yeah, right.
Roller, but the big, the big. What do you?
The barrel, like the
barrel roller that they use on the tennis courts.
That kind of absorbs the water as well. Besides push it. Haven't seen those out here today. We're using some more towels again. This is our first water that we've seen go curb to curb. But again, as Paul said, it should dry rather quickly.
Hageman's going to be the one up at the box waiting for this to get done. I would imagine that gambler sign that sits on the front of the truck has been taken off the old one. It looks like the similar one that sat on the front of that C-Truck for many years. You can replace the sign, you can replace the truck, but you can't replace the driver. Right? Same driver for the most part.
He's got a couple of years on him, huh?
Yeah, Louis been... listen, you got to give Louis a lot of credit. I mean, he's a commissioner out there. He coaches the juniors out there. He's, stayed around when Hagerman's gone through some tough times. They come back with the he jumps right back in the seat. So, got to give Louis a lot of credit.
And most of those guys on that team, he coached on the juniors. I know
absolutely.
You guys were talking about that earlier today. What a great juniors program they've had out there over the years. They weren't picking up a whole lot of them for quite a few years. Now apparently some of them have come back to the team.
Speaking of old, you had an old guy right behind you right there, Eddie LaRocca from the Henrietta Old Henrys. I mean, Eddie ran off the back of these trucks for 35, 36 years.
I think that bandana is older than you and I combined.
Absolutely. And it smells a little better than you, not as good as me. But imagine 35, 36 years, and you're running competitive off the back of the B and the C truck. We had this conversation before the drill today. Mind still says yes, body says no.
Hagerman Gamblers have the course. They roll out. Louis brings them in a pretty straight line off about 165 into the hard break. Oh, something happened there at the truck.
I think he was going by and he decided to stop it. I would have jetted out. Get out of the way of the hydrant, and he sticks his arm out. What are you going to fill up that bed right there with water?
Yeah, what do you call it? I actually had a little sympathy as a former slackman. He ran right into the back of the truck.
Yeah, he had nowhere to go.
That used to suck.
To me, there's
Hold it up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
Unlike sea ladder, when you're underneath and deep, there's just no reason to me to stop that truck.
That's not Louis driving the C truck.
That's not Louis.
No, it's not.
Someone else driving the C truck there. Sorry about that.
348, so it would have had a penalty on it. So he was off. What'd you say, about 160? I think he said. So
and
he was
hose,
off.
Usually see guys hose maybe push it a little bit to the cone more than hose.
You see, I'm sorry, but you see Carl Place's truck run 348 to the cone.
Yeah.
and you see what they're running with. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah. Carl, you know, again, there was.
I tell you what, the truck looks great.
Your attention, please. Spencerport is on a 20-minute breakdown. Area mechanic to the starting line.
Fred.
Also, now New Hyde Park, number 36, is on the line.
Fred, do you have a time, Fred, for Westbury and Hagerman? Hagerman gets a note overtime. Westbury. You didn't get a time for Westbury? Bill, Westbury's time? Westbury. Oh, they were?
Just talking about Hagerman's truck. Hagerman has the old Carl Place truck that was white, now painted a deep maroon, the Hagerman Gambler maroon. Looks real sharp.
Yeah.
And they got a cone that's getting a cone time. I mean, a truck that's getting a cone time penalty.
Of course, the translated to going deep. Shut the truck off.
But again, haven't had. I mean, maybe the third tournament with that truck, second tournament, didn't have it much. You know, beginning of the year, we're doing a lot of work.
Now,
on
no
it.
reason New Hyde Park can't run a mid-12 right here and really put them in angling for something. They're at 4 points today. Those 4 points coming out of Sea Ladder. They never envisioned they were going to be leaving Sea Ladder with 4 points, but it's there for them. Now, doesn't this guy hop off the side of the truck?
It's been some of the things that have been going on. Okay, first off, the track is dried up totally at the hydrant already. Okay, it seems like he's been getting off, kind of jumping off and shuffling his left foot behind his right foot when he gets off.
Let's take a look at it.
So, Devin Robinson puts the adapter on, gives him the sign. Now Mike Athena's bringing it in. Tapering in towards the hydrant. It's going to give him a tight one.
Gotta give him a shot.
They got water in the hose.
7:02.
John Catone, haircut up top. Nazalan.
Oh, hit the cone across. It's going to be points. In fact, it's going to be for top 3 right now.
He goes left to right.
And catches it.
Time for New Hyde Park. 1-2.51. 12:51.
3:52 to the cones. 7:02 on the handle.
Third place right now.
We said earlier, if you're going to score in this contest, you got to get it below 7:20, 7:02. I mean, he didn't hop skip right there. He did actually a pretty nice job.
Yep.
Mike dropped him in a perfect spot. Didn't have that speed, but good thing because he was a little close to the hydrant. Good drop up here, and he kind of
hits the target first water. I still don't know if he beats the 36.
No.
It's probably a low 40. But he did just clip it, though. He did not
line to be number
get
39
it
on your
by
programs.
much.
Nope.
The Tigers from Brentwood.
When you have that C truck and the brothers Athenas on it, you're going to do okay.
Phil Athenas breaking.
So you got, let's see.
Back in the hose contest, they had a little injury.
30, 36. That 51 is third. 60. And then now we're at the 99 from Oyster Bay. That's your 5th place shot right now. Brentwood's going to take their spot on the line. The New Hyde Park. I mean, I don't know still if that 550 is going to score right here. You got some big players still yet to come, but if you're New Hyde Park, that's definitely their shot of the year.
Oh, it's by far.
Another team that doing the job on the big day.
Yeah. So now, they're saying themselves that number, can we hold? Can we get a point, 2 points, 3 points?
Fingers crossed.
Still heavy hitters behind them. Brentwood Tigers coming to the line. We are in the bottom half of the score sheet.
North Lindy on a little bit of a roll right here. And
I'm going to say there's only 3 teams that can beat that 12-5 left.
12-5? But those same 3 can beat the 12-3.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes.
Heavy hitters.
I will give you that for sure.
But the thing about North Lindy is now you think about that B truck and B ladder. They're like, oh my God, it's got to just work.
And
but B hose is a little better. You don't need that stopping.
So here comes Brentwood, fading out to the middle of the course, straightens it out now. Into the hard break. Water in the hose.
Oh, man. But he lands at the right spot. Hey, Nuzman does a nice job breaking it himself.
Yep.
Yeah, he wasn't ready to have to do that. The breaker man went down pretty hard.
Breaker man went down.
Now he's trying to reach in there and help
Hold
the
it up,
man,
gentlemen. You have overtime.
Man, he went down hard.
Breaker man went down as he first stepped off the truck. Nowsman did get it broken by himself, just couldn't
Nicely.
just couldn't get the hand to come back.
372 to the cones for Brentwood. All right, one of those teams capable of running that 12-3.
Central Islip coming to the line.
Yeah, so see, here comes the line. 4 points on the day, going back to 3-man.
And like I said, I went over the last 3 drills for just about
number
everybody.
40 on your programs. the Hobos from Central Iceland.
CI has not run a 12 in any of those last 3 drills. Have not run a heavy C-hose number, so I guess you could look at it as if they're due.
You're right.
Well, this tournament's been really slowing down, as you guys said. Just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, CI with 4 points, not all that bad considering first place is 7 with Point Pleasant.
You're right. They come up with a heavy shot right here, Lenny, and they're in the mix. And it's really going to be about the water on. If you can put the water on, like we said, around 7-10 or under, then they're going to have a shot. Because up at the top, Ryan
doesn't waste much water on a target, and I'd say
they're experienced, so they're ready for it.
I think another big factor is they've got some of the better hose. When you time their hose, I think they get water through their hose as good, if not better, than anybody.
Couple practices on this track.
Did they have a couple?
At least one, right?
Yeah, 1 or 2. Definitely, I think we're out here at least twice. So Danny Jackson's been given the course lineup in the middle of the street.
I guess you didn't have to be a Yellow Hornet alumni in order to
yeah, I was wondering how that worked. I was wondering how that worked.
Yeah, that was the comment that was posted when West Sable came out there. So I guess
I
guess you didn't have to be a Yellow Hornet alumni to practice here.
See what he does here.
Chris Murphy. He's out there. He's gonna have to bring this in somewhat.
Chris Murphy just getting set on the back bar.
Man, he's Patchogue style, and he went left.
Yeah. Oh, real swirly.
Right.
Brings it right into the brake marks. Chris is off. He goes by. He had to reach for it. Ryan Murphy now slides in. It is set, but he's waiting for water. Again, as his brother made the attempt, but he just slid by the hydrant.
I'm telling you, that's just from being out in the track. I'm telling you, if he is 1 tire length closer, he hits that. It was that far away.
Time for Central Iceland with penalty. 1-4-3-4, 14-34 with penalty.
3:48 to the cone, so a 200th penalty.
Nothing smooth about that run at all. It just looked herky-jerky all the way.
But I'm just saying, if he's 1 tire length closer to the hydrant, he can connect that. That the hydrant's too far away to get over and then reach out your hand and get it.
Yeah.
Chris Murphy normally does come in from that angle, though. He likes to be out in the street a little bit, but probably a little too far. And
on the line to be number 41 on your programs, the Little Squirts from North Greece.
I think, like what Paul's saying, if he's in that 1 tire mark and Chris connects, Chris's stick hand, the way his arm's in front of him, that stick hand's going to come flying around. You know?
He always did have a quick stick hand. He just, like you said, he needed this a little bit more. And Chris wasn't running from the beginning of the year.
No.
He only started, what, 2 or maybe 3 weeks ago?
County drill was his first run of the year.
All right, so Mike Keller, everybody's favorite racing photographer, had an interesting question. When you hear about an area mechanic getting called to check out somebody's truck, does it have to be the area mechanic from their area?
No.
Can be any area mechanic.
Yeah,
okay.
Especially on a day like today, they're all here.
Yeah, exactly. But like Mike said, hey, the northern guy would know the northern trucks the best. So.
Yeah, of course. You would hope it's the guy that's seen your truck the most, but you don't know what the problem is either.
So New Hyde Park and Bayshore and Oyster Bay could breathe a little sigh of relief for a moment or two.
Yep. One more team gone by. Here comes the Little Squirts. Little Squirts looking for a big splash, right?
Yeah. Rolling out. They're coming in pretty straight line. Brings it into the hydrant. They're going to run about 20 feet.
Got water in.
Yeah, water is in the hose. See what they do up top. Nozzleman is, he just gets it on. Now he's going across the track. He still just comes back to the
guy behind him is not helping much at all.
I agree. And you know what, Artie, I'm sure you saw it. He picked up the coupling. The Nozzleman picked it way up to put the nozzle
on. Time for North Greece. 16.50. 16.50.
It's never a good idea to pick it up that high.
42 on your programs.
And not here.
The Wolves from Iceland.
The top half here, and you could almost lose the whole thing. So.
Top half of that group is Dansville Bulldogs.
You know, you looked at some of the Nozzlemen that have been Hempstead Nozzlemen in the past. A lot of them didn't run the kickstand way. They ran the 2 legs down. They would pin that hose.
Matt Spinelli, yeah.
Matt Spinelli, yeah.
Jaffairs ran that way too, right?
Pat Jaffairs, who was a fluke, yeah.
Dansville combined.
Dollamara ran that way.
Combined with North Greece. So a little shout out to the Bulldogs. Nice facility up there in Dansville. They got a little clubhouse, exempt clubhouse there. Nice little setup.
All right, Islip looking to work their way in.
We just keep saying the same thing about teams, right? They're sitting here with the 5.
Islip over the last 3 weeks, 1274 in CI, 1251 in Hempstead.
Yeah.
their last 3 drills.
Well, they would love that 12.5 or under right here.
Yeah, I was about to say
12.45. This is spread out. I mean, honestly, if it stays like this, North Lindy obviously has the lead. Millway Park will be second place. Tied for second. And this helps Point and Henrietta, too. It's one more contest where nobody's running away. ISUP has an opportunity right here. You think ISUP just runs their normal shot here at Hempstead? Connect, decent target hit, 12.5, right?
Yeah, you know.
That's what you would think.
I mean, again, there's so many variables that go in.
You would expect that, yes.
I think they might be looking for a little bit more than that, fellas.
Well, if the 51, you're going to give them at least 3 points, you know? I mean, can they get down in the 30s? We'll see.
Here they go. Mike Cross at the timing line. He's got a pretty straight line coming in. He's off about 155 in the hard break. Heavy is off. Waters in the hose. See what Matt Roddy can do up top. He attacks. Nozzle on.
Whoa! Not going to beat the 50s?
No, I missed it.
I think it beat it.
Beat the 50s?
I think so.
So let's see what happens. A target smasher a little bit on the inside of the flat.
For Islip. 1-2.39.
Whoa.
12.39.
That was close.
30, 36, 39.
355 to the cones.
What'd you get water? You get water on, Len?
709.
So there it is. You're in that 7-0 range. You can play the 12-3, 7-0 and under.
You know, we've been watching Matt run nozzle for quite a few years. He is so picture perfect, deliberate when he puts it on.
Off the breakdown, number 35 in your programs. The Red Onions from Spencerport.
But he didn't hit it first water, though.
Oh, yeah.
36 would have been beat. The 30 would have been in the neighborhood.
Yeah. But anybody that's new and wants to watch this.
355.
355.
Wants to watch a nozzle man and learn from him, that's the guy to watch.
Yeah, I think, Matt, he runs that textbook like you're saying. His approach off the truck and, like, the way he has designed the coupling, he sets up beautifully. He really does. Again, he would like to have that back. I know he's going to be talking with me about it later and asking me where he was. He was just on his left stanchion, and then he came across to the flat.
Yeah, he actually left a couple of points out there with that hit.
Yeah,
but,
at least one point. And you can see he's a little frustrated by it, walking right past you.
Getting a little congrats from Kev Connell, who's sitting on the board with 30. It's always a little nice to congratulate that guy on a good shot when your shot was just a little bit better.
Yeah.
So we're looking at what, 1260 is the number to beat now?
1260 is now the number. I mean, we're at, what'd you say, 30, 36, 39, 51, 60.
Yep. So Bayshore hanging on with the 60. Spencerport off their breakdown on the line.
So what is Kevin telling him? Hey, nice run. Not as good as ours, but pretty good.
I don't think he went that far. Just, hey, nice job. Good job.
So here comes Spencerport, bringing it in. He's off about 155.
Running with 3 guys off the back right here.
Yeah.
Throws it. Little water in the street. They run one guy up at the top. He's going to do the roll and break right here. Oh, this is going to be the problem with one guy. He better get his feet. He better do something. That's the tough part.
Overtime for Spencer.
What I don't like is how the water's creeping back.
Yeah. I think it's dry. This track is gummy.
Let's get him to roll it as fast as possible. Roll it this way.
Roll it forward towards the target.
Roll it forward towards the target.
Not going to happen.
No, they're going to roll it across the street. I would roll that towards the target.
It'll try. I think it's fine.
West Hempstead comes to the line.
But it is probably wet. You're right, Artie. It's backed up probably 19 feet before the nozzle line. So
West Hempstead.
Number 43 in the programs. Your host for today's tournament, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
West Hempstead, that nice 5-15, got them 3 points in B ladder. They're still sitting with those 3 points, so they need to get it going a little bit more.
All right, West Hempstead over the last 3 weeks, 1283 in Central Islip, 1264 in North Belmore. So they've run times that could score. I think that 12-3 is definitely within their range, especially being their home course here. Somebody just on the group said there's somebody listening in Cuba.
Cuba?
I don't know where. No.
Viva.
Can you just go to Cuba?
I don't think you can listen in Cuba. Are you allowed? Don't you
Hola,
have
mi amigos.
We go to Cuba. I mean, hey, they could be on a military base, right? There's still some military base
okay.
there.
All right.
Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah.
All right.
If
you are listening out there, thank you.
I think Pi's got the record, though. He was in Japan.
Japan, right?
Yeah.
Some places in the United States look like Cuba these days, the way they're tearing crap down. Communists. Anyway, West Hempstead, 3 points on the day. Track's just about ready. I think it's dry up here. I don't think it's going to cause a problem.
I think I'll be all right. I mean, that's probably typically what you run with in practice most of the time, as it's darker, or a little bit later in the day.
Could be our last team, as you said earlier, Rob, that can flirt with that 1230.
I don't know. I might be the last one that can flirt with that 1260 even, I think.
Yeah, probably.
See what
it's going to be tough for some of these other teams. That's a heavy number.
Farmerville.
Yeah, Kenny bringing him in. Got him on a rope. Nice drive. See if John can do it. The hydra. He's a little tight.
Here we go.
Pat Cloudman up top. Andrew Brome. Nozzle is on. It's on the flap. It came
just
again.
A little low.
Inside stanchion low came across.
64.
I think that's going to be
to the
fourth.
cone? I think it's a 12. It's a tie. 36. I think it's going to be a tie.
Time for West Hempstead. 1-2.36. 12:36.
That's going to be a tie for second and third right there.
Chief Scotty Clark, please report to the timing truck.
To me, that's a direct result of the right-hand turn at the hydrant. Boy, it saved them some time. Did you get water on that?
No, no.
Lenny, water?
Nah, I missed it.
I can't really see the light from here. So
Had to
it's
be
getting tough
7
with the
flat
sun.
or better, if you ask me. And he's a little low on the flap. If he blasts that, I believe it's your first place shot.
Yeah, he was a little low left, similar to where Matt Rodden was. But beat
64 to the cone, too. I mean, they're not flying.
Nope, so you go 30, 36, 36, 39,
51.
51. The 60 of Bayshore is out.
But I'm telling you right
number
now,
45 in your programs, the Ricky Nicks from North Belmore.
saving grace on that shot's the right-hand turn right there. And he just gets it. Kenny stops that truck just enough. This is what I was talking about earlier. If John jumps off that truck a couple feet before that, there's no way he hooks up. Truck's in his way, he can't get his arm out. He waited that split second because he's been with Kenny so long. He's able to get off, put it on. Makes a big difference.
North Belmore lining up. They got a real tight line.
Well, now they're going to have to go to a 51. So now it's a 51 we're looking at. Turned out to be a real good C-Hose race.
Yeah.
Think about C-Hose. I don't think it's been this competitive all year long. I mean,
no.
51 sitting.
I mean, again, you don't get to run with water like this every week. Depends on where you could be and stuff like that. But 4 12 threes is a nice day.
North Belmore and then, Henrietta. I just don't know if Henrietta's got it in them.
Again,
I don't know if they can go that low.
Yeah, I don't either. I think they can go 12-7, 12-8 if it's a bang-bang shot for them. I just don't think they can. I don't know if they can get there with that truck and stuff like that. I think they,
Man, I'm telling you, I'm thinking North Lindy. I'm thinking that B truck. I think North Lindy's been one of the better B-Host teams all year long.
So North Belmore coming off the line. It's got a nice straight line. Pretty tight. See what Sean does. Gets off. Oh, his slack man kind of pulls him a little bit. He was going to have to make a hard right turn to get there. Nozzle man now set up on the flat.
Yep.
Yeah, Sean was trying to bail and go hard right. Just didn't all work out. Everybody wasn't in sync.
Yeah, he tried to plant himself and he kind of stumbled. He tried to stop too hard, I think.
.59 to the cone.
Time
right
for North Belmore. 14.07. 14.07.
Twani's even chiming in from the street.
All right, what's he got?
Fastest time in history.
Paul Thomas to the timing truck, please.
Not to score in C-Hose is a 12:59.
Behind the
So
fences
right now,
there that you might be
12:60
interested in
is.
going looking at the Halligan bottle openers, the cigar roller, and the Ferrara trucks. Behind the fences, three of our vendors that are here today to show their wares.
Squeaky
And
Ralph.
that's happened twice. 12:60 hasn't scored.
12:59. 12:59 hasn't scored.
Oh, excuse me, 12:59. 08 Islip at the Hempstead Invite, and the 09 State here in Hempstead, Freeport Dead End Kids.
Yep.
So number 46 on your programs, the Old Henrys from Henrietta.
100th off of that 59, and they're out of the mix again. So that 51 by Park. So if somebody beat the 51, Park would have the fastest C-Hose time
to not score. I don't know if that's happiness for them, but I mean, when you think about it, that's pretty impressive, Pretty impressive. I would think that it was lower than 59. Maybe not for a state show, but overall.
Yeah. Twan's usually pretty good, so.
Oh no, I'm not saying he's wrong.
I'm going to go with him, but yeah.
No, in my mind,
you would have thought.
I would have guessed.
Yeah, you would have thought like someone there would have been 2 or 3
12
12-2s, and then like a 12-4s up on the board, and someone ran a 55.
So then again, the way it runs today, you don't get all these teams at every drill either, too.
Right.
You got a mix today that you don't normally get.
So Henrietta 5. What do they got? 6 points? Sorry.
Yeah, they got
points.
6.
6 points.
1 point out of first going into this contest.
If you're them, you kind of got to air it out.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to come in
You got nothing to lose.
And you know, a guy that can do it here is Josh Marshall on the hydrant, but can the truck get him there? Good
Well,
enough?
Father
Too
Chuck
far out.
bringing him in. He's out in the middle of the
Too far
street.
out, but boy, does he come across.
See what Josh Fluke can do up top. He get busy and put it right on the floor. He washes. His hands were crisscrossed almost at the top.
I think he set up a little too far over the coupling. He was reaching back.
I don't know if the water on or the. Wow, 61 of the cone. They would take that, and what did we
Time
get water
for
on?
Henrietta. 17.69. 17.69.
I had 725. On the
See, I
handle.
think that's just a little outside. I don't think you're going to score with that.
I don't think so either. I think Chuck could have got out of the hydrant a little bit quicker, left Josh a little
Line
hotter.
number 47 on your programs.
To me,
The
he's too
stump
far
jumpers
out.
from North Merrick.
How can you put the water on under 720 when you're that far out in the track and have to run that far?
And that far back.
And plus being that far back, it's hard. I mean, he attacked it as best he could. He was busting ass for it. All right, so we're going to go to North Merrick. Tall order for them. Still got Farmerville and Copeg back there, you know. You just don't know. That 50? Farmerville, I mean, come on. That truck runs lights out. They run some
bang shot. Justin puts it on, and, they get a nice shot up top. And Copeg, that C truck ran in the low 50s in C ladder, so it's the fastest it's run. They need a shot like that, and again, Chris has to get busy at the hydrant.
Against my better judgment, I'm going to start filling this out.
Again, 30 from the Knockers, 36 Snails, 36 Westerners, 39 Wolves, 51 Termites are the top 5.
So you're only going to have one team in double digits after this contest.
Yep. And they had nothing after the first 2.
So North Merrick has the track. Gets on the gas hard. A little bit out in the middle of the street. See what kind of off he gives him. Trucks in his way a little bit. Water's on!
Hell of a job!
They're going to have a hard time getting
They're going to have a hard time. Big bust up top on the other side of the white line coming in. Just did not have a shot at it on the top end.
$375 for
Time
the
for
cones.
North Merrick. 19.96. 1996.
That's going to
On
bring
line
us to
number
the
49
Bandits.
on your programs. The Bandits from Farmingville.
I would say this is one of the teams that still can play with that 51. It'd have to be an awfully good shot.
This is where we need Twan up here. He would have looked up their team record or something, but
I don't even know if it's in the 12.
Yeah,
but I think they can do it. You put the truck together with the water, and I think they've been running pretty well. So, is it possible?
I would bet you they ran a 12s back in the day when they ran the 9 flat and C ladder. And
I don't think they beat a 1251.
No, not a 1251.
Well,
but I
that's
think
what they got to do right now.
No, definitely I think it would be a team record, but I think they've hit that 12 number.
So currently, I mean, they're going to have to. Okay. Talking to myself. All right.
how's that working out for you?
Good. I know all the answers.
So when you start answering yourself that you're in
I know
trouble,
all the
right?
answers, Lenny.
Oh, sure you do.
Not just to my questions, but to yours.
White flags being given up the street.
Farmville, he's out in the track there. Just about where CI was. You have to bring this in. Another one of those trucks that you're almost
here he comes.
Figuring it's going to be under the 50 mark.
Eddie
stayed out. He better bring it in. Now he does.
Yep. Justin is he missed the stick. He missed the stick. Breaker man breaks it for the nozzle man, hands it to him. Now it's on the flat.
Boy, he let him off hot. He was on it, boy.
Give him credit for going for it.
Yep.
Yeah. He just missed the stick coming across.
Time for Farmingville with penalty 13.11.
46.
13-11 with penalty.
46 to the cone, but boy, that had 12-5 written all
Line
over it.
number
Throws
50
that
on
water,
your
and I don't know how
programs.
they would have done up here at that
The
point.
Yellowbirds from Kopech!
They just got it on with all that up here.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't have a whole lot of time to spare.
The nozzle man wasn't there. The breaker man actually broke both lengths.
Lenny, did you get when he thought he had the stick?
Nah, I missed it. But you're right, Artie. The breaker man breaking in himself and throwing that cupping back. That was a no-no when I ran, boy. I don't want to see that thing dancing around like that. I want to pin it.
Wait till I get there.
Yep, you got to wait. It's just self-discipline, really.
All right, Kopech Yellowbirds opportunity here, 12:51. They have 4 points on the day. One of the few teams that has scored in more than one contest.
If you're the nozzle man and he has enough time to break it before you get there, you're obviously doing something wrong. If he can put both hands on it and break it.
True, but you might be robbing yourself of a chance to still get a run.
I don't know. I did it once, and it worked out pretty well.
You got those delicate hands, that's why. Probably left it there very daintily.
I did leave it daintily for Frank, and he killed the target. But, all right, Kopech. They scored a couple contests.
Yeah. Them, Point, and Henrietta, I believe, the only ones that have scored in more than one contest so far today.
A couple of teams are about to change that, though, that are on the board.
Yeah.
Islip, North Lindenhurst, New Hyde Park, if they can hold on, West Hempstead. So Kopech has the track. See what Charlie can do here. Rolling out. Coming down pretty straight. Brings it in across the 150. Chris is off.
Oh, man. The slack man goes down. He just ran out of hose. Had the speed, but the slack man went down like immediately. Keep coming on.
Yeah, again, I think Charlie was giving him the stop to try to beat the 12.5.
Time for Kopech. 19.38. 19:38.
It's going to go to Great Bend.
361 to the cones for Kopech.
Think about Manhasset. They got an outside shot at 12.5?
Outside.
On the line number 51 on your programs, the Cobras from Great Bend.
Outside Florida or outside Alaska? One of them's a lot colder.
Cuba.
I think Stanley
Cuba's good, though. It's warm. That's
Stanley would have to make a mistake, I think, to get them at 12.5.
Oh, you're mean.
Really?
I'm just calling like it is. I don't think he'll try and deliver them.
I'm not agreeing with what Lenny says
They
anymore.
need to run the shot they
exactly
so angry.
Can run at this point.
Angry announcer constantly. People put up with it.
Keep trying.
I know. I can't even come close. There'll be something. All right, so Great Bend.
So aren't there a couple of combination hose trophies, Paulie?
Yeah, but this C-hose goes with other things.
Oh, yeah, we still got C-hose and B-hose, right? So we got a couple of them. A lot of...
No, get out of here. No, downstairs.
It's Great Bend. Been given the track.
Farmingville's cone time was 48. I believe they had a 200th penalty. Someone just asked.
Most people have been in that same range, 40. The people that have been breaking it, no, they were 46.
46?
46 Farmingville, but there's been 3 or 4 48s.
Great Bend coming in sea ladder real hot and going under. Let's see if they can get it back under control.
Yeah, let's drop it. Hey, like we just saw it before. Let's Farmingville, let's drop it hot, see what we got. Drop it hot, see what we got.
Great Bend rolls out. Oh, looks like he had to get off the gas a little bit. Way out in the middle of the street, now trying to bring him in. Goes across the face. Nozzle man goes down.
So you see Paco run a nozzle right there. He had his feet off the truck before his hands, and it started to get a little away from him. Caught himself.
That is a
no.
Yeah.
Cardinal rule.
Time for Great Bend. 14.25. 14.25.
Hands off. You can always fall. If your hands stay on, you can get dragged down the street.
Rule number 1, hands off first.
14.25.
On the line number 52 on your programs, the Indians from Seabreeze.
That could be one of the best C-hose times in Northern this year. I mean, when you think about it, so they ran their run when you're looking at it. They run a run that normally could win the contest.
And he actually got off the gas a little bit.
I mean, that's a hair away from a 13.
Right.
But it was almost like halfway to the cones.
Yeah.
Like you got, it was almost like, was it an accident or was it, that'd be a question for the driver, but it just didn't seem like a spot you'd hear the gas kind of stop.
Be lifted up a little.
I don't know if it was that or it just hiccuped a little bit.
Which could be possible.
So we got 2 teams to go. Seabreeze, Manhasset.
Seabreeze Indians from the Western area. Somebody in Western, could be North Greece, I don't know. Somebody was been running pretty decent C-Hose consistently. And I don't know if it was Seabreeze or North Greece. Somebody had won contest a couple weeks ago. Find out soon. So we're looking at North Lindy here first with that 12:30. Lindenhurst stuck around with that 36. West Hempstead tied it. Islip 39. And the 51 from New Hyde Park, which for New Hyde Park, man, they still have their fingers crossed. They would like to get a little point out of this. That would be another team that scored more than one contest.
You had Bayshore in there with that 12-6. Now on the outside looking in, still no points.
Yeah, it makes their day a little bit harder, you know. And then you got West Sable. They have no points, and sheesh.
Wasn't nobody predicting that.
Take a poll. I was about to say, take a poll on that one. You would have to actually come from Cuba and not speak English to make that prediction.
Thanks, Paul.
I'm just saying. You know,
yeah, you're right. It's,
who would have thought?
Here comes Seabreeze. Gets a little swirly. Off at the 150s, way back. They're going to have to run about 25 feet to get there. He goes across the face. Now he's got water in the hose. Nozzle man puts it on. Waving at it. Now the flap's up.
It's got to be strange when you get here and you feel this pressure for the first time when you're the nozzle man, right? I mean, Seabreeze, how many times have they felt that pressure? And you can just see it in the way they hold it, right?
16.72. 16.72.
Oh, hose is not forgiving here.
Well, we just started.
On line to be number 53 in your programs, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
All right, last team with an opportunity to knock out the 12:51 from New Hyde Park.
It's not forgiving till you get to pump, and then it's just kind of like, how do you,
where is it?
Then you want to forget about it.
How do you do this, or why?
Where is it?
Can we go somewhere else and run this contest?
We'll be back.
I'd love to hook the pumper up here and run pump off of that.
Imagine that, you could just change it for that contest.
Everybody, everyone go to Lindenhurst. You're going to go run one to pump.
What do you need? Spencer will go overtime.
So our last team here, 51's the number. New Hyde Park holding on back at camp.
All right, can Stan Dybus work some magic with his Minutemen here.
Hygie Man for them's had a better year than he had last year. I mean, he's been putting it on.
Young group of guys. You know, we've seen steady improvement out of them, which is all you can really ask.
I agree.
You know, there's a few teams out there you could definitely say that about, and
I think they're on the cusp of top 5 Nassau points. I don't think Nassau has their points on the website, but
they don't actually. I was looking. I printed out Suffolk's. I was going to print out Nassau's, and
need Fred.
But
who? Brentwood ran. They got also overtime. All right, track. Last C-Hose shot of the day.
Stan's got the course, giving it a rev.
Somebody got to give Eddie Madelon a stool. He can't see over the new fence.
I saw that. Scott Rice has got a smile painted on his face.
Here comes Manhasset, Stan off at the 150, bringing it into the hydrant a little bit.
Nice
on the hose, but he had a double clutch on the stick. Nozzle is on. Mike Ward running nozzle.
Mike Ward.
And it's on the flap. He's a little bit low and then on the flap.
Time for Manhasset Lakeville. 14.12. 14-12.
78 to the cones for the Minutemen.
All right, so that's going to put North Lindy first high for second and third between Lindenhurst and West Hempstead. Fourth place is going to be Islip. And in fifth place is going to be New Hyde Park. Rundown overall. Lindenhurst finally gets on the board. They are going to go with 3.5. They can still do some damage. Deer Park sticks with 2. Port sticks with 2. Point sticks with 7. North Lindy goes to 10. Oyster Bay ran at 12.99. Admirable. They stay with 3. New Hyde Park goes to 5. Hobo stick at 4. Islip at 7. Holy 1968. West Hempstead 6.5. 6 points for Henrietta. 4 for Copeg. So we're looking at 10, 7, 7, 6.5,
6,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
No,
Nobody has a 1, Fred.
No ones.
Don't throw the whammy.
You going down below?
Yep.
All right.
I'll be down there. I'll give you the high sign. I need this. I need this. Those guys got to flip for that trophy, right?
Yeah, the second place. So Paul's going to go down and talk to the winner of C-Hose in a second. So the day is still wide open. Nobody is running away with this thing. 10 point, first team to double digits now. We got the knockers at 10. Still, then we got those 7s and 5s and 6.5s.
But they go to a 3-point lead, which is
3-point lead. But again,
nice.
Again, let's see what happens.
Move the equipment!
Oh, Billy.
Results
with enthusiasm
of the CO's contest. First place, 5 points. Number 19, North Lindenhurst. Tied for second and third place. Each will get 3 1/2 points. Number 1, Lindenhurst. And number 43, Westbury. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 42, Islip. And number 5th place, 1 point. Number 36, New Hyde Park. Lindenhurst and West Hempstead will flip for the second and third place trophies.
Again, Bill said Westbury in the initial, but it's West Hempstead and
West Hempstead, not Westbury.
West Hempstead and Lindenhurst.
It's West Hempstead. West Hempstead is the tie.
All right, we're down here with the winners of the C-Hose contest. The North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers win the leg trophy donated in memory of Stanley Toomer from West Sayville, and the Robert Cushing Perpetual C-Hose leg trophy donated by the Patchogue Fire Department. I'm here with their driver, C-Ladder C-Hose, Scott Rice of the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers. Scott, you're coming out of B ladder, no points on the board, 2 races ladder, you're sitting at 10 first place. Take us through those runs a little bit.
Well, just you know, after B ladder, you always have to try to pick up your team and get them going. So all I had to do was just make sure I gave them a chance to do their job, and I think I did, and it turned out pretty well, Paul.
You come to this new surface right here, and I know there was a lot of questions about how the C-Trucks would be running. You took those 2 contests, pretty much you rode them on a frozen rope right there. Going into the contest, were you thinking about it a little bit, or after that last tournament a couple weeks ago in Hempstead, were you pretty, or at least less concerned with how it was going to run?
Well, to be honest, you know, you sit there and you watch some of the other drivers like Dan Salerno, and you see what he does, and so you try and take some educated points from that. And so you just bring it in and you run your run, and you make your guys do their job, and that's what they did, and I'm very proud of them.
All right, folks, halfway through the drill, your leader at the turn, the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers, 10 points. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Scott. Fred, we'll pay some quick bills here.
Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information.
Make sure you get in on that.
Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is ladies' night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. 2018 Fire Rescue EMS Mega Show takes place February 17th and 18th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. Check out the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear, thermal cameras, apparatus, and more. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is the Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire department as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.go.
The next contest to be run is the B-Hose competition. The New York State record is 7.55 and is currently held by West Hempstead. The overtime for this event will be 15 seconds. First team on the line is #1 on the program, the Lindenhurst Snails.
All right, so we are back.
Looking
at B-Hose.
And you're talking about Lindenhurst right here. They'd like to keep that mo going now. I mean,
oh,
3.5 points. First shot out of the gate was a nice one.
They've run in B-Hose over the last couple weeks, 8:32 in Central Islip, and then 2 weeks ago here in Hempstead, 8:03. So they put up a couple of good numbers. You might expect to see all 7s today, but you never know. All right, here we go with the Lindenhurst Snails. All right, they've got the track. And they're off the line. Through the light and the break. He's off a little tight.
Yes, nice
job. Now Smith's got to get busy. He had to run a lot. He fought a little bit. He past the target. Nice job by the
Those are
Lindenhurst.
your 2 target hits of the day right there.
Yes.
Lindenhurst knocking it down both times. He made that right-hand turn again. That's tough to do in a B truck.
He does a real nice job. Let's hear what Rouse has for us.
Time for Lindenhurst. 7.66. 766.
Heavy number. We are joined here, everybody, by former Fluke, former North Lindenhurst piston knocker, and state champion Patrick Fair.
#2 on your
Hey
program.
guys, how you doing? Great job today.
Panthers from Cacho.
Pat, great to see you.
Great run to jump in on.
Yeah, really.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that could be Lindenhurst's team record. 766.
I think you're right.
It's a heavy shot.
I'm sure we'll have somebody tell us.
It's a heavy shot. I think that's close to a team record, but man, Brendan does a nice job at the hydrant again, and he blasts the target twice in a row.
You hit it on the head, though, Paulie. Target hits have made both their shots.
Now that's hard to beat. How are you going to find a shot better than that?
I think it's out. I think it's out there. We do need Len. You down there?
Oh, Lenny's in the corner.
Lenny's in the corner. Okay,
Nobody puts Lenny in the corner.
All right. Artie's going to maybe go out on the street with us. Maybe he can get us some some stick times. We don't have really access to the light here, so that'll kind of give us a good idea where everybody's at.
Hey, just guys, chime in really quick. Just got the text. Team record was 775.
Yeah. Blew it away.
Ryan
Crushed
Henley,
it.
775, getting it up to me. So now 766. Snail team record.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right, here we go.
And
Kutchog has the track.
What did they have? What was that, B-Lat, a 520 if they would have had it?
Yes.
Yeesh.
Well, they want that back now. Here come the Panthers. A little tight to the hydrant. In the break right at the timing line. He's going to run a little bit. Water's on. Nozzle breaker man got to run about 40, 50 feet. Slides in.
Hey,
Breaking
good job.
coupling is in the way a little bit. Caught a little bit of that first water, but a nice job hitting the target.
Hey, good job for the Panthers right there. They put it together at both ends. They got to
Time
be
for
happy about it.
8.65. 865.
Nice
Good
clean
job.
run for them.
You know, they got
On
Joe
line number
Zahoski
3 in the
driving.
programs, the Rebels from Levittown.
Regular driver Bill Burns on a enforced hiatus.
I said on a little vacation.
Yeah, and
Park
so
Farmer sabbatical.
Joe Zahoski jumps in there, and he hasn't driven in a while, but he jumped back in, helping the team out, and drops a good run right there.
So, Pat, give us some observations of what you've seen so far here today. What do you like?
What's not to like about a state tournament, but what I do like about it is that no one's running away with it. This is, it's tight. It's anybody's game, and there's 20 more out here, and here we go. It all points to a unbelievable finish. We've had so many fantastic finishes in the past couple of years.
Yep.
And this is going to be one. You can see it happening.
Oh, it's aiming that way, right?
Yep.
Yeah, all signs are kind of pointing towards that.
Levittown Rebels. Hope.
All right, so the Rebels have the track. Lindenhurst setting the tone for the contest, putting up a number that's
good to see.
Everyone's going to have to work hard to beat. Here we go. Here come the Rebels. They are through the timing line. Truck fishtails a little bit. Hydrant Man got off a little tight. He looks like he hurt himself. He reached out and tried to grab it. Looks like he hurt his thumb. The slack pan actually is putting the water on here as they try and complete the shot.
He's cut. I'm going to go. Stitches are going to be necessary. Hopefully he didn't break a finger. But boy, when you get off balance like that, he sticks his hand out. I'm going to give him credit for it because this is the state tournament. You jump off and go for it. He does it, but sometimes when you're off balance, that hand gets turned over. He clangs his thumb. I'm going to go with.
I'll see
across the gate?
Right across the gate.
See if I can get anything for you.
He's cut. You said they brought him a towel.
On the line, number 4 in your programs.
Hope it's all
the Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
Looks like he's coming to the rescue tent.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Hope it's not broken because that's a hit right there, You need your thumb. Separates us from other primates.
You sound like a teacher.
Opposable thumbs, man.
Yeah.
It's a rare thing,
It's big time for us humans.
Yeah, he's holding that thumb as he makes his way underneath the arch.
But of course, in true fireman fashion, he finished the shot.
Wow. 3 people left in the Wildcat pool. See if that'll continue. They have West Sable in this event, Len? All 3 of them West Sable in this event.
So otherwise it'd be what, a 3-way tie?
Yeah.
Just give you the update that as he was going to going back to rescue. Yeah, pointer finger caught on the threads as he went to hit, sliced it open.
Wow.
So he got the thumb passed.
Yep. Got the thumb passed.
Went over the top.
Yep. Split open his the pointer.
Pass it on. You can live without the pointer.
All right. West Sable has the track.
It's got to happen now.
Frankie Miller getting ready to take him away. They run out in the street a little bit more than some of our other teams. Here go the Dutchman. They're in the break. Michael Mara's off. He attacks it. Water on. 237. Joey's got to get busy up top.
A little stutter, but boy, they got it.
On the target. It's going to be in the neighborhood of Lindenhurst.
Going to be in the ballpark.
One shot, and he had to make it, and he did.
And he did. I'll tell you what. So this could be another 7-6. Oh, it might have beat him.
Sable.
Might have beat him.
7.59. 7:59.
I'm going second best run in Dutch history.
No.
Third.
Fourth.
54, 58.
55, 56, and I think 58. I think.
Wow.
I don't know.
And almost a little.
I was on
tug
2
up
of
top.
them, I'm pretty sure.
Almost a little tug up top.
Number 5 in your programs.
Little struggle between the nozzle and
Buckeyes from
touch.
Merrick.
If you're going to get on the board, why not with a 7.5, right? And
400's
B-Hose.
off the record. 400's off the state record. 7:55.
Man's race. Why not do it? Fred, what'd you get for Levittown? Overtime. All right, so we've had 14 runs. 4 teams run. We got a 759 and a 766. What's going on? All of a sudden, this turned into a hose thing after Seahose was great.
We should set the pace, yeah.
Seahose was great. This has been pretty much a B-ladder year, all those type of things. It hasn't been a B-hose and a C-hose.
Wow, so if you're sitting back there towards the back, 4 teams have run. You've got a 766 and now a 759.
Yep. You know what that means? We're going for it, boys.
I had Michael 237, so you're going to have to get water in the hose.
237.
Better than 240.
Yeah.
You know, 230. We talked about earlier. We said we don't want to be in that 220s.
No.
But that 230 area is in the neighborhood.
But Michael sets the pace. If Michael runs a 2-3, how many other people can do that these days?
A lot of people don't.
They don't.
They don't.
You know,
but now you run the 2-4, the 2-5. That's your, or your 2-6. Those guys, and they can run a 7-8 here. They can't run a 7-5 running that. You can't run it anymore. So you're almost out if you're a 250 hydrant man.
No, out of first place, but
out of first.
But at this point, way it is, points.
Oh,
you want points. I mean, West Sable after
points, almost everybody has them.
After forgetting the first half of the drill for West Sable, that's a shot. You know, you got to have. You mentioned it. You got to have it. Here we go. Merrick Buckeyes, Freeport Nighthawks combined. In it go. Hops off the side of the truck. The slack man let go of the hose, which I really think had an impact on the hydrant man. They're set up top, waiting to finish the shot.
He almost still got it on.
He looked like he had his click and was ready to turn, and slack man dropped the hose and it got pulled out of his hands.
Time for Merrick. 13.83. 13.83.
13.83. All right, that's going to bring us to the slow pokes. Tell you what.
On the line to be number 6 on your programs, the slow pokes from Main Transit.
So Main Transit's coming up. Boy, they got a tough road to hoe right here. But I'm telling you, they can run that 8-0 right here. They can run an 8-0. But the way things are shaping up, is 8-0 going to place?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say you're going to have to run a 7 to place today.
I don't know
and at this pace, maybe a healthy 7.
Well, let's remember that when we finished here in whatever year after the part 2, and we finished in B-Hose, the state drill.
Yeah.
I think
shootout.
That was as good a B-Hose. I mean, we ran a 7.60. We came in 4th. 7.60, we came in 4th. I mean, and I think a 64 or 68 was 5th. And how do you run better than that?
That was West Hempstead, too, with first place.
Yeah, they ran that.
746.
Yeah, right.
47, yes. Yeah, that was pretty heavy. Okay. The average time to win B-Hose over the last 10 years, 779.
Got that
but not here.
No, just to win the B-Hose in a state drill, 779.
Well,
I would expect that number to be skewed from here.
Yeah, I was just saying that just got altered.
And what did they dial the water in here today? At
71. And when they tested it this morning, it was 65. I guess they left it where it was.
Yeah. Let me just say this right now. Thank God it ain't at 60, which is what was the goal. Yeah. Because then 60, I don't know if they're getting those on.
West Sable and Lindenhurst would have been really tight.
So, but this was my point of why we should run 4-7 water, and I'll get back to it after Main Transit.
Here we go.
You're right.
Main Transit rolls off the line. A lot of smoke coming off that B truck. They're through the timing line. They're running a little bit tight. Hydra Man clanks off the top. Gets it on the second attempt. Nozzle Man is set, ready, waiting for water. He gets kicked hard to the to the right. He's got to reset. Even his backup man was behind him. But yeah, once it shot behind him, it kinked really bad.
In between them.
Yep. Yeah, all between them. Kink right in between them.
Time for Main Transit. 12.55. 12.55.
They might be a combined 300 pounds.
But that's another example of a team that doesn't understand
number
the
6
pressure
on your
here.
programs.
Main Transit.
You got to lock down.
We said it earlier. So I was just going back to the water time. So I suggested we set the water in the 4.7s, and there was a lot of hemming and hawing, and not that I was making a decision, but 460. And this is my argument for it. If you set the water at 460, then you're really on the edge. For Brendan, who ran a 2-3 hydrant, for Michael, who ran a 2-3 hydrant, they're the best hydrant man. Why? They can put it on a 2-3. You can't. You can put it on a 2-5. It's not as good as 2-3. I hate to tell you. But you're taking the game out of their mix. They might not be able to get the nozzle on. So by running a 4.60, 4.62 water, you're hurting the 2-3 hydrant man. You're helping the 2.6 hydrant man. because now all of a sudden he can run a 7.6, 7.7.
That's it.
That fair?
When the water's slower, the nozzleman is the guy who's got to make up the time.
Yeah.
The hydromen are going to put their hit up, you know.
I don't think it's fair. You know, why take out the 2-3 hydroman? Let him show his thing too.
Sure.
All right, we're waiting on the Deer Park Bucks.
Deer Park on the day, 2 points. They can play. They would love to run a little 7 right here.
Had that 8-0-8-1 a couple of years ago up at Main Transit, right? That got themselves into the mix.
I tell you, see Mike Welton right here, and he's talking to the nozzle man and the breaker man, and he's explaining just what we talked about, that there was too much water between and that little kink.
Yeah.
He was just telling him that exact thing.
Okay, Deer Park.
They'll lock them down with straight hose.
Here come the Bucks. Make their way down the track. They're out towards the middle of the road a little bit. Hydroman is off. He clanged off it, put some water across the street, gets it on a second try. Nozzleman set. Finishes the shot.
Stick down at 2.7.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit back.
Ran a little
Time
bit.
for Deer Park. 11.44. 11:44.
Next up's going to be Port. Now, Port was in it to win it. They were a player. They won the last drill before the state drill.
On the line to be number 8 on your programs. The Roadrunners from Port Washington.
Port's sitting here with 2 points as well. I mean, you say, oh, man, they need a 4 or a 5. But it's not your regular 4 or 5 anymore. You're breaking team records. Almost everybody out here would now have to break their team record to come in first. Almost everybody.
You're basically almost breaking state records.
Except maybe like a North Lindy, probably not. But
no, North Lindy's is worse than that.
No, don't they have the record?
No.
No, 55 West Hempstead, 55
North
the
Lindy,
state record.
North Lindy, I don't know if they've ever run a 7.5.
Now with this,
I ran a 7.50.
What'd you run? 50 what?
7.50.
Oh shit! What am I talking about?
Yeah, but this crew.
I forgot about that one.
Folks, that was not a setup.
How did I forget that? I meant recently.
McNamara has a 55.
I thought. You know, we've changed the record once or twice since then. I can't keep track of when is when.
I know.
But yes, they broke the record. I think at CI with a 55. Didn't they?
That was the old days. I was talking about.
Yeah, Rob, I don't know. Was it a 55 or a 60 when they broke that record? That's when the hose records were being reset.
You're right.
Yes.
Well, Bayshaw's is 51.
And they reset it.
Bayshore would now have to break their record. Bayshaw's is 50. And I did that one.
I did.
And I did that. I wouldn't forget that.
Pat
Like
said he did it.
Yeah.
Either way,
yeah, I had a little
Port's got to do it.
Yeah, Port has to do it. You're right about that.
I had a little help with that guy on the rules committee down there, you know, just a bunch of help.
Yeah. Well, he stuck out his arm.
Port had been running so consistent those 2C contests
Broken
over
clock.
the last 3 or 4 weeks, and to get no points for them out of the 2C contest, really a little bit of a kick
It really
in
is.
the gut.
You know, they're going to have a tall order now to get. They would need their team record right here. Plus, they'd have to hit an efficiency pump, which is going to be a crapshoot, and do something in buckets, which is possible for them. Pump's going to be so interesting with all these numbers so close, right?
Yeah.
Who could master the weight? Who could master the weight?
That's it. And you have not unusual players, but unsuspected players like New Hyde Park is all of a sudden in the mix in motor pump.
They're in the mix for top 5 right now.
True.
I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like Port's taking a little bit of time, no?
Doc had him do a little extra cleanup down the hydrant.
Who's telling him no?
Well, he almost got taken out by the ladder, by his own ladder and C ladder. You don't see that very often.
Well, he's not the most fleet of foot, but he made it.
All right, here come the Roadrunners, making their way. Danny brings it back. Truck comes out to the street a little bit. Donald Smallwood attacks it. He misses it. The dragger had let the hose out of his hand already, and it got pulled away from him, so he didn't get the quick chance on that second swipe.
Yeah, that second swipe, your day's over at that point in this drill. But
you still want to be in your position to do that week in, week out.
9.74.
Thought he short
9.74.
When that truck fishtailed a little bit, he got off. I think he said, "All right, I got to go get it," and he did go at it hard.
But then you
start
when
number
you
9 on your
run,
programs.
You lunge and
Frogs call place.
You lose that hand out a little bit, and I think that's what happened.
The fishtailed him into the hydrant.
But
it brought him in, but I think they were still out in the street.
You know what? I don't even call that.
Come in hard.
To me, that's a hiccup, and it's been happening with the beat truck of the hydrant. I would say for the last 3 weeks or so.
For them,
but it's a hiccup. Yeah, it doesn't. I like when you get that fish and it really comes around on you and throws you in. That's a favorite of mine. But that thing kind of just went. It like jumped. Throws you off, I think.
It was actually one of the things Danny mentioned to me before the drill today was how is the beat truck going to react here in B-Hose?
You get an overall time for them, Fred? Yeah. All right, so still we're sitting with that 59 and the 66.
And then all the way to 8 and change?
865, Cutchalk hanging in around third right now, and then some other numbers. And the Call Place Frogs going to take their spot. Talk about a truck that's been kind of all over the place. We mentioned this earlier. Their B truck.
Yeah. Albertson Slowpokes.
Playing both sides of the track. Little cleanup going on. Sun hanging in there. Still a large crowd. I mean, it looks phenomenal from up here. I'm sure they got to be enjoying this. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's a great thing to be able to say.
Yep. I mean, when you think about racing, it's come a long way. Pat, you were there for a lot of years, and you saw it probably when it ran like this, and then it ran where there was so many protests and all this stuff, and then the delays, and it got ugly for a long time in terms of the time frame it took to run a drill. Now we're back to snap, right?
That's the way it should be, man. I mean, back in the day, way before me, they could run a full drill with 70 teams and get it over with in a decent time.
All right, here we go. Call Place Frogs making their way down the track. Kind of drift to the middle of the track and now brings it back. Hydra Man misses, gets it on his second attempt. Nozzle Man is set, waiting on water. Oh, blows the target.
Smashed it.
Well, that miss at the hydrant's going to cost him there. Great target hit.
Time for Call Place. 8.87.
With a miss.
8.87.
Yeah. That's just a perfect example of what a target hit will do for you.
On the line will be number 10 on your programs, the Hicks from Hicksville.
Time goes away fast up top.
All right, Hicksville Hicks. I did a little research one time, and I don't have every state scorecard. Of course, I used to look on the site for the ones I didn't have. And I tried to figure out what drill team had made the most consecutive state drills attendance-wise. And I came up with the Hicksville Hicks without missing.
Wow.
I think they went back all the way to the late 40s and had
down by the hydrant. Everybody back from the fence. Please, back from the fence, you guys and gals down by the hydrant.
You'd be surprised
what the people can see.
Here and there. Of course, they used to be, I don't think they were always at this time of year. Might have been a little later.
No, I think we've always been. We followed the
even
convention,
since the
which
40s?
was always. Yeah.
Maybe people just didn't go upstate for some time. Who knows what the reason was. But the one team that I found consistently year in and year out was Hicksville.
When you posed that question, I immediately went that maybe West Hempstead.
Yeah.
You know, they were good old time squad and been doing it ever since.
Oh, I thought Bayshore would have definitely, but then Bayshore missed it in the 50s. They missed some drills.
In the 50s, after they came in second in 51, they were.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they were there.
I forget the years, but I have, I'm not in attendance for whatever reason. I do not know. Could be because it was upstate, and I don't know.
All right, Hicksville looks like they're lining up pretty tight. Yeah. The Hydra Man sticks his foot out. He'll be on the grass. That's right in your realm there, Paulie.
I like it. It's got a shot.
You'd be riding in on the curb.
Just don't hit the light. That's all. You're good.
Come close.
You can come 8 inches away from the curb.
I sneezed on it. It would have went over.
All right, Hicksville rolls out, making their way towards the line. They're through the light. He's tight. Hydra Man. He tried to catch it both at the same time. He turned the water on as he went to click and turn, and it was not on. He's still having trouble getting it on.
I'm giving them credit. They went for it.
I had 255.
They went for it.
Line to the valve down.
Overtime for Hicksville. Overtime.
Hello.
Whoa.
You know what? He ran it tight. He got off hot, and he threw the stick. He was going for it.
I had 48 down here.
You're going to have to.
There you go. All right.
Off the light.
You're going to have to.
So that's real.
I mean, I think a 48, 50, that'll get you 7-7.
Artie's going off the light. I had 37 on Michael, and that was off the
Top
line. So off the light, that
Baldwin.
37 actually might have been where we were talking about a little bit earlier in the twos.
Fred,
all right, we're going to be a couple minutes. There's a lot of water on the track here.
What's the time, Fred?
It's going to dry. I'll tell you, you can actually see it steaming right off the course.
Overtime. Missing all the overtimes. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
So we've had a lot of chatter about the Wildcat Survivor Pool.
Yeah,
it's been interesting.
It's going to keep going.
Throwing some scorecards off.
Those 3 scorecards move on.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, unless there's 5 teams would have to beat the 59.
Can you imagine?
Somebody'd have to break the record if that happened.
Our octave level of screaming would be out of control at that point.
And Keith Olbermann says, not going to happen.
We have to get Lenny to let us know who's got what going into efficiency so we know who we're looking at survivor pool-wise.
You know, I couldn't find Lenny. I had the perfect card, man.
You got it now, don't you?
Card. Sure. I'll let you guys peruse this. Here, you can take a look at it.
All right. Yeah, you're in.
Share it with the audience.
All right, so here's Pat's picks for the day. Oh, you're going with the Baldwin Go Boys, huh?
Oh, that's who I was with that day.
All right. 3-man ladder. He's going Inwood Mud Ducks. What'd they score in 62?
They scored.
Well, okay.
Every one of those teams have scored.
And then you went Rough Riders for B ladder. You could have picked them in numerous years, right?
Yeah, they were 2 first place in 60.
Then you're going with the old timers, the C ladder, the Holland Patent.
1969. They scored.
They did score. Yep. And then the Mohawk Renegades in 68 and C-Hose.
Yes, sir.
And then you went old school with the Flukes there, 75, 76, 77.
Now, you know I got to do that.
And then efficiency, going way back to the Grease Ridge Runners?
Yes, sir.
There you go. 57, what'd they run? Double jacket hose, no doubt.
Guaranteed.
in wool uniforms.
Might have been a 10.
All right.
So hold on, here comes Baldwin.
All right, we got the Baldwin Tomcats off that 13-26 in C-Hose. A real nice shot for Baldwin. You know, love to turn around and run another, run that low 8 here, and who knows, you maybe get lucky.
You know, you look at all the teams today, obviously Oyster Bay, but Baldwin, another team.
Here goes Baldwin, approaching the hydrant. Hydrant man is off. Oh, water's on. Kind of double clutch, but Nozzleman's going to have to get moving. They fight a little bit. He does not get it on. As he went for his click, water came out.
It was close.
They ran a lot towards
overtime.
Towards the nozzle.
Overtime.
It hurt his nozzle on.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. 269 when he first went to the half stick.
I'm telling you, they got something going on there in Baldwin. If they can keep it together.
On the line, number 12 on your programs, the Redskins from Bayshore.
Bayshore still angling to get on this scoreboard. We're 5 races in. It's now or never. They can run the last 3. They can run fishy, they can run pump, they can run buckets. But if they got big dreams, they need to get a little help. And they need to hit a heavy shot right here, and it would have to be heavy.
After that 1260,
and scoring.
Not scoring. You would have hoped you would have hoped to get a couple of points with that. You know, you're not probably winning a contest in Hempstead with a 1260. But God, I'd probably be going, all right, let me take 1 or 2 and.
You can't let that rattle your cage, though. You know.
No, it's a new race now. Now you get it out of your system. But boy. Wish. All right, so you got motor pump. You're going Massapequa Indians.
Who are the state record holders.
All right.
At 670.
62. That could win it today, 670.
Scary. It actually could.
And then buckets. This is a shock to me. You're going Babylon Scroungers.
5th place, 1972.
And no motorized, right? Or they just old-fashioned, or they had a truck?
All no motorized.
And they wait all day. Buckets comes and they win buckets. They win buckets?
No,
they score
5th place.
Okay.
Yeah.
In 72.
Maybe they didn't wait all day. Maybe they just showed up like 8 hours later.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah, let's all meet around 4 p.m.
They hung out by the pool.
Somebody call Mabel and get get my phone on the horn.
That was one of those days when we were on a racetrack and didn't have good lighting.
All right, Bayshore trying to get on the board here.
They need it. So right now you got a 59 and a 66. They'd have to put one up.
And you go into your 8s, and I think your 9s after that even, right?
Yeah, I don't see it staying that way. But
no, definitely not.
Bayshore, you're thinking they got to be in the 7s. If that's how we're living it right now.
Here come the Redskins. They're in the break. Skippy's off. Water run. They're running a lot up top. He said he double clutches. He moved the target.
It was moving. The flap was moving.
Yep.
I had 252 on the handle, so not the heavy numbers we've seen.
Bayshore, 8.18. 8-18.
Definitely washed away, probably a 7-8.
Number 13 on your programs, the Pea Pickers from Point Pleasant.
That's that thing. You get the 2.5 water on. You're maxing out at 7-8 if he blasts the target.
But I think he double clutched. He wasn't set.
Yeah,
up here.
Artie, you give me a little. You had a closer view.
I had 242 in the handle, Rob, off the light. Down here, yeah, he kind of like fumbled a little bit as he was trying to get set up. So now as the water comes out, he's not set. He had just made the click before the water comes out. The arm's not extended and locked yet, and he just can't put it on the flap. The flap didn't move.
Yeah, we were up here. We're watching the flap
go
back.
It just wasn't that bang step. He did run a lot as well. Took a lot of steps. He was off 1.5 steps on the other side of the white line, so he had a lot of steps to come in.
All right, so but right now it's holding in third, but the way we've seen a couple of these first runs, you know, Bayshaw's going to hope it holds in there. They need to get the day started somewhere.
So Pat, Artie, would you guys like to be off as a nozzle man?
Looking at the way the track is right here, I'm going to be on the other side of the 75-foot line.
You want to be inside within 25 feet
on the target side of it.
Of the line. Okay, so you're looking at within 20, stopping within that 20 feet and getting yourself there.
Yeah. Normally, normal course, my feet down right on the other side of that, 26 feet out.
I mean, again, warm B-hose, pole running hydrant on the white line. Even in my first foot, maybe just inside that white line. You know, if he's running the 215, 220 handle,
you got to be there.
I got to be just inside that white line to get to the top.
They were probably 2 or 3 steps past that line.
Yep.
Which added to that. Here
Point
we go.
Pleasant, second in the drill, 7 points.
Big shot here for Point. They're in the break. They're running a little tight. Hydrant man is off. Water on.
Going to be about a target hit.
They got to get there.
We're back. He's
Water
got it.
on.
Oh, he catches
it.
No, it's not. I don't even think it's going to be Bayshaw, but I think the water on. What'd you get for water on? 50s?
272 from
time. I had 76.
Point Pleasant.
That's the difference.
8.10.
8-10. So he hits that target by almost by mistake as it's flapping by.
Yeah.
But you see, Artie, what'd you get on that? 70s? Water on, somebody said?
70. I had 76. Pat at 72.
It's just not going to be able to play. That's what I'm saying. That 2.7 makes it so difficult. You know, that truck stopping them.
Number 14 on your programs. The Wanderers from Ellesmere.
And now we got from the northern area, the Ellesmere Wanderers, who have been pretty good in B-hose this year. You know, they're like we said earlier, without a C-truck, they need their B times to be real good, and they've been running decent B-hose up there in the northern area. So, Pat, you had the Rough Riders overall to win this drill, and I don't know if that's happening.
No. You know,
but a good choice.
For all time. You know,
it's an all-timer.
It's the all-time perfect card. No repeats on it, you know. I was thinking about doing it maybe like a 30 for 30 and coming up and going, dropping the voice down real low. Go, what if I told you the Babylon Scroungers scored in the state drill?
That'd be great.
Even better than that, what if I told you the Grease Ridge Runners scored in 2 contests in the state drill, and they did that day.
Same year, same day.
Same year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the one that I put them in.
Now, Grease, people don't know, Grease Ridge is out in the western area.
Yes.
But Holland Patton's in the northern area, and so is Mohawk. And I think the only 2 Ilion scored in the state drill as well.
They sure did.
The
3-man ladder in 76.
Kevin Wheelock, I think, was running on that team.
All right, here we go. Ellesmere breaking their way down the track. They're in the break. Hydraman's approaching. He went to put it on. He drops his coupling.
Handcuffed.
He's trying to get it back on. It must be the gloves he's wearing.
Alligator arms.
I don't know. Either it's crossed or he couldn't get on. He finally gets it. Nilesman on the other end's laying down on his belly, a la old school motor pump.
Northern style.
Overtime.
It's Mark Jaffe.
For Ellesmere. Overtime.
Mark Jaffe
did it.
He did the flop. He had an 801 doing that.
Really?
Yeah. I know Mark's out there.
Oh, absolutely.
We gave you some props, Mark.
I didn't know he had an 801.
Yeah, it was after they reset the record. That was
on the line, number 15 on your programs. The Ironman from Riverhead.
So we were talking about northern teams.
Just a thought for those of you that might think you're scorching hot. Just think of 1982, where we ran in the snow at Olean. It was nice and cold. Fires all over the place. Not a blanket to be found in the city to be bought.
Not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. So we're talking Ilion, Mohawk, Holland Patton. I think they're the only northern teams ever to score in a state drill. I could be wrong about it, but I mean, you'd have to go way back and try to figure out maybe there's somebody else. I could be wrong. Ellesmere scores in the state drill in B-hose, but they were representing Suffolk County.
That's right. They were a member of Suffolk County at that time.
Right. And they had the full pump. They had the full mini pumper at that time, I believe.
The hose bed was like the same height as the cab.
Just came out of service and they put it on the track, and they put it back in service. But they were not a part of Northern at the time.
But they had some Suffolk County influence, though. They had what's his name from Bayport that went out there.
Oh, Zagrosa. So I'm just going to go. This is something cool about the new book. They have the area champs, and when you say Grease Ridge, and most people probably never saw the Ridge Runners run. We'll get back to it after Riverhead right here.
We go with the Ironmen. Lined up a little tight to the track, to that south side. Here they come. They're in the break. Truck kind of fishtails a little bit. Water's on. Nilesman running just a little bit. He double clutches and misses. All right, just waiting to get that nozzle on to try and complete the shot here. Water's back on.
Overtime. Sorry, gentlemen, you have overtime.
I think that was laying on edge on Kyle, actually. He was having, it's almost like that one where you have to come all the way around as a nozzle man. Very hard to do. It's either you got to pin it back to the right, or if you break it, now you got to really turn your arm because of the way it's laying on its edge a little bit.
The coupling came up on edge.
Yeah.
Yep.
So again, that's either
a tough one.
Knock it down, number 16 on your programs, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
So you go back to the Western Area champs, and for the first 5 years that they keep total points for the Western Area, 1955 through 1959, the Ridge Runners from Grease Ridge are the overall total point champs from the Western Area. So talk about maybe the first on record dominant team from the Western Area.
True. I know there's photos of them. Can't say I saw them myself, but there's photos of them running. All white trucks.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, going to bring us to East Farmingdale. So just taking a little look right here. We got 7:59 by West Sable. Finally getting them with a strong shot on the board. Lindenhurst backing up their Seahos with a nice BO 766. Then we're going to go to 8:10. That shot from point, which they got to be real happy about. Now they got their fingers crossed. Can we keep scoring? Bayshore at 8:18, and then the 8:65 by Cutchogue. Still hanging around in 5th place right now as East Farm's going to get the line.
So when this race got started, 4 teams in. We had a 66 and a 59, 4 teams in. So you're saying, whoa, what's going to happen here? It's kind of settled down a little bit.
It'll pick up again. A couple teams who got knockers.
Yeah, they're in double deck here, but first.
And double digits.
The Hares, the only team in double digits. The truck kind of straightens out off the line. They come through. Little tight to the hydrant. Water's on. Fishtails. Both guys are off. They make it to the coupling. Nozzle's on.
Hey.
Brings it back across. Must have had a kink underneath them. It kind of had a fog pattern coming out.
Didn't necessarily have to be a kink.
Time for East Farmingdale. 9.01. 901.
Just outside the 8.
On the line, number 17 on your programs, the Cubs from Copenhagen.
3-3 handle is detrimental to doing a 7-6 in B-hose.
Any 7.
Copenhagen Cubs. I'll drop it in hot right here. We'll see how. I mean, they're not going to be aware of how the track grips for the most part since they don't run on it regularly. But you talk about Bill Henry. Give it to me hotter. Give it to me hotter.
Ran 3 guys in C-hose. Only 3 guys off the back in C-hose. So see if they do that again here in B.
Shane had the large gloves. Let's see if he comes back with them. Maybe he's a hand model. Costanza.
I was about to say Costanza.
It's good work.
Your attention, please. The 50-50 is now up to $8,000. Even the president's people who have been fired are coming down to buy the tickets so they can have an income.
Communist. Forget that. How about the Powerball? 600.
All right, Copenhagen.
That's chump change.
I got the winning ticket in my car.
Yeah, I got it in my pocket.
All right.
You win this, it's tipping money if you win the other one.
That's right.
Tipping money. I'll throw this money out the window if I win the Powerball.
Right in the sewer. Everybody go watch me.
All right, Cubs just about ready to go. They got those orange flames running across the hood of the B-truck. And they're off. The way down. In the break. Hydra Man runs just a little bit. Nozzle Man's off. Oh.
Gonna do it himself. I liked it.
All right, we're going to have to explain that one to everybody. I got to look at that. I wasn't ready for that. Looked like the Breaker Man stayed on the truck, or maybe he was just there for counterweight.
I think he's counterweight.
Nozzle Man kind of just took his coupling and rolled it on the ground.
And the other one comes off.
Takes the other one off. Okay.
1.18.
Is that an upstate one, Paulie?
18.
I've seen it done by Louisville.
On the number 19 on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
It shows you see something new all the time. I have never seen that before.
I seen Pete Roberts do it up there in Louisville. I don't know if it was actually Pete Run. I believe it was. He did the same thing, and the first time I saw it, I was like, and he got it on. He hit the top. Like, what the heck's going on?
My first thought just there is it came off on its own.
Yeah.
But I was like, yeah.
That was 295 handle.
Yep.
Water wash right here is 825. If he bangs that, they're in the high 8s.
Yep.
Running that by himself up top. So.
Get a time on that, Fred. Who? 80? 18. 13,
All right.
18.
Our leader steps to the line.
Yeah, they're the leader. And then, you know, the teams that have run, West Sable hasn't even been on the board. You got Lindenhurst has 3.5. They're in second right now. North Linney, I think, has been the best, most consistent B-Hose team all year. I think Chris Connell has had his best year running Hydrant. I love the way they've been running it tight. Audie said it earlier. We used to run it like that. I love the way East Iser ran it. I think it's worked out for them.
Paulie over their last 3 drills. Going back to Riverhead. 839 in B-Hose. Hempstead 797. Back 2 weeks ago.
But remember that water.
I don't know about earlier.
Water was at 80.
Oh, without a doubt. Different water, just saying. That's 2 of their last 3 drills.
But we also got to see, let's remember the truck. The back rear brakes shouldn't hurt as much in B-Hose, but boy, they need some
definitely
stopping.
can have an effect. All right, here we go. Dudley takes him out. They're in the break. Christopher Collins take a couple extra steps. They're in the hose.
Here we go. It's going to have to be about a target.
Oh, he had a chance. It looked like he maybe turned it and just never clicked it.
He fumbled. He fumbled.
I know. He dropped it. It was loose in his
Overtime
hands.
for North Lindenhurst. Overtime.
The first one was a swipe. He took it off and didn't get the chance at
two
the second
twos.
one.
Yeah.
2 twos in the handle.
Yep. Boy, that was going to be a player.
He, in Nozzleman terms, he came down.
Line to be number 20 on your programs. The Teddy's boys from Oyster Bay.
He came down on the first shot and then froze a little bit before he could get back for the second one.
Yep.
It's like he went to put it on, and I think he almost shocked himself that he didn't put it on, and was like, oh, there's the water.
Yep, there's a cross. He never got the clean second shot in.
Man, that was going on.
Came up right for him, green side up.
All right, well, that opens the door for everybody behind them.
Yep.
Many of which have yet to run.
That's he was in the handle range to put up that number.
The 50s.
Yeah, so he's, they started the contest to battle with the other 2. Just didn't finish it off up top.
So what did you have for Chris's handle?
25.
Woo.
And I actually thought he was back a little bit more than he's been when he has been running.
Yep.
He took a few more steps. He's been right on top of it in both contests all year. Done a real nice job.
All right, Teddy's boys.
All right,
Yeah,
Oyster Bay.
coming off at 12.99 in Sea-Hose.
Yep,
I thought
yeah.
Duck did a little bit of running on that run too.
Yeah, 865 the number right now.
Here goes the Teddy boys. They're in a break. Go, Hydroman approaching.
Oh, boy!
Nozzleman. Sit down. Breaks in there. Nozzle's on. Braking coupling's in the way.
It's
Still
in the
does a
way. Had to
nice
go
job.
over it.
It's going to be in that Bayshore range, maybe just a touch higher.
Brakeman got to get that coupling
Still,
out of the way.
Oyster Bay having a phenomenal day.
Time for Oyster Bay. 8.16.
Oh, so
8.16.
I thought I was a little late on my stop because I got 8.14. I thought I was
Line to be
off.
number 21 on your programs. The Blue Jays from Sable.
Let's just take a look before we talk about Sable. Let's take a look at the day that Oyster Bay's having. I mean, with the still young group, basically first year out of the gate last year, brought along slowly, 677. Then they go to 964. They actually get 3 points in Sea Ladder, 1299, 816. I mean, good group, young guys.
Good day.
Yep. And you could see, I mean, Joe Boy's back there. They got Darryl. They got Dougie Flynn. They're learning the correct way to do things. You know what I'm saying? They're running it right. Outside of throwing that nozzle, but then Joe Boyers did it by himself. He was able to get rid of it, do what he ever did. I mean, they're doing things right.
Listen, at 12.99, you follow it up with an 8.1. They got to be happy with their,
yes,
themselves.
that's a hose day for them.
That moves Bayshore. That's going to be 5th place, the 818. That's going to be the number right now as Sayville's going to come to the line.
I think also, just going back, looking at that shot, Oyster Bay, I think Dow gave it to him a little bit at the hydrant, and now it's a test of, hey, you know what, we can handle that.
Oh, yeah.
So now it's like we can start to work towards the next level.
And give him that every week now. I did a real nice job. All right, Sayville Blue Jays. All right. Going through their call-off, just about ready to take off.
They have the track.
Don Corkery behind the wheel. Rolls him off the line. He's on the gas. Brakes just inside the timing line. A few extra steps. The dragger falls down. Hydroman couldn't get to the hydrant in order to even get a chance.
Yeesh.
Nozzleman had to move the braking coupling out of the way in front of him.
Doing some maintenance there.
Time for Sable, 1:3.42, 13:42. On the line to be number 22 on your programs, the Slowpokes from Selden.
All right, Selden Slowpokes. This is the first half of the scorecard. It'll be finished right here. 8-18, fifth place number currently.
That 8-1's pretty popular right now.
Yeah.
10, 16, 18.
We said in the beginning, of course, there was only 4 teams to run at the time, that 7 would have to be a number, and I still believe there's enough teams out there to make that happen.
I agree.
Though it's dwindling.
Selden not having the best day today, but everything is run hard. It ran hard today.
Yep. I would say it's towards the second half of this year and recently in the last few weeks. It's the first time Selden has had probably enough guys. They were talking about not running this year before the season, that they just didn't have enough guys. And they did. They got some other guys all of a sudden, either where they joined or came back from the military or whatever it did. And one of them is the ladder climber. It does a pretty good job, I think.
Hey,
and
speaking of that stuff, I just got to look it up. Jay Matthews from Selden right now, listening overseas, is an Army specialist, one of their guys. So they just wanted to give a shout out to Jay listening to the drill today.
You betcha, man.
No doubt.
Hoorah, Jay. Hoorah, wherever you are, man.
And thank you, Army specialist. Thanks to Jay for doing what he does.
All right.
Someone's got the track.
See what the Slowpokes can do. All right, ready to take the truck away. They're off. Approaching that timing line. Truck's in the brake. Hydroman is off.
Hey!
Water in the hose. Nozzle Man break it. Kind of tiptoeing up there. They're going to have to get going. He misses on his first click, Nozzle Man. Then water comes out. Nozzle actually blown out of his hands.
See him back on his heels. He lifted that way high. And
Hold up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
I think they need to be a little more aggressive in getting to that coupling on the top end.
He had the second swipe.
Lot of steps, though. I mean, a good 10 steps on the approach. He was 3 steps on the other side of the white line to make the approach.
Number 33 in your programs, the Turtles from Westbury.
Westbury currently is not sitting with anything. 8-18 the number. If you look about who's scoring right here, it'd be a first place shot. West Sable, I know you can't believe this if you just tune it in, but that's going to put him on the board for the first time today. Lindenhurst also all of a sudden making a creep. If they could stay at 4 points, and 766 is huge. If they could stay 4 points, they're really in the mix too.
7.5. With North Lindenhurst miss, that puts them within 2.5 points of the lead.
And they can run the last 3 races.
They run efficiency exceptionally well.
Anybody's game pump here. And they can run some buckets. They can point out. Tom Dry was stealing some of the cookies.
Ice cream. Oh, I'm good.
Turtles have the track.
And let's not forget Point. Point has 7 points. They're in 3rd place in this contest right now. That stays like that, they go to 10.
Yeah, well, I was just talking about that with somebody.
Hanks, yeah.
There's some guys in green right now sitting back at camp with their fingers crossed just going, please stay like this.
It's a long contest when you put it up early, when you're running early, and you got to wait through everybody.
Yep.
Such a large gap in between the 7-6 and the 8-1s.
All right, here we go to Turtles. American flag across the hood. In the break, truck kind of tilts to the hydrant a little bit. Hydroman misses water, a little bit of water across the street. He's having a little trouble getting it on.
Yep. Click, turn, and washed himself.
All right, water now in the hose, making its way up to the nozzle
gentlemen,
man.
you have overtime.
Oh,
hey, they got us.
Holy shit.
They got us.
That goes to a no time.
Pat gets wet up top.
That's amazing.
That is unbelievable.
I didn't get wet when I ran nozzle. I get wet when I'm an announcer. There you go.
And with force. That wasn't like a lob.
Yeah, it was.
That was coming in a pretty good clip.
On the line to be number 34 in your programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
Hey, just with Hagerman coming to the line, I got a text before when they parked that C truck in C hose.
Yeah.
The brake pedal broke.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's actually Johnny's dad. Johnny runs nozzle for them. His dad was driving the C truck. Brake pedal broke. That's why he just had to park it and didn't want to risk anything going any further.
Great job, then. You think back at that and then it explains him coasting down the rest of the way and not getting back in the gas. But kudos to him for doing it. That's awesome. I mean, not great for them, of course, but safety-wise, great.
The things that don't show up on the scorecard.
How many every day, right?
We were talking about it, what was going on, and all of a sudden I got the text from them saying, "Hey, this is what happened." So at least hey, they're listening back at camp, and then they're filling us in up on the top. So it's good stuff.
We appreciate that.
All right, a little delay as they
clean up,
do a little bit of.
Yeah, the water is
drying. Look at it like
back
crazy.
from
Maintenance at the hydrant.
Yeah, it'll dry quick, but.
I didn't think we were supposed to use towels anymore. That's all they're using now is towels.
Anthony was saying
dry
before,
the track.
it's got to be over 100 degrees out there, and he goes, the water goes down, it just evaporates almost.
Well, that's good for the teams running in the back of the pack, that's for sure.
All right, looks like the Gamblers are just about ready. Gamblers, Pat, only team without trucks that come in the top 5 state drill?
Yeah, like 60,
late
60s,
60s,
to 67.
late 60s, and
they have
three-man efficiency buckets.
And they had the efficiency record at that time.
All right, here go the Gamblers, making their way down the track. In the break, Man's got to take a few extra steps.
I think he hurt.
Water's on.
I think he hurt his ankle or something.
Man set.
He was popping.
A little bit left, and then came right across it. It's going to be a high 8, I believe, out of the money.
Mid to high, yep.
Time for Hagerman, 8.56.
Right.
8.56.
267.
On the line will be number 35 in your programs. The Red Onions from Sponsor Report.
Getting back to Hagerman.
Yeah.
That state drill that they scored like that was 1966 in Oyster Bay, and on that day, Central Islip broke the record. If I have this right, Central Islip broke the record in efficiency, and they came down and break it on them. So two efficiency records that day in Oyster Bay. And it might have been the opposite. It might have been Hagerman ran the shot, and then CI busted them, but. Was involving those two, and both were record shots.
Out of those 3 contests, I think I remember they had double-digit points. Out of those 3 contests, to come in the top 5.
We can look that up.
12 maybe, or something like that, or 11 if I remember.
Love stories like that, man.
Yeah. Track open up here for the Red Onions. Red Onions, they're here and there this year. It's really unfortunate that they haven't been able to put it out there as much as the history of the Red Onions has. You go look at those Western area point champs, and there's Red Onions all over the place.
Yes, sir.
Classic.
Whaley Cup champs, right?
Yep.
Whaley Cup.
How was it, Whaley? I thought it was Whaley.
Probably getting it wrong.
Last upstate team, top 5, 2003.
Yep.
Point trying to have something to say about that today.
So does Henrietta. Here go the Red Onions. Come down the street, a little bit of smoke coming off the track.
It's like red smoke, though.
Scott Megan, water in the hose.
Yes.
Nozzleman by himself. He's going to have to get moving.
No, falls on his back.
Going to work.
Just lost that mow as he got close and fell backwards.
Out of balance.
Overtime.
Did you have a stick there, Artie?
Overtime.
I got 256.
There you go. Old school Scott Megan.
Thought Woody drove the race real well.
Did he run with it in front of him?
I think he might have, actually. I didn't notice it behind.
Line number 36 on your programs.
I believe he did, yes.
The Termites from New Hyde Park.
It looked normal. He pulled it off. It looked good.
No, he has it. He always ran it behind him.
Yes.
They ran, a 12.5 up there. C. Hose with it behind him. And I think a couple 7s.
The thing is, if you go deep, you don't stop the water by kinking it against your body.
Pat, you just flip over and take care of it. Joe Annarella on ice cream number 4.
Let me see.
I think it's a chocolate vanilla swirl,
so
if you ask me
we're
from
going
here.
Mr. Softy, what do you want, a shake here, Joe? What would you make?
We went for the chocolate thick shake float. As long as the guy was here by the water test, I will leave the sanction on now.
All right. Good to go.
All right, Paulie, New Hyde Park.
I'll tell you right now, Bill Rouse and Dave are very jealous of you right now that you have ice cream and they don't.
You can count me in on that.
I'm jealous of anybody that has food because I haven't seen a morsel up here yet.
New Hyde Park stands to the line.
Yeah, but they're sitting here
couple
with
of
5
some points in the last 2 contests.
Yep, 8-18.
Looking to keep that streak going.
Is it 8-18 still the number?
Yes.
Yep. 8-18. 5th place, so
we're going to go better than an 8-1.
8-10, 8-16, 8-18. 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
He's off the hydrant. Oh, he got it pretty good.
We got something going
making
on.
his way there. Oh, he missed his first swipe, and Water got there before he had a second chance.
Yeah.
It's usually a very consistent nozzle man up there.
Overtime.
That man came off the truck and went forward towards the hydrant. He lit it up. Artie, what is your number? Because I got really good.
I have two.
Overtime for New Hyde Park.
One more time?
I got 40.
Yes, Rob at
I had
32.
38.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
Yeah, okay.
that's one of the better ones of the day, and boy, it was set up to be a hell of a shot right there.
All right, we have a
South Hempstead sighting.
We have the South Hempstead Rascals coming to the line. They are just running B-Host today, and we have JoJo Simone running down the middle of the track with the South Hempstead Rascals flag.
That's a Division I move right there.
Yeah, it sure is.
We've got the Spats brothers at
Line number
Hydrant
38
Nozzle.
on your programs, the Rascals from South Hempstead.
Does he do that for the Jets on the weekends with the Jet flag?
Doesn't get that much practice. They don't score
No,
touchdowns.
he ain't getting no practice this year.
And I'm a Jets fan.
Bump.
So
this is actually a team. This is the same team that ran a lot of sevens in B-Host.
Yeah.
Now, can you come out with 1 week of practice and do it in a state drill? That could be a lot to ask, but stranger things have happened.
I'm telling you, this is the official monkey wrench of the day if they can throw one up here.
So they were actually practicing here prior to the water test on Thursday.
Yeah.
And the room is under 816.
What?
The correction, the room is under 810.
Yep.
Not much room otherwise.
Nope. I didn't think the practice went exactly as they wanted it to the other day as I sat here and watched, but you know what? At this point of the day and the numbers that are up there, throw it out
That's
there.
a lot of experience on the back of that truck. So
And Mike Spatz throws it out there.
no, he's going to go after it at the hydrant. That's how it kind of always ran in
Love it.
kind of Joe Hunter fashion. Here he goes. Come the Rascals. Hit through the timing line. They're a little deep. He better stop hard. Mikey Spatz got to run a lot. Got to get going. One nozzle's on.
They're in the money.
Get out of here! Nice job by the Rascals!
That is a 7.
They are right in the ballpark.
Time for South Hempstead. 7.83. 7.83.
Official monkey wrench. They are official.
Hold on.
That hose has been in the barn for about.
They are good by about a half an inch on length.
Audie, why don't you see if you can get us
I'm gonna get
an
Mikey
interview?
if I can.
That'd be great.
I'm going to get Mikey.
That's awesome.
237.
That's the way to run it. That's how you run hydrant. You
Line number 39 on your programs, the Tigers from
Boy, Point
Blackwood.
Pleasant just... They would have much rather bought them a bunch of beers than them run that 7-8 just now.
You got that right.
How many cases of beer would it take for you guys not to run B-Hose?
That's pure muscle memory right there.
That
It's like
sure was.
riding a bike, man.
I was saying before, it didn't look that good the other night. I'm telling you, over here, they couldn't complete one. They missed here, missed
Like
there,
they ran
missed here, missed
6
there.
shots on Thursday.
And I think I talked to him this morning. I said, dude, who cares about the other day? He's like, I said, you know you're going for it. Just go for it.
Yep.
Now I think Mikey Spatz is going to be getting right into his car and heading to the family
I got it-
barbecue
I got it
down
right
at the
here.
beach.
Mikey, what are you thinking right there as you're getting off and you get that drop?
Yeah, to bring me in a little more. What was that, 2-4?
237 we had, 783. How's it feel?
I like it hotter.
Better.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Great job.
That's all the practice we had.
Awesome.
Just let Brentwood take a shot right here. See
All
if
right,
can
here we
get
go
back
with
to
the
my-
Tigers. We'll come back to the Spatz brothers in a moment.
So now we're at 816 is the number.
Here goes Brentwood. They're making their way down the track. They're in the break. Hydrant Man is off. Kind of crosses it a little, then regroups. Nozzle Man almost trips. He goes by. They shut it down. All right, so we won't be making a mess here. Water's back on. Looking to complete the shot here. Tough by himself without somebody behind you absorbing some of that back pressure.
Yeah.
With only one knee down. Got to lock in.
Time for Brentwood. 14.24. 14.24.
Who's making that noise?
On the line to be number 40 on your programs, the Hobos from Central Iceland.
Just real quick now, I got Joey Spatz here. Joe, when's the last time you got off the back of the truck? Not practice, last tournament you got off the back.
Could be 2 years. I came back for one drill. I got washed. The last drill I said I was retiring. We ran a 7-7, but I don't know, 2 practices. Listen, Mikey's got it. I mean, I just knew we had faith that he was going to put it on. Yeah, we had some problems with his adapter not, staying tight. It was moving on him a little bit in practice on Thursday. He ran out the triangle, got it fixed. And this is just knowing your spots, this is it. I washed the target just a little bit. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, you weren't. I don't think you were getting the 66.
No,
yeah, at 83.
7. I was looking for the 7.
7-7.
I wanted to get 7, but it was fun. That was good.
He was
and
coming
I promise you guys,
real quick.
This is it. Mikey can never call me again. I'm not doing it. I promise you. My wife will leave me. But let's go to Hobos.
There you go.
All right, Hobo step to the line, guys.
The Spats brothers lighting it up one more time here.
True story about his adapter. That's what I was talking to Mike about it the other day. It was every time he hit it, it would dip a little bit, because they put the new one on from Triangle. You had to go back over there, get those ball bearings fixed, so it was tightened up a little bit. Obviously, it worked.
All right, CI, 783 in Riverhead, 794 in Central Islip. One of those teams we said could play with that 59, 66, and now that 83. Let's see what they got.
And 4 points on the day, so they're still in the mix.
And Danny Jackson brings him away, kind of drifts to the middle of the road just a touch. Chris Murphy's off, he attacks it. Oh. He misses. I don't know if he got a little bit of a tug.
Now he puts it in his lap even more.
He was fighting up top. They are crossed up top. They get it off, so they would have had some trouble up top. They were cross-threaded on the top end. Had to bang it on the ground.
The breaking length or the nozzle?
Breaking nozzle length, the connection.
Central Islip, overtime.
Yeah, breaking length to the nozzle length, they had to clang on the ground to break it. So even if Chris put it in the hose, they were going to have some trouble.
Did you have a number on a stick, Artie?
I did. I had 49 when Chris threw it.
Okay, so it could have been in that number that we've talked about that at least give you an opportunity to run a heavy 7.
On the line, number 41 on your programs, the Lil Squirts from North Greece.
Watching South Hempstead, that was fun. Definitely some good memories for me there. We practiced with South Hempstead a lot. The Spats brothers, Benny Casello, Luke Newbold on the back, did a real nice job.
Yeah, that's a group of guys, obviously, that's run together many a time. But, man, for them to just come out and throw that number up, the monkey wrench is in.
Yeah, Bully called it before. It would definitely throw a monkey wrench in. And there's a couple teams with 8-1s that wanted those points that at least aren't getting one of them now.
Yeah, Bayshore's been bumped, so Oyster Bay is the lucky dog right now with the 8-16. Bayshore could go back-to-back contest in 6th. 12-60 got them 6th place in C-Hose. Right now, the 8-18, they're sitting with 6th place in B-Hose.
Normally you'd think your day's over, but the way Bayshore can run the last 3 races, not only are they in it for top 5, they're in it to win this drill still, if you ask me.
Sure.
They're not so far out of it, especially we're not going to leave here with anybody else on top of a 10 unless Islip comes up with something really special.
Only problem with that, Paulie, is, West Sable's
a lot of teams to climb.
A lot of teams to climb, and you really leave yourself no room for error.
No.
You literally no room at all. You've got to be perfect.
And not only do you have to be perfect, then you need the right teams not to be, and that's the tall order. You can be perfect. It's getting the other teams to really fall off the grid. Bayshore could win it. West Sable comes in second in all of them. West Sable wins.
Listen, we're going to talk about efficiency, but there's probably 15 teams here that could run a mid-8 or a 8-7 or better here in a day like today.
Now he just drinks it like 9:05 will be first place, Rob.
And that's back in the day. That's where the unusual participant in the Joe Hunter came from, efficiency.
Yeah. If you ask me, North Greece is pointing to the middle of the track.
Yes, they are definitely not lined up where they'd like it to be, but
he brings it back.
They take off, straightens it right out. They're through the timing line, approaching the hydrant. Hey, Nozzle man running a lot.
Go to work.
Dansville end. Nozzle's on. Hey! Stayed high on the target. Finally was able to bring it back down, but he just got the nozzle on.
It's going to be in the 9-3 range. If he hits that target right away, they're in the 8s.
Yep.
Time for North Greece. 9.31. 9:31.
That's going to bring us to Islip. Islip
on the line, number 42 on your programs. The Wolves from Islip.
Islip currently second in the drill. 7 points. The Point Pleasant has an 8-10. They're in 4th in this contest. And they have 7 points. So technically, Islip, they can actually help themselves. If they can beat the 8-10, get some points, at least they'll be in 2nd place. Now, if they get a big run, we're talking 1st place overall with North Lindy off the board already and 10 points. So Islip, big shot right here. Another team that can run the last 3 contests as well.
Mm-hmm. And that's a mountain they can climb. 8-10 is fine.
Absolutely, I agree. We talked a little bit about the way they ran here. They actually missed in B-hose, and I thought when they missed the B-hose, you know, the hydrant being off the track here a little bit does have an effect. And I think to the teams that run out in the middle of the track, it hurts them even more because it's that one more step.
Further away.
One more step. And sometimes your ass comes around or you're going by and you just can't get it to click it. Whereas normally if it was on the track, it would have been there for you. And
well, let me ask you though, Paul, just okay, if you run, say you run out in the middle of the track or wherever you run, you're lining yourself up off the hydrant. So even if it's off the track, I'm still lining myself up, trying to line myself in the same spot.
You think. You think.
All right, Islip Wolves.
And Heavy was one here where I just thought that they were deep enough where you couldn't get over to it, you know?
Right.
We talked about with Mike, we talked about Heavy that when you get off, you got to get out to the right or Mike has to drive it in a little closer. So we'll see what they can do.
Right.
But this is a big shot for the Islip Wolves.
Mikey Welton. Well, can Islip take the lead in the drill?
They're coming off a shot. What they get? They got 2 points in C-hose. So
have to put up a big number here. Coming off at 12:39 in C-hose. Here go the Wolves. They're through the timing light. Breaks a little deep. Heavy goes to get it. Water on. Matt Rodney's getting set.
He's done.
Oh, he double clicks.
Got it.
Just
I'm
missed
telling
it.
you, they're as good as anybody at dropping them up here.
I think he might just miss that 83. I think it might be a high 7. I stopped it a little.
Time for Islip. 7.82.
Whoa,
just 82.
He gets him.
So they pick up
240
3
for Heavy. 240 for Heavy at the
10.
That's big for them.
That's a
if
big.
it stays there.
That's a big 100th.
West Hempstead.
True.
Your state record holders.
Yeah, well, hold on. We got hose right now.
It's just not even close to straight though.
No,
they got to help
no,
him. They got to help him out a little bit.
Now the hot rod is good.
Westerners from West Hempstead.
No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, they just needed to straighten that out a little bit. He's good by a good 8 inches here.
Even I swear to God, if he even hits that Audi, I don't think he's playing with the 66. What's a water on?
A 40.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. He's 10th off at the water on. I don't think you're playing with the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, it might be 71.
Yeah.
72. If it's
you know what though? That's what they needed to do though.
Yeah.
Now they left some room. They left some wiggle room in the middle.
And one of the wiggles could be right here with West Hempstead. West Hempstead 6.5 on the day. A big shot for them gets them in the mix for overall, and they can run. Well, 2 of the last year. I don't know how they're doing pumped.
Just to point out to you guys up top, some of the better hose men who are not running today have been down here the last 2 races by the Arch, the East Islip Water Authority over there.
Yeah, saw him earlier.
Yeah, so Eric Flynn, Chuck Treglia, 5-time in a row C-hose champs out here watching a little hose be played today. Obviously, they're not running. Tommy Driver with the injury.
All right, West Hempstead are state record holders.
They need
on their home track. Yeah, they're going to have to almost get their own state record in order to take first here. They're off. Jonathan Perot's at the hydrant. He hits it a little bit late, getting back to the stick.
Had to go back and get it.
Nice setup.
Craig is set up top. Blaps the target.
I don't think it's good. That missed on the stick it's going to maybe put them in 5th, but it's not going to be the 7 they wanted. I don't think.
It's going to be close to the last number.
For West Hempstead, 7.81. 781.
And he misses the stick and's got to go back and get it.
It was warm. What'd you have on the stick, Audie?
I actually had it when he went. The initial was 206.
Yeah, it was the hottest one by far. Closest to the hydrant, he was on it.
Tight,
but you see his ass go past. But he does a great job of holding on to that coupling to give him the chance without falling down to come back and get that handle.
And it wasn't like it was a big swipe and then he went back get the other one. It was like he couldn't get it with the first hand and then he re-handled it again and threw it down. And
I thought it was one of the hottest drops on the top.
Number 45 on your program.
The hottest drops.
The Ringadinks from North Belmore.
So now we're going to go to the 7. All 7s now, right?
83 is 5th.
83 is all of a sudden 5th by the Rascals.
All right, guys, I got a little tidbit from Twanny. A 783 in B-Hose is the best time never to score.
It's got to be the state here.
06, the Rascals, and the Hobos at the 06 Hempstead Invite.
Oh, yeah?
So, right now, 5th place is tied with, somebody was to beat that.
Right.
Whatever that would tie the best B-Hose time never to score in B-Hose, not just the state drill, in racing history.
Wow. Oh, okay. Because like I said, that state told me in the I said we ran a 60. I don't know who ran after us, but it was close to that, a 60-something.
We have a hose being pulled, I think, as well.
Time water through?
I think so. I will confirm that, but it looks like they were asking for all 3.
I'm telling you, it's going to pass. The reason why that hose laid straight.
We're off at the hydrant. We're going to approach. Water on. Nozzle man break. just about set up.
Nice
Nozzles
job.
on. Little low, a little low and right. Came back up to it. North Belmore, nice job. Lost a little bit on the top end now.
Time for North Belmore. 8.30. 8:30.
Flirting with us.
On the line, number 46 on your programs. The old Henrys from Henrietta.
I don't know if they're
Just
scoring.
to go back to that shot from West Hempstead, and their
81.
hose is into the truck.
81.
The hose is into the truck for West Hempstead. If he pulls the 206, I don't think Craig gets it.
No, I agree with you. And
I think it's going to be real close on Craig's end. They
And
were
then-
warm,
That's
but
right.
I mean, he was on as he's looking up. The water was coming out.
let's go the other way now.
That's
The
why we
fact
clocked
that-
nozzle on.
The fact that he doesn't pull it lets them have a hose lay that is testable in itself.
Yeah.
You know, it lays flat. It's already down the track. You're not getting that kink out of the hydrant. So you basically got your water test. Oh, do you have a number on what the officials thought that they had? Now, the officials were going to go a tenth under to call anybody, so that would be pretty quick. That would be pretty quick.
All right, listen, if you're Henrietta now, you have pretty much no choice. You've got to air it out. Only problem is they've run an 8:13 and 8:22 this year between North Grease, Drill, and Seabreeze.
Without this water.
Okay, I got.
Right, so let's see it.
I got that number for you, Paul.
Yeah.
The high for West Hempstead was 60. The low was 47.
Yeah, so
In the
it's
shot?
gonna be close.
No, in the shot.
It's gonna
47
be
to
close.
60.
4-4 in the shot? That's
yeah, but that's the low. Go with the 60. Just said.
Henrietta.
And 60 would pass. It was 71's the water.
What is it, 1500s?
Yeah. All right, so listen. The only thing Josh Marshall knows is going for it.
You bet. Here it goes.
All right, here goes
Stand by.
Henrietta. They're making their way towards the hydrant. Josh Marshall's off.
Water.
Water on.
Go to work, Josh.
It's going to be about
Nozzle man gets
big
set.
time.
Water comes out right as he puts it on. Not going to be
I think
points.
he's going to be
but
right
still
outside
a nice
it.
shot.
I think it's high 7-8. I don't think they're going to get in the mix.
You think it's that good?
I think it's 7-8, 7-9.
Really?
Time for Henrietta.
Maybe not.
8.07.
All right.
8.07.
I went a little
What you
early.
saying?
then. I had 794.
8:07.
Nice job, Josh Fluke, coming down, hunting
Yep.
it down, clicking it on before the water got there.
If he
Line
blasts
number
it, they're in it
47
for
on your
that
program.
7-8.
The Stump Jumpers from North Merrick.
But he just got the nozzle on. Water came out as he clicked and turned. He wasn't set. They did a nice job of staying with it.
I got
Water on.
240.
Yeah. I mean, that's how do you do better on a 240 with that truck, you know, the way it runs? And
I actually thought he took a lot of steps.
I thought he did too,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
They're chopping steps, though, you know. Steps or not, the number doesn't lie.
I just don't know, even if he bangs the target, if it beats the 83.
No.
I just don't
He
know.
put the first water to the left of the left stanchion on the target. It was out here,
Okay.
you know, and I'm pointing to the outside of the target here. You know, so it takes a lot of time to get back on point. He did it as quick as he could.
So, if everything stays the same, that South Hempstead shot would have cost Henrietta a point.
You know,
Point Pleasant would be out.
Those same, you know, those two teams now, they're running their, those numbers 807, 810, which is pretty good for them. You know, they don't see that often upstate, and now they're still on the outside looking in.
All right, here we go. North Merrick, Stump Jumpers approaching the hydrant. They're in the break, running a little tight. Hydrant Man's going to run a lot. Water's in the hose.
He also has a lot of hose
set back
back
a little
there.
bit. Oh, he had his first click, missed it. You're not going to get too many second clicks here today.
Rob, there's another example. We talked about the slackman. That slackman ran straight. Look at all the hose that bows out in the middle of the track. Keeps him well short
Time
down
for
here.
North Merrick. 14.81. 14.81.
That's a 35-foot target
Line
hit.
number 48 on your programs. The Tail Draggers from North Babylon.
Hydrant Man pulled the loop out.
Then he pulls it out.
Yeah,
Down the
so
track.
He brings, the nozzle man away from the target.
It was too late at that point because once that water's in it, it's pretty much cemented. And the slackman left it right out across from the hydrant instead of down the track.
Yeah.
And you saw how far back they were. Look, I mean, even if he gets it on, you're just hammering your nozzle man in time from,
Very, very tight to the hydrant, but back.
All right, North Bab Tail Draggers combined with the Wyandanch Indians. Gonna make their way down the track.
Yep, I want it.
This would be in the realm if Freddie was doing the hydrant side here.
Yeah, and Anthony
And
or Ronnie on the nozzle.
That's
I'll
right.
put Ronnie. He's my contemporary.
Let's go going on?
Nope, they didn't reset the target.
That's an important part of the program.
The little things.
Give me a bag of shells.
All right. Thank goodness for the heads-up officials at the hydrant to see the target wasn't reset. All right, here we go with the tail draggers.
Yeah.
We're off the line. The break, Hydra Man.
There's a lot of holes.
Dragger is down. There is a tremendous.
No! Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off! No!
They can't hear you, Paul.
I know. I'm sorry.
They need a headset on.
I'm trying to.
Overtime for North Babylon.
For those of you who don't have a television, they dumped all the hose at the hydrant, yet the nozzle man and the breaker man attempted to break the coupling and shoot from the motor pump nozzle line, which would have wet 50 feet worth of the course.
And it would have been a long
right
time
in the B-hose
to dry.
break.
Right in the break, yeah. So, some alert thinking had them shut down.
The
pretty
dragger
quick.
at the hydrant went down and took about 20 feet of hose, maybe more with him.
Yeah, real tough. So we'll have a little bit of time here while they dry this off, but they're on it already.
Your attention, please. There'll be a no time for North Babylon. Unnatural hose lay.
I don't think that's the right call.
I don't think that's it. Is that in the book?
Rule 1305.
It has to lay in a normal hose pattern or whatever it's called. That's in there.
Boy, I don't think
that's
that
the
one
call
up.
for that. Not finishing the race, maybe.
Unnatural.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does it say unnatural in the book?
It says a hose has to be in a
normal hose pattern.
Yeah.
So it's not normal. I don't know about unnatural.
Yeah. Unnatural's different.
All right, so Farmingville comes to the line after our unnatural hose lay.
They're hoping to have one.
And they're going to have to air one out if they want to get some points here.
They'll air it out. They're another group. They go for it. $7.59 by West Sayville, $7.66 by the Lindenhurst Snails, $7.81 West Hempstead, $7.82 Islip, $7.83
On to be number 49 in your programs, the Bandits from Farmingville.
That's South Hempstead keeping out the point from
They
getting
just
the point.
down here in North Babylon. A lot of that hose dropped out in the run, so it was on their feet as they were going to get off.
Yeah, that's rough.
They go to Bandits. Anyway, down the track, breaks right at the line. Hydroman misses his first attempt.
Went for it though. I like it.
Nozzleman is set.
You know
Good
what?
target hit, but he'll miss the hydrant.
Got off
Keep
hot.
out the money.
Got off hot. Went for it. How does it run a 7.8? Let's go for it, right?
Why not?
What are you gonna do? I lose. Where's my squishy?
Time for Farmingville.
Oh.
8.96. 8.96.
896 with a miss like that.
Yeah. And it'll be number 50 on your programs, the Yellowbirds from Copeg.
Copeg with 4 points. They would need a heck of a shot right here. Still capable. Remember, we're going to have to wait till after this race is over, as West Hempstead is going to have their hose laid out in the track to be timed against the county hose. They're going to get 1/1500ths of the county hose time. See what they get. It's nail-biting time for the Westerners.
It was 471, so they'd go down to 455.
Well, they're going to, whatever
they'll
the number
have to retest
is. Yeah,
it,
when they'll get that number. So, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be right in that ballpark.
Farmingville have any points yet today? Or
No.
No?
At that point where they perform a hose test to compare the hose on it, does that become the official time of the water?
No. As long as it's within tolerance, you stick with the regular.
The announced time.
Yeah, yeah. And they'll move the equipment first. This way, if it's out of tolerance, they can't protest the race.
Now, do we think that the water's gotten better here? Count me in. I do.
And that's going to only benefit West Hempstead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree with you.
Yellowbirds trying to get into money here. Here they go. Hydroman's got to run a lot. He's on, but it's going to be a high 2 in the handle.
Everybody running a lot.
Double click on the set. Gets washed.
Hold it up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
All right.
Nozzleman lifted it up. Brought that coupling really off the ground, a good 6 inches.
rule breaking number 1 that he did there, Pat. Number
On the
2.
line, number 51 on your programs. The Cobras from Great Bend.
I think if he goes back and looks at the video, and I know it's his first year running, coming in for Chachi, who's there a long time, I don't think he still has that full track sense of where he was. He's really getting off that truck, searching for the coupling. He's not in the flow of the truck saying, this is where I am, this is where it's going to land. He's actually searching. So that will come in time.
And I mean, searching takes time, and when you run the amount of steps that he did, it eats more time.
Yep.
So, I mean, we're looking at things. This West Hempstead outcome is really going to play a role, because if it comes that they get banged out, then Point all of a sudden gets another point.
Point or Henrietta? Henrietta ran the 8-0, didn't they?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
I think about
Henrietta
Henrietta gets the other point. You're right.
Henrietta's at 8:07,
and then,
correct?
Yes.
And then it doesn't affect Lindenhurst. Lindenhurst could possibly get 4 out of here, which will move them to 7.5, and West Sable's going to have 5. So it's not going to affect those two because they were above the time.
But that would give Islip another point also.
Yeah, and would help Islip if they get banged out, right?
All right. Cobra's on the line.
Great Bend.
Islip right now is like at a 400th. They lost 300ths there in COs. They were out. Now 100th here. So 400ths in the day so far is really affecting their point total. Wow.
All right, as we wait for the Great Bend Cobras to leave the line. Looks like they're all set to go. And they're off. Kind of drifts to the middle of the track as they come down. They're in the break. Hydroman is off, clicks and turns, water in the hose. Oh, they're going to run it a lot. This is going to be tight. He broke it himself, but couldn't get the swipe on the nozzle. He gets it on now.
How about the patriotic hose leg? Huh? Patriotic hose leg. Red, white, and blue.
Leave it to Paulie to
Time
catch
for
that.
Great Bend. 13.90. 13.90.
They played that race in the middle of the street.
On the line will be number
They did.
52 on your
but that's
programs.
not the one to play
the
that way.
Indians from Seabreeze.
All right, Seabreeze, tall order for them. Currently a 783. Could go to an 806. So if they beat an 806, they have a shot after the test of West Hempstead's hose, which I think would be just fine, actually. Well, regardless, unless they beat a 7-6, which I don't think they're going to do, and nothing against Seabreeze, but 7-6 is hefty. Lindenhurst is going to go to 7.5. Still waiting on Islip, still waiting on West Hempstead. But boy, right hovering around that 10 is going to be a whole bunch of numbers.
It's going to be a mess between 5 and 10.
Islip could be 9. Islip could be 10.
We know North Lindy's staying at 10.
North Lindy's staying at 10, and West Sable's going to 5. Those two are definites. Pretty much definite. Lindenhurst is going to go to 7.5.
Could this be another first 1 to 20 wins?
I don't know if we're
Is
getting to
anyone-
20
I was
back.
going to say, anyone make it 15?
I don't know. Yeah,
I'm optimistic.
Yeah, you are.
You figure Bayshore's got to get off the schneid at some point. I mean, listen, they've run 2 good shots in B and C hose, just not good enough to make the cut. But you know, they're coming into a couple events they run well now. You'd expect them to take some points. So, all right, on the line we have the Seabreeze Indians here. So we get to our last 2 teams in the B hose contest.
Truck built by the Oyster Bay Rough Riders.
Ah, nice, Pat. All right, here go the Indians. Make their way down. They're in the break. Fishtail. Hydroman's off. He had to run a long way. He misses his first swipe. All right, Nozzle Man now is down and set. A little high on the target. Comes down to it. Lets a little water go flying around. See if we catch a little mist up here. We get a little bit.
I feel better.
She feels pretty good.
Cooling mister.
Time for Seabreeze. 10.72. 10.72. On the line to be number 53 on your programs, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
That was not easy to say.
The Minutemen?
The minute. Got minute, you got minute, but I haven't heard minute.
I think we're going to have to do a little trivia, I think, next contest, Paulie. We got Joey Abramski put together a couple trivia questions from the Hornets.
Well, there's going to be
Actually,
time.
I was going to say efficiency is probably a good time for that.
Yep.
You mean Joey Abramski from the Hornets put together trivia questions? Not
What did I say?
Joey put
Joey
Yellow
Abramski.
Hornet trivia
I'm
questions
sorry.
together.
Yeah, all right.
I'll never get them.
I'm getting a little delirious after 4 hours on here, 5 hours.
I'm still waiting for something to eat.
Stop. Have another cookie.
I don't want cookies anymore. I just want a burger or a dog.
All right, Manhasset Lakeville has been given a track.
Finishing up the contest.
NB hose. Well, we still got a water test to go.
Mm-hmm.
A potentially impactful water test, depending on the outcome. All right, here we go. Manhasset. They're off the line. Approaching that hydrant. Truck kind of tilts to the hydrant a little bit. Water on. Mike Ward approaching that nozzle.
Going to work.
He's on. Oh,
I thought he had it.
I thought he had it too.
Sure.
Might have lifted it up a little bit higher than normal.
Made a clean swipe at it.
Hold it up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
All right, now it's just going to be up to the West Hempstead water test. If it stays, 5 to the Dutch, that's a definite. 4 to the Snails, that's a definite. And then it would be 3 West Sable, 2 Islip, 1 South Hempstead. But all of those can be reconfigured, and you can get Henrietta to come in 5th. So it's going to be about this water test. And we'll see. They're going to move the equipment, hold the contest, or whatever. And
all right, how about we give a question or two out for people to think about? Well, no answers over the radio, but past or present, what 7 motorized drill team names do not end in the letter S?
I know.
Past or present, as you're reading it, what 7 motorized drill team names do not end in the letter S? Like I say, back at home, don't post anything just yet. No, nobody answers yet. Let's give some people at home some time to think about it.
Yeah, they could be current or
it says
defunct.
Past or
you
present.
Did. Okay.
That was, I said that twice.
Yeah,
past
you
or
did,
present.
You did.
So they might not be running anymore, or they might be running. All right, I'll give one more, and we'll. Actually, we can kind of make this a 3-parter.
Well, where do they answer? Let's put that in.
Well, they could put it on GroupMe, but just kind of maybe wait. Let's wait till this part's done, and when we'll talk about it.
Just an observation from down here. Joe Spatz already got a can in his Yeti. Done for the day.
Not on a steering, on a rules committee, a judge, or local committee, clear the track. Everybody off the track. If you're not involved with this procedure that's going on now.
Let's keep an eye. Hose test starting at 3:17. See how long this takes.
There is Joe enjoying a soda.
Move the equipment.
So the contest is set, but we're just waiting the outcome of one test.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's another Joey Abramski question. Pat, this one's for you. What was the last year that B trucks needed to be paraded? There used to be a rule where once a year you had to parade your B truck, and not on the trailer. You need to actually drive your B truck in a parade.
Can I guess?
Well, they had to be paraded in every parade before that. So,
okay.
Is it just the one time a year question?
Well, no, I think it's just when was the last time you had to do it?
I don't have either answer, but I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in this. But
oh, it's all right. Okay, give your answer, Paulie, and then we'll let Pat blow it all up.
I'm gonna say 88.
You know what's funny? Where's Joey? He didn't give me the answer to this one.
So I'm right.
This is one that
88.
This is one that he's going to get right.
All right.
Even when I was racing, we had a parade.
Lenny's saying 85.
Really?
I thought when I started in 88, you still needed to do it, but
I think that was last year.
Put him back in the parade. It was the thing that kept him calmed down. All the B trucks were fairly equal at that point because you needed a truck that could parade for 2 miles without overheating.
When did they stop giving out your number cards when you came down the track, when you would parade? Someone would hand somebody on your team the number cards to tape them to your truck.
It's right in the same time.
Yeah. Well, you got to ask Chris Murphy because he has a collection of them. Him and his brothers used to go around and get them from the teams in the CI tournament. So whenever that collection stopped.
All right, so maybe we should go through some of these questions because this is going to take a little while. All right, so past to present, what 7 motorized teams' names do not end in the letter S?
I got Artie Murray chiming in.
Okay, what's Artie saying?
Suicide Squad.
Okay, there's 1.
Wild Geese are his 2.
Alexandria Bay, Wild Geese, there's 2.
I'm going to give, can I give 1?
Yeah.
The team that just ran, the Minutemen.
Okay, Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen, 3.
Dutchman.
West Sable Flying Dutchman,
Thank
4.
you, Fred. That was Fred. I can't take credit for that.
Ooh, Fred's on a roll! Riverhead Ironmen makes 5.
Plainsmen.
Lenny chimes in with the Plainview Plainsmen. All right, there is 1 more. I'll give you a hint. It's Nassau County. It's a tough one. They do no longer race. But it's, I'll give it away if I give you this part. All right. They do have a team in their town that races now. There's the hint. Nassau County team. No. Freeport who? No. They used to be the Dead End Kids. So, but there's a team in this town that races now, but this team does not race anymore.
Team in this town that races now.
They used to have 2 teams.
Used to have 2 teams.
Oh, Eggnoggers and Sailors, they're out. They're not racing anymore.
Flukes and Hornets aren't it.
Buckeyes and Night Riders are out. The Merrick.
Yep.
Outlaws.
I thought that would have given it away. I thought
what did you say? What did you
really think?
They had 2 teams at one time. Now, this is where this question gets a little wonky. They combined. How's that?
It ain't Runchin Rangers.
No, it's the. No.
When they combined, they used a different name.
Baymen.
The Oyster Bay Baymen. All right, and if anybody's wrong, I don't know, because these are not my questions or answers.
If there's more out there.
You gotta own the answers.
5 motorized teams, past and present, Paul.
Hold on. Back to that last question.
Yeah, go ahead. Is there another one?
We have another team from Artie Murray, the Dirty Dozen. Middle Island Dirty Dozen.
Middle Island, all right. Way to go, Artie.
Okay, Flanders, keepers of the Pine Baron. Right, Flanders,
keeper of the Pine Baron.
Pine Baron or Pine Barons?
I think it's Baron.
Did they race motorized?
It's the Pine Baron.
They sure did. 1 year, right?
Yeah.
Artie Murray also said, was there a team called the Black Sheep?
Well, I never heard of that one.
Me neither.
Baha.
Roslyn Rescue?
Steamers.
Okay, so there you go, Ronnie. Ronnie just put that in. They were the Steamers.
Guys, I'm going to head down for the trophy presentation.
All right. You're joining us back in Pump, right?
No, I know, but I can at least tell what they won and put together. That's true. Nobody is going to come.
Trying to get a number for you here.
All right, 5 motorized drill teams, past or present, share the same team name. What is the team name and what teams shared it? 5.
Slowpokes, 1.
Audie, did you get a number on the county hose?
I'm going to work on it right now.
So it's got to be 5, though. This is a tough one.
7-0, 470 County Association.
470.
It's very clean and cut, 55.
So 55 is good?
Yeah.
All right, so West Hempstead hose has to be, so they'll wet it, drain it.
One shot.
And roll.
One shot.
Meantime, let's do a commercial.
All right.
All right, you can do that.
We'll be right back. Live, top of the arch.
The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is the well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York fire departments, including Central Islip, to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com. The Titan Group is your trusted name in the customizing industry. As a one-stop shop for all your racing team needs, we spent another off-season fine-tuning our skills and equipment to bring you limitless possibilities. As always, we offer all our in-house services, including screen printing, embroidery, sublimation, and graphic design. Take advantage of our team ordering website system. Choose your products and logos, and we'll do the rest. Members pay online, and their orders separated and delivered. Need to see samples? Browse our vendor catalogs on our website, www.titangroup.apparel.com. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to see what every team is wearing this season, or visit s4apparel.itemorder.com to buy a Titan Racing shirt. Call us at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Seskine or Devin Robinson on the track. All 8, all day. Gear up, get on the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Nobody knows Myrtle Beach golf packages like Myrtle Beach Golf Desk. Come experience the simple, easy, no-nonsense approach to your next Myrtle Beach golf vacation. Since 1991, Myrtle Beach Golf Desk has been saving you time and money on top-notch golf vacations. For small groups or large fire department events, start with Myrtle Beach to ensure that every aspect of your trip is perfect. Proud to be returning as a New York State Drill Team sponsor. Visit www.golfdesk.com for more information. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is ladies' night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. 2018 Fire Rescue EMS Mega Show takes place February 17th and 18th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. Check out the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear, thermal cameras, apparatus, and more. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the New York State Drill Team family as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is the Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire department as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide from Systems Definition Incorporated or your local Motorola dealer. SDI is the well-known software application developer for FDNY and is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now SDI has paired with New York fire departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members at your next big incident.
Of the BO's contest. First place, 5 points, number 4, West Sable. Second place, 4 points, number 1, Lindenhurst. Third place, 3 points, number 43, West Hempstead. Fourth place, 2 points, number 42, Islip. And fifth place, 1 point, number 38, South Hempstead.
I don't know if Bill's voice is going to make it to the end of the day, guys.
I don't know, but we're back here on the top of the arch and we're live again. If you are listening closely, you may have heard that roar from the back of the crowd. That meant that West Hempstead's host test came out good, and they keep their points in their time. So, you heard the final results, and we'll now get point totals coming up from Bill Rouse.
Yeah, it's a tight one, folks. Stay tuned.
Did my brother do it or no? Yeah, so 5 points there went to the Dutchman. 4 points, Lindenhurst. They ran in the top 4 teams in the contest. They held on for those 5 and the 4. And then 3 points, I need his pen actually, I'll borrow yours in a sec, Pat. 3 points then went to West Hempstead, gets them to 9.5. 2 points go to Islip, gets them to 9. 1 point, South Hempstead, their only race of the day, they'll get a point out of it. So
awesome.
Pretty impressive right there for the Spatz brothers.
You think they'll muster up 5 or 6 guys just to run efficiency now that they're in it?
No, I don't think so. They are already in their shorts on the side over there, and
mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Very East Islip-like of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, East Islip the last couple of years haven't been able to run all 8. Would come out there and win some races and score some points. Rob Noonan going to join us back here in a moment. So as we get ready for efficiency, again, the equipment was moved, so it shouldn't be that long of a setup here. They're just actually doing the balance on the target down there right now. They got the weight hanging, just trying to make sure everything's square down there.
So while we're waiting 1 more minute, Artie, let's just jump in. A couple people chimed in
Total
on
points.
All right, we're going to hold off on that.
Uncle Bill will tell us.
Lindenhurst, 7 1/2. West Sable, 5. Deer Park, 2. Port Washington, 2. Point Pleasant, 7. North Lindenhurst, 10. Oyster Bay, 3. New Hyde Park, 5. South Hempstead, 1. Central Islip, 4. Islip, 9. West Hempstead, 9 1/2. Henrietta, 6. And Copeg, 4.
With 15 points out there, it's still anyone's drill.
Yeah, again,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the B-Hose contest, the West Sable Flying Dutchmen have won the Brownie Brown Trophy donated by the North Belmore Fire Department, and the Michael Muggsy Pickering Trophy donated by the Port Washington Roadrunners. 3 races to go. There are 3 points separating the top 5. Get ready for a great finish. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Paul. All right, so again, we'll get ready for some efficiency right here.
We'll lead off with arguably our hottest team the last 2 contests, Lindenhurst.
Yeah, 7.5 of the last 10 are the Lindenhurst Snails, and again, they lost that
At
1
this time,
point.
we'd like to thank the various
B
ambulance
ladders.
companies who have stood by today for us. They're there whenever we need them. We'd also like to thank the various members of the various fire departments who have helped with the track committee.
Again, Lindenhurst, 520, failed to grasp and hold, cost them a point. They could be at 8.5 right now, sitting with that 7.5. Only one team still double digits, the Piston Knockers with 10. 9.5 right behind them, then a 9. Then we go to that 7.5, and then we go down to some 5s and 4s. So again, with that, like Lenny said, with that 15 points out there, still anyone's ball game. Obviously, you need some help if you're one of those teams with the 0 or the 3s and the 4s. You need some help, but it's possible.
It's amazing, really.
It's possible. Like, you can be sitting at 3 races to go and say, I'm not out of this yet.
There's 8 teams within 5 points right now. Pretty impressive. So
Next contest to be run is the efficiency contest. State record is 8.40 and is held by Central Islip. Overtime is 15 seconds.
I mean, there's
First team on the line will be number 1 on your programs, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
So this race to me gets a little tricky because the water really comes into play here. Do you have the legs to get out the hose?
Lindenhurst 9:10 here 2 weeks ago, and a 9:29 in Central Islip.
Taking it.
And they're calling them off. Here they go.
Joey DeRuyter getting ready to call them off. They are off. Light is broken. They got water in the hose. Let's see what they can do. They are motoring, cutting in. Big loop coming behind them. Oh, he just was on the inside of the flap. He couldn't get it back.
He moved it.
He did tickle it a little bit, but did not get it to trip. So Lindenhurst.
Water on, 299 from the lean.
Time for Lindenhurst, 9.30, 9:30.
We have the Snails
Line
set
number
the
2
pace.
on your programs, the Panthers from
The
Cutchogue.
Snails set the pace the last 2 races, not so much here in efficiency. Again, we see some really good efficiency times here in Hempstead. We also see some nozzlemen and backup men getting a little workout down there.
Well,
so it's not just the team speed or the speed to get there. You got to have good form.
So here it is. Last week they run the 880 in Merrick. Today they come here. Water's a little bit better. Kind of caught them in that last loop, or the last length, and they get that big loop, which starts to affect the 2 guys up top as they go to set up.
Yeah, barely got set up. First water, they weren't set. Got bounced a little bit, locked it down, got the target.
Paulie and I commented earlier, we kind of jokingly over-under on how many nozzle men and backup men actually end up off their feet, you know. But it is potentially something we can see. But here, more than anywhere, the backup man to that nozzle plays such an important role in trying to give the nozzle man the time he needs to hit that target.
Even Lindenhurst started to lose it a little bit right after he tripped the target. They got sent a little sideways. So.
Last 2 state tournaments here. 2013, 852 North Lindenhurst. 2009, 852 CI. Track record in a state tournament way back in 1980. CI Hobos, 846.
State record.
Yes, it was. Here we go.
Water on.
Cutchogue.
Getting it out.
Yep.
It's all about a target hit.
Again,
here.
that big loop kind of catches him, gets tossed around. Now it's on the flat.
Yep.
Time for Cutchogue, 9.81, 981. On the line will be number 3 on your programs, Rebels from Levittown.
15 here.
Is overtime in this contest.
While we wait for Levittown, I asked that question before. Some people chimed in on GroupMe. 5 motorized teams, past or present, that share the same name. Anybody here want to give it a shot?
Oh, well, Artie Murray, I didn't know that you guys didn't finish that off because I had taken the heads off. Artie Murray came in with the correct team. It is the Indians.
Yeah, well, correct.
He only got 4. He's like, Indians is the team. He can't think of the 5th one. He said he was drawing a blank. So let me just see if I can bring up his text and give you the 4 that he gave. He said Indians is shared by 5. He thinks Massapequa, Wyandanch,
2,
Seabreeze,
3,
Santa Mauritius,
4.
He can't, and then he writes, I can't think of the 5th right now.
All right, the 5th is Seacliff.
Seacliff, there you go, Artie, if you're listening back at camp.
Always
you should give a shout out to Artie Murray. Every drill that he's out, give him some props in the group meet. He fills in after every contest, the top 5 in the point rundown. So Artie, thanks for doing that, except for a couple weeks ago when I was at home listening, you were putting him in too fast because the radio was delayed. I'm texting him. I'm like, you're giving me the updates before it's the run shot.
I'm a guy who appreciates that a lot. Thank you, Artie.
So Levittown in their call-off. Oh, it looks like that middleman really broke the light.
Sure
I don't think
did.
the hydrant man was out first, and he's got a real good start. Nozzle man now trying to motor to get there. This water's going to catch him. He's losing it. Oh, turn it off. Backup man lost it. There, that's exactly what we were talking about, Rob. That's number 1.
Now you got gentlemen, you have overtime.
He went down about 25 feet from the nozzle line.
Oh, I said the importance of the backup man. I was just meaning like when he was behind him. The backup man wasn't even holding the hose.
Right.
I mean, that's a tough one.
And I had that happen to me here
with
with
programs.
Went down.
The Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
That's a real tough position to be the nozzle man. And you wonder if he even knew nobody was behind him or not.
Yeah, it's just such a tough spot. This is just it's a tough contest here. You just need those legs. You could see with that middle guy in the mid lane, like running out like the suicide we might call it. He was so far out in front. The water got to him, and the nozzle man was behind him. Now the water starts almost going backwards.
Going backwards, exactly.
And now it's going to take that hose, it's going to start to loop it, and then it's going to flip it. And it's going to roll over. And once it starts to roll over, that's when, the chaos happens up top.
And it pulled out of the backup man's hands, left the nozzle man all by himself. He dropped it, and then you had another guy from the Rebels go up, nozzle man wannabe, and try to get the hit on the target. So
more power to him. Yeah. He kept his feet. He was, give me that nozzle.
I know how to do this.
Hey, so we talked. We may have saw the dragger in the middle break the light.
Right.
No time. You gotta have your foot on the line to break the light.
I don't know about that.
Help me out. Oh, like we got a stumper here.
Let's pull about that.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So I can break the light without having to be on the light.
I believe so.
Yeah. Here comes the Dutchman, coming up 5 points in B hose. Michael Mara, water's in the hose.
Good hose lay
See what Joe Quinza can do at top. Pulls it out. He's a little around the flap. Now it's on. Not a bang shot that they were looking for.
Still pretty darn good.
See what kind of number they can get out of it.
Time for West Sable, 9.09. 9.09.
All right, that's the thing to start with.
So you look at that 909, and he's all around the flat. That's 8.8s written all over it, easy.
We can't talk about it enough. That's that water in Hempstead. Can save you too. Can hurt you, but it could save you.
It's usually. Sorry, Len. Go ahead.
I got Paul scrambling in the book here for my
for looking for that rule.
Okay, so in buckets, who has to break the light?
The dumper.
How often do you see the first bucket man?
Where does it say that he has to break the light?
Well, he doesn't have to, but that's who you want to break the light.
Right, but that's not a rule.
But you've seen first men bucket carriers break the light, and their foot's not on the line.
Yeah, I don't think that's a rule. Did you stump Paul with a question
when
over
did
there?
it change? I doubt that, but let's see if.
I was just going to say, with this contest at times, a lot you'll see, and Rob, obviously you've run here so many times and have been around this course, almost like the happy birthday hit is the shot that wins the contest. The 870s, the 860s, it's a happy birthday hit.
True.
You're not even, really sure you hit it, and all of a sudden you look up and the flap's up, and you're saying, oh, I'll take that. It's Merrick coming down the track, combined with Freeport. Water's in the hose. He's got a lot of spray. Now it looks like he got a little turn when he pulled off. They're stopping at the wrong line. Oh, now the coupling breaks all over the course.
Everything went wrong.
Yeah, mid-lane didn't get out there. They're running a man short.
Overtime for Merrick. Overtime.
Running with 7.
They're running 7.
Yeah.
So this could be a new feature you started, Pat. Stump the sus guy.
Nothing in the
number 6 on your programs. The Slowpokes from Main Transit.
Lenny, do we have a Survivor Pool update?
I have not gotten it, no, and I hit him up. I'll let you know as soon as I see it.
Main Transit coming to the line. Slowpokes. They are another team that has a name that is shared by many other.
That's actually one of the other
How many
They
slow
are
pokes
one
are there?
with 2 others.
One of them is here, and the other is race this season.
Albertson.
That is one. Who's the other one?
Main Transit, Selden.
There you go. Ding, ding, ding. So a little quick maintenance here, just rolling where that coupling broke in the middle of the course. Again, it should dry pretty quickly.
Shouldn't really matter in this race.
Did JoJo Simone start a new theme with team flags being run down before your team runs?
That was awesome. That really was good. JoJo looks like he could still climb a ladder, boy.
Yeah.
He's in great shape.
Pretty sure an avid runner. Just beating the pavement, staying in shape.
Chasing bad guys.
See a lot of the Yellow Hornets helping out here.
Yeah, a lot of the old Hornets. It's good to see a lot of those guys out. So Main Transit getting ready to go through their call off. They are off. Hydra Man breaks the light there. Real stiff arm coming in. Now he gets blown out. He had water in for about 5 feet and then got blown across. Nozzle Man making his approach. Water just getting into the nozzle length, waiting up top. He's on the flap. Yeah, so he had that real stiff arm approach coming in. Looked like he was locked in, 5 feet in.
Time for Main Transit. 1-2.43. 12:43.
Looked like a hard.
Line to be number 7 on your programs. The Bucks from Deer Park.
I just wanted to give a shout out too. Good to see Mrs. Hunter here, down in the stands, right down here to our left, light blue shirt here, wearing one of our Hunter T-shirts through the years. Talking to Tommy Moore right now. Usually sits right there during a Hunter drill. When we're here this year, obviously was in West Sable. She actually had a little accident before that drill and she was able to make it out and stay most of the day, so it was good to see her, and it's good to see her here today at the state drill supporting the sport that her son loves so much, and good to see her Rascals get on the board here with a 783.
Definitely. That's a nice thing.
So Deer Park comes to the line. You have a rule there with that?
So typically these tournaments slow down a little bit when we get into efficiency, but I thought B-Hose took quite a while.
Yeah, both of them. What time are we in right now? I mean, we're not even at 4 o'clock yet. 10 to 4 here in Hempstead, New York. Weird Street.
You're almost into 7 hours.
Yep.
Just over
6
5
races.
races.
Yeah, into really the 6th race and only the start of it, really. This is another one of the races. Deer Park to put up a shot here. They put up an 8 couple. I think the last 8 drill here in 2013. Almost positive they ran an 8 here and got themselves on the scoreboard that day. Don't have it in front of me right now, the entire contest.
I think you're right though, Artie. They have been
I think that
Joe
was,
Hunter.
Yeah, there was their invitation to Joe.
Last year they were Joe Hunter participant, but couldn't because of the 10-team limit.
Right. Yeah, they scored a B-Hose at the Main Transit last year. Yeah, last year, obviously, well, the first year being in West Sable, they wanted to go back to the 10-team format, make sure they could fit all the teams in, a little bit of a smaller facility. They are off. And they got water in the hose. So let's see what Dom and Derek can do at top. Derek is staying in behind him.
Got to get out.
He is around it. Now he gets pushed off. Again, Dom just never got himself stable. He had good water towards the flap on the initial burst. Just couldn't get it to go.
I had 8:28.
Time for Deer Park. 10.45. 10:45. On the line to be number 8 on your programs. The Roadrunners from Port Washington.
Again, one of those things when you're running here in Hempstead, typically as the nozzleman in efficiency, you're getting out. You're almost getting to your last step where you get set up, or you're in your setup motion. You're going to see a lot here today. Water's coming out before you're in your final stride, so you have to be prepared for that.
Got to beat the water.
You know, you'll see a guy like Mike Welton ice slip, and he did it with us when he was with Bayshore, especially courses like this. If we got water, he'd be screaming on the side, you got water, letting us guys up top know. In facilities like this where that can beat you, you got to keep working because it's coming.
Thought you were going to say Mike Welton run an efficiency nozzle at some point. I said, geez.
Never happened.
Where's he going?
Never happened.
He's been in the sun too long.
Okay.
He was usually on the other side of the fence, Len, screaming it.
Mike, a heck of a B&C hose nozzle, man, but...
Let me clarify that red herring that I threw out there. Paul's looked it up in the book. And it is not a rule that a person who does not start with their foot on the line the person who does not have their foot on the line can break the starting line and start the contest. there are people who have to have their foot on the line. I always interpret it that they had to break the light.
Three ladder climbers, 3 coupling men, guys holding brass.
Yep.
Have to have their foot on the line. Ladder climbers and 3-man foot on the line. Bucket dumper foot on the line. So Port Washington, they are off. Dan Salerno making his approach. Pete Wickham Jr. Water's in the hose. Let's see what Richie Cuomo can do right here with Anthony backing him up. Got a nice hose leg. He goes around it as well. Everybody's getting that initial burst. It seems like they're in the triangle, and then their hips go, and they're right outside the triangle of the target.
Time for Port Washington, 9.59, 9:59.
Get a water out there, Len?
No, I missed that one.
Okay.
Water through the hose, through efficiency hose, 4.99.
That's
impressive.
Working.
That's working.
So now you're talking, if that's 4.99, Dan is usually a 3.20, 3.15. So now, you're in that low 8.15, 8.20 water out.
Line number 9 on your programs.
8.80.
The Frogs from Carl Place.
So back to that rule you guys were talking about guys with their feet on the line, and who can break the light, who can't. From what I remember, when I first started racing, nobody got the running start like the loop men get now.
Everybody had their foot on the line.
Well, I don't know if it was everybody on the line, but if you were in a loop, it seemed like you were about to step off of it, so you didn't break the light. But who got? That's my question. I don't know the answer. Who was the first team to start doing that running start?
Len, you stumped me there when you said when you started racing. I thought you were going to go to the horse and buggy stuff, but.
As long as Pat's up here, I feel young.
Yeah, really, I got you, man.
So I wonder who that first team was. I'm thinking Patchogue for some reason. I mean, they were
very well
innovative in many ways.
I want to say it wasn't until the late 80s, early 90s when that changed.
And such a simple thing.
Yeah.
Nobody thought to do.
No, well, right. they thought about it. That's why they have the coupling men putting their feet on the line, right? So you didn't get that running start. It really is beating the rule a little bit.
Carl Place. They're another team that's got some legs here that can run this contest.
Yeah, they ran really solid. I believe it was in the combo drill or the triple drill, whatever they called it on Denton Avenue.
So Sean Brody
triple town drill.
Triple town. Yep. Here they go. They're off. Sean Brody makes his approach. They go. Whoa! Nope. He puts it across the street. So
Sean's having a tough day.
Yeah. Now he's just trying to get it, pulling it back, just getting it on now. Now the water's been turned on. Still waiting up top. The Frogs, and now it's on the flap.
Overtime for Carl Place. Overtime.
When is the first 8 coming? Where is it?
On the line to be number 10 on your programs, the Hicks from Hicksville.
Could be here. Could be. Hicks are a team that definitely can put up a heavy shot.
You got a good history here.
Mm-hmm. 909 West Sable, 930 Lindenhurst, the two first and second place shots on the board right now, and then I think we dropped, down to the 10s, right? Nothing else, no other 9s up there?
There's a high 9. Yeah, when the board comes around, we'll see it.
950, yeah, 30.
9.5, I believe, right?
959.
Port.
Yeah, Port Washington, yeah, 959, okay. Shout out to Barbara Salerno from Port. Making us the cookies up top as usually. Outstanding job, Barbara. We appreciate it very much. Every week she comes through for us up here. So
I think she could start a side business. That's so good.
Listen, no doubt. Barbara's Bakery.
So I'm still waiting on an update on the survivor pool. As we stated earlier, 3 people were alive before B-Hose. They all had West Sable, so they're all still alive. If anybody's around Bill Etzel Jr., have him give me a text. Let me know who those 3 people have in the efficiency race.
Crowd staying pretty solid here. Bleachers still pretty much at like 85-90% capacity, if not more. Both sides of the street.
Most of them shaded.
Yeah,
I was going to say about 90% shaded.
You know, if you're in the first row or maybe second row here on the north side, you got a little sun on the knees, but back up top, you're fine. And here with the big trees on the south side, definitely serving their purpose today. A couple of people have the canopies up on the south side as well.
So as you said, Hicksville taking the line. They've been pretty consistent in efficiency. So definitely can run an 8.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's solid nozzle man and backup. Big guys.
Going through their call off, walking across the street. They are off. Oh, Hydroman stumbles a little bit. Now goes across the face and a miss. Coupling swinging down, but it looked like that third step he kind of buckled a little bit.
It did.
You know, and you know that's going to throw off your concentration and where your arm placement is and stuff like that.
He knows it too. He's throwing his arms up in the air, walking away from the hydrant. It's just an odd stumble.
The stick went down in 299.
Okay.
So that was real, even though he tripped.
Time for Hicksville. 14.44. 14:44.
This is the
Line
track
number 11
where
on your programs. The Tomcats from Baldwin.
being under 3 might actually hurt you more than help you, depending on how many legs you really have.
Right, 310 could be the ideal number to handle down.
Let you get set, let you get close to hit that target.
So in Nassau County, we had what might be called the phenomena of teams that were running great efficiency with delayed hydrants. This will be in the 70s, right? It was Williston Park and Albertson, and they deliberately had the slowest guy running hydrant. And they were turning on, and the water was flying through the hose straight, and they had good nozzlemen. Did you see that anywhere in Suffolk? Anybody ever play that game that way?
No, I mean,
Didn't East Meadow kind of do a little bit of that too?
No,
Pat?
East Meadow hammered. John Moskowski was always the guy, and he was
Okay.
hammering it.
I don't remember anybody ever running that style. I mean,
No.
I do remember Williston Park being a heck of an efficiency team for a long time.
And that,
I didn't realize that was the style they were running.
That's how they got there. They had this big guy, he wore suspenders.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Big
Came
dude,
out,
yep.
hooked it up. He might have been 3.2, 3.4, and the water flew through the straight hose.
They were good.
So
Shout
here's
out to Williston Park Fire Department.
another interesting, and Williston Park is combined with Albertson on the old-fashioned circuit. The Baldwin Tomcats last week, I think 9-2 at Merrick. So here they come with
Hydrant
their
man on his
shot.
own.
They got water. Nope. Now it's across. He got about 2 feet in, blew it across the street. Again, they got some good legs up top here. Gets a little tug. Water's still not on. We're going to be looking at some letters, I think, more than numbers here with this shot. Just getting to the flat.
Overtime.
Yeah, there we go. Letters.
The Baldwin overtime.
Never like to hear the letters, Pat.
Yes. I like that.
I like numbers. So Bay Shore coming to the line. They have a 6th place in C hose that just was on the outside looking in, and then B hose ended up in like maybe 8th place.
On the line to be number 12 on your
Tight though,
programs.
right? 10.
The Redskins
8,
from
16,
Bay
8.
Shore.
And then a fail to grasp and hold in C ladder, which was a 901.
I was just going to ask you. One of the buttons must have went off on that.
Yeah, I think they all did, and in the on the computer it was 901. So Bay Shore looked
the average, right?
Yeah,
because there was an 8 there. Somebody had an 8.
Yeah,
I did down on the ground.
Yeah. And just going back to that shot, Pat, when I was not on that race, but you could just see the last 3 steps, the ladder start to go away from him.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a staircase, and him being more 5'8" kind of a climber than the 6'2" guy. Those last 3 steps, he started reaching here. He wasn't reaching up. He's starting to reach out in front of him, and now that last rung got away from him.
Yeah, he had his hand on it.
Yeah.
Couldn't hold, though. Got a couple of fingers on it, maybe. A great run to that point.
So 909 West Sable, 930 Lindenhurst, 959 Port Washington, top 3. Kyle Coyne just making a final adjustment on his adapter for Bay Shore, giving the wrench over.
Definitely taking some extra time.
Yeah. Definitely really was giving it a good look. Bobby Miller now giving the okay. Frankie Sonnenberg, former New High Park Termite, running up top. And again, they've had Chris Etzel. Al Pugh was backing up Frankie most of the year. Again, Al Pugh with a little bit of a hamstring tweak. Chris Etzel now in the backup spot behind Frankie Sonnenberg. See if that comes into play here running at Disneyland here with the water.
Here we go, calling him off.
Mole in the call-off. Nice, good, clean start. Kyle makes his approach.
Dang.
The water's in the hose. Frankie motoring down the course. Getting that lane out. Chris Etzel behind him. He is, again, the same thing we've seen. Inside the triangle, right outside after the first burst.
8:05 water out.
Oof, you're talking 860.
3:15.
Time for Bay Shore. 9.46. 9:46.
Water on, 3:15.
So that's that number we're talking about. You get a little bit of a slower
Line
water
number
on.
13 on your programs. The Pea Pickers from Point Pleasant.
A little bit of that slower water on, like Rob said, but brings the water out better. So 8:05 to 3:15 water on, 8:05 out the tip, that's a heavy number.
865 is real.
Let's see what kind of wheels Point Pleasant has. Point Pleasant sitting with 7 right
Still
now.
with 7.
They're in 5th place in the drill. 5th place in the drill. I think they've been in the 9.3 range maybe once this year, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're correct.
Nope, 9.75.
I only went back about 3 drills. They ran a 9.75 in main transit.
Okay.
But 7 points, and nobody's bapped that big 8 yet, so they put it up. They could.
At some point, someone's
right
got
there.
to make a statement and say, "I'm taking control of this race," and make people start to chase you. Listen. Right now, we're going race by race. The drill's still wide open.
True.
Pat, you looking for a foot massage? What's going on? You all right over here?
When they wet me before, I got a wet foot here, sock. So gonna air it out.
See if some of the boys in North Lindy got some extra socks for you over there.
Yeah, then comes with the uniform. All right, here we go. Point Pleasant.
Turn-on man's back there pretty far.
Yeah, he's going to run start now. Here they come, making their approach. Arm is out. Water is in the hose. Let's see if he can put it on the flap. He's cutting in a little early. He's going to get that little twist up behind him. He's around the flap as well. Everyone dancing around that flap. Just can't get it to go for his water yet. Water out, anyone?
Water through the hose, 5:05.
I had 8.
Time for Point Pleasant.
8:38.
9.85. 9.85.
So that's 5th place right now.
They had a lot of hose behind them, being the
number
nozzle in the
14 on your
backup.
programs. The Wanderers from Ellesmere.
But what you're saying there, Rob, and again, they don't run here very often. I thought for this track he cut in too soon, which starts to bring that hose behind you.
It bunches up behind you instead of staying wide on the street.
The way to run here is you don't cut in if you're the nozzle man to the last 50 feet. You have to keep that hose out to the curb to prevent that loop from catching you behind and flipping. 40 feet, start to make your turn to the target.
If he's going to cut in late like that, or actually he cut in early like that, the second coupler man's got to go to the curb, got to go to the right-hand curb to take it up, because he was in his normal spot. They had a twist right behind him, pushed him all over the place.
So unofficially, I'm being told in the survivor pool that 3 people, the teams they have are Hicksville, who's on the board right now.
Okay, where is Sixville right now?
I think they're 4th.
Okay.
No, they're out. He washed the hydrant.
I'm sorry, Port Washington is 4th. So it's Hicksville, Port Washington, and Islip are the 3.
All right, so Hicksville's out, so that pool is out.
Port's in at 4th with a 9.59.
And we haven't seen what Islip does yet either, so all right.
I don't know if Port's going to be able to hold that.
This is Merrick, right?
Yes.
Here comes Merrick Buckeyes.
And a wash at the hydrant.
No, I think this is Ellesmere.
Sorry, Ellesmere. You're right. Yeah.
Red uniforms.
Still another wash at the hydrant. Now he's just throwing in the towel, starting to roll it up over the shoulder.
No time. Failure to complete the contest. Rule 1307.
I don't think he's going to make it. Rouse is getting,
the
voice is getting weaker and weaker.
A full 8 races, 40 teams.
State trail, yeah, it's tough.
I don't know if he's got the full pull still in the
sounded strong
in the vocal cords.
Paul can get
Number
drafted
15
here,
on the programs, the Iron Man from Riverhead.
Could make buckets very interesting listening to him.
That's for sure. So Riverhead coming to the line.
Leaving.
Bill. If you're at home, you're missing out on a big 50-50. It's at $11,000.
I think the tax man's going to head down here.
Wow.
Your attention, please.
Get a W-2 for that.
The 50-50 pool is now up to $11,000. That's 5 numbers, 3 zeros and 2 ones.
Yeah.
Get your tickets and go home richer than Trump.
That $20,000 they had 4 years ago. That was some 50-50. I mean, 11,000 is nothing to sneeze at.
And you got to get these girls, the ladies working today are hustling. Got to get, it's hot out there. Get themselves a cold soda. You know what I mean? So Riverhead ready to go. In the call off, and they're off. Making the approach. Water is in the hose. Throw a little delay on the
Maybe
stick.
a good delay.
Yeah. See what
Water
Kyle
straight.
can put it on the flap.
He gets
no,
bounced.
he is bounced.
Wow.
He was shooting towards the crowd on the first burst.
I thought we were going to get our second nozzle man to
hit the pavement.
Yeah.
It almost
he did a
looked
nice job of regaining his balance.
It almost looked to me like he had cut, was going to the wrong
Time
line.
for Riverhead. 10.05. 10.05.
He just didn't push it to the end.
On the line to be number 16 on your programs, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
As we going through this race, like West Sable now is just starting to chip off. They're going, each team that comes, they're going, okay, that's another one off their board.
A lot of contests to go here.
A lot of contests to go, but there's...
And a lot of teams with points.
We're almost through the top half of the score sheet.
There's no quitting those Dutchmen.
Yeah, and even Lindenhurst with the 30, they're both sitting there. Each one, every time somebody runs, they're going, check. That's another one off the board.
A lot of exhaling to do. I think a little too much.
It's still a lot of race to go. But listen, this is one of those races, teams that can throw up a number, and you also get your happy birthdays typically at this drill, in the state tournament here. So East Farmingdale getting ready to roll. There's the start.
Almost looked like the turn-on man broke the leg.
Yeah, he was kind of creeping, and now the water goes across the street, fighting to get back. Now the water in the hose. Nozzle man up top. Water just getting into the nozzle length. He's set. He's all around the target. Now the flap's up.
He was set, and he got bounced by the water.
Yeah.
Giving us a good indication how strong the water is.
Time for East Farmingdale. 13.17. 13-17.
Well, we're talking about where we are.
On line number 7.
Sorry, Bill.
17 on your program. The Cubs from Copenhagen.
Talking about where we are with, a low-scoring drill at this point. How about in 1972 states, after efficiency, which was then the 7th contest, one contest there going into buckets, right? Islip 6, St. James 7.5, Islip Terrace 8, Port Washington Roadrunners 9, CI 9, Rough Riders 9, West Sayville 10, Bayshore 11.
What year is this, Pat?
72.
72.
Bayshore with 11 and go down to the 12.5. Correct? Of
St. James.
I hear you.
Mr. Gombert.
Well, that's Mr. Gombert.
Yeah, your father.
Running number 2 in the contest, right? They got 5, went to 12.5, and we're a winner, right? The tough part is the Bayshore and the West Savilles, to score and go ahead of St. James, they needed a 29.03, but it was a day where no one was doing it, and that's the one that Babylon Scroungers got in the drill. They sure were. Paul saying that Bayshore was one of the better bucket teams at the time. Yes, they were. They set like nobody's business in.
Yep. Copenhagen making their way down the track.
Water on.
Getting up top. He's on the flap.
There's the first good target hit we've seen.
Yeah, took a little while for the race to establish. But
yeah, water out might have been in the 10s. But
time for Copenhagen. 10.21.
No,
10.21.
You see these backup men are so used to.
On the line of number 19 on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
So used to relaxing as soon as the flap goes up, and you just can't do that here.
No. Going back, and I'm pretty sure it was in the Invitational. Hewlett Smoky Stovers won the efficiency contest here when we first established, and the water was good then. It's not as good as it is now, but fellow who's here today, Paul, can't remember the last name, went down. He dove. That was his sting, and he hit from the ground.
Wow.
So guys, North Lindenhurst over the last 3 weeks, Central Islip 962, Riverhead 925.
Huge shot for North Lindenhurst, sitting with 10 points. They won both C contests back to back. They got themselves to the 10. B-Hose fumbled up top. Now they got to try to regroup right here. They won it the last time the state tournament's here. 8:52 was their time. Now I think it's a different core of guys here in the contest from 4 years ago.
Sure.
But I think it's the same hydrant man, same nozzle man.
Lots of eyeballs on this shot.
So Chris Connell getting ready to run some hydrant for his third contest in a row. Ducky Fowler up top. Dudley in the call off. Looks like a good clean start. Chris breaks the light, comes into the hydrant. Water is in the hose. See Vinny Bogart getting out that last lane, trying to eat up the whip. Ducky Fowler, a little bit around the flap.
Might have been
Same
good
thing
enough,
we've
though.
seen. Maybe gets the might. All right, might get the 909. We'll see.
807 water out.
There you go. I had 8 flat.
Might have the best recovery of the day.
Time for North Lindenhurst.
Yes. Yes.
9.04. 904.
Just enough.
Yep. So that is 500s better than West Sable's 909. And again, just a little bit of a quicker recovery than we saw the other teams have.
On line number 20 on your programs, the Tennis Boys from Oyster Bay.
Really saw Vinny Bogart there running out the top coupling, really trying to eat up that whip, keeping that hose in his chest and running as hard as he could to his spot, trying to take that whip or that hose folding over on Ducky. So you can see that what obviously a lot of experience running here, what their approach was in that contest. So 9:59 of Port Washington is now 5th place. You have the 904 North Lindenhurst, the 909 West Sable, 930 Snails, 946 the Redskins, 959 Port Washington, with the Teddy Boys on the line, having a very good day.
Sure are.
Teddy Boys coming off.
You guys were mentioning how well they look today for a new team.
8:16 in B-Hose, didn't get him any points, but a 12.99 followed it up with an 8:16. Got some points early on in the day. So let's see if they can keep just, running good races.
Confidence is
That's
high.
what it's about, man. That's what it's about. Just run good races.
I talked about that with Dougie Flynn last week. Here they come, making their approach to the hydrant. Oh, when he goes across the street, tries to make a quick recovery, goes across again. Now he's just going, save the life.
He's getting tugged.
Yeah. Still waiting up top. Now the flap goes.
Overtime for Oyster Bay. Overtime.
See some different teams working local committee too, helping out during the day. North Lindenhurst Piston Knocker alumni. Looks like right
Line
now.
to be number 21 on your programs, the Blue Jays from Sable.
Running some local committee, helping out the host, running efficiency. I know Bayshore was doing some B-Hose work. I didn't see who was doing C-Hose. Sorry.
Central Islip.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Central Islip. So Central Islip helping C-Hose, Bayshore Redskins and B. North Lindy now stepping up and C. See a lot of the alumni guys helping out local committee, sweeping the track. I know Scotty Clark had put it in the group a couple of weeks ago, asking some teams to step up. I think it was about 4 minutes. The races were filled of teams stepping up, saying, "Hey, we got you. We'll help."
That's cool. Yeah.
So Sable takes the line. So we look at some jets banking it out there, going into JFK there, Pat, all day. Like every 90 seconds they're coming and back out there.
You look to the right, you see the next one.
Yeah.
One of them affected three-man ladder that I thought somebody would stop, but they went through with their call when the jet came over. And it was just one of those things where, like we are in main transit, you got to tell them to stop.
Don Corkery in the call-off. Sable Blue Jays / Holbrook Rebels. Water is across the street.
That's a hydrant miss.
Yep. Hat on the course. Someone's hat on the course. Nozzleman puts it on the flap.
Everywhere close.
Just standing up a little too straight, I think. Got to lean into it a little bit more.
Yeah.
A little more stability.
Time for Sable. 13.71. 1371.
Talk about those jets coming in. Those are the only jets that'll be flying high this fall, I think.
False hope.
Line to be number 22 on your programs. The Slowpokes from Selden.
It's going to be a hell of a tailgate this year, pal.
Unbelievable.
Drive to Jersey to hang out with your friends.
I thought you weren't supposed to sell off players until, it's like August and you're going to the World Series, or not going to the World Series.
Like the Mets?
Yes.
So
one of my favorite lines when we go to those Jet games is, "Gee, it was a great day until the game started."
Usually is a lot of fun in that parking lot. Good crowd of racing men every week.
A lot of braking going on.
A lot of wing sauce on the shirts when Billy Cornell's around. So 9:04 North Lindy, 9:09 for the Dutch. Those are the top two. Is somebody going to put the 8 up there? Selden Slowpokes, the last team on the top half of the score sheet. Again, Selden, I thought Cotty in both races, B hose, C hose, did a nice job putting the water in the hose. Just couldn't get it finished up top. Getting ready for efficiency. They are off. Oh, the first dragger stumbles. See if that water catches him. He seems like he's got it out. Nozzle man making an approach. Big loop coming behind him. Gets his hit, not bad target hit.
He got away with that.
Yeah, he gave up early on it too.
I just don't think
running.
Their water route's going to be where you want it to be.
Time for Selden. 10.04. 10.04.
I mean, we just haven't seen somebody hit the target yet. Nobody has put it up.
You haven't had that big target hit, but
who's going to be the target smasher? Who's putting it on the flat first water?
You said that happy birthday. You've got a couple of nozzle men coming up that have a pretty good reputation for that.
And who are you speaking of?
The Hobos, Brian Kessler.
On the line to be number 33 on your programs, the Turtles from Westbury.
Yeah, well, those hobos, it's not usually a happy birthday. It's a well-organized event.
As good in that position as anybody, but it seems like CI just doesn't matter who runs efficiency nozzle. They just
Just
awesome at it.
You go back to the 70s to today, and they have just gone through efficiency nozzleman. They pass it on, they pass it on, they pass it on, they pass it on.
It seems like one gets better than the next.
You know,
one time a few years ago, I said anybody named Miller.
Well, yeah, Donnie Miller to Bobby Miller to Jimmy Miller.
Yeah,
you know, it just kept going.
That'll work.
Danny Murphy.
Now it's Murphy's.
Kessler.
Yep. I mean, it was the one year they went. I think they went complete every tournament.
Yes.
Not too long ago. Here they come, Westbury. Kenny Gass running hydrant. Water is in the hose.
He nails it.
Nozzle man is going to get caught by the water, and the water's out before he gets there. He's on the flat. Oh, Kenny Gass is running nozzle.
Yeah, that was Kenny on the nozzle.
Wow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought it was him back at the hydrant.
830 water out, but it was on the left.
Time for Westbury. 9.25. 9:25.
So Westbury gets themselves in the mix, pushes Port Washington out. That is good for third place right now because it pushes Lindenhurst down. So now we go 9:04 North Lindy, 9:09.
Number 34 in your programs.
To Bill.
The Gamblers from Hagerman.
All right, guys, listen. Since West Sable is running number 4 and I am running pump, I'm going to turn this over to Paulie. But it's been a pleasure as always. Great drill to this point. Let's see where it all ends up.
All right, Rob.
Good luck, Rob.
The rest of the
Rob,
day.
thanks for being up here. Good luck the rest of the day.
Yes, sir.
So Rob Noonan checking out. Paul Suskin chiming back in. Hagerman Gamblers coming to the line. 9:04 North Lindy, 9:09 West Sable, 9:25 now Westbury Turtles, 9:30 Lindenhurst, 9:46 Bayshore Redskins is your top 5.
Yeah,
Hagerman Gamblers are a team that can put up the number. They have the legs to do it.
But nobody's done it so far. You see that 9:09 early by West Sable, and then you got the 9:04 there by North Lindy, and you say, oh, it's not gonna, it's not hanging, it's not hanging. You're just checking the teams off as we go.
It's still hanging.
Well, because now you're on the bottom half of the score sheet, and there's some teams that aren't even going to run this contest on the bottom half.
Yeah.
So again, here comes Hagerman getting ready. Louie getting ready to make the call off. Johnny up top.
As Billy Cornell says, Louis driving the contest.
Here they come. See if they can get it going. Water is in the hose. Johnny's got the legs. He is making his approach.
Straight
cuts in
hose.
late. Comes across the flap.
Wow.
One of the
With a
best targets
hole in
we've
the
seen.
nozzle length.
Yeah, he started his stream way outside. He got caught a little bit and then tried to bring it in late.
Left to right.
I had 8:31 motor
Time
out.
for Hagerman, 9.27. 9.27.
That's going to now be your fifth place. No, that's your fourth place shot. 30 goes to fifth.
30, Lyndhurst goes to fifth. Bayshore is pushed outside.
And the Termites coming up. Termites 5 points. What can they do?
Yeah, I just
I
don't
mean, this
know.
is still. I mean, we can't say it enough that this is wide open.
Wide open. I just don't know if the Termites can get into the 9-2 range. I think if they bang, I think they're in the 9-4 range. I don't know if they go 9-2.
Number 36 on your programs, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
Who would have thought? 9-0 right now.
Not me.
You guys have been talking about it. The potential's been there for nice 8s. Just
I mean,
hasn't
805, 810s water out.
Yeah.
You know, and we're coming off the 5.7s in B hose with a 783 in fifth. So you know the water's there. You can run the heavy number.
You could see the water.
You know how it goes. We'll all of a sudden see a flurry. You know, there'll be an 8, another 8, another 8.
Yeah, and there's a little group coming up that can flurry it.
And Fred hopes it starts right now.
Yeah, he does.
He's focused.
His boys in blue. Sitting with 5 points, right?
5 points on the day.
4 in C ladder, 1 in C hose.
You didn't recognize Spencerport not running this contest? Manpower?
So
Hate to see that.
Yeah, crazy.
Here we go with New Hyde Park, and they are off, making the approach. Water's in the hose. Let's see what they can do up top. I think they're cutting in a little early. It's getting a loop behind them. He gets it on the flap.
They had hose in between them.
That's
The nozzle man
that's
in
going to be
back.
their shot, but it's not good enough to get in. That's the number that they can run.
Looked like the backup man overran it a little bit. Bunched up to the nozzle man. Nice save.
Time for New Hyde.
Whoa. Hey.
No.
What?
New Hyde Park, 9.46. 9.46.
Actually, Space Shore for being just outside the mix currently. But since nobody's on the carpet, they're rolling it up. Not
On the
gonna
line to
be
be number 39 on your programs,
further
the
tested.
Tigers from Brentwood. We'd like to remind you and thank, in this contest, the efficiency contest, first place trophy for the contest is donated by the Freeport Dead End Kids, the 2017 New York State Old-Fashioned Champions. Second place was donated by Hometown Firefighter Services, and third place by the Jericho Bachelors Drill Team.
Jericho Bachelors.
Somebody get
There's
that
a
man on.
flashback.
Somebody get that man a lozenge.
Yeah, he needs it.
Either that or a soft ice cream he'd go for, I bet.
He was eyeing up Joe Anarella down there.
Oh, he's gotta be jealous. So La Tigre taking the line right here.
To a little Carly Jepsen music.
I was
going to
say, interesting musical selection.
Pat throwing out the Carly
Drill team.
Jepsen. I'm impressed with that more than anything else.
We all have daughters. You know.
I don't think.
I don't know if we listen to it in my house.
I don't think you get to pick your music anymore. I think they just play something for you.
Yeah, that's true.
Brentwood.
That's true.
Yep. Makes the approach. Water's in. Late
stick.
Might
help.
Methodical run. The second man just barely gets second coupling. That's barely on. Still waving at it. He's water in the lawn.
That's a.
If they straighten that hose out, is he going over the line? Because there's a lot of.
That second coupling is on a half a turn. Because he put it on about maybe 2 steps before the water got him.
Time for Brentwood, 13.22. 13.22.
And that's why he was about 15 feet short of where he needed to get to.
His panic set in. He started breaking his stride.
Wound up taking a motor pump shot at the target.
That hose looked a little Viva France, no?
On the line to be number 40 on your
White,
programs.
blue, red, maybe. What is
The
that?
Hobos from Central Iceland.
So CI, here's that first team that we're saying that was coming up that can really run the heavy shot. Can they do it?
And not only are they still in it for top 5, but honestly, if they throw a heavy number up right here, all of a sudden, bam, they're in it to win it.
Yep.
So what's their total points?
4 points on the
4
day,
points.
all the way back to 3, man. They've been carrying that number, but we all know, you guys just spoke about it, this is a bust-out race for them, if anything can be.
Yeah, our own Chris Murphy having a tough day in Beansea Hose.
Yep.
Somewhere where he's usually pretty consistent, and they pick up some more points. So
But
We got
man,
some boogieing to do here.
It's like win a contest, be in the mix. Win a contest, be in the mix.
Yeah, you know, usually you just have to stay in the state drill. If I win one contest, I can score in some more. I'm in it. Now it's just win one, and you're back in the running for the drill.
And other than what we saw North Lindy do now, we haven't seen teams going back to back and lining it up.
Remember the Ridge one when it came down to those 8-9 teams at the end of the drill a couple years ago? What didn't we say? The winner was only had 9 points going to the last 2 or 3 contests. We never had seen that before. Something like that. No? Was there a double digit?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Twan, if you're listening, was it double digits at the Ridge drill going into the last 2? Text me up.
2 or 3 even.
And here
we go with the hobos getting ready to come off. Jeff Kemp, Ryan Murphy making their approach to the hydrant.
Bang.
They got water in the hose. Brian
go,
Kessler
dude.
up top. Jake backing him up. They got the speed. Trying to eat the whip up. What's he do? He puts it on the flop. That's the first shot of the day. And he didn't murder the target, but he hit the
What's
target.
he do? Did you actually ask that question, Artie? You know what he's going to do.
They're in it now.
Time!
Lozenge
for Central Iceland. 8.49.
Wow.
8.49.
And he didn't kill the target.
Listen to that crowd go wild.
What's the water out? 7-7?
No, I got it.
7-6?
798.
I got 97. Yep.
There you go. Thank you. I've been verified.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
So 849.
You just don't see stuff like that often.
Oops.
No, you don't
Just
see those
hard work.
numbers often.
It's just hard work, you know.
That's just a
to get out there and
rarefied.
work,
It's
man.
a rarefied air right there.
Artie with the easiest trivia question of the day. What's he do? He lights up the target. That's what he does.
Well, then now they're players. They're going to be probably at 9. It'd be hard to beat that.
I think I'll go back and I think
On the line to be number 41 on your programs.
Pat, you can confirm
Little
this.
squirts from North Greece.
1980, Donnie Miller's running nozzle for them.
I looked before you go anywhere. I looked at that number. Twan, where are you? Right, that might be the third best shot on this course.
Well, it's not the best in the state tournament.
Okay.
Because in 1980,
Right.
they ran an 840.
Yes.
6.
Yep.
846 in 1980 here at this course.
And I think there's an 845 on this course too.
Yeah.
And there's, or an 840 for the general judges by them.
Yeah. They hold the record at 40 here.
At 40 here. So here, I'm sorry, here comes
Little squirts.
Waters through the hose. Sorry we missed the beginning of their run there. Now he's getting
pushed
tossed.
around.
Officials are wet.
Yeah.
He just got tossed again, not being used to that pressure.
Hold it up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
Yeah,
Some of the officials and local committee got cooled off.
Talk about some things going on right here. North Lindy now really does not want a lot of tweeners, and boy, there's room for tweeners.
Right.
But they really don't want it because
On
if
the
you
line to be
think,
number 42 on your programs. The Wolves from Iceland.
you think CI now to 9, North Lindy has to get a little bit points here to just stay ahead that much.
Can only afford to give him one.
Yeah.
You know.
So
you got us by one.
849 CI, 904 North Lindy, 909 West Sable, 925 Westbury, 927 Hagerman round out the top 5. Islip Wolves coming to the line.
Followed by West Hempstead.
Yeah, so here we go.
Now, Islip, the last couple of races, has run some shots, but then they get bumped by the hundredths. They've been playing that hundredths game. 4 hundredths in the last 2 races have cost them points. Can they reverse that and do it to somebody else? Robbie Allen will be on the hydrant here. Josh Kaysen up top on the nozzle.
Well, you know he'll get there in time.
Yeah, Josh has got the legs to
He's
do
got
it.
some serious wheels.
9 points. Now, this is also Islip comes in the mix too, just what we said about North Lindy. If Islip wants to step up on CI, who's now knocking on the door, they got to stay ahead. Now, of course, they don't have to run the 8-4, but there's a lot of room to run 8-5, 8-6, 8-7, 8-8, 8-9.
Yeah, I think Islip's saying if we run 8-8, we'll be real happy right here.
Yeah,
they are off. Robbie Allen making his approach. Water is in the hose. Josh Kaysen is motoring up top. Let's see if he can put it on the flat first water. Hose blows. They blow a hole in the hose. He doesn't do
As
it.
he gets the target.
Yeah, but it's still, I don't know, see where that recovery is.
It's not going to be in. It's going to be out.
806 water out.
So 927 was the number, so he's outside that 27.
That's a couple of hoses we've seen blow, and that is something that happens here at Hempstead as well. We always talk about
Time for Islip. 9.55.
Yeah.
9.55.
Water out, anyone?
8-0, they said.
806.
On the line to be number 43 in your program.
Missed that,
Your
sorry.
host for today's tournament, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
Yeah, the other thing is with seeing a couple of these hoses blow, teams are running their best hose, and it might be their oldest hose. So it does get worn over time.
Yep.
You try and save it maybe for the state. You probably don't run it in practice. And That one blew right in the middle, so
West
that one's
Hempstead
done.
down by half a point here. Big shot for them. Now, if they can top North Lindy's 904, they would actually go ahead in the drill overall.
West Hempstead 922 in efficiency at the Hempstead and 956 at the CI Invite.
And if you think about it, they might be holding the hammer after they ran that 21 in buckets.
Yep.
Last week at North
21-4.
Belmore.
So many different storylines. So many teams
Coming
involved.
down again, right?
Yep.
So we got the 1-8 on the board, 2 9-0s. Can West Hempstead get into that 8-9? And is Islip's hose? Well, they're not even in the mix, and I think.
Well, it's because of the hole, Artie.
I
They don't want them to use it
all
again.
right, so they exactly.
Just
you
in
got it,
case
Lon.
there's a
Can't
rerun.
use it again.
You're right. Yeah, just being held because again that hole in the nozzle lane. Good call.
So we got a handful of teams, maybe a little bit more than a handful left, but it starts here with West Hempstead. West Hempstead half point out, as we said, 9.5. Heavy shot for them would do wonders.
Ralphie Nichols getting ready to do the call off.
And they're gone.
They are making their approach. Water is in the hose. Let's
good.
see what we can do up top.
Gotta
they
get
are
it out.
getting it out. Puts it on the flap. That's going to be good enough to put him in the mix.
That's an 8.
That's a tweener, no doubt.
And that's a huge shot for them.
It's no 8-4, but it's an 8.
Time for West Hempstead. 8.79. 879.
794 water out.
Darn good run in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. So that takes Hagerman out of the mix. 849 CI, 879 West Hempstead, 904 North Lindy, 909 West Sable, 925 Westbury holding on. North Belmore coming to the line.
Now North Lindy really needs to hang on. Now if they're going to go down more than less than 3 points in the contest, that could hurt them going forward. They don't have the power that West
On line
Hempstead
number
has
45 in your programs, the Rinky-Dinks from North Belmore.
You say it comes down to buckets. To me, this is coming down to motor pump. Because pump is a crapshoot here, and boy, if you can get it together in pump, you're
got to figure it out.
Oh, how much of an advantage do they have that they run here and no one else does?
I don't like the way they run here. I don't think they do it very good all the time. I think they're as ordinary as anybody else out here today. And the thing about pump is you can get 4 teams that aren't in the mix to place in pump. If you're the one team that's in the mix that can place, this is really going to help you.
I agree with you, Paul. There's a lot of teams that can score here in pump, more than the norm.
I know it isn't their home course, but New Hyde Park has this place figured out.
Yeah. 5 points for them would give them they'd be in the mix for top 5,
Now,
if not the drill.
West Hempstead, a little bit different approach. They jammed the water down. That was a 301 I had water on.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously they got some legs up top to get it out.
North Belmore Rinky-Dinks.
So let's see what they can do. North Belmore had an 899 last week at their drill.
Yeah, well, he hit it. He didn't really know he hit it. He was actually stumbling as he hit it.
So, but hey, they can put up that number. So let's see what they can do
It's all
here.
about the water out.
Yep. Making their approach. Sean Corcoran running by himself. He's got water in the hose. So let's see if they can put it on the flap. Water's starting to catch him a little bit up top. No, he was a little low and to the right. 48 going to be on the outside looking in.
834 water out. Running by yourself a little bit tougher.
Time for North Belmore. 9.48. 9:48.
Henrietta with an opportunity right here as well.
So what's the time for 5th place right now?
9:25.
Line number 46 on your programs, the Old Henrys from Henrietta.
9:25 Westbury Turtles. Henrietta efficiency 955, the best this year up at Seabreeze.
But it's not the water you got right here, you know.
Well, yeah, but is Josh going to have the legs to get it out up top?
Can they adjust to that too?
Yeah.
Well, again, you have a hydrant man running by himself.
He's going to run it by himself, but he typically runs a
he's
pretty
a
heavy
real
ball.
low flea.
But I think the slower water on is going to be to their advantage right here.
It might help them.
But I think what Artie's point was, it isn't really slow
Slower,
water
I
because he can throw the handle at 315.
Right. But, you know, traditionally, Henrietta's been a good efficiency team at state drills. They've scored a few times.
9-0s.
Yep.
So, the blue crew on their feet, cheering on their heroes.
Ah, friends of yours.
I know a couple.
They wear cummerbunds when they march.
You're just jealous.
They come down here? Stella Sabres?
Here they go.
There's probably about half of them over there.
Chuck Marshall
They
calling
parade.
them off on the other side of the street.
Yep. Does that in 3-man as well. Josh is off, making his approach to the hydrant. Water is on. Let's see if Josh Fluke up top can put it on the flap. Nah, he's
Gets
over a little bit all
bounced a little
over it. A little all over it.
By himself.
Yeah.
301.
Yeah, there you go.
I had
Wow.
02 and
Wow.
794 water out.
Time for Henrietta. 9.23.
That puts him in the mix.
9.23.
They are in fifth place right now.
That's your 5th place shot?
Yeah, that knocks out Westbury.
Think about that target hit.
You know, that's
Man,
that beats the 904.
He's way. I think
On the
it's down
line,
by
number
8.
47 on your programs.
Stump jumpers. North Merrick.
The stump jumpers from North Berwick.
Rouse is on a personal 7-second delay at this point.
Trying to get his throat together.
Stumped by the stump jumpers. So 9:23 now is the lucky dog hanging on. Henrietta in 5th place. Only about 5 teams to go. Can they hold on to get a point? They have, what do they got, 7?
Wait a second.
6, aren't they?
9:23. Yeah, you got West Sable at the 9:09 is 4th, right?
Right, and then 9:23 is 5th.
Yeah.
So they have 7 points, Henrietta?
Sorry, Henrietta has 6.
6, so that would get him to 7. Yeah, okay.
Say, no, I can appreciate you bringing some NASCAR language in it, but isn't it truly on the bubble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not what's lucky about it?
Nothing.
You're lucky if you stay there.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you're hoping to stay there.
Bubblicious.
So here comes
They even
North
got the
Merrick.
same color hats everybody wears.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah,
very uniform.
They're squared away.
Water's in the hose.
Ah.
Let's see if they can put it on the flap. He kind of loses the nozzle a little bit. Now he puts it on there.
He hit it all right. I got a real low 9.
He didn't lose much.
So let's see. That's going to push Henrietta out the door.
They're going to be in something right here. Yep.
8:34 water out.
Time for North Merrick. 8.86.
How about that?
8.86.
Whoa! Talk about a tweener.
So now,
Welcome to the tournament, North Merrick.
So now,
that leaves CI salivating.
CI 849 getting 5 right now. West Hempstead 879 getting 4. North Merrick jumping into the mix with 886 looking to get 3. North Lindy now 904 with 2. West Sable now just hanging on with that 909 for 1. Still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams.
What did we say about a flurry? Here it is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
A half hour ago, North Lindy and West Sable
But
were
I
pretty
didn't,
happy.
I didn't include the stump jumpers in my flurry.
On the line, number 48 on your programs, the Tail Draggers from North Babylon.
North Babylon. Man, this is coagulated for points right here, folks.
So you got North Babylon, you got Farmingville back there. Looks like Great Bend, Manhasset. Not sure anyone else in that mix.
Seabreeze and Manhasset Lakeville.
Seabreeze.
That'll
That's
round it
the one
out.
I missed.
Copeg, right?
Copeg. All right. So we still got some guys that potentially run those numbers. So North Babylon getting ready to come. They are off. North Babylon combined with Wyandanch. Water is
Throws
in
his
the
own
hose.
handle.
That's it. Looks like some good legs.
Second
coming
link up,
to
third
top.
linked out. It's straight.
Puts
And
it on
he-
the flap.
He sure does.
9. They're going to be just outside the money.
Time for North Babylon. 9.28. 9.28.
I mean, just outside.
On the line, number 49 on your programs, the Bandits from Farmingville.
Another one of those teams right now. This water, those legs and this water, they can put it together.
Nice walk-up music.
Hootie.
So West Hempstead looking to make it jump to 13 and a half.
It's going to be the biggest lead of the day.
CI would be at 9, right?
Well, actually, no, because North Lindy has that 2 right now, right? I take that back.
Yeah, they'll go to 12. 13 and a half to 12.
If.
See what happens here.
Farmingville.
Eddie Stewart getting ready to go through the call-off with his guys.
Group of athletes on this hose.
Yep. They are off. Water is in the hose.
Yeah.
See what they can do up top.
All about it.
Can he put it on the flat first water? He does. I just don't know if it's enough to get in there.
With 8:51 water out, that's got to be like a 9-3.
They're in. I think they're in. What do they got to beat?
9-0.
Time for Farmingville. 8.
Oh my
God. 8.87. 8.87.
Yeah, they're in.
There it
So
is.
sort of a quiet 887 right
very.
there. But
I thought the
quiet.
water took a while to get through their hose, it seemed like, but obviously the handle down must have been pretty good.
I had 3-0. What'd you have, Pat? I had
Let's see.
308 when Manda dropped the stick.
That's going to put North Lindy to 5th.
And that pushes West Sayville out. So that's our 4th 8 of the day. 49 CI, 79 West Hempstead, 86 North Merrick, 87 now Farmingville, 904 North Lindy hanging on.
4 teams to go.
Copeg Yellowbirds coming to the line.
We could see 5-8s.
Well, you would expect to in Hempstead with this water. I was thinking you would, but I thought you'd see more than 5. I'm shocked we're still.
It took time.
I mean, look at that. I mean,
On the line to be number 50 on your programs, the Yellowbirds from Copeg.
Would you have water on, Lenny, on them?
I had 306.
She threw the handle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's good.
Got down the street. Yeah,
She doesn't
she's
play
got
around.
wheels.
you coming down for that right now?
It's Charlie Fitch walking across, getting ready for the call-off.
Huh?
See if Chris
Come
Brand
over.
can start this
Somebody.
contest.
There you go. Yellowbird's ready.
Send somebody over.
Good clean start. Chris making his approach to the hydrant. Water is across the street. Tommy
Misses
Messina
twice.
makes his approach up top. Waiting for water now. Waving at it. It's on there.
Time for Copeg. 12.97. 12.97. On the line, number 51 of your programs, the Cobras from Great Bend.
So Great Bren comes to the line. 3 teams to go.
We'll see Great Bend, Seabreeze, and Manhasset Lakeville will round out the contest.
904.
Don't count Manhasset Lakeville out yet. They've
Nope.
been a team that have gotten into the Joe, been propelled by this contest. Again, that 49 is that's a reach for anybody.
Oh, they're not getting
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just saying that just number is such a reach for anybody in the sport.
Oh, we got 40 teams. 2 through 40 aren't getting that. One was.
Has Torn got back to us that being the third best shot at Hempstead?
He has, and I tell you, I keep checking my phone. He hasn't texted me back.
He's still in the park.
No.
He left.
Be back. He's been
That doesn't
texting.
mean he can't research. But the Cobras have the course.
And I see the 50-50 ladies still selling.
And they are still working. Great Bend.
Speaking of the Northern Times, Copenhagen's got a 10-21 on the board.
Water is in the hose. A reach for the stick. Really coming in early, making a straight approach. Gets tugged. Water on the flat.
Bang.
And they're running one short.
Second couple of man through the third length all the way to the right side
Time
of the
for
course.
Great Bend. 9.37.
Nice shot.
9.37.
I'm guaranteeing you that's their team record right there. That's going to
On
be.
the line, number 52 on your programs, the Indians from Seabreeze.
They look pretty excited. Some high fives going on down there, so, pretty safe to say.
I'm going to look at Great Bend's scorecard. They set a team record, I believe, in B ladder. I think they set a team record in C ladder. I believe they might have set a team record in C hose.
I thought C ladder they went under, Paul.
No, Great Bend 14:33. They came back and finished it.
Okay.
Oh no, I take it back. 14. I thought that was C hose. So not in C ladder, but in B ladder, C hose, and I'm going to say officially, I believe Great Bend has set 3 team records today.
Wow.
So good.
That's the way you come to the state drill.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Run your best shot.
If anybody out there in Great Bend, Howard, if you're listening, maybe you know that information.
Sea Breeze Indians.
Hydro Man from Great Bend pulled his own stick at 3:38. Water on. Pretty nice. Mark Champion calling him off.
I'm going to say that 9-3 might approach the Northern.
Here they come with their approach.
Maybe
Water.
not.
Oh, he kind of double clutched on the stick. Water now in the hose.
Think he
coming
crossed
down the
himself.
street.
I think so.
Back
They
of
may go
man's
over.
not behind him. Yeah, now he's in the flap, and they got a lot of hose. I agree with you, Pat. That would be close.
Third link looks about 55 feet long.
Yeah.
Time for Seabreeze. 10.87. 10.87. On the line, number 53 on your programs, the Minutemen from Manassas, Lakeville.
And wrapping things up, here comes the last team to run on the program.
Well, North Lindy's still holding on for a point right here at 9:04, and boy, they would love to take that point with them to the next contest. That's for sure.
Every point counts at this
Heck
late
yes.
stage of the game.
Especially when you went into the contest winning and you're going to be overtaken because West Hempstead most likely going to 13.5. You don't want to get too far away. There's only 2 contests left.
Yep. And West Hempstead with a good bucket team. You always got to play, keep that in play.
I said they got a little bit of the hammer right there.
Yep.
Huh? At least one guy to talk downstairs. Somebody that can talk.
Sean Fagan puts the adapter on, making his way back to the coupling. Stan Davis will turn on.
What?
Looks like
Shout out to Barry, formerly of the Great Bend Cobras.
Barry John Peck.
Yeah, he's back up there watching. Got the big screen on.
All right. Track has been given to the Minutemen. Final team in efficiency.
9:12 is the Northern New York record, so just a little bit. I believe it was West Carthage too.
Making
Maybe
their
John
approach.
Stevens can.
They
fill
got
me up
water
with
in the
that.
hose.
Yeah, this is going to be tight if he can knock it down.
Can he put it on the flat first? Water? No, he waves all over it. Now it goes up.
North Lindy gives a little sigh of relief if they're going to go to 11. So the winner of that contest going away is going to be the CI Hobos. Second place is going to be West
Time
Hempstead.
for Manassas Lakeville. 10.01. 10.01.
That's going to give them the lead in the drill. North Merrick's going to
Ladies and
stay in
gentlemen, we'd like
third.
to remind you, if you could, if you see Tommy Fitzsimmons here today, today is his birthday, and he is retiring after this year as the chairman of the New York State Parade Officials Rules Committee, who's done a fabulous job at that job, plus everything else he's been doing. Happy birthday, Tom, for the best of you to the rest of the time.
I just went away at the end. It went away. Just went away quick. Give him a lozenge, I said. All right, so then we're going to get 2 as Farmerville's going to score right here, and then North Lindenhurst is going to get 1 there. But overall for the points, 13.5 is going to be West Hempstead, 11 North Lindenhurst, 9 between Central Islip and Islip. That's your top 4. Then for 5th is 7.5 Lindenhurst. Outside the mix right now, Pete Pickers with 7 and Henrietta with 6. So still pretty tight right there. We'll wait for a final call on this. We'll be downstairs. We'll hand out some leg trophies. Can you get my thing over there?
What are you looking for?
Give me a score.
Yeah. All right, so as we get ready for more to pump, they'll start to line up a little bit, set up for buckets, so everything's ready to go. All right. Lenny, you're running things over here now for Fred?
No, just taking a breather here.
All
On the
right.
board.
North Merrick, a nice little group over here, waiting to hear their name called off. Getting some state tournament points for North Merrick. Good to see.
That may be trivia in itself. When was the last time they took state tournament points?
Yeah. Any of the Wilders or any of the Merritt stump jumpers in the group, chime in. When's the last time you guys got some state
Move the
tournament
equipment.
points?
Results of the efficiency contest. First place, 5 points, number 40, Central Islip. Second place, 4 points, number 43, West Hempstead. Third place, 3 points, number 47, North Merrick. Fourth place, 2 points, number 49, Farmingville. And fifth place, 1 point, number 19, North Lindenhurst.
So there you go.
Don't forget, get your 50-50. It's building all the time. Still plenty of hamburgers and hot dogs and other cold beer, cold soda, cold pop, and cold water left.
Said if you're back at camp Come support your hosts. Plenty of things. They have T-shirts being sold. They have some, looks like some, they have cigars down here, cigar humidor.
Very nice.
Bill, tell them they got cigars for sale over here, Bill. Bill can't hear me. They got cigars
for God's sake,
sale.
he's barely got a voice.
Waiting for Paul here maybe to come over. Chris Murphy making his way. 8:49. Right? Or 46 was it? 49. 40, that is so heavy.
All right, everybody, we're over here at the trophy stand, and after a monster shot by the Central Islip Hobos, 8-4, they're going to pick up 4 leg trophies, more leg trophies in that event than any other. They're the winners of the Donnie Henry Trophy from Copenhagen, the Robert Cushing Trophy from Suffolk County Parade Drill Team Cap Association, the Artie Bezzoso Trophy from North Belmore, and another Suffolk County Association Trophy for Al Olson. So you guys, you come into the contest, 4 points on the day, monster shot. Not only does it win efficiency for you, but it puts you right back in the mix. So what's it looking like going from this point out?
We just got to finish strong and hope they fall where they may. And if we got enough points at the end of the day, then that's good enough. But we'll just finish strong.
Always a good team in efficiency. You guys scored 4 points in 3-man ladder and then had a tough time through the next few contests. What was the thoughts getting to the line there? Was it old school, like, hey, we can do this, we've done it before, or was there any nerves out there? What was going on through the Hobos' minds?
It's efficiency. We know how to run efficiency, so we just got to do our thing, and we'll see what happens.
All right, folks, we got a tight one. It's about 2.5 points separating the first 2 and about 5.5 separating the top 5. So enjoy the rest of the day. 2 more big races. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Paul.
There you go. How about that?
That's it. We are going to...
Vince McMahon would be proud of that, Paul.
That's it. He would. So, again, it's just running through as we get ready for Motor Pump. 13 points, 13.5 points is winning this drill. 2 contests to go. Motor Pump here, not the strong suit of this course.
So
it's been
anybody's game.
It's a Disneyland course for C-hose, B-hose efficiency. Motor Pump it all changes, and now it becomes you don't see the 5s here. You see the mid-6s. Last state tournament, we did see CI run a 618. Jay Newhoff running nozzle back then, getting 4, 5, 6 steps over the line, knowing that the water's going to be delayed. The organized chaos of the way the Hobos run Motor Pump, run the 618. Track record here, Motor Pump, 597. Patchogue.
Only 5 ever ran here.
Yes, 1993 state drill.
The old water system.
Right. So, and that's when the B and C hose times weren't as heavy back then. And then they changed everything over, and now you don't see the 5s anymore. You know, you see that 618 the last time we were here in a state drill. That's a monster shot for this course and Motor Pump. We'll see if anybody can touch that today. So a lot of teams fighting to get to the top 5 here now. And there are still some teams with the 1s and 2 points that can run these contests that can get themselves in the mix.
Far from over.
That's it. I don't know, is Freddie up?
So technically, technicality.
Yep.
The only ones who can't win who have 3 points or less.
Right. Yeah. We're going to, yes, 3 points or
maybe 4. Let me correct that.
Yeah,
because they have 13.5.
Right.
So if you have 4 or better, you're in it. You're in it still to win it.
Correct.
That's a wide field.
So that's you're looking at, just to give you that perspective. Lindenhurst at 7.5, West Sable at 5.
In it.
Point Pleasant at 7. North Lindenhurst at 11. New Hyde Park at 5. CI at 9. Islip at 9. Henrietta at 6. Copeg at 4. All chasing the 13.5 of West Hempstead. So there you go. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Let's say we call that the
6,
field.
7, 8, 9 teams mathematically alive. 10 teams mathematically alive to win this drill.
The field is big.
With 2 races to go. As people are eyeing up the center of the course. Where is the paver box line? Is it on the flap? Where am I going to put my nozzle down when I cross that line? Is what they're saying right now.
We got a little time. I'll tell a story.
The next contest.
Sorry, Bill. Bill
To be run is the motor pump contest. The state record is 5.45, and it's held by West Sable. 10 seconds is the overtime. First team on the line will be number 1 on your programs, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
We're going to, Pat, thank you very much for coming up.
Let me tell you one thing. You were talking about putting the target
Yep.
on the in 1983, up in Olean on the course, there was a white stripe down the middle of the course for the planes to land. They put the target right on the white line. I said to Pete Sheehan, guess where we're going?
Yeah.
Put the nozzle on the white line. You're on line with the target.
Right.
But anyway, thanks a lot. It's been a great afternoon here. It's going to be an even greater finish and all.
Enjoy it.
And who we turn it over to?
Billy Cornell is going to join us
the
right now.
esteemed Mr. Cornell will be taking off, and Paul comes back. So
Pat, thank you very much, as always, coming up from Florida.
Yep, that was a pleasure, Pat.
Always thank you. The stories that you have, the history that you have, pretty much unmatched in this sport.
It's fun. There's nothing like it. I love it.
So thanks again.
All right. You have a good one, guys.
You too. So Lindenhurst will be coming to the line first.
Thank you. All right, Pat.
So, Mr. Cornell, welcome to the top of the arch at the state tournament.
I'm honored, shocked and honored to be here today.
Correct on both accounts.
I wasn't sure if my type of announcing would be permissible today for the state tournament, but I'm glad to be here, and I appreciate and thank all of it. Coming down to a nice drill like this, we got a bunch of good teams. It's been a great day down there in the stands.
We're about ready to go here with Lindenhurst. Are you going to do the call?
Yeah, we're going to go right here. Joey Gerard has got that arm out and ready to go.
7.5.
Kick outs on both sides.
Still aiming for the top 5. If not overall, they have mathematical chance. Here it goes.
Absolutely. Ryan Kinley on the hydrant coming in. He misses at the hydrant.
It's going to be a barn burner for them.
Yeah, hydrant and stick both kind of miss going by. Steps on the gas. You can see there's the first stomp on the gas. A little change in your approach of how you will run this contest here. Will you stop on the gas as you see it come out the tip?
Time for Lindenhurst, 9.49, 9.49.
They're going to stay at 7.5.
On the line to be number 2 on your programs, the Panthers from Cacho.
Okay, so I have an update on the survivor pool.
Do it.
After B-Hose, we had 3 survivors. We told you who they picked in efficiency. None of those teams scored, so no one survived through efficiency.
I thought you opened it back up like we could throw, everyone could get back in. Is there one buy-in?
Yeah, I wish. So we're going to wait on the tiebreaker. There's a tiebreaker set up. But still, no one has picked a perfect sheet after 7 years of doing that pool.
Wow.
Right. So Lindenhurst will stick with their 7.5. Paul, you were down below. We went through it. There are 10 teams mathematically that can win this drill.
Yeah.
4 points or more, you're mathematically alive chasing the 13.5.
Crazy.
Including the 13.5. 10 teams, Paul and Billy, that can win this drill.
Yeah, that was similar. I think we got down to 8 when we went to buckets in Ridge that time.
Yep.
So I think we're in for another barn burner. Can we have another tie? Remember we talked about it. Yeah, we talked about it at length after that show. For meetings and meetings and meetings, how can we break the tie? It should never be a tie. Some people, hey, it never happens. It'll never happen again. It could. You know, it could be the saving grace.
We saw it this year in the junior circuit. We saw the tie.
That's right. The saving grace could be the half a point because at this way, with now Lindenhurst not doing anything there, they can no longer win. That half point is going to play in the favor of West Hempstead
or
to the detriment of West Hempstead. But there ain't going to be no tie.
No tie today.
So Cutcho coming to the track here, and you can't not mention, again, Drew McCaffrey's name. When Cutcho comes to the track in motor pump, the way Drew would run that suction, if you remember, he would come by, hit it, he would run up a couple of steps and go to a knee and watch the sea as they would go to hit the target. The back of that shirt that they are wearing there today in honor of Drew has the Cutchogue Fire Department Panthers logo. It also has the Suffolk County Fire Emergency Services logo. On the bottom, it has Drew's quote going into buckets in the call-up. He used to say, "All right, Panthers, let's get serious for buckets." That is on the back of the shirt as well. Hashtag cancer sucks. So shout out to Drew again. Cutchogue coming off the line.
Scored a couple years ago in motor pump contest.
Yep.
See if they throw it out there again. Attacking it. I like it.
Yeah,
oh,
water is in. Go down just over the line. Low on the flop, then he gets it. So a little bit low.
I'm going to say it's better than he's done all year. So another team throwing up a shot that they haven't done all year. Good job.
Time for Kutchog. 7.07.
There you go.
7.07.
Don't count it out of the mix
No,
yet.
not yet.
It's Hempstead.
Hey, for a team that hasn't
The
practiced in 2 weeks.
50-50 kitty has over $13,000 in it.
What are you going to do with that money, Bill? Party champs tonight would get that?
Oh, party champs get a lot.
What are you going to do with the last 500?
I'll get a tattoo like Fuzzball.
Which unbelievable. Do you see that thing? It's incredible.
That's what he did with his 50-50 money last week. He went out,
If you want
new
your tickets, get them now because it will be drawn right after the completion of this motor pump contest. Get your tickets now. Get more if you need them. Everybody needs them. Over $13,000 in the pot right now.
All I can say is thank God he didn't drive more trucks than that because he's running out of room.
He need more skin.
On the line, number 3 on your programs, the Rebels from Levittown.
Fan favorite on the line, the Rebels.
Give me a Levittown something here.
We got to love the Rebels here. Big Al on the hydrant. He falls in line with the Lenny Gombert short man hydrant theory. Let's see how he does here. Rebels always a fan favorite out here. You never know what's going to happen. Last week in efficiency, we saw a neat one when the guy jumped over the hose and helped out his nozzle man who lost a backup man.
Yep.
So here come the Rebels, looking for some action. They got a pig going today in the pits. They're inviting us over there later on. You want some fresh pig? Yep.
Oh, make some bacon.
I don't know if this tournament's going to go long enough.
Here they come. They are rolling in, the Rebels. They are off the truck. Water is through the truck. Real delay on the pump. Kind of a quiet pump, and he is.
I tell you, it's not mine.
He was kind of a little low, and then he went right above.
Right over the top.
Yeah, he was low, and then he went straight.
Time for Levittown. 8.76. 8.76. On the line to be number 4 in your programs, the Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
Well, they got a mathematical chance. They would have to pretty much win both of these contests, which is definitely a possibility, but big hole they dug. Big hole.
Yeah.
Not what they had in mind. And you go back to the first 3 quarters of the year, they were pretty much invincible. It's not the day they pictured.
No. Just frustrating things going on.
You still got to salvage it, though. You still want to come down the track. You don't want the complete nothing. You don't come down at all. And they're still in the mix to come down the track, if not win with the 2 heavy shots. But
they don't know the meaning of the word quit over there in West Sable. We all know that.
Right.
They ran that 759 before, one of the best B-hole shots I've seen here on this track.
State record holders in this contest, 546.
That goes out the window.
545 goes out the window here. That was done earlier this year at Lindenhurst. Again, last time we had the state tournament here, 618. CI wins this race. North Lindy ran a 609 back in 97, and again, that's 597 in 93, but that's pre this pump. So it was different back then when Patrick ran the track record of the 597.
Yeah. 644 2 weeks ago with New Park won the contest here as well.
I thought that was impressive that day.
That was a nice shot.
They won by a lot in that kind. I believe almost 2/10.
They got way out too.
Yeah, the slide. Yeah. Half slide. Well, he slides.
He got out there, yeah.
Again, West Sable, one of those teams, typically you can see run the 5 at many of the courses. Usually gets just across the line, gets set up. Let's see if they do a little delay on the pump here, and do they get on the gas as the water comes out.
I'd like to see them get a little closer to that target if they could here. It's something that helped a lot of teams 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, and it's what you saw CI do 4 years ago with Jay New. I mean, Jay was a different breed running nozzle and motor pump, but he got like 6 steps past the line. Gary Sham, the arm is out as they coast in. Arm is down, they're off the truck. Water, miss at the hydrant. They did try to go further up the street, and they do blast the target.
Tough day for the Dutchman.
Yeah, you don't even know what to say.
Time for West Sable, 8.95, 8.95.
Miracle finish today.
Nope.
Number 5 on your programs, the Buckeyes from Merrick.
How many, and you look at those survivor pools and you have to fill in a winner at the end and a champion in points. How many people had Dutchman as the champion?
I had him on both.
Hey, yeah. They knocked me out early today.
All right. So West Sable will roll off.
Still a fine season for the Dutchman. 7 wins on the season so far.
I don't want to hear that right now.
Your hat,
And I'm
I know. Still 7 victories, nothing to hang your hat about. America on the line here. Combination with Freeport Nighthawks. Young team trying to get somewhere.
So, Billy, are you at the point now when you're sitting in the stands, you're doing a show for yourself too? You really seem to enjoy it.
It's fun up there. I get a lot of input from the other teammates, people out there racing with us, co-racers. They give me a lot of stuff that can bring up here to the arch.
For sure.
Got a couple tidbits we'll throw in here now and again if I get the chance.
Oh, there's a little breeze. We can use it at this point.
Yeah. Someone's got a barbecue sending some smoke screens down there behind.
Roasting up here.
Oh yeah. It's hot down there in them stands. I tell you, you're packed in like sardines here. A nice big crowd here at HEMPSTEAD today. Yeah, you're sweating down in there.
It's been steady all the way through. 3-man ladder, it was filling up, but basically since the end of 3-man, beginning of B ladder, till now, again, you are hip to hip pretty much in these bleachers.
Yeah, I don't even think we got the usual efficiency pump walk away. Right?
Yeah.
They're still sticking around. Basically, everybody's in the shade, so they're enjoying it pretty well.
Here come the Buckeyes.
Buckeyes rolling in, running the hydrant side by himself. It is on, stick is down, going for the slide. They missed on the discharge. Hose on the ground, water in the lawn on the side.
I was just about to say it's short.
Hold it up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
It's tough to blow yourself off the hydrant, but boy, don't miss the discharge then.
Well, they only had 2 guys up on this nozzle, so I don't know how that was going to go either, fellas.
Yeah, they've been running a little short.
On line to be number 6 on your programs, the Slowpokes from Maine Transit.
So Maine Transit, one of those teams, I think there's a 6'3", 6'4" on the board this year in I don't think it goes that far, in motor pump.
Yep.
So, and they've scored in this
Your
point.
attention, please. Lindenhurst will get a no time. Their hose was too short.
Okay. So there you go for...
They can thank that they didn't have a 6'2" on the board.
Correction. Illegal diameter of their hose.
So they couldn't get the checker open in there.
Penn, we're kind of out of the
second part of the game.
Second part of the game, the race within the race behind the arch, usually where they test the motor pump hose. There actually looks like they're out on the street there, kind of out of our view behind some trees. So we really can't give you the play-by-play. Sometimes that happens with that behind us. Again, as Maine Transit comes to the line.
Hose was too tight, not too short.
Yeah.
Wonder if they got surprised a little bit, Lindenhurst, because usually it is on the track and you can see it.
Would you rather a short hose or too tight hose, Billy? I'm going to go too tight, because if it's too tight somewhere,
too tight's always
you're doing
good.
something. If you're too short, you can't help it.
Nah, too short, you can't do anything.
Can't do anything about it. If
Too
it's
tight,
too tight,
you might pull a little harder there, and you get that extra bit you need.
It's still going to be too short.
But if you're too tight, you can always open it up a little bit.
Yeah, open it up.
You can put it in there a couple times, and you get an expansion.
And it all works out.
A lot of innuendos up there.
It all works out.
Good. So Maine Transit getting ready to come in.
Look at those lights
They have scored in motor pump before in-state drills. See what they can do here. They are off. They attack. Water is down on the truck. He does not look like he's on line with the target.
He is not.
And it's still not up. Now it goes up. He is to the inside, or the hydrant side, of where the paver box would be somewhat.
Back for Maine Transit. 8.90. 890.
A lot of smoke coming from that.
You have to believe someone told them to hold off on the pumper, because I thought he did that perfectly.
Number 7 on your programs.
But they
forgot from Deer Park.
They forgot to tell him where to line up, because he was lined up way right from his point of view.
Yeah.
He's got that.
All right, Deer Park 2 points on the day. They'd love to add to that total. Overall, we have, let me just take another gander at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I lost my feed. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 15 teams have scored overall in today's drill.
So over a third.
Which I'd say is pretty normal. I mean, normally we're seeing about 15 teams a week score.
Yeah, the last couple of drills have been like that. No one's run away with anything in the last 3 weeks here, so we're definitely set up for the finish that we were hoping for right now.
Somebody going home happy, but there's going to be a lot of frowns to go around.
Well, then you'll have to come see me later on, and we'll discuss that.
And at this point, what are we at right now? We're about 5 o'clock here in the eastern part of the United States of America, 2 days from the eclipse.
2 days from the eclipse.
And I would imagine this tournament's over about 6:30, quarter to 7, 7 o'clock, 2 hours from now.
Yep.
They can see you 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 midnight. I'm going to go 5 o'clock in the morning maybe. 12 hours from now, you're still out there.
I plan on seeing the eclipse happen tonight and seeing the sun come back out again. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Yeah, all you party champion contenders out there, remember.
Can't out-drink a dink.
You can't out-drink a dink, and early tournament means early drinking. No sandbagging allowed.
That's right.
No showers allowed.
Sandbagging.
What about those guys that go home and come back? How do you monitor for that?
If you can do that before the last bucket's dropped, go right ahead.
Okay.
Your time's running out.
Deer Park Bucks.
Here they are. Deer Park been a good story this year. Scored some points here and there.
Yeah,
Got a couple
honestly,
today.
If they look back at the 2017 season, I think they're a little disappointed. I think coming off last year's season and everything, they had high hopes coming in this year. A little trouble in the beginning of the year, but I think lately they've gotten it together. Still have that same potential we talked about over the winter.
So they're getting ready to roll off the line. Now coming in with some decent speed. They are off. Water is through the truck.
Nice hit.
Gets up the track.
It's on the flap. They're running with the chip in the truck.
He was a little left, a little right before he come back and hit it, but he got
Time for Deer Park. 7.19. 7:19.
Actually, your second place time currently 7:07 by the Cutchalk Panthers, leader at this point. Port Washington coming to the line, 7:19 for the Bucks.
Good looking stream on that nozzle for them. Really solid.
Really nice, yeah.
Not sure if they run chip all the time. Did they go to chip here?
Your attention, please. Number 3, Levittown, will getting a no time. The inside diameter of their hose was not legal.
Did somebody change the checker?
Yeah, we might have to check the checker.
Somebody changed the checker.
It's just going to say the same thing to you because
they're going tight today.
You know, again, is that something? Do you use? Are they using an upstate one? Are they using?
No. So
how's that work?
It's both. They have. There's Nassau counties is being used, and you can request Suffolk counties to be brought out if you would like to use that one. Now, that's not. Oh, I shouldn't.
On the line to be number 8 on your programs.
They'll bring it up.
The Roadrunners from Port Washington.
You know,
but these teams were just recently checked. That's
Lindenhurst has gone down this road before a couple of times where they had. You know, I know they've get to the point where they have to do it themselves and have passed.
Yeah. Right, CI.
I'm hearing there might be some other teams with some issues down there, guys. I'm going to mosey down and see what I can find out.
Yeah, I think West Sable's still over there. They didn't come around. But, I mean, if you're going to go to third team in, then wait a second here. Because these hoses were checked recently by these checkers. You know, I don't think they did anything in North Belmore. But I know they did it in CI. So if you went to CI, you got checked. And I'm pretty sure. No, did they do it here? No, they didn't.
No, we didn't check
so I don't
here.
know if Nassau teams got checked a lot.
No, unless you race at CI.
But I know Lindenhurst did, and they were tight at Central Islip. Because Weckley had to get out, and he had cranked it up, and he made it. Interesting what's going on.
Port Washington ready to come off the line. Doc Reese, the arm is up. They make the approach. Nice speed coming in. They are off. Water is through the truck.
I think he pumped too soon.
See what happens.
He's
on the
left. He's left.
He was kind of waving a little bit at it.
Zach of the day putting the thing in the pump there for Danny Salerno.
Seemed to shade high when that
Time
first
for
came
Port
in.
Washington, 7.01. 7:01.
First place at this point.
7:01.
See, I'd be surprised if West Sable is even going to be close to that. They
On the
usually
place will
have
be number 9 on your programs. The Frogs from Call Place.
They're usually a little loose.
That's what was told to me, Paul. That's why I'm walking down there. The
Yeah.
person that spoke to me said they were surprised because West Sable doesn't usually have that issue.
I'm up here trying to see who can pull around through the trees here, and I haven't seen them, but that doesn't mean they didn't go. Call Place Frogs. Another team scored a motor pump a few years ago. We need one of those shades.
An awning here.
Right?
Like a windscreen that you can see.
Well, what's the awning they crank out? What is that?
An awning.
No, this
a
is
roll-up
master
awning.
What's the name of that company?
Sunsetter.
Yeah, there you go. Something like
That's
that.
what we need up
The
here.
infomercial?
Press the button, and we'll have a nice little shady area.
So here come the Frogs. They got their B-rig back on the track. A lot of trouble mechanically the whole season for the Frogs.
Sure was. All right, I gotta stand up and get out of the sun.
Let's see what's going on here.
Killing me.
Matt Lachlan hitting the hydrant here. He's the guy with the green shoes out there.
I think there's a few green shoes.
Skunk is hitting the stick today for the Frogs. Let's see how they make out.
Skunk.
Yeah. Ricky Freitas on the nozzle. Does all the nozzle work for him.
Couple of revs.
Here comes Boots Brody.
Yeah.
Bringing it in. The purple paint on the purple frog truck.
Rolling in. They are off. No, a miss at the hydrant.
Yep.
Sets the nozzle down, but they're just getting water through the truck now. It's on the flat.
Hit and bounced off the hydrant. I always hated that when I ran a hydrant. You hit hard
Time
like
for
that,
call,
bounce
please. 9.68. 968.
Now, you don't hit clean, it digs into your hands. If you don't have those work gloves on, you're taking some skin off.
On the line to be number 10 on your programs, the Hicks from Hicksville.
All right, the top three right now, the 3-7, 701 Port Washington, 707 Cutchogue, 719 Deer Park. What do you got, Lynn?
Yeah, I took a walk over and talked to the officials a little bit, and they said it's the same checker they've been using all year. West Sayville did make it through successfully. They were just waiting on line with the backup with the other two teams that had problems. So.
All right, there it is. And we said Lyndhurst did have, it was close in CI.
Yeah, they said they knew it was tight. They didn't know it was that tight, but they knew it was real good.
I didn't know if Levittown has been checked. They reset CI?
I think they did, yeah. But again, you might, if you don't break into the top 5, depending on what you're running, they're not going to check it.
That's true. All right, call plays Frogs. They just ran. Nope, Hicksville Hicks.
Hicksville Hicks.
Hicksville Hicks. They'd like to get a couple points in Hicktown.
Hicktown.
They're not on the scoreboard yet today, are they?
Yeah. Nope, nothing.
Rough day.
Right now, we're talking. If we're doing the points, let's just do who can come down the track. We did winners before. Right now, let's see, 13.5, 11, 9, 9, 7.5. So there's your top 5. But talk about 7.5. That's your 5th. They're out. So who can get within that? West Sayville's already out. They're going to stick at 5. Port has an opportunity. They're winning the race 7-1. It would have to take a real crap at this point for them to stick around number 1. But Point Pleasant now with an opportunity. They're at. Also for the Teddy's boys, they have 3 to go down the track. New Hyde Park, we talked about them all day. They have a good chance. Chomping at the bit to get down the track.
Hicksville Hicks rolling in.
Might not be double digits today to get down there.
They're off.
Sticks
it at the hydrant. Water's through the truck. Nozzle down. On the flap. They were a little low. How to bring it up.
7:13, I think, is going to be the number. That's going to be 3rd place.
Time for Hicksville. 7.13. 7:13.
Good enough to stick around.
Your attention, please. Main Transit will be getting a no time. Of their hose was illegal.
Richie Smith, nice start on the target here for the Hicks.
That
let's see what happens.
That inside diameter check is biting today.
That's what, 3 out of 10 teams or whatever?
Yeah,
that's
didn't
amazing.
Happen, man. Didn't happen all year.
Who's in the back of the pack going, oh, what are we doing?
Must have just been recalibrated.
Yeah, this team's back there going, we used the good hose, right? Not the real good hose, just the good stuff.
The Tomcats from Baldwin.
Baldwin ready to take the line right here.
Well, we all know to check our stuff for the state tournament. They're checking everything. Every event they're checking here.
Of course. That's why they always do it at CI, just to make sure if you're running with the same stuff, you should be okay, give or take.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if some of these teams got surprised because you couldn't see them doing it on the track. By the time they got on the line, it was too late.
Yeah, you think they're breaking out other hose?
I don't know.
Hose is your hose.
I don't know.
And in motor pump, do you think that inside diameter for you, if you're going to go that little bit smaller, is making a difference in the overall time here? I don't.
I bet it helps here.
I don't think so. I'm telling you, the time you pump the truck's going to help more than anything. And then you hope you get another 10th, maybe. I guess I don't know.
Baldwin Tomcats making their approach, getting ready. Truck gets off the line. Breaks the timing light. They are off on the sides.
Sound
does a little step over on the hose and straddles, and he's on the flap. Just don't know if that's going to even get them into that low 7 mix, though.
I don't know if they'll make it to the hose.
Time for Baldwin. 7.23. 7:23.
Who will be next to be too tight on the hose?
Number 12 on your programs. The Redskins from Bayshore.
That's 7:23, currently 4th. And Bayshore, now Bayshore's still not out of it for top 5. They're out of it for winning the drill, but not out of it for top 5. I mean, they can win these 2 contests.
Nice to see Bayshore put something good on the board here. It's been a rough day for them.
Yeah, it has.
I had them in my Survivor pool as one of the winners.
Did you?
Oh, the way they've been running the last couple of weeks, they were pointing here and there, and they're getting to the top final 3. They almost pulled it off a couple weeks ago. I should have talked to you first.
I don't know, guys. I sure hope Bayshore doesn't come down with any blue hose. That's all I know.
Blue hose is the wrong one, I guess, huh, Lenny?
I remember the short blue hose. You have tight blue hose also?
Oh, man.
Crickets.
Exactly.
Is that like a hose issue? Is that what we called it the other day on the website? It was a hose issue.
Yeah.
That's why you didn't get your state record, Lenny?
Oh, are you talking to me?
To Lenny.
Yeah, you got it right, Billy. Patchogue had a hose issue, yes.
Hose issue. Not that other word. Here we go, Bayshore on the line.
Bayshore coming to the line. Just a quick shout out. Got a text from Matt Smedley. Used to be Lindenhurst, now East Islip Guzzlers. Giving a shout out to happy 50th birthday to George Pye Callahan.
5-0?
5-0.
He's old!
Happy birthday, Pye Callahan.
He's old.
Is he still doing his ballet dancing, or is he done with that? Let me think of it. We had a ballet dancer out here recently with us all these years, in case you didn't know it.
We're in. Yep.
Something going on here at the hydrant. I don't know if
Yeah,
they're
I
doing a
think
little
it's
oil cleanup.
I think so, Paul, yeah. Bayshore not happy with it, so they got them hitting it with the rags.
Just never happy with that delay either, but you want to clean, especially in this area for motor pump.
Getting the towels out. Big fan of seeing the towels come out. Not.
We actually talked about that a little earlier.
Oh, okay.
They're
you
really
have to
doing
fill me
a
in if I
cleanup.
cover things you guys already did.
They're really doing. You don't listen.
Oh, I'm out there working,
Big
man.
fan,
I'm
big
working,
fan, you
working
are.
in the stands.
They're really doing a cleanup. Actually, Bayshore now shut down the truck.
What year is that truck, Paulie?
That's a 1939. It was bought at the end of 39, a 40 Ford model. Bought specifically, you guys, we've talked about it before on here, but that's the first truck in the history of racing bought specifically to be a racing truck.
Wow.
They bought it to race.
Newens Ford in Bayshore.
Newens Ford. I have the bill of sale at my house.
You gonna return it?
There is an 83-year return policy. Of course, most of it was made of wood when they purchased it.
So you just raced with that truck? You never used it as a
Actually,
response
during
vehicle?
World War II, for the lack of men,
Yep.
it went in and they became the Victory Hose Company.
Pumper.
And it would respond to fires as a pumper, but still kept racing. And then as soon as that was done, back to racing full time.
Motor pump putting out the fire. You gotta love it.
Yep.
It's a pretty truck. It's gorgeous. I'd love to run motor
Absolutely.
pump off that thing.
Absolutely.
Cut down in the mid-70s. Used to be a little bit longer.
And wood. At one time, they had a termite problem.
Some railroad ties underneath. In that
The motor was about to fall out, and because the termites had gotten in there, and they were eating away the mounts for the motor.
Termites were fighting you even back then,
Yeah,
huh?
I know. They've never stopped.
And they keep gnawing away at you.
Now they got one on the team.
Yeah, now they have one.
Yeah.
Said if you can't beat them, join them. That's what happened there.
Yeah, you picked up a few of those.
This is a big delay. I mean, you're on Bayshore on the line right here. I guess you like it because they just cleaned it, but still a delay nonetheless.
Yeah, you want to get on there and get running. I mean, you don't like waiting.
You want flow. You want flow.
Flo was our waitress last night at the team dinner, by the way.
Tall, red hair?
No, she
has a friend, Alice?
From Tennessee with like 3 teeth.
Did you get the grits?
You guys went to Mel's Diner?
Here's Bayshore. Boy, still looking to get on the board. Time's running out.
Rolling in, nice speed.
Yeah, I think so.
Make the approach. We got water through the truck. Skippy brings it to the top, puts it down, a couple more steps over, and he's on the flap.
Yeah, I think that's going to get something for him.
Yeah, Skippy definitely went a couple
lot
more
further.
He was skating a little bit, fellas. He almost lost it.
I actually thought he was pointing right, and he just corrected it before the water came out. Thought he pumped a little early.
I think he waited that little bit that we talk about.
Time for
Just a little.
Bayshore. 6.57.
Yeah, that's going to do real good for him.
57.
150 stick. Yeah, slight pause, and then he got into it.
That's going to be tough to beat, boys.
But Skippy was very lucky to recover from that slip.
That's going to be tough to beat. And at this point, because Bayshore can't outright win the drill, that's monkey wrench time right there.
That's a textbook Hempstead
Good for
motor
them.
pump
Top
run.
5 on the drill.
Number 13 on your programs. The P-Pickers from Point Pleasant.
If I'm not mistaken, a couple weeks ago they might have been at 661 range.
Yep, they were.
Right here at Hempstead. So they've dialed it in out of run pump here.
Absolutely.
For a team that is typically that high 5, low 6 team. Going back that day, where are we, Billy? 661, third place that day. 659 by the Knockers was 4 points, and then the 644 by New Hyde Park was 5 just a couple weeks back. Thanks, Billy, bringing that. You got a plethora of score sheets in there.
If Bayshore can hold on for 3, 4, or 5, mostly 4 or 5 right here, and run the bucket shot, they have an outside shot for top 5 as well. I mean, it's just not over for Bayshore the way they can run these races at the end here.
And the Redskins came in with high hopes into this drill, and they finally get their fans something to cheer about in that shot.
The hopes obviously became dashed a little early, but hey, if you can make a comeback and come down the track and run top 5 in that parade tomorrow, always something to be proud of, you know? And I'm sure that's what's on their mind right now.
Well, they got their juniors to get them to the front tomorrow.
Yeah,
so.
that's already been taken care of, but still.
636. Point Pleasant, team best this year at Spencerport's Invitational a couple weeks back.
But this is a whole different animal right here. This is called Crapshoot Alley.
Yeah, again, not a team that's on the island very often. So
and I'm sure they talked about the delay and the way the pumps. And you know what? Sitting here with 7 points, it's been a while. I would love to see something go real well here for the Pea Pickers.
Get that big green Dodge. Lights are flashing. Here they come, the Pea Pickers.
It's all going to be about the targeted. They get water in that truck, it's going to be about the targeted.
Yep, so here they come, coasting in. They're off the truck.
Water
is through. They're running that pump out the back. Sets it down on the seam. Can he flip the target? He's high. Now he comes down.
It was there for the taking.
A little slow on the stick, and then just pulled that nozzle up too fast.
Time for Point Pleasant, 8.21. 8:21.
They'll carry their 7 forward.
Just getting back to the Bayshore run, that was really a textbook. That's how you run.
Number 14 on your program. The Wanderers from Ellesmere.
Had we hit the target a little cleaner there for Bayshore, you could have taken another 10 to 2 off of
6-3.
that.
I'm talking you're going high 6-3, low 6-4.
Yep.
And then you're saying, wait a second, that's a hell of a shot.
And that's the shot.
Last call for 50-50.
But it's definitely not
on the
something
south side.
That's falling
Last
out of the
call
first
for
place
50-50.
shot. It definitely could take first place.
Sure.
So, you know, again, Skippy hasn't run nozzle all year for them. They've had some different guys do it, but he went those 2 extra steps as well. No mold they had talked about in practice. I talked to them all this week. They were planning, doing that little bit of a delay, which mold did. Gets you a little bit more up the street.
Yeah, nice to see people make an adjustment from the week before. Really good job. Too bad for Point Pleasant there.
All right, Ellesmere. Get me right, but I think Ellesmere might have broke the Northern record this year in pump. Something like that?
Not sure. Keep that breeze coming.
It is brutal down here, guys.
Yeah.
It really is.
Parade's going to be just the same, except for you're going to be in full regalia.
You going to be wearing your hat tomorrow, Lenny?
Hey, those cummerbunds aren't that hot, so very light.
How about the ascot and the boa you got to wear? I heard they added some new stuff this year for you.
State champ, brother. State champ.
Show me that tramp stamp, buddy.
The funny part is, he'll wear that all night. After he leaves here, he goes to some other place we don't know about. He's still wearing it.
Does he go with Uncle Kevy?
Hey, big boy.
Yeah, go over to Eleanor's.
Hey, big boy.
Hey, Eleanor's loves it.
He's been there.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
When you were working on Sunrise Highway, you were there every day.
Yeah, Eleanor's is big on 80s. And that's not the music. It's
And
the age of the crowd.
age, yeah.
It's the age of the crowd. Fine establishment there in Oakdale, Long Island, New York.
Giving them a nice shout out there. Good for all you drill team guys to go to for your drinking needs.
That's it. If you leave fatties, head over to Eleanor's.
Yeah, that's watching. When you're with Kevin Hayes, you're like watching in his habitat.
It's like that scene from Caddyshack, you know?
All the Uber drivers are at Eleanor's waiting.
You must have been something for electricity.
Ellesmere has a little bit delays here.
Yeah, there was another major cleanup down here. It's getting a little ridiculous, actually.
Tell him.
Again, got to see it. Hopefully Bayshore's going to go through the test now back behind the arch. Just try to keep an eye on that as well, if anything.
Looks like they passed already. They're walking away.
Yep, Skippy gives the nod that they passed. So here comes Ellesmere.
Good speed coming in.
Nice speed coming in.
Tax.
Whoa,
gets in the lap. Getting in the lap.
All over the target, a lot of spray.
Maybe an overtime.
Overtime, hold it up, guys. You got overtime.
Oh, hold it up, guys. Guys!
lot of waving going on there, like he's watering his lawn.
All right, so
on the line will be number 15 on your programs, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Hayshore far and away the leader right here with that 57. 701, 707, 713, 719, rounding out your top 5. And we said that in the beginning, that 707, that 701 by Paul Washington. Don't count that out. We'll see. Riverhead coming to the line. Riverhead, they scored a couple years ago in Motor Pump as well. Deerfield, I believe it was. Heavy duty pump in this truck.
Yeah, once it gets going, they get the water in. That thing can definitely get some giddy up from the nozzle to the target. See if he can do it here at this track. You practice obviously every night when you go to practice at Riverhead, knowing that's a course where you can run 5.5s.
Oh man!
And really throw some water. It's a big, do they make the adjustment here?
It's always a fun event at the Riverhead Invite. If you get water in that truck, you're running a 6.5 or better just by putting water in there. Not even a clean hit. I mean, you just put the water in that truck.
Never forget the 5.3 run there by CI that did not count after they did the hose test. Was just an unbelievable shot.
Were they too tight or were they too short?
No, the water that was not within tolerance.
Oh!
Because they break the record. They now got to test the water the same way.
And Motor Pump of all events. Come on.
Was not within tolerance.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
All right, track, hand it over to the Ironman.
Not intolerance.
Hitting that wall, looks like. Losing a little bit of our mo.
The Motor Pump wall.
A lot of teams left, boy.
So Riverhead about to make their approach. Long line of B trucks going all the way down the street and around the corner. Riverhead comes in, the arm is down. Water, looks like it was a double stick.
Yeah,
on and
I feel
off.
he might have cavitated it there for a sec.
Now he's left, now he comes back to it.
Yeah. They have a little system right here, whether they're checking them or not.
Time for Riverhead, 8.29, 8:29.
They're checking this stuff, looks like over in Merrick. That's how far away they are. So Chris Perry up here with the flags. If it's a red flag, don't bother checking them.
On the line to be number 16 on your programs, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
White flag means check them.
Maybe they should get the shade out like the old bucket days. Get the shade.
Nice Farmingdale Hares.
Have you seen the Hares much this year out your way in your tournaments?
Yeah, they've come out.
Okay.
Actually, they had a decent day. Was it in Riverhead?
Yep.
They scored some points. Actually, they've been, I would give the Hares credit in terms of, I think they've been more consistent and better this year than in the last few years.
Yeah, they ran like low 13 in C-Hose.
Yep.
Excellent.
Scored some points.
Almost would have been a 12 from what I hear. I wasn't there that day.
Yep.
I think they've run a real good 8s and BOs.
Yeah.
Good to see. They've been trying for a while over there.
Yeah, they were
at truck, yeah.
They were at Selden. They were at the county. They were at Riverhead. I think CI. So yeah, most of the Suffolk County point drills, they've been out there.
Oh, excellent. Let's see what they can do here in Motor Pump today. Got the Hares, big hair on the side of their truck. I always like the way that thing looks. Reminds you like Thumper from like Bambi, you know?
Yeah, with wheels.
With wheels on them.
Like a rabbit's got to be quicker,
one.
right? You need it. They're quick.
Nah,
little things that
turtles
scamper.
beat hares all day long. We know that one.
Yeah. Tied today, let me just tell you.
Yeah, yeah. Sixth place doesn't get it done.
The blue crew is on fire here in the stands, guys. Jello shots are flying.
Well, Mike Tansy's at the top.
Oh, yeah.
Shocking.
Supervising.
Shocking.
He's going to catch one right there.
You'll see a couple feather boas on backwards tomorrow.
Maybe tonight.
Maybe tonight.
Here comes East Farmingdale.
He's making his way to the hydrant.
He is pinching in. It's going to be tight. They got water through the truck. Goes down right.
He's in the right spot.
Oh, no.
I tell you, if he hits the target, they would have been seeing sugar plum fairies.
Waited a nice amount of time before getting on it.
Time for East Farmingdale, 7.48. 7:48.
He wanted to get out further. It just there was no hose there for him.
He is 6'7" if he hits that target. 6'7". And he was lined up perfect on the pavement box. I don't know. He just started angling a little bit out.
On the line to be number 17 on your programs, the Cubs from Copenhagen.
All right, Copenhagen Cubs are going to make their way.
Yeah, the control man could have given a little.
Take a look. Look at the suction. They are stretching that suction for every ring it has right now to try to make the legal limit there. Looks like they've made it.
Well, what we got for his top 5? 657 Bayshore, 701, right?
Yep.
Ford. Then we go to the 707
right.
of Touch-Off.
Right.
719 Deer Park.
No, I think that's...
Oh, no, 713 Baldwin.
And then the 19.
No, Hicksville's the 13, sorry. And then the 19 is Deer Park.
There it
719, Copenhagen coming to the line. Knockers on deck, sitting with 11, right?
Yep, and it's getting big. It's getting big.
649 2 weeks ago. We'll hit that in a second after Copenhagen runs their shot. Former B truck of the Farmingdale Coolies.
Yeah. What's a coolie, Bill?
I know what a coolie is.
Now, Farmingdale Coolies were a member of the Nassau Association, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And here's their sister town or town next to East Farmingdale is a member of the Suffolk Association.
I actually think East Farmingdale might cover a little bit of Nassau County. I could be wrong about that. It's that line right there with Massapequa, North Massapequa, Amityville, North Amityville. Yeah, like I don't know where that rolls. I think some of them might even be over in Nassau a little bit.
Yeah, East Farmingdale is Suffolk, yeah.
Yeah, but along Conklin Avenue there and stuff like that.
It goes in and out a little along that way there. Copenhagen on the line. I'm a big fan of Copenhagen. I've been chewing it since I was 17. But here they are, Copenhagen. Like I said, the old Coolies truck. As we know, what Coolie is that guy that used to, drag people around over there with his rickshaw.
In a rickshaw. Look at you.
They used to have the rickshaw on the side of this truck when it was green.
That is true. I like that color green they had, that deep.
Here they come rolling in, Copenhagen, smoking in the boys. The hammer is down in the hydrant. He goes real short. He is pinned on the ground. He's got to get down. He gets it up. Lot of water coming at the hydrant. I don't think he's got that on all the way. Someone's got an alarm going on.
West Hempstead.
Time for Copenhagen, 8.89, 889.
All right, so here's one of the big ones that we've been thinking
number
about.
19 on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
This is one of the shots that we've been waiting for. This is going to tell us a lot. If you're going to be honest about it, I don't think North Lindy's got the bucket team that West Hempstead has, not even close. I don't know if North Lindy's got the bucket team to come in the top 3 in buckets. West Hempstead does, and they're down 2.5 points. So big shot here if you're asking me for the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers. And boy, would they love a 6-4 right now.
And then 657 of Bayshore is in the 1 spot. A big gap to the 701 of Port Washington. They don't want to be a tweener right now. They want to jump to the front spot.
That's Lynn Henry driving on that race right there. Right. Smoking right there.
Yeah, you're right, Lenny. Like you said, we've been looking forward to this all day. This is something big.
Yep.
Good to see North Lindy coming back off of a couple off weeks and really coming out swinging here. Love to see him put a big one on the board here and get back in the mix.
Think about it. They didn't start swinging until C ladder. And swing away they did for those next 2 contests.
Yeah, a couple of home runs.
Yeah,
and
sure, it was pretty tense over there before those happened.
Swung heavy.
Now they're in it to win it, so let's see.
Got a lot of faithful here down to our left. A lot of North Lindy. Good support here today.
Yeah, big crowd today for North Lindy.
A lot of alumni guys here.
A very nervous Kevin Connell down here by the hydrant.
He's nervous for every race.
He really is.
We got Vinny on the nozzle today?
Yep. Chris Connell on the hydrant.
This is a state championship shot, so nerves abound. Even on the back of that truck, I'm sure a couple of butterflies are floating around, but that's good. You got to have that nervous energy. Get a little adrenaline going, and let's get it on.
This is reminding me of that drill a couple of years ago when we got in the motor pump with 6 teams with a shot. 5 teams missed, 1 team hit the target, and the thing was over before buckets even happened.
Yep. Well, they missed right here, and West Hempstead hits. That could be the scenario.
Here we go.
Let's see. North Lindy about to roll in. They are off across the light. Water is
scooped
that truck.
Gets way off the track.
The street. On the flat. So Vinny Bogart kind of
decent.
He's down the track, boys.
It's a 44, I think, boys.
Yeah,
6:44.
Time for North Lindenhurst. 6.44.
Yep.
6
That was the winning time a couple weeks ago, I believe, at New Hyde Park here.
You got it. You are correct.
Now that is going to be tough to beat, and I'm telling you right now, the butterflies have flown out of those stomachs, and they are going to be fired up coming through here.
The Teddy's boys from Oysterman.
141 stick on the scoop, 516 water out.
Excellent shot.
And a nice hit by Vinny. You could just tell Vinny got out 10, 12 feet over the line.
That was the adrenaline, man. I'm telling you, he got up the track. I haven't seen him get up the track like that.
3 or 4 full steps over that line and really set up beautiful. Had time. Plenty of time, and he set up perfectly.
They got to be thrilled.
Nice job by the Nuggets.
They got to be thrilled.
A lot of fist pumps over to their crowd. Crowd cheering right here down to our left. They still have to go through the hose process.
In it to win it. They are in it to win it. Pumps over for them now. They got one race to go.
Yep.
They have the potential to be the leader going into the bucket contest. And you know what, like we said, they're not going to be the bucket team that West Hempstead is. But if West Hempstead is behind at that point, puts that little bit of pressure in the mix.
And then where do the teams like Bayshore come into the mix?
Yep. And everybody's coming into play.
You know,
you find yourself having strange friends when you need them. People you might not talk to often can become your best buddies.
Some other teams put some good shots up a couple weeks ago. We had those 322s in a row.
Yep.
So when it was needed a couple weeks ago, the big teams put them up.
I saw Daryl Ronaldo earlier. Told them I thought they were doing a hell of a job today. I think Oyster Bay's been awesome all day pretty much. And
they can run some pump.
He agreed. He was really happy with it.
They ran a low 6 in pump. I think it's CI, right?
Yes, they
did. But you're not going to get that low 6 here today. But I tell you,
but
they can run the mid.
They can make the adjustment here, though.
Yeah, and let me tell you what. Now, as long as you don't beat the 44 and you're not West Hempstead, you're a friend of the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
So here they go.
Daryl's
creeping in
right here.
They are off the truck. Water is through.
Oh,
no, he missed. They have the right concept. Goes up the street. Now he cavitated it.
Yep.
Trying to get the water through.
He's got to be pumping at about 10 grand at this point. That's probably going to work.
Overtime for Oyster Bay. Overtime.
Yeah, they had the right concept, the way to run the contest here.
Going up. Go. Go. Look at you. Look at you. Going to be listening out there? Go, Fred, go.
Freddie got to make his way down to
number
the
21
track.
on your program.
Speed racer.
Tough run there for Oyster Bay, but like I said, they had a really good day. 4 good drops by Daryl in the motorized contest. Efficiency could have been right there, Mr. Hydrant, but
hey, fellas, look who's coming in right behind me.
Programs, the Blue Jays from Sable. I
don't know where you are.
Harry Penny.
The legend. It's coming through?
The legend coming through.
Being wheeled down right now.
Still sporting the beard. I saw him earlier. Gave him a hug. I said, boy, you're scratching me. What's going on? There's no summer beard in the Harry Penny repertoire.
Bunch of people calling out his name from the stands, cheering him on. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, Harry used to have that beard in the winter. Once racing season and Memorial Day came,
he got it.
That beard was gone.
Daryl Nola sporting the Drew McCaffrey t-shirt there. Throwing some support the Cutchog's way. All right, who we got next up now?
So you guys made your way out there to the East End Bill the other night?
Yeah, we got to pay our respects. Daryl and I went out, represented our departments in the county as well.
A couple sodas after, I imagine.
A couple there, met a few people. Uncle Kevin and I were hanging out.
Saw a picture of that. Meeting of the minds. Bill Burns.
Sayville Blue Jays.
Sure. Terrific
Coming
guy.
to the line right here. Almost halfway through the scorecard. 644, 657, your top 2 shots. Then was 701, 707, 713. Now is the 5th place shot. Don't know what's going back there on with North Lindy, but I imagine they're going to play it smart enough not to play on the line in this situation.
It's Don Corkery getting ready to roll in with his guys.
The Cork. Listening.
Usually is in the truck.
Wait there. Got to wait a little. Making the approach.
Got the game on the radio. Here they come.
Here they come. They are off the truck. Water is through the truck. Might have got on a little soon. They are back.
Oh boy, he's got a lot of hose back there. Hold on. Oh, he gets it. All right.
That shot.
Boy, he's way behind the line.
Yeah.
Look at that hose behind.
There was a spaghetti pile back
Sable, 7.70, 770.
That thing pumped very well to get through that hose. There was a
It's got
double
they
looper
got a
back
pump
there.
in there. They got a pump in that truck. 6-0 at the town tournament.
Number 22 on your programs. The slow pokes from Selden.
So listen, when you guys were doing that trivia before, talking about, I think Rob was doing it about the multiple names from different departments. I didn't have a headset on, but somebody just came up to me and told me that the South Farmingdale Roadrunners used to be a team.
Yes.
So I don't know if you guys mentioned them. You wanted to add that to the mix.
But they were doing who had the most of the same nickname.
Okay.
So actually,
and what about Ilion?
Ilion Roadrunners would be 3.
Right.
Yep.
There you go. Hey, Selden's on the line. I got a quick shout out here to Jay Matthews.
We said that actually, but keep going.
Oh, you got it already?
Yeah, we'll do it again. Do it again.
He's over in Turkey. He was a former nozzle man. He's representing us in the Army's 2nd tour. Did a tour in Afghanistan. Just want to let him know we're thinking about him, and God bless you. Be safe out there.
Absolutely.
Gave him a shout out during B-Host, but he deserves another. Sacrificing for this country.
2 tours over there. Great job.
No doubt.
Give him hell, fellas.
Selden Slowpokes. 7-13, the number. And Lee, hey, you know what? I give credit to North Liberty. They just made it exciting now. Now they're making it exciting. And I'm going to say that there wasn't a glimmer. You could say, "Oh, I hope we win." You go back over the last month, and you know, a glimmer had left the building in the hearts of the North Lyndhurst Piston Knockers.
One
injury
point at CI.
Yep.
Getting on that board, I think it was in either efficiency or pump late in the day.
6:59.
So
and sweating out at 6:59 to get a point to keep your streak alive. That was
knowing you really weren't going to be able to run buckets.
Guys were a little banged up. Didn't run buckets that day. Came back here the following week and ran. Took off last week. So
well, they got healthy. That definitely shows. Getting healthy. Got your good players back.
8-8, 12-30. Now it's 6:44. Scrambled to 1 point of the 9:04 in efficiency. So.
There's your boy Billy from Manfest down there with Harry.
What we got down there?
Manhasset Lakeville.
The big stand?
No.
So here they come rolling in. Selden. They're off the truck. Water is through the truck. Doing a little slide.
No. And he's replaced by the backup man. Tell that one. Now they blow that shit.
Gentlemen, you have overtime.
Suction blows off not the hydrant, the suction blew off the truck.
The nozzle man comes to the line. He goes ass over tea kettle. He rolls out facing down the barrel of the hose, and the backup man slides up like it's his job and sits on the nozzle.
And the driver stays right on it. And
on the line for 33 on your program.
Not worried about anything.
Turtles from Westbury.
They tried to do like a little bit of the slide that New Hyde Park does, and then he said, look, he was looking down the face of the barrel. He rolls out of the way. The backup man takes it over and tried to put it on the flap.
Was that Dave Carmen driving?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I tell you.
Ain't getting out of it. Yo, I give props to that. Hey. You're here at the state tournament. You're just keeping in the gas.
Yeah.
One of my favorite pump stories, we were up at Louisville.
All right, guys. I don't usually get too many interviews in motor pump, but I just saw something that I've never seen in my life. Will, usually if the nozzle man has a problem, everybody else is told, get the hell out of the way. You jumped on the nozzle. Tell us about it. I just got lucky. It just fell right in my hands. Too bad we didn't hit the target. It's a shame. Well, you were a crowd pleaser anyway. Had you lit up the target, forget it. They'd be carrying you out of here. Been awesome. I would have been a hero. So I'm guessing that never happened before. I might have. Oh, wow. All right, great job, Will.
Yeah, he looked like he was prepared for it.
Yeah, he really was in the right spot at the right time.
It might happen so much that's actually his job. He's the nozzle man. He just runs the second man back.
It's a frustrated nozzle man. Everybody wants to be a nozzle man at some point.
Bad day for Rich Zdenek. Never a good thing when your backup man has to finish a job for you. He was the nozzle man today for Selden. Here come the Turtles on the line.
927 in efficiency. 925, sorry.
Yeah.
Nice shot for you guys there in efficiency, just on the outside looking in.
Yeah, we lost our nozzle man earlier. Kenny Gass comes in from the dead and saves the day and hits that thing from half court on the fly.
Yeah.
Wasn't a bad shot at all.
From the dead, huh?
Yeah, well, we didn't have him all year, but we're getting him back now.
He was back last week.
Yeah, well, gotta make it sound good.
Gotta know your personnel.
He's never run pump nozzle efficiency nozzle ever for us, so that was a that was a shot in the arm.
And after doing it, he'll probably never want to do it again.
No, he says you're supposed to work your way back and walk. You know, older you get now he's running nozzle. If I'd known he could have done that, I would have switched him with Dougie years ago.
Where would you have been?
I'd still be there at the top coupling, screaming, "Run it out!"
That's nobody drops the top coupling at the hydrant better than you.
I thought you were going to say you wanted to be at the call-off.
Oh, jeez. My brother Danny has that
He's
one.
He's got dibs on that forever.
He drives much better than I do. Turtles on the line. Oh, I don't see the red, white, and blue. Oh man,
what's going on?
Merck.
There goes the whole run right there.
He didn't load the pump.
Kevin McGowan coming in with buckskin on the stick. Let's see if he puts it down today instead of half sticking like he did last week.
They're off.
Gets it down. Water's in the truck.
Oh, little slide. He's off kilter right here. Corrects and then brings it back. Shooting. You can see he was shooting right at the get-go, but
Put that stick down with authority, Billy.
Westbury, 7.16. 7.16.
Just outside the mix, right? I think that 13 is fifth now, right?
Yeah, you got 44, 57, 01, 07, 13.
Yeah.
Or is there a 10 in there? 7-10 maybe?
That would have been nice to see him get a couple more steps over the line there.
Here come the Hagerman Gamblers.
He was slipping around.
Number 34 in your programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
Just for you, Buck, it was a nice job on the stick. I'll give it to you. Philatinus really did a good job motivating you the other night when he came over and screamed at you.
I was going to say that, Bill. If you're going to call a guy out, for last week, you're going to pat him on the back today.
I did. I'll pat you back.
Look at this. They're blowing you kisses. Wave to him at least.
Nah, they're mad.
Your brother gave you the finger, but...
That's all right. My nephew gave me all 5. He fisted me.
Not the first time this week.
Not the best time either.
I want to talk about what happened on the way home from Cutchogue. Eleanor's.
Eleanor, really? All right, here comes Hagerman Gamblers. What they do today? They had a nice run of efficiency.
All right, so I have a request from Billy. What is the Manfest date this year?
Manfest
got a little text coming
date,
in.
I believe, is the 25th of February. It's always the last Saturday in February, so you can always just look that up. It's like the state tournament's the third weekend. We have rules on Manfest too. Of course, it's always the last Saturday in February. It's the 24th this year, so it's February 24th of 2018. That's the Saturday version. If for you hardy folks that want to come out on Friday, you're more than welcome. Here come the Gamblers.
Rolling in, good speed. They are off.
Yeah.
Water's through the truck.
Yeah. Oh, he's up there. Oh, he's way off kilter though.
No, he still
Just
can't get it. He was right.
He shot it right where he's sitting.
Yep, right on the right
gentlemen,
stanchion.
you have overtime.
He is still shooting where he set up.
He's still sliding, too. He's slid a good foot and a half.
All over the right stanchion.
Too bad there.
Chris Treglia saying he's making a quest out to Manfest this year.
Hey.
What list is he on? Do we have something?
You have to be approved by the board.
That's I guess got to go through the whole process.
There's a process. It's
On the line,
it
if
could be
number
0
35
degrees.
in your programs, the Red Onions from Spencerport.
You will need shelter up there, and we only have so much shelter.
That's true.
We had every piece of upholstery covered with human flesh last year, so it's getting tight up there. You Bay Shore guys know about it.
Yeah.
So a little Firematic stuff. I just got a little text from Gordon from Amityville, and he says Amityville goes into a little bit of East Farmingdale's district, but not a lot. East Farmingdale goes up to 110 in Great Neck Road, I think. So I don't think it spills over into Nassau there.
Yeah, they're right along the airport over there. Probably cover Adventureland and all those fun places.
So Chuck says he's already got the invite from Darryl. He said that was good enough. Darryl said he'll sleep in his truck and Chuck can sleep inside.
Yeah, well, Darryl's not on the board.
Darryl doesn't even make a full Manfest.
No. He's like a third of a Manfest, you know. Falls asleep at the bar, ends up in his own stuff, and then we got to clean him up, and then he's good for another 10 minutes and put him to bed.
That's what it is. Maybe 10, but it's 10 fun minutes.
Oh, it's a full 10 minutes.
All right, Spenceport runs some 5s in this
Feel bad
contest.
for his girlfriend.
They still have that same pump, which I'd imagine coming out the back of the truck. This thing can send water down the track.
The Red Onions on the line. Here they come. Quiet, very quiet truck.
Coasting in.
Creeping.
Off.
Yeah, they sneak right up on you.
Water
Puts
is
it on himself. There's 3 guys on the side of the truck. I guess one of them's the discharge.
They are on the street. That water needs to come up.
Overtime.
It's way back. I mean, they do have that coming out the back of the discharge comes out the back of the truck here, but they could have got up the track a little bit more.
3 people. I've never really seen that since my dad ran hydro back in the old days.
One's the discharge, and actually they almost run like a slack man for the suction.
Yeah, so it was looking like that. Yeah.
What was that time?
Didn't give it yet.
On the line, number 36 on your program.
Overtime.
The Termites from New Hyde Park.
I knew I parked 5 points out. You got to throw outside chance, top 5. If they can put up their 3rd straight first place shot in Motor Pump.
As Patrick Fair said, they got this track figured out for Motor Pump.
6:44 is the time they ran.
What was that?
2 weeks ago, which is the first place time right now by North Londonhurst.
Big shot here for North Londonhurst 2 here. You know,
yeah, you're right about that.
This. You don't want to lose a point that you already have on the board.
They would like max points, and currently only 2 sixes. 2 sixes on the board, so
you know I think North Londonhurst would like.
Huh?
I think North Londonhurst would like another 6. They don't want to be beat at the 644. They wouldn't mind seeing a 660.
Oh, they'd love it.
You know, because that could become a tweener.
651 would be perfect for
right.
them.
They would love it.
You know, because they can say, hey, if someone runs the 651 or someone runs, you know, a 660, and then West Hempstead runs a 65,
right.
That's that tweener that they're gaining a point there.
So they're hoping for it. Just don't beat my 44.
Don't beat my 44. Ha ha.
Beating a 44 is going to be a hell of a shot here.
It's in them. It's in them. Since Phil came back, and Phil likes to hear the Phil Athena's 72-year-old.
72.
Actually, it's Mike Athena's birthday today. He's 62. Gets his first Social Security check tomorrow morning after the parade. So that's good to see. Oh, there they are. The lights come back on. At least they ran with their lights. Cost us 2 tenths. Knocked us out of the mix.
Minimum.
Those Athena's boys are catching up to Mootsie.
Yeah. Legendary.
So here they come. Devin Robinson, the arm is up. They are off the truck. John Catone.
Oh, something going on.
Slide down.
He got up the track here, boys.
Hit it.
Oh, he just does as he loses it. He might still get a 6 out of that. He just, as he loses the nozzle, it hits the target. Let's see if it's going to get in the 6s.
Time for New High Bar. 7.17.
No, outside.
7:17.
Out of the mix.
Out of the mix. Too bad.
Just outside.
I mean, he got up the street with the slide today.
He was way out, guys. I don't know if you can see where I am. I'm between the nozzle line and the line 50 foot short of that. He was even with me.
Any numbers you got there, Lenny? Any splits?
On the line, number 40 on your programs. The Hobos from Central Iceland.
156 handle down, 516 water out.
Yep. So if he hits that target with that slide, they're running a 6-3.
Oh, yeah.
Easily. That would give them 5 if he hits their first water. CI comes to the line now, 9 points. Huge shot for them.
Huge.
They won this race last time the state tournament's here with the 6-18, which is a monster shot. Again, Jay Newhoff just coming off that truck that day.
Manhandled it.
Yep, a good 5 or 6 steps almost past the line.
Thought he was low. Devin's asking. I thought he was low.
Low. I thought a little bit right too.
Low and right.
Yeah, too bad. That was a pretty looking run. That had 644 looking all over it right there.
Yeah.
We got a little stretch of teams right here that are going to tell us what's going to happen in this contest. First one, like you just said, is Central Ice Hobos. 9 points on the day. And basically what they can do, it's wide open right here for the Hobos. And they talk about having momentum. They got momentum. They are flying after an 8-4 in efficiency.
Yep.
Amazing.
Fourth, yeah. And how many of them are theirs? All of them. There you go.
I can't get my luck to change down here, guys. This is the day I wanted to get sprayed, and it missed me by a foot.
Come over here, Lenny. We'll take care of that.
Yeah, and dump something off the arch. I need it.
Come on up. We'll push you over.
Billy's pants were down already.
I was trolling.
He didn't reach the arch floor. Don't worry about it.
The Hobos, big shot coming up here.
Here they come. They are rolling in. Good speed. Water
Yep,
through the truck.
Yep,
They get across. He gets a little tug. He's on the flap. Let's see where that puts them.
I got 41 there, right there.
So the Hobo faithful are liking the 9.
I think it's a 6-3, fellas. I'm guessing, but I'm going 6-3.
Time! What's that to Iceland? 6.36. 6:36.
All of a sudden, the Hobos are in it to win it.
Yep.
Wow.
They're in it to win it. We're going to have a tight race coming down here.
I'm telling you. We'll let Phil say the next team here.
He got out pretty far, too.
Oh, he was way out.
Had a strategy.
We're going to talk about that in a second.
And if he hits the target, it's 6-1 again.
Yep. Hobo Nation is going crazy.
Yeah, they are.
And they are riling up their crowd as they go off the track.
You know, that's one of the teams. When you think about who's winning this state drill, you're saying Hobos? Nah, probably not. Outside chance.
Number 41 on
That
the
chance
program.
is live action right now.
North Greece.
So Bayshore, North Lindenhurst, CI, top 3 teams. all run motor pump almost the same way.
Yeah.
All go to about 2 steps over the line. Okay, run the 5s, the low 6s. They come here, they all say, we're going to delay on the gas. We're going to get 5, 6 steps over the line, change the way we run the contest. Working out for all 3 of them.
151 stick, 498 water out.
Wow, that's
in
fast
Hempstead.
water, yeah.
That is amazing.
That is great water in Hempstead. Wow. What a run when you needed it.
So 636 CI, 644 North Lindy, 657 Bayshore, 701 Port Washington, 707 Cutchogue.
That tightens this thing up tremendously going to the buckets. It'll be at least a 1 or 2 point contest now. See what West Hempstead could do to make something about it. You still got Islip in the mix at 9.
Yeah, they were both still in the mix.
Here we go. Little squirts from North Greece upstate coming in.
They are rolling in. Look,
Good
Stickman,
stick.
yeah, he falls down, but he gets it. They are a little bit off center. And he gets the flap. Not a bad shot there for North Greece.
Time for North Greece, 7.23, 7:23. On the line, number 42 on your programs, the Wolves from Iceland.
Another team with 9 points. Islip needs now a heavy shot if they're going to stay in the mix. Now, if you think about buckets and put them in order, I think West Hempstead a little bit better than both Islip and CI. I'd give Islip the edge over CI with the bucket team they're going to come out with today.
They got experience.
There's a whole bunch of stuff going on here, everybody.
Heavy numbers here 2 weeks ago, so let's see what happens now. Islip needing a shot here to get back in the game.
What did
they miss here? It's going to be all over.
7:04 at the Hempstead invite for Islip.
They missed the target. They missed the target here at the invite.
Looking for that.
So 7:07 is the number right now in 5th place, but if Islip's going to play, I mean, they're looking at that 36 or between the 44. They need 5 or 4 points, I think, if they really want to put a stamp here at the end of the day.
Rodden looking to get on the board here. Left a couple points on the board. I thought they were in B and C hose.
Yeah, I mean, they, again,
400 things.
400s in those 2 races that could really change their day.
Sure.
You know, they had the 39, there was 2 36s. They ran the 15 or whatever it was and got beat, or the 14 and beat by the 13. So
yeah,
they, you know, 400s right now is really putting a little damper in their day.
It's all the difference. That's why we race them, boys.
Yeah, I mean, they have 9 Islip.
Islip's got 9.
Islip's got 9.
You know,
they were tied with CI coming into this race. They were tied for 3rd and 4th.
Those hundreds change in their favor.
4.5 out of 1st.
At 11 or 12 right now.
And West Hempstead
still
looming
to come.
behind them.
Looming.
Right. Yeah,
good
right
word,
on deck.
The leader coming into this contest.
13.5 points for the Westerners, 9 points for the Wolves. Mike Welton ready to bring them off the line. They are off, coming in, off the truck. Water through the truck, sticks it. Matt Rodden, little
gotta pull that hose, he got it.
He lights it up.
It's going to be a 55.
That is going to beat Bayshore,
Yeah.
I think.
So I think it's around 55.
Time for Islip, 6.55.
Yep.
So that'll put him in 3rd.
It keeps him in the mix,
Yeah.
but you know, that could actually help North Lindy and CI depending on what West Hempstead does right here.
So 36 CI, 44 North Lindy, 55 Islip, 57 Bayshore, 01 Port Washington holding on to 5th place.
You know, Paul, that's really good foresight. That really might come into play with West Hempstead.
Yep. Westerners from West Hempstead.
Plenty on that shot. I think Rodden hits the target real well. Could he have got further up the street?
163 stick, 519.
I thought he was going to his spot. He went there. They pulled out that slack behind him good enough where he had a straight run to the target. And can he hit it a little bit better? I don't even know.
Robbie Allen, a tremendous hit on the hydrant over there. Good job. Yeah, it looked like he could have got a little further.
I just don't think they had the water go through the truck the way that CI did or North Lindy.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to get any further. He wanted to be set.
You can see that he was going there no matter what.
Well, you know, again, I know him and Mike make that. They have that discussion between them. They say, "Hey, this is what we're going to do." Matt and Mike will discuss it and say, "This is where I'm going to go." So Mike knows where Matt is. Matt knows how Mike's going to pump the truck. They do work it out. So that obviously,
like I said, I just don't think the water went through the truck like it did for the hobos and knockers. But, you know, we could be talking for naught if they put up a shot right here as the West Hempstead Westerners, because they lead this drill currently by 2.5. They got 13.5 already on the board. Everybody else we're talking about is chasing them.
And as we said earlier, it is their home track. I know you don't think it's an advantage for them, Paul, but
798.
It sure isn't going to hurt.
798 at the Hempstead Invite a couple of weeks back. So here we go.
They run under a 6:44, and I'm to have to calculate it, but I think that could put it away.
So here they come. They are rolling in right now.
Pat Cloudman.
They're off the truck. Pat Cloudman gets some water through.
Oh, I thought he pulled the stick back up. You got that, Lenny?
Nice there. So
he was left and right. I don't know where it's going to be.
What did you say? The stick came back up?
They're going to have to be checked, so they are in the mix. Where they're in the mix, I don't know.
I got a high 6.
I thought he pulled the stick back up.
For West Hempstead, 6.87.
So that's
687.
That is 5th. They are holding 5th right now with that number.
And that would be a big point if they can get it.
160 when he put the stick down. 535 water out.
That's a big point if they can get it.
Looked like they wrestled with that stick a bit over there. I don't know what was going on.
Looks like they wrestled it, and it looked
I
like
didn't see that. I saw it go down. I looked away.
I thought they were waiting for water out top a little bit too, and that's again could parlay into that little the stick.
Line number 45 in your programs. The Ringadinks from North Belmore.
Left and right on the target shot. Could have cleaned that up a bit there.
So 36 CI, 44 North Lindenhurst is second. Then we go to 55 for West Hempstead is 55 for Islip. 57 Bayshore, 87 West Hempstead is where we're at.
You got it.
I mean, this is going to be some tight race going into buckets.
Get out the calculator.
Unbelievable.
Boys and girls. 2015 Ridge could be very similar.
Wow, that half point is going to
looming.
figure in.
Looming.
Here.
So CI has gone through the test and the procedure. They are good.
And I still think that 2015 Ridge was maybe the best state I've ever seen, as far as excitement.
Harry getting a little shout out from Billy Rouse, putting a smile on Harry's face, sitting down there with the Duke Jr.
North Belmore on the line. Another Nassau County team working hard. Had a good tournament last week. They stayed in the mix. Yeah.
Top 5 finish last week.
687 going to be the number for North Belmore right here.
It was the 20th anniversary of the North Belmore Invitational.
They run a 679? 79 at the invite.
79 at the invite.
Right. There it is.
Coming from
Opportunity.
Simone. So
Pat Ryan, not the jet quarterback, hitting the hydrant today.
They are off and running.
Good speed.
Yeah, nice.
At the hydrant.
They went for it.
He was coming for it.
He does not realize there's no water in that truck. Now he's waving.
Overtime, gentlemen. You have overtime.
They went hard after that one. Boy. That was a two-stepper and just smash it on there and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking just to bury it.
On the line number 46 on your programs, the Old Henrys from Henrietta.
That was definitely their 5-point swing. Came up empty.
All right, so what about Henrietta here?
Again, I think they've run some 6s this year. I just don't know, again, coming here, can they play with those numbers?
I love Henrietta's crowd over there, but there'll be no contest for party champions.
They're already done.
They're done.
88.
The Blue Crew needs something else to cheer about here, guys. It's been a while since Old Henry scored in anything.
Let's give them something here.
They are anxious. You got ex-Wildcats, you got Old Henrys, you got Cellar Savers. They want a reason to explode. We'll see if the Henrietta Old Henrys can do it for them. I think Josh is still turning on himself in this, correct?
Yeah, Josh turned on by himself today.
I mean, if things don't change right here, we're going to go to buckets. North Lindy would have 15, 14.5 for West Hempstead, 14 for Central Islip. Islip would have 11. So for 15, 14.5, 14, 11. And then I don't even know where it goes after that.
I was going to say you're going to have to win buckets, but you might have to come in second in buckets. Bayshore has been the best bucket team this year.
Well, West Hempstead, after that last week's shot, I can give Bayshore a run for the money if they can run that. And if they do run it, they're the state champions.
Either way, right, yeah.
So much pressure in buckets,
Islip. Islip's got the bucket team back that they wanted. Don't put it past them. And they're going to be right in it. They'll be down. They'll be sitting at what? They'll be sitting at 11, so they're going to need help.
Yeah, we saw that 22-0 by Islip a couple weeks ago when Jake had to snake his way around the ladder and the arch after almost climbing off to pull that off and seal the victory for the Wolves.
I mean, if you're the hobos, if you're the knockers, you're hoping someone squeaks past that 87 right here. Every point counts, as we've been saying all day long.
Just knock them down a point, give yourself a better shot at that New York State title we all want so bad.
Yeah.
And that tattoo that comes along with it.
Tramp stamp and all.
State champ tramp stamps abound after this drill. Here we go. You're right. Like you said, we have Josh Marshall with a single stick here today in this motor pump contest. Josh Fluke on the nozzle. Let's see what happens here for the Big Blue crew. They got an old truck too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that bulbous front end on it there. The lights going back and forth, reds, whites, everything going on. And here they come.
Big bulbous fan.
Rolling in.
Big
Old Henry's. Josh Marshall off, stick.
Oh,
don't get better. Don't get better. You're doing it by yourself. Come on. He's just high. He's lined up, but man, how do you do it better than that by yourself?
It's amazing.
Oh, boy.
183 open, 569. Whatever.
Time for Henrietta. 8.00. 8 flat.
He got that down real quick by himself.
1-8 and oh, by the way, by myself.
Number 47 on your programs. The Stump Jumpers from North Merrick.
Merrick, did they have a pump shot this year? Nothing?
I don't know, the truck didn't sound that good, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it didn't pump very well, that one there. The only time I've seen anyone do it better on a pump stick like that was maybe Doug Flynn or Vinny Monaco.
Doug Flynn was a one-hand guy.
Yeah, him and Vinny, they both did it the same way with it. They would jam it on and hit it at the same time with two hands like that. Josh Moore, the contemporary, just smash it on and grab it and stick as fast as he can. Great job anyway.
It's got to be a beating on your body to do that.
I'm beating on your body.
Beating on your body.
It was a beating on our bodies tonight. I rested my liver up all day. It's going to be a good one.
Just one day?
I practiced yesterday, of course.
Okay, making sure?
Just a workout, not the full thing.
Just a half?
Just a half. Half a day.
Top half and the bottom half.
Hey, you can't drink all day if you don't start first thing in the morning. You know that.
It's only one way to do it.
You'd be eliminated pretty quickly. Those noontime teetotalers, they're out.
Oh, no way, man. I tried one of those a couple weeks ago with Copig at their golf outing, and I made it through okay.
Yep.
Made it to the clam bake at the firehouse, and we drank another bottle of Tito's while we're at it. Hey, thank you, Copig Fire Department. Great job with your golf outing a couple weeks ago. Always a good time with the Yellow Bird men. Yeah, Yellow Bird men. I go back a long time with those guys. I once stumped a whole thing of Guinness all over poor Dominic at a concert, and he had a white shirt on. He had to go around. Oh, it was horrible.
Somehow, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, you must have been really popular at that one.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what your shirt looked like at that point.
Every time I see him, I cringe, and I think he's going to hit me because it's just ruined his whole night.
Note to anybody attending Jones Beach ever. You see Billy Cornell with a stained shirt, move on.
Head for Z Hills.
They actually have it now. When Billy hands in his ticket, they have 4 seats vacated around him.
When he's at Jones Beach, the best place to be is Westbury.
Yeah, you don't be next to me on an airplane, that's for sure.
They're not going to fit anybody next to you, Billy.
I don't even want to be on an airplane with you.
I tried hijacking one once after the Buffalo tournament one year, but that didn't work out so well. Pre 9/11, thank you.
So we talk about working out so well. Here's the North Merrick Stump Jumpers after a couple points in efficiency.
Yeah, 887, monster shot for them. 886, sorry.
Yeah, great shot. Good efficiency team there. They really put it together nice this year. A couple good runs.
Good to see them stick with everything, obviously, after what we saw a couple weeks ago. You know, they really just bounced right back.
2-week turnaround. Great job.
Yeah.
They were out the next week at North Belmore.
They have one of the biggest followings out here right now on the track as we speak. Their fire departments are 100% behind them. They're all dressed up. They're fired up.
Immediately down to our left here, Bill, in their corner, Stump Jumper corner. Got their little canopy up, everyone in their gear. So, good stuff.
Here they come, off the line.
Rolling in. They're off the truck. Water is
Man,
through the truck.
Just gets it. He was running out of room on that suction. I don't know what the water on is.
Anthony Vicario crushing the hydrant.
37.
Yeah,
I thought he eased the stick down a little too slowly. I had 179.
Time for North Merrick. 7.34. 7:34.
Good shot on the
target,
target,
shows
though.
promise right there. But boy, they almost ran out of suction hose.
Yeah, he's a little outside with the truck. I mean, you know, you see some teams running a little bit tight. They're kind of in the.
Your attention, please.
Here we go.
North Merrick will have a no time.
Off too early.
They're off the truck too early.
I saw the red flag wave and I wasn't sure what that was.
13-06.
Yeah, that's a. Thank God they didn't run a 6.7 for their sake. That would have been a Debbie Downer.
But you know, running the 734 here and setting up the way they did, they can translate that into a nice shot on a more of a, you know,
sure they could.
track. 6.5, 6.4s.
Well, at Labor Day in a couple weeks, that 734 might very well play
nicely
play big
here.
part.
Yeah,
Sure.
you know, when it's a split
County drill.
Right. Mainly not a lot of Suffolk teams here. Yeah, you can see that happening.
Yeah, those Suffolk teams.
On the line, number 48 on your programs, the tail draggers from North Babylon.
All right, North Babylon.
The Suffolk guys that showed up my Labor Day a couple times, my good team there, they took two tournaments away from us. You know, stay in your own place.
It's all about you, Bill.
Hey, got to be about somebody. Why not me?
It's like West Hempstead.
Stay in your own place.
West Hempstead's made it through the whole mix.
Yeah.
In the back.
Still, like we said, holding on to that point, going to be big for the Westerners.
636 CI, 644 North Lindy, 655 ISIL, 657 Bayshore, 687 West Hempstead holding on. About 6 teams to go.
Handful.
Time running out for a tweener here, too.
Yep.
Yeah.
North Babylon getting ready to come down the track, and they do. Rolling in. Water is now.
Now it's there. You can just see it over there. They were having some difficulties.
A lot of tentative movements over there, and he's on the flat. Yeah. Oh, that truck pushed some water.
Yes, did.
For this track, pushed it up the street. Just everybody looked a little tentative on the.
Time for North Babylon. 8.65. 865. On the line to be number 49 on your programs. The Bandits from Farmingville.
I think Farmingville's got an outside chance if they can run it right. I don't know if he's going to do the delay. He's been in that conversation with somebody, but I think Farmingville has an opportunity, right? Didn't they have a? They would have had a good shot, I think, at North Belmore if like they had the chance.
Yep.
That's what they do. They had a nice drill at North Belmore yesterday. Unfortunately, they had to sprint out of there and get home and do their parade, which I found out later on they swept all the parade trophies, so they had a banner day. They won more trophies that day than probably ever have in their life. Great time for them.
I like the picture that
shot, Bill, if you got it over there. I don't know if it ended up to be a good one.
I got it right here, Connor.
I like the picture they posted at the parade with all those trophies. Was that their racing trophies and their parade trophies?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That was cool, but it was just the drill team in the picture, so that was nice.
Yeah, it ended up being overtime.
Yeah, but I
week,
think
they had good water in the hole.
Something was going on right,
and it was working.
But it must have been a missed target.
Just missed the target.
So I remember saying, "Wow, you guys were close there."
I mean, listen, the way they run today, they run every race hard.
Yeah.
You know, they're going for it. They're trying to be players. They're not sitting back and just trying to lay up.
Well, there's no other way to do it. If you're going to race hard, because you know what? If you come in slow and you miss, it's the same thing as you come in hard and miss. You have to put your shot down. If you come in slow and you hit, then what happens? Another guy that ran hard is going to beat you anyway. Yeah. So get it down. Crush that hydrant right here. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
Look at me real quick and think of an old Chief Judge.
So 687.
That's the lucky dog is 687. West Hempstead sitting on a point right now.
Big point, actually. They would give anything to keep it, and there's a couple teams out there would give anything to see it go away.
Some teams are looking for a 685. They're looking for no. They don't want anyone coming in the sixes. So Farmingville ready to go. Red strobe lights going. Bringing him in. Nice speed. Like the approach. Oh,
he falls. He's hurt.
He went down hard.
He's definitely hurt.
Bad.
He's popping up now.
Man, they were going for it. Once again, like you said.
Hold up, gentlemen, you're up. Overtime.
Man, they race hard.
Looked like he landed on the lower part of his back.
Justin Russo slipped hard coming in there. Fell right on his back.
Yeah, I mean, he got off with good speed. It was that last
number
step.
50 on your programs.
Last step, he went to
Yellowbirds from Copac.
And the feet just went out from underneath him.
Just what you guys were talking about, though. They run aggressively, and they were going for it.
Nothing you can do when that foot slips like that. You're a no man. Just stick your hands out. Maybe you catch it. Maybe you don't. He tried.
But it looked like
he
he
left
went
it out there.
Right on the small of his back.
Oh, that's a painful one. My first hydrant run ever, that's what happened to me. Turning on in 93 at this track for the state tournament. Oh, that was embarrassing. I felt shame. I had to drink my sorrows away.
And then after 2 minutes you were released and you felt good.
Dr. Dave Smith driving motor pump there for the... I'm sorry, Eddie Stewart driving motor pump for the farm. Was it? Or was that Dr. Dave?
I think so, yeah. Eddie's on the side of the truck right
Oh, that's
there.
right. Eddie's on the side. Dr. Dave driving.
Yeah, Eddie was just jumped on with them to ride back.
Yeah, I had a chance to hang out with them last week after the tournament. Nice bunch of guys.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Who haven't you hung out with, Billy?
Hey, that's
like the
that's
social butterfly. You make Darryl look like a loner.
That's why you have me up here.
His family.
If I didn't know all these people and a couple fun stories, you guys would just leave me in the stands with the rest of the
I
spare
can
parts.
introduce him to his wife later.
Whose?
Yours.
If you can find 10 people here besides my family who met my wife, I'll give you $100.
All right, so Copeg.
Just make sure when you go home, Billy, you get the milk.
Yeah. Oh, they're away this weekend, so there'll be no milk in that house. Milk of magnesia.
That's taking up space in the fridge. How's the barrage?
Oh, here comes. Oh, the barrage is awesome. Came out great. Got my
Copeg Yellowbirds.
Dart trophies in there. Let's go, Copeg.
Yeah, they got a shot right here at it too. I mean,
there are
6-8.
neighbors in the pits today. They started the day off well, trying hard all day long. The Yellow Birdmen.
See what they can do. Can they get themselves back in the mix? They are off. Water is through the truck.
Chris Brandt crushes it at the hydrant.
Yeah, he would need to crush it up here as well if it's going to happen for him. He doesn't.
No, he's inside.
Right,
you know, he lined up on the left side, but he's shooting to the right.
Shooting cross.
Yep.
175 stick, 550 water out.
He's lined up on the north side, was shooting to the south.
Sorry about that, Billy Mack. Good job on the hydrant. Messina just a little bit right on that shot.
Time for Copeg. 9.52. 9:52.
West Hempstead starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Three teams to go. Checking them off as they go. 36, 44, 55,
Line to be number
57,
51 on your programs. The Cobras from Great Bend.
That's a couple bullets here with a couple good teams. Great Bend has put up a couple nice shots
Yeah,
today.
we said 2 or 3 team records have been put out there by Great Bend today, so kudos to them. You know, they're coming here. They have no delusion that they're going to come down the track as the state champion. But if you can go out there and put up your best times ever at the state drill, nice job. And that's what they've been doing all day. Let me just give you something else about Great Bend. A lot of people don't realize this. Great Bend is a combination from 3 different fire departments. It's Great Bend, DeFerriot, and Pamelia. So 3 different fire departments up there.
What are those other ones?
Great Bend, DeFerriot, and Pamelia.
Pamela?
Wow.
Yeah, it's very
Sounds
close,
like a disease.
But here's the crazy part about it. Out of those 3 fire departments combined, there are only 70 total members.
Wow.
Not in one department. So out of those 3 departments, you're talking maybe 70, between 60 and 70 members. And from that, they've created this Great Bend drill team, which has been doing a heck of a job in the northern area for the last few years.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to run against them in the Point Pleasant drill a couple of years ago. And I'll tell you, they put some real big times on the board in the hose events up there. They did a really good job. Nice job in B-Ladder today for them today.
Yeah, team record.
Coming in off the line now. Here comes Great Bend.
Yep. Rolling in, decent speed.
Oh, another
man
slip
goes
in the
down.
hydrant.
Same thing right before he goes to put it on.
It's got to be a little crazy over there right now. I don't know if it's oil or whatever.
Over up, gentlemen, you up. Overtime.
And he slid about 3 feet.
Hey, the pump truck nice. Truck pump nice.
Same thing.
Yeah.
On the line to be number 52 on your programs. The Indians from Seabreeze.
We got
As
Seabreeze
the motor
and
pump,
Manhasset.
as motor pump comes to a close, and I'll end my day up here on the broadcast booth. Just want to let you know, I expect to see some good challenges tonight out there. We have, instead of your Fab 14, we call it the F'd up 5.
Yeah.
Right now we have Westbury in the lead, Levittown shortly behind. South Hempstead after that smoking B-hose run by the Spats boys. Can't say enough about it. They're in there at 3, but they're knocking on the door. They're coming after number 1 tonight. You know that.
Yeah.
They'll be tough to beat. Oyster Bay with Darryl the man. And this Copeg team never be counted out of the mix. They'll stick around to the end.
That South Hempstead run was one of the highlights of the day, so they got a real reason to party.
Oh, that is going to be a tough one. Tough act to beat tonight. Their home track, their home party town. It's going to be a good one tonight. So Party Champs is on for the night, boys. I can't wait to see you out there.
All right.
Remember, there's an hourly team call-off. You have to make roll call or you're out of the party. That's what determines if you're still alive at the end of the day.
Thanks.
Or night.
What time's the first bell ring?
Yeah, well, we'll shoot for about 12 o'clock, I guess. We'll give everybody a 4-hour head start. Just start thinning out by then. Unless you're one of those parade departments, you're getting ready for tomorrow and you want to win those parade trophies. I know we always like to dress in our Class A's and do our best to try to get that like Carl Place used to. Big, you know, drill team, trophy parade guys, those Carl Place
Marching as a drill team.
Yeah, we always forget that letter you have to bring. Brother Bernie would get pissed at us. Where's the letter? Where's the letter? Yeah. Oh, well. Seabreeze Indians here. They got a amusement park in their town up there, don't they? Yeah, they're right on the lake up there, and it's a little amusement park, but they have a big wooden roller coaster. I always wanted to give it a try sometime, but never had the will to get there yet.
There's a weight limit.
It'd probably come down with us on it.
You pick up some good speed, Bill.
Oh.
Sit behind him, Lenny. Boy, oh boy.
I've never done speed, Lenny.
Off the track. The big boys are back.
Now, isn't this an old Rough Rider truck here?
Yes, this is the Oyster Bay Rough Rider.
They picked up their whole trailer. It still says Rough Riders on the side. Who you got here? Mark Champion is the man behind
Mark
the wheel.
Champion, former president of New York State.
Brother of Jeff, right? From the Pea Pickers?
Yep.
Yeah, they got a whole family thing going on up there. Always a good time. We're checking out that the wet spot there by the hydrant. They're in there with the towel.
Yeah, the last guy went down, so maybe
they
a little
had a
oil
couple
there.
go down. Yep, Farmingville went down.
They're really getting after it down there. They got the towels in there. He's on his hands and knees. He's like a maid in the kitchen, really scrubbing that floor.
6:30 rolling in here.
Give him a brush while he's down there.
So, you know, outside of a big shot by one of these last two teams, CI going old school last 3, 10 of the last 10. Efficiency and pump. Can they continue it through buckets?
If
they did, they would be state champions. I mean, we're going to say that about a bunch of teams right here.
If this holds, that puts them to 14, I believe. 14 and a half for the West Hempstead Westerners and 15 for the for the North Lindy Pit. What a
and then 11 for the Iceland Wolves, and they got a puncher's chance still sitting down there.
11 or is it 12 for the Wolves? I got them with 3 right now.
I think they're at 2, Bill.
2.
Yeah, you got 36, 44. No,
3. You're right. 55.
So that puts
they
them
shows
at 12
at the 2
right now. So it's going to be
right.
something.
They shows at the 2.
We got that
That
finish
truck
we were
is
looking
definitely
for.
pointed towards the middle of the track, away from the hydrant as he makes the correction.
There he goes. Another man running hydrant by himself just gets the stick down.
They're going to get a no time off too early.
Yeah, they're already waving the red flag down there. And he's on the flap, but again, Pete Savich waving the red flag pretty early.
It's a shame because they're happy about it.
Yeah.
Well, no one has to tell him.
None of us, at least.
We going for a sympathy time there?
So we're getting the bucket contest ready up here. They're hooking it up. They're checking it out.
Chris Perry went in the floats.
Chris Perry did a great job last week.
No time for Seabreeze.
Off
the truck too early. Rule 1306.
All right, so Manhasset, last team to pull up right here, is going to have...
Going to be number 53 on your programs. The middleman from Manhasset, Lakeville.
Going to have a 687 looking at them.
You know, you never know with Manhasset. They always pull something out somewhere in the day.
Yep.
Like I always say about them, like efficiency, they had a really nice run there. They just missed the target the last run there, but always a threat. Looking down at Scotty down there. He's all happy. Back in the mix. Another guy that's scared to come to ManFest.
Scott Rice?
Scott Rice.
Backed out last
Supposed
year.
to come. Backed out the last minute. Cancellation.
I don't know. That's the second back out. How many backouts do you get before you're off the list?
Well, eventually you just don't get invited anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
Some of the guys in my department don't even get invited anymore. I catch you fighting, you're not invited to ManFest. Rule number 1.
No fighting.
There is no fight club at ManFest.
That's true. And if you win a medal, you're invited back forever, right? It's like it's like being in the Masters.
It's like getting the green jacket. Big Chad wins it. Chad Manuel wins the triathlon trophy.
Go figure.
Who would have known it?
Thank God he could chug beers and lightning quick because his bow and arrow skills weren't nothing to be looking at.
Hidden talents there.
Holy smokes.
The speed he bowled through that big ManFest crowd and got to that beer was amazing.
Saved him.
Saved the day for all of our Smanfesters.
Here we go.
Stan getting ready to run the suction. He's got the GoPro on the helmet.
Yeah, he's had some good angles for shots today. He actually had a GoPro in the beginning of the day wrapped up around the top of the arch here, looking down at the ladder shots from this vantage point. So pretty cool when he finally puts something together for somebody. Who's going to be that person that gets that video made?
Probably Stanley. Stanley does all that stuff.
Oh, he's going to make it. Come on. I said
Stand
for who?
Stand Divis Productions.
We know who's making it. We don't know who he's making it for yet. Jeez. Last team, you can tell you're fatigued.
He's never done 40. He's always done the 15.
That's right.
15 team tournament.
That's right. You're in double overtime right here.
Wait, Paulie talks. I might talk for 5.
Here comes Manhasset rolling in.
Big
They're
speed.
off the truck. Oh, Stan.
Oh, he almost caught it.
He's still trying to scoop, and that's it.
Almost caught it.
Sean Fagan staying on the gas, not even watering.
Hold it up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
So we're going to go 5 to CI. They're 10 for the last 10. That's going to give them 14. 4 is going to go to North Lindy. They're going to take the lead in the drill with 1 to go at 15. 3 is going to go to Islip. They're going to be at 12 with 1 to go. 3 points out of first. 2 is going to go to Bayshore. They finally hit the board. And 1 point is going to go to the West Hempstead Westerners. It's a big one. That's 687. Puts them to 14.5. So with 1 to go, 15 for the Knockers, 14.5 West Hempstead, 14 for the Hobos, 12 for the Wolves, and then we go down to 7.5. So there's still a battle for coming down the track. 7.5 for the Nurse, 7 for Point Pleasant. Outside chance for West Sable to still come down the track. They're at 5. New Hyde Park at 5, Henrietta at 6, and that's just about going to do it for coming down the track. So let's see. We have 15 down to 12. 3 points separate the top 4 teams in the drill with 1 to go.
Good motor pump contest there, everybody. A great drill. Stick around for the finish. It's going to be tremendous.
I'm gonna head down to do a little interview if anybody comes by. We got a bunch of trophies to hand out. Knock out my mic. I'll be on the other one in a sec. Or give me the signal.
There we go.
You ready for this? Good, thank you.
You driving?
I'm driving, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, ready for this?
Yeah, we're on the air right now. We're going to wait for Paul, but that's okay. You can throw a headset on if you want.
Do the headset.
Let me just get a few things here.
50-50 is going to be drawn soon. And what did they say we were pushing? 11, 12, 13?
13,000, I think.
13,000. So pretty heavy number there. I think we're going to have to shift some tables here. We're a little bit close to the dumper. I would think we're going to want to shift as much as we can.
Move the equipment.
Oh.
Results of the motor pump contest. First place, 5 points, number 40, Central Islip. Second place, 4 points, number 19, North Lindenhurst. Third place, 3 points, number 42, Islip. Fourth place, 2 points, number 12, Bayshore. Fifth place, 1 point, number 43, West Hempstead.
Getting ready here for the bucket contest.
They are mixing up those. They have a shirt box half full of red tickets for the 50-50.
That's a lot of tickets. Oh, they're getting ready to
now
draw
she's
it
got
right
mine
now.
in her pocket.
That's the way to do
mix
it.
those up.
That is the way to do it. You got to palm that winning one, stick it in there. We'll have a ticket issue, as they say.
Total points with 1 contest to go. Lindenhurst 7.5. West Sable 5. Deer Park 2. Port Washington 2. Bayshore 2. Point Pleasant 7. North Lindenhurst 15. Oyster Bay 3. New Hyde Park 5. South Hempstead 1. Central Islip 14. Islip 12. West Hempstead, 14 1/2. Henrietta, 6. North Merrick, 3. Farmingville, 2. And Copeg, 4. Trophies. For buckets, first place was donated by the Dead End Kids of Freeport. Second place, the South Hempstead Fire Department. Third place by the Hempstead Flukes. The overall winning trophies for the 5 top place winners were donated by the Hempstead Fire Department's Chief's Office. And for the parade tomorrow, first place was donated by Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department. Second place by the Albertson Hook and Ladder Engine Company and Hose Company #1 Incorporated.
Here comes the 50-50 we've been waiting for.
The winner is going to get $9,000, I think they just said.
$9,000 for the
We're
winner.
going to have the 50-50 drawing now. Get your tickets out. The winner will get $9,000.
9.
That's 9 and 3 zeros.
Oh,
with a decimal point if you want to say 5 zeros.
This will be a super duper man fest.
Best man fest ever.
Number, it's a red ticket. 0, 2, 0, 8, 9, 8, 5. 0, 2, 0, 8, 9, 8, 5. No.
It's nobody on the arch.
No, nobody up here.
Anybody doing backflips in the crowd?
We got a winner.
Mrs. Hunter.
All right, we have a winner right over there on the south.
Mrs.
Hunter. Joe Hunter.
Synchronicity.
Joe Hunter's mother won. Congratulations.
What a day for South Hempstead.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
They win the 50-50 and they hit in their only event. Good to see Mrs. Hunter having a good time.
Yep.
Great people.
Awesome.
All right, everybody, we're looking forward to a fantastic finish here with one race to go. Your top 4 teams separated by 3 points only. Winners of the motor pump contest, the Central Islip Hobos, 10 out of 10 in the last 2 contests. Puts you overall, you're in the top 3, I believe, right now. I think second place or third place overall, 1 point out of first. Coming to these last 3 events, you guys have dominated for years in the last 3, the best team year in and year out. This year, maybe not so much, but what's it feel like? 10 out of 10, last 2 contests, 1 to go. Do you have it in you to do the triple right here?
It feels good. We just got to keep working, and hopefully we come out on top.
All right, so the Central Islip Hobos are the winners of the Bubba Murphy Trophy, the John Coons Trophy donated from North Babylon. We also have some other hardware over here. The North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers are going to be the winners of the combination trophy for C-Hose, B-Hose, and Pump. One is donated by Joe Stats, Patchogue, and the New Hyde Park Termites. And the other one is the Ron Chipman Trophy donated by Main Transit. That's going to go to North Lindenhurst. The B-Ladder B-Hose Motor Pump Trophy in honor of Crash Calabro, donated by the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers, is going to go to the West Hempstead Westerners. And the overall motorized trophies for B-Ladder, C-Ladder, C-Hose, B-Hose, and Pump, with 14 points in those motorized contests. The Harry Penny, who's in attendance here today. Give a wave over there, Harry. Everybody loves Harry. It's great to see him down here. The trophy in his honor, the trophy in the memory of Fred Dietz from Lindenhurst, and the Ralph Nichols Trophy from West Hempstead, all won by the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers. Don't leave your seats. 1 contest to go. Top 4 separated by 3. Back to you guys.
All right, Paul, thanks. We are back on top, getting ready to play some buckets. 1 contest to go, and we have a barn burner of a finish about to happen.
Wouldn't have it any other way, ladies and gents.
No, I mean, listen, not the day you probably thought, we'd be sitting here saying West Sable with 5, Bayshore with 2, Port Washington with 2. I didn't think we'd be saying those numbers for those teams, but these other teams have stepped up to play these last couple of events. Going to make it a real interesting finish.
And it's funny, it's the type of day that it's been. Even the team that wins is going to look at their scorecard and be like, man, we could have really ran away with it if we had this contest or that contest. Every team out here today has an if. We call those ifs.
And we saw a lot of bursts from different teams. So the P Pickers early with a burst.
Yeah, I see what
North
you're saying.
Lindenhurst with a burst. Now CI with a burst.
I'm just going to step out for 1 sec, guys.
Yeah, and that's the kind of day it's been, Lenny. You kind of go on a little bit of a mini run right there, like you're saying. You're right. The P Pickers got out to 7 points. They're still at 7 points. They're bringing home a lot of great hardware. North Lindy, alternatively, 0 out of the first 10, and they've gone 15, out of the last 25 points. So, ladies and gents, sitting at home, we have the North Lindenhurst Pistonockers with 15 points. They have the lead going into the state drill. They will be looking to bring home their 6th ever New York State Championship. The West Hempstead Westerners with 14.5 points, just 1/2 point behind. They're going to be looking to bring home their 3rd state championship. Central Islip Hobos with 14 points, looking to go to 11 state championships overall. The Islip Wolves with 12. They will be looking to go to that magical number 7, and I say that because that was the number for so long in the history of this sport with the Oyster Bay Rough Riders and then the Patchogue 40 Thieves. And that's it. It's going to be one of those 4 teams. Those are the only 4 teams mathematically alive for the win. So the Lindenhurst Snails after that are the only team that could jump ahead of any of those teams. The Snails have 7.5. They could catch Islip, but that's pretty much it. If the Snails don't do that, and we're going to know right off the bat, for that first place shot, because they run first rather, then the top 4 will be North Lindy, West Hempstead, CI, Islip. It's just a matter of what is the order going to be. The Point Pleasant P Pickers looking to become the 2nd upstate team in the history of racing to come down the track top 5. The Spencerport Red Onions are the only team from upstate to do so. They've done it 3 times in their history. Henrietta O'Henry's with 6 points. They are looking to do the same thing that Point Pleasant is doing. So right now they're a 1.5 down from the Snails. Listen, it's going to be a great finish. West Sayville, New High Park, both with 5 points each, looking to get in the mix also, and those 2 teams can run some buckets. I'm excited for buckets, and yet I'm all alone up here. Oh, Lenny, get with me. I can't hear you, though. I can't hear you. So
you are on a roll there, so
go.
I figured I'd let you go. I counted up real quick. I think we have 17 teams that have gotten on the scoreboard today. So
yeah,
almost half of the 40 whatever we have here.
And that's kind of what we've become used to over the past several seasons at the state drill, that widespread point distribution, and it's been great. And so looking at the teams that are in the mix this year, for this final contest, the Hobos have run a 21 this season. The Westerners have run a 21 this season. The Wolves have run a 21 this season. I did not mention your leader, North Lindenhurst. They put it in the 23s 3 times. They might need to run their fastest time of the year if they want to be state champions. 23-13 again, ready to run.
The next contest to be run is the Buckets contest. State record is 19.68, and it's held by Central Islip. Overtime is 35 seconds.
So
First team on the line, number 1 on your programs, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
So Lindenhurst Snails coming to the line, 7.5 points, trying to solidify a top 5 spot.
Be the second year in a row, I believe, correct?
It would. They can kind of do it pretty right away if they can run a heavy shot. So here they come, getting ready to come on.
They can finish 4th or 7th or anywhere in between.
Here they come.
22.74, their fastest shot of the year.
Making their approach. Ryan Kinley is on and gone. Set looks pretty good. First bucket's coming its way up. Oh, little double clutch. They're going to have to know. Now they had to drop.
9.78 first dump.
Now they're starting to get into rhythm. Pretty smooth pass coming up. Ryan putting him out a little bit out the back of the barrel.
Hold it up!
I'm going that way, boys. Not going to be what they were looking for there.
No, and we were talking about bursts by different teams. Lindenhurst had a burst in the middle of the day where they ran a couple of real good races.
C-Hose, B-Hose.
Yep.
Good
time for Lindenhurst. 24.16. 24-16.
Twan, can just move this.
Line number 2 on your programs, the Panthers from Patchogue.
So at 24-16, listen, not the greatest shot in the world, but also not the worst. We've seen worse times score in this contest throughout history. Obviously, recent history, maybe not so much. 24-16 by the Snails. That's their number. If they want to
Please,
come down
everybody
the track,
back from the fences. Plenty of seats in the bleachers so everybody can see this important event.
I'm in the camera way here. Trying to get out of everybody's way.
So now the subplot, you know, obviously we got our storyline about the state champs overall, but Lindenhurst looking to come down the track, but you got Point Pleasant with a half a point behind them, Henrietta a point and a half behind them, West Sable, New High Park 2.5 points behind, 24-16 by the Snails is the number, 24-16.
Cutshall getting ready to take off. Clean start. Making their way to the ladder. Dumper is on. Everybody's making their way. They are set. First bucket is picked and coming up. First one's in the barrel.
12 flat.
Top man really bringing them up high to the dumper and a little crooked. Something they could definitely work on, straighten out. Got to lock that wrist out some more. Kind of sporadic where they pass them all over the ladder. No, not following the rail up exactly. Putting them in the barrel.
Hold it up! Time for Kutchog. 33.96. 33.96.
It's going to bring the Levittown Rebels to the
on the line to be number 3 on their programs.
Start line.
Rebels from Levittown.
Just to throw a couple things out there, all-time victories in buckets. New High Park's got 11. Then it's Hobos with 8, North Lindenhurst with 6. Those are the top 3 bucket champions in the history. You know, North Lindy and CI, you heard them second and third on that list. Looking to add to that total, it would translate into a state championship this year.
Yeah, a bonus.
Just
a little bonus.
A little bonus this year. The West Hempstead Westerners, the defending 2016 bucket champs, 21-65 last year at the state. But again, what have you done for me lately? They got to do it in the shot today with it all on the line. I'm excited for buckets. You excited for this, guys?
Yeah,
2015 all over again.
1972, the last time we were here at this track for a state drill, 1972 from CI, broke the record.
One of the 14 19s ever run in the history of this sport.
Yeah, so here they come, Levittown Rebels.
And maybe the last.
Yeah, I know.
They changed that bucket record.
Kind of a logjam on the ladder. Dumper just getting up. Bottom man just getting to his rung, making the first pick. Coming up. First one's in the barrel. Kind of throwing buckets at each other. Middleman really now he's starting to drop him because he was behind and they were being thrown up. Now they're kind of straightening that out, but got some spillage, swinging them underneath. Dumper putting them in. But they're losing a lot of water. I mean,
hold up, gentlemen, you have overtime.
You weren't painting such a good picture right there.
When the middle guy on the ladder is soaking wet, you know there's a little bit of a problem.
And then you got the West Sable Flying Dutchman coming up here, and what do you say about that?
On the line to be number 4 in your programs, the Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
This right here is a pride shot. That's what this is.
No doubt about it. They want to come down the track top 5, and they have a chance to do so. They have 5 points. They're 2.5 behind Lindy, 2 behind Point, 1 behind Henrietta, and they're tied with New High Park. Best shot of the year, Riverhead Invitational, 22-15. They have 3 other 22s this season. Very consistent for the West Sable Flying Dutchman this year.
That Riverhead arch height, very similar to the arch height here.
Currently 2.5 points out of coming down the track. Did you say that?
Correct.
Yeah.
They are definitely coming to the line with a shot at that.
So Billy Hothen got the foot on the line, getting ready to go. Michael Mara.
Let's not make it a total bad day.
At the very least, they have to beat the 24-16 of the Snails.
So here comes Billy on his approach. He is up. Ryan Hugnan on the pick, and it's coming up the ladder. Billy Hothen in the barrel for 1.
9:04.
A little bit out the front here, boys.
Yeah, and a little bit of spillage on the pass from middle to top. Now they had a lag.
Yeah. Goes out at the beginning of 12. Beginning of 12, it went out.
Yeah.
As you guys see.
Time for West Sable.
Pride shot.
21.91.
Wow.
21.91.
You said a lag, not a drop?
Yeah.
A lag.
Wow.
And
Big
that's
difference.
nothing to sneeze at. That's one of your top times of the year, 21.91. I mean, that went out
On the line
at
to
the
be number
beginning of
6
12.
on your programs, the Slowpokes from Maine Transit.
Yeah, you know, there was just, again, towards the bottom of the ladder was like number 8. There was just like a little bit of a lag as it came up, almost like a double clutch grab. So there's, you know, maybe a tenth or
But
two
think
there.
about the ramifications of that. I mean, if he doesn't lag it,
Yeah.
you took a 21-5.
Yeah.
Then you're in the mix of West Hempstead losing point, gaining point. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
oof.
But still, even that 21-91 is going to come into play
That's
for somebody.
coming into play, right.
It's going to come into play.
That's a good number to be up there early in the drill. If that holds for 5, it'll give him 10, and it'll put him him in 5th for the drill.
Oh, yeah.
I was just about to say that could be a 5-point shot.
Yeah.
You know, so.
But I'm saying, I mean, 21-5 is a little bit more dangerous to the other. You know, like West Hempstead's the team that can run that number there.
Yes.
And now Maine Transit comes to the line. I don't know what their best shot's been this year, but they've been known to be that team that throws the monkey wrench in buckets.
A couple years removed from a 21 fat.
Yep, here they come.
Couple 23s under their belt this season.
Yeah.
Different group.
Nice set. I mean, they have it coming right here. First one is up and in, and the pass is nice.
9:42.
I like the pass and the pace.
Whatever water he's got in the bucket, he's pretty much putting it down the center of that barrel.
Oh, now they have a leg.
And that's 10
the
in.
one they need.
11. End of
Number
11.
Same
End
exact
of 11.
bucket.
End of 11. Needed that one more bucket.
And that's the one they had the leg on. Middle man to bottom man had a little hiccup on the pass, like on the handle.
Time for Maine Transit. 2-3.29. 23-29.
Kept them from a mid-22. But they went out in 11. As far as my calculation was.
On line number 7 on your programs, the Bucks from Deer Park.
I thought their buckets were very full coming up the ladder.
He was putting them in. Right down the middle. He definitely
Yeah,
had
he was
down
definitely.
the middle of the
No, he's a good dumper, man. He was smooth right in the middle, like you said. You guys called it. Didn't want to step on you, but great job there by the dumper. 23-29. Nice shot there. That's kind of been what have been running all year.
He's not the dumper from the 21 fat either.
No, okay.
Rich Chudy was the dumper then.
All right, Deer Park, 2 points on the day.
Yep.
But pretty decent buckets so far. 21-91, 23-29, and a 24-16 just within the first 5 teams. You know, we have a little bit of a wait before we get back to the teams that have a chance of coming down the track at the end of the day. Point Pleasant will be the next team up at number 13. Currently on the scorecard, we're at 7 with the Bucks.
I'm not touching nothing.
So,
I didn't touch anything.
hold it up, hold it up. Just as they were going through their call-off, I don't know if somebody walked across the track down there.
I don't know. I can't see anybody.
So again, you guys are saying we don't have any of the teams in the mix right away, but these teams can all be spoilers.
That's exactly right. And that's what makes racing so great. That's what makes a state championship so great. Every team is here. You saw the Rascals do it in B-Hose a little bit, right? Every team's here to take a point or two away.
So here they come. Deer Park Bucks making their approach. Guys are on. They are set. First bucket is picked and coming up the ladder.
997.
Pass is clean. You can see they've worked on this contest. Definitely looks better as the season's gone on.
A little bit out the front.
Derek doing a nice job passing his bucket in the middle. Now that the bucket carriers aren't getting to the hoister fast enough.
Hold up! I mean, those must have been empty buckets. So they took over 14 buckets.
And they're a little bit light. The pass looks good, but you know they're waiting for guys on the ground to get there as well.
Over 14 buckets to turn that light yellow.
And the Bucks showing the pride for our country with their I Stand for the National Anthem shirts.
29.38, 29-38.
That's their first 20 of the season, guys.
I see a lot of smiles down there.
First time in the 20s, I should clarify.
On line number 8 on your programs, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
2 more buckets than you'd normally want to. I mean, they're throwing 14 down the tube there, but he spilled a little bit out the front. There must have been some empty buckets.
The Roadrunners come to the line with a very disappointing day.
Yeah.
Tough day for the Roadrunners. Nice shot on B-Ladder, 5-16, got them the only 2 points of their day. For buckets this season, 22-28 right here at the Hempstead.
Your attention, please.
Is their fast.
Cutchalk will be getting a rerun in buckets.
So I'm not sure why, but they have a time of 33.96.
They were milling around back here, so they were
Okay.
waiting for some sort of information.
Error?
Digital error?
It's an error.
I don't know. Chris seems a little tight-lipped over there. Our own Chris Perry up here on the arch. So as you said, Port Washington disappointed, and similar to last year, actually came in with real high hopes.
Yeah.
Good nucleus of young guys, though, and again, we'll see them next year. But first, let's see how they finish up their day.
Robbie Lewis.
Another pride run right here.
Yeah.
Making his approach onto the ladder. He is up, Kyle up. Donald Smallwood with the pick. First bucket is in the barrel.
9:22.
3.
Now they got a drop.
4, 5.
Another drop.
A couple of guys missing buckets on the ground. Hopefully he's not at the leg.
He's losing half a bucket out of the back on a
Now
couple
you're
of
getting
those.
angry.
Yeah.
It's just going away.
Now they're just throwing him on the
Hold
ladder.
up!
This is a race when it gets ugly, it can get real ugly.
In a hurry.
The Roadrunners will live to play another day, ladies and gents.
Time for Port Washington, 25.84, 25.84. On the line to be number 9 on your programs, the Frogs from Carl Place.
I'm surprised it was even that fast, to be honest with you. 25.84, yeah, it caught me a little bit. That's 4th place right now.
They have 2 drops.
Yeah.
Out the back a little bit.
Just shows what they can do in this contest.
So Carl Place comes to the line. Last time they ran buckets here in a state tournament, they were running last right after Central Islip when they broke the record and had to wait 45 minutes to run that shot.
Yeah.
And
One
still
of the best interviews ever with Mike Geddes.
That's right.
What did he have to say?
What do you think about?
I don't
What do you
remember.
think about that state record? Because it's something like, it sucks. This is ridiculous.
Frogs have a couple 26s under their belt this season. Let's see how they finish that day.
Here they come. Making their approach. Dumper is on and up. Oh, now he slips, and now it just causes a logjam on the ladder. That just now everyone's going to lose their feet. It seems like guys are on the right step.
12.66 first bucket.
4. He's got one stuck in there. It's going to get ugly. Can't get it out. 5. Can't get it out.
Now the top
Now he's
man's
got 2
falling
stuck.
behind.
He's got 2 stuck.
Now they're back in rhythm.
He's only got a hair to put the water in right here. He's got 2 buckets.
He's got buckets stuck in the barrel.
They lost a couple between the middleman and the top man on the ladder. I don't know if Geddes was coming quite high enough.
Tried to make a recovery to grab one and ended
Time
up
for Carl
dropping
Place,
one in there.
30.43, 30.43.
Hicksville.
It's hard to see anything now.
Hicksville.
On the line to be number 10 on your programs, the Hicks from Hicksville.
Hicksville sitting on nothing, you know. You don't think Hicksville's coming in here to win the state drill. Maybe dreams of a top 5 finish, and especially they put up a good showing last week in North Belmore and just won another team, right? Not the day they wanted.
No.
I mean, at the end of the day, only one team's going to get the day they wanted.
Again, clear the fences, clear the fences. Back from the fences, everybody.
But, you know, you still want to show. Still want to show.
Hicksville 2 23s under their belt for the season.
We got a little debris on the course down here. Phil Tano picking it up. Little debris right by the trough.
We're going to go Hicksville. Looks like Baldwin, Bay Shore. And then it'll be Point Pleasant's chance to maybe put themselves in position to come down top 5.
Yep.
But right now it's Hicksville.
So here they come. Hicksville making their approach. Doug Chiz is on and gone. They are set. First bucket coming up, making its way in the barrel.
9-17.
4.
Nice pass
5,
up top.
6,
Real nice pass
Good
to Doug.
pace.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wow, 13. Took him 13.
And Doug's real clean up top. You got to wonder if those buckets are full or if they're losing them up on the way up.
Yeah, I see a lot of
Time for Hicksville.
wet jerseys.
22.57, 22.57.
There you go.
Be second place right now. 22. Yeah. I mean, and that's their best shot of the year.
Yeah.
Best shot of the year. The pace, I thought, was
On
awesome.
line number 11 on your program.
Probably created a little
top
spillage.
catch from Baldwin.
I mean, if you're filling at 13, it's...
Yeah, run 22.
But at a 22.
I thought really clean from the top man to Doug the way the buckets were coming up. A little bit below that, maybe a little water
That's
spillage.
got top 5 potential right here to get them on the board at least. All right, Baldwin, Tomcats. We talked about Baldwin, at the beginning of the day. One of the teams that looked promising, a promising group. I don't know how large the group is. You see some guys, maybe they took out the stands for this contest.
Yeah, but, if you got a couple of guys you can build around, it's a start. As they get ready to run buckets. Making their approach. Dumper on, top man on. Oh, middle man crashes hard on the ladder. Now making his way, just gets to his spot. Bottom man's on the wrong step. Now he gets to the right step. First one's in the barrel. Now they're getting sloppy. Again, it's so hard to correct.
They're too far outside the rail with these passes.
Yeah, the bottom guy is way outside, so they're spilling a lot of water.
Yeah, it's
just got sloppy.
And now he's got
in a
one
hurry.
stuck in there, and it's getting worse.
You know, just buckets is one of those races. One guy gets out of sync.
But you just see they're not a team that runs this all the time, and they haven't focused obviously their concentration in this contest.
Hold up, gentlemen, you have overtime.
So coming to Bayshore, 21.91 by the Dutch, 22.57 by Hicksville, 23.29 Main Transit, 24.16 Lindenhurst, 25.84 I believe.
Yep, Port Washington
Port.
for 5th place right now.
That's out of Bayshore.
On line to be number 12 on your programs, the Redskins from Bayshore.
This is going to be another one of those pride shots.
Right, Lenny. This is a pride shot. You know, for Bayshore, it's, hey, let's go take some hardware. There's hardware. 3 nice leg trophies for this contest. They would love to put them in the trophy case for a year, be the bucket champs.
They want to be. They also want to throw a monkey wrench into the drill.
They're monkey wrenching it right now.
And arguably the best bucket team on the track this season. 21.60, 21.61, 22.05, 22.06, 22.10, 22.30.
Yeah.
Their top 6 times of the season. That's got to be better if you look at any team summary for the season. A couple teams might want to knock on the door of that, but
Al Pugh not in the lineup right here, though.
Nope.
Yeah, Frankie
Little
Sonnenberg.
switch up.
Yep, dumping, former dumper for the New Hyde Park Termites.
Here they go. They're off. Frankie makes his approach. He is on. Oh, Skippy slips. Logjam at the bottom of the ladder. Skippy slips again. I just don't.
I'm going to see if they can get out in 11, 2, 3.
Hold it up, hold it up,
They're going to get a rerun. They're going to get a rerun, boys.
They're getting a rerun.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I saw. As soon as I looked up to the clock, it was yellow over there, and I was like, no, that's something going wrong right there.
Wow.
So now the question is, when are they going to go back and rerun it? You know, they could play the game and go whenever they want.
I'm waiting a while.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, I think Skippy wants to shake that off a little bit.
Yeah.
Artie, he must have slipped 3 or 4 times coming
Even if you're not in the mix for the top 5, what do you think? Wonder how you play that a little bit. You know,
Dude,
okay.
you want to be the bucket champ.
There's no hurry.
You were the best bucket team all year. You want to be the bucket champ.
Listen, no, you get no argument from me on that one. But
so it looks like the starting light's where the issue is. They're trying to reset the eye right now.
All right, so
but then you take a look at the other action right here. They run a 21 or a 20. Fellas, you got to rerun that, boys. It's a little bit worse.
That's how it goes.
It's worse.
I know.
I'd rather slip and get a rerun than run a crazy shot and get a rerun.
I'll tell you what,
on both sides.
Yeah.
Goes both ways, yeah.
Not
Usually
often in
evens
this
out.
sport do you see them cut them off in the middle of a shot.
Yeah.
Usually they let you finish and then tell you you're getting a rerun. So not often we see that. They stopped them right in the middle of the run. They knew something was wrong with the. So something's going on with the clocks up there.
We got a bigger issue.
All right. So hopefully they'll work that out. In the meantime, the Point Pleasant Pea Pickers are on the line with a chance to come down the track top 5 overall. They have 7 points on the day. Not such an easy task as it was before the event began, because right now you're looking at West Sayville. If they hold up for 5 points, we have to act like it is 5 points right now. So West Sayville's going to go to 10. So that means Point needs to get at least 3. And right now that 3rd place time is at 23:29. And that's pretty much in the ballpark of their fastest time of this season. Port Washington 23:35 at the Seabreeze Invitational, 23:55 at the Main Transit Invite. They've done it twice. Several of their other shots this season, 25 or higher.
I think that 22:57 right now of the Hicks is going to be around the bubble team, the number to get in.
And then you got to play that too. So figure, safe bet, easiest call there is, they got to beat West Sayville if they want to come down the track, and that's a 21.91.
Or you know, really get a low 22
and get a tweener.
This is
Yeah, and you know, it's history if they do it, because it's the Spencerport Red Onions, the only team from upstate to have placed top 5. They did it in 1990, 2001, 2003. The Pea Pickers with a chance to do so and join the Red Onions in that group from upstate.
This is going to be scary because what happened there is the plug, just the fact that it got wet, knocked it out. This is a wet contest around that plug. And that, you know, you don't want to be giving every other team a rerun here. It's going to be...
Next team on the line to be number 13 on your program. The Pea Pickers from Point Pleasant.
You know, it might be a different story if Point Pleasant hits in C ladder. That was a great shot that they had going. And I know we're talking about ifs. A lot of teams have them today. But if that shot held up for maybe 4 points, they'd have 11 right now. But as it is, they don't. They have 7.
I'm going to go out on a limb right here. You know how many teams? If we
a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda.
And
nobody else.
Yeah, right.
Just us.
If a woulda, shoulda, coulda.
It's a lot of that tonight, boy. A lot of people going putting their head on the pillow tonight, saying, "What the f just happened, man? We blew it. How did we blow that?
I'll say even the state
How did we
champ-
not score 16 points?
Even the
Point
state champs will
Pleasant
be
coming,
saying it.
Yes,
and they're making an approach.
With a smile,
They are
Right.
flying up the ladder. Bottom man has a little hiccup. The set is set and coming. First bucket's in the barrel.
974.
3, 4, 5. He's careful.
Spilling some water
6,
at the bottom.
7.
Hands are going into the buckets.
9,
now they're
10,
cleaning it up.
11, 12, 13. I think it's beginning at 13. I might have miscounted. 12 or 13.
I thought you were on.
It's going to be around that 23 right there. It's going to be around that number you were talking about. 12.
Time for Point Pleasant. 2-3.52. 23-52.
Already in fifth.
Out there from the one you were talking
On the
about.
line for the rerun, number 2 on your programs, the Panthers from Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's going to mathematically eliminate them
they're in fourth
from
right.
coming down the track at the end of the day.
Yeah, because West Sable's getting 5. They would only get 2.
Correct.
So, yes.
So listen, my hat's off to the P Pickers. Great day.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see you guys coming in and coming out next year for the state drill. 5-10. Their first place shot in B ladder today, and they won the Cav Trophy, Warren Horse Trophy for total ladder points. So
Back-to-back years placing in B ladder.
Yeah, and I believe back-to-back years with a team record in B ladder in the state. I know they. Oh, wrong. They ran a 5-0 this year. My bad.
Right.
Excuse me.
They definitely dominated our conversation this morning.
Yeah.
Here is something to look forward to for them. And we said this years ago. They had a tough day, probably about main transit, but well, not main transit. The year before that. They run hard.
Yeah.
Every contest, they run it to its full hilt, and that's going to be good for them going forward when they try to translate those other races to be respectable and get into the money.
Here comes Kutchuk on their rerun.
Okay.
So they're getting set a little bit cleaner than the last time.
33.96 is the number they're fighting against themselves.
Yeah. So the first one is in.
12-18.
A little hiccup here again. That
3,
top man and
4.
Just the way they grabs the handle.
Middle guy and bottom guy both looking up on each bucket.
Yeah, and work.
Talk about that a lot.
A lot of work. The more you work, the harder it is.
13, full 13.
Time for Kutchog. 3-1.73. 31-73.
So they shaved 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Something positive.
So if we look at our scorecard right now, we're looking at, I think, Ellesmere.
On the line number 14 on your programs,
okay.
the Wanderers from Ellesmere.
So we have a little bit of a lull right now in terms of top 5 overall. We got Ellesmere, Riverhead, East Farmingdale, Copenhagen. And after those 4, if all 4 of those teams run, then it's going to be showtime. It's the Northland and Hearst Piston Knockers, the next team to go after this little bit of a run right now with 4 teams. They're the leader with 15. And they're going to be the team that's going to have to put up their shot.
We talked about what did Bay Shore want to do. I see them, bunch of them by the starting line.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're coming up next.
They're lingering around. Ellesmere making their approach. Bottom man just getting his set. Can hear Eddie calling him out.
4, 5, 6, 7. I don't have to count. Oh my God, Ed's lost count.
Hold up!
Ed's lost count.
Ed went to 12 to 15.
12 to 15. He's missing 3 buckets.
Oh, shout out to Ferdinand Hammond from the Hempstead Yellow Hornets.
Yeah, we didn't
Similar
do that
type
today,
of thing.
right? Ferdy.
Yeah, rest in peace, Ferdy. Rest in peace, Ferdy.
Time for Ellesmere. 27.03. 27.03.
That's how he counted for us, though. He always skipped 11 or 12. Went right to 14. 10, 11, 14.
On the line number 15 on your programs, the Iron Man from Riverhead.
It made you work harder.
And of course, we say it lovingly. You know what I mean? He was the staple of the Yellow Hornets.
A lot of laughs.
Yeah, can make us all laugh, even on a bad day.
Yep.
Getting back to the drill here. It looks like the Iron Man.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So it's going to be Riverhead, East Farm, Copenhagen. Maybe Bay Shore gets in before North Lindy. Maybe they wait till after North Lindy.
East Farm's running. Looks like Copenhagen stepping up next.
Just about to say that. Bay Shore just lingering right on the side there.
Yeah, but I think I saw Frankie walking away. I don't think he wanted to go right away.
Maybe he went to re-practice. He's sitting right there.
No, he's back with them
He's
now.
He's on the start. Well, not the start line. He's in the bullpen, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, all right, so here we go. Riverhead. Kyle's foot on the line. They make their approach. Oh, now we got a slip by Kyle. Now it's just a log jam again, just all the way down the ladder. Bottom man just getting the bucket. First one coming up. Kyle grabs it with two hands.
12:46.
Coming up. It's kind of swinging the buckets, getting the middleman swinging them. Kind of tilting them at the end. Kyle putting them in.
13 of them. Put in 13.
Well, you're keeping the local committee entertained over there, huh, Paul?
Time for Riverhead. 31.57. 31-57.
That's Kruggy and Alex Luffy. Kruggy was my second man for a couple years. Guy could climb.
On the line to be number 17 on your programs, the Cubs from Copenhagen.
Then he decided to go out and get a job and didn't want to race anymore. So
Copenhagen, I believe, scores in the state drill one time with a 22 something in buckets. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, you got me.
Remember
Long time ago, I
Long
think.
time ago.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to act like I know that one, but good stuff.
We've probably told the story,
Good
but
stuff.
they're one of the few teams I've ever seen run with just two guys on the ladder.
Craziness. What are they, 6'8"?
They were pretty big.
7'4".
The last guy here on the ladder now looks pretty big.
That always doesn't work.
I don't think they have a hoister.
No,
I don't think they have a hoister. I think they're going to go right to the man on the ladder.
They're going to straight hoist it.
The knockers are going to be next.
So bottom man is going to pick it from the bucket carriers. No hoister here. Kind of swinging them up.
12:60, first one in.
Smoking telling him to slow down the pace.
Shane puts the whole bucket in. Of course, he's not really bending down to get the bucket. He's putting it in gingerly, but that's all the water's going in. Oh, that one he's mashing. Now he's got some bounce to it right here.
Hold it up! Gentlemen, you have
overtime.
Overtime.
Thank you.
That was a wet run over there if you're looking at that plug.
All right, so the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers come to the line. Now listen, right now they have 15.
With the lead at the state tournament.
They're fighting against West Hempstead with 14.5, CI 14, ISIP 12. So that West Sable shot at 21.91. They don't
on the line to
necessarily
be
have
number
to beat
19
it.
on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
The crowd would go wild if they were to beat that time, obviously. But listen,
amazing.
they got to run a shot and get the money.
They have to run their best shot of the year.
Yeah.
The best shot of the year. And then they got to do a little bit of hoping.
And, and even if they don't,
they're still they're ahead right now. You're 100%
they
correct.
can wait. They, obviously they want to run their shot.
Yes.
23-13, 23-69, 23-89.
Still, West Hempstead has to beat them.
Their three best times of the year. That's correct. And so does CI and so does Islip.
They want to get into those mid-22s, beat that Hicksville run.
If you said North Lindy, we're going to give you a point lead going to buckets after what you've been going through lately.
Wow,
What was that?
It looks like the light went right to yellow. I don't know, and everyone yelled, "Hold it up!" and they all stopped. Now that's interesting, right there. You have a lot of people yelling from the sidelines.
What stopped them though? Just the people yelling?
I think they saw the light themselves.
Wow. I've never seen that before. For those just listening at home, they took about 1 or 2 steps over the line and then just held up.
They're saying there's nothing wrong, and somebody broke the line.
They pulled up as a group though, and they all stopped.
Somebody told them to stop.
That's the question. Who told them to stop? We don't know up here. Was it the crowd? Was it an official? It could have been an official.
Talk about going through some crap. Who wants to do this crap?
Yeah, I know.
When you're in it to win it.
And that's
Who
what
wants
Vinny's
to
telling
do
them.
this?
Scott Rice is giving a little speech right now, I think.
Yeah, and
Get
you got
your heads back in.
That's the speech exactly, Lenny. Maintain your composure. This happens in the state drill sometimes. You have to back up off the line and get back.
Yep,
You're
take
good.
a deep breath.
That's it. That's exactly right. I've been there. You ever get pulled off the line in a shot?
Yeah.
Happened to us in B-Ladder 2011. We've been there.
You still have the same shot right now to be the New York State champion.
Ducky's laughing. A lot of guys are smiling. They're doing their
I wish
thing.
they did it. We were in Riverhead one time. We run maybe a team record at a time. Had to be the low 20. And I remember, what's his name? Jackson from South Hempstead became a Suffolk official.
Yeah.
Teddy Jackson never set the clock.
Right.
He didn't hit the switch.
Oh my
but they didn't tell us to stop. We run like a 20-20.
Yeah.
And wins the tournament for us.
Right.
Guys got to run again. He never hit the switch.
The North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers come to the line with a chance of a lifetime for this squad.
I'm telling you, but here's what I'm saying. After that shot by, who just ran that last shot? Copenhagen.
Right.
We talked about the plug being wet before. That plug was just soaked.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's not that because you don't want to make them run again now.
A lot of deserving guys on this Piston Knocker team. Chris Connell comes to mind. Vinny Bogart, Dudley Moran, Ducky Fowler.
So here they go. Clean start this time. Ducky makes the approach. He is on and gone. Vinny is on. Chris is gone. They make the pick. First
Easy
bucket
now.
coming
Let's
up.
play easy, boys.
First one's in.
9:40.
3, keep it there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. End of 12. End of 12.
End of 12.
That should be a mid-21 on my watch.
High 21 maybe. 2-1. 2-1. 2-1.
Do they beat the 91?
Time for North London.
22, I think, boys.
22. 2-0.
Hey,
22.
I'm telling you this
So
right
then
now.
it took 12.
They ran their best shot of the year. We said they had to do it. What else can you get out of it? It was at the end of 12.
So what's that? 22.
20. 22-20 is the number right now. That's
Nice comeback
place.
after you got to get off the line
Number
like
20 on your
that. Not
program.
easy to do.
The Teddy's boys from Oyster Bay.
Not easy to do.
Second place shot right now. 21-91's in first
But
place.
listen, they don't care what it is. Now West Hempstead's got to beat a 22-2. They don't care about anything
West
else.
Hempstead.
And they can.
I don't care what place I'm in.
You're right.
West Hempstead also has to beat West Hempstead, right? CI just beat the 22-20, but the Wolves have some room to make up. They got to beat the 21-91.
Yeah, well,
as
they
it
got to
stands
go
right
heavy.
now.
They got to go heavy.
Because they have to make up 3 full points.
Teddy's boys.
Or beat the 22-20 and hope for 3 tweeners, but come on.
So here come the Teddy boys making their approach. Darryl Ronaldo through the tub, making their set. First bucket is on its way up and in the barrel. Oh, now they got a second one to drop.
997.
Fourth one to drop, sorry. Now they're coming. Now they're getting back into a rhythm. Darryl almost fell down there. Buckets look, some of them look a little light.
So
now they have to throw one away.
I mean,
you know, it's, again, once that race goes away from you, it's so hard to get it back.
Yeah, you hope you don't, or that they don't let that take away from the day that they did have. We've talked about all day. Made some real good races today.
Time for Oyster Bay. 28.84. 28.84.
and if you're North Lindy right now, man, you you put up your shot.
Happy,
I've been in that position, man. You're back at your camp right now, and you're watching.
Relieved.
The Turtles from Westbury.
You still got to watch this today, but we did what we had to do.
Yeah, they did. They put up their fastest shot of the year by over a second. My hat's off to them. Congrats, North Lindy, on a great day. Is it enough for the state championship?
Listen,
that remains to be seen.
You're going to run.
You're
going to run a pace they didn't run all year long.
Yeah,
You got to
correct.
expect
Awesome.
a little bit of spillage, and there was water going all over the place. There was a lot of water on this arch, but they didn't drop any buckets, and they were still moving at that pace.
I know.
What do you think the number is if they put it out in the beginning of 12 instead of the end of 12? I mean, you're talking 21-8.
It beats the 21-91.
Yeah.
So here we go with Westbury. Our man Billy Cornell going to do some hoisting here. First, bottom man was off on his feet. Now the first bucket's coming up. Kind of almost swinging him, right, Len, on the bottom? Not really a smooth pass coming out of Billy's hand.
A little jerky.
Yeah. Got to smooth that out. Want it to be more of a rhythm pass than a clean and jerk.
Could have a little Kabasi grease. A little Kabasi grease on those paws.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're telling
Time
North
for Westbury. 29.78. 29.78.
Guess they wanted to break 30, huh?
What is it?
29.78. 29.78er.
All right,
hey, listen, North Lindy coming in saying, hey, you're going to have a chance going into buckets to win. And then you're going to put up a 22-20, your best shot of the year.
Gamblers from Hagerman.
You know what I said? We were talking to Pat before. I don't think you were on with us at the time. And he's doing that 30 for 30. If I ever told you, start with that voice. This is North Lindy's day.
If I ever told you
that North Lindy would be leading in buckets after the last month they had and ran a 22-2.
After zero at a B ladder.
Would have believed.
All right, so we still haven't gotten an explanation what exactly happened on North Lindy's initial takeoff. If you're West Hempstead or CI, wouldn't you want to know?
They were both out there, Lenny, asking questions.
Well, I didn't notice.
Both of them. Both teams ran right to the course.
Couple teams are going to run right now. The next big team to go will be the Central Isotopos with 14.
Here comes Hagerman making their approach.
Redskins up next.
Right, I'm just talking about
Johnny
overall.
gets a little hung up on the ladder. Now Cole is getting ready to pass, and here it comes.
1188.
I mean, they're not a bad pass. Good pace.
He's got one stuck in the barrel now. Trying to get it out. He
got
it. He got
it.
Ooh,
nice job.
But now he's got another one.
Now
he's got another one.
Top man dropped, but it's not going to matter. He dropped one, but they didn't need it.
He's playing replace a bucket.
It was a nifty move when he got
Time
the
for
first
Hagerman. 26.69. 26.69.
With the top 5 here as we go to Bayshore. It's going to be that West
On the
Haven.
line for their rerun. Number 12 on your programs, the Redskins from Bayshore.
21-9 from West Sable, 22-2 from the Knockers. Then we're going to go to 23.
Copenhagen, you've still got a bucket on the arch.
22-20. No, that's
was second. Didn't Hicks run a 22?
No, they ran a 22-57. You're right. 22-57 is third. 23-29, I believe, by Main Transit fourth.
Yes.
And 23-52 by Point Pleasant fifth.
Correct.
So Point, that ended like this, hanging around. They would actually still come down. No, because West Sable, you were right. You said that earlier.
Yeah. So you got that 23-52 is fifth, you
now
said?
Bayshore, Bayshore with an opportunity here. And in reality, outside of then waiting for West Hempstead does, if this beats North Lyndhurst, it really doesn't hurt North Lyndhurst.
Correct. This is irrelevant to that.
So Frankie makes his approach. He is on and gone. Skippy is good this time. Mole stumbles a little bit. Now he makes the pick. He's on the wrong step. Now he's got to correct himself.
996, sorry.
Tough grasp, but Frank's a little bit behind right here. They're throwing him at him as they're trying to pick up the pace.
They're trying to pick up the pace after the Mole slipped a little bit on the bottom.
The pace is good. Now he's got it going, but those first few, I'm not counting.
Hopefully this puts it out. They got more coming. Yep. Thank God.
Pace was crazy.
It was.
It was insane.
Could get him in the mix, but I don't know if it's that 22.
23-52.
Time for Bayshore. 24.31. 24-31.
Yeah, as it stands right now, the Hobos are going to be the next team to go that could win it all. At the very least, they have to beat North Lindy's shot of 22-20 or they can't become state champions. Yeah. It's as simple as that right now.
The joy of being in the lead, no matter how much that lead is,
even at a point. On your programs, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
Let's face it, the Bucket Brigade, and I'm not wishing it on anybody, but a lot can go wrong during the Bucket Brigade.
Now
it's a 20-something second race, and there's a lot of moving parts.
And then you play the game, what if CI beats North Lindy, but not West Sayville? Now we're looking at a tie for first. If they beat West Sayville overall, then they jump over North Lindy. North Lindy cannot be state champs.
And you still got to wait.
Unless all those times get knocked out of the top five. You know what I mean? So
sounds like we're at Ridge talking in the top of the order.
That's how it goes, man.
I don't know if there's as many permutations here as there was at Ridge, but exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, this is what you want for a state drill.
New Hyde Park still has an outside chance.
Yes, New Hyde Park 5 points.
They'd have to run heavy.
They need to beat West Sayville's 21-91 if they want to come down the track.
So they are off.
I don't know that they're capable of that.
Not today. Not right now. Probably with this group, just young kids.
Devin gets on, grabs the first one. It's coming up. He moves up a step, and now they're pumping away. Got a nice pace going. Pretty smooth. Running out of buckets. 13.
13 it took him.
Took 13, and there was a lag to get to that 13th. Devin was waiting. Bucket Hoister was waiting for that 13th bucket to get.
Time for New Hyde Park.
Hobos.
24.63. 24-63.
So not a bad showing for the Termites today. They're going to end up with 5 points.
The Hobos are on the line with a chance.
On the line to be number 40 on your programs.
Get ahead of myself.
The Hobos from Central Iceland.
So the Hobo chances.
22-2.
They have to beat 22-20 at the very least
to tie.
And so if they beat the 22-20 but not the 21-91, they could only tie for first with North Lindy. If they beat the 21-91 of West Sayville, they could be state champs all by themselves.
If
with
West Hempstead
and Islip yet to run.
Right.
Yep.
So at the very least, the Central Islip Hobos need to be the 22-20. If they do not, they cannot become state champions.
That's right. All right. So we'll see what they do right here. They've gone back to Chris Murphy on the middle of the ladder here. Back from their bucket days of years past.
Here we go. This is what it's all about.
I guess he's on the bottom of the ladder. Sorry, Ryan Murphy.
Central Islip Hobos coming down. One of the biggest shots.
He's going to be in the middle of the ladder. David Miller up top. So far, good set. Nice pick by Ryan Murphy. It comes right up. And this pass is starting to cruise.
876.
Looks
Ryan
good.
Murphy doing a hell of a job down there.
Good pace.
9.
Hug up!
Something's wrong. Something's wrong. 9 buckets. It's not.
No.
There's no way.
9 buckets. There is only 9 buckets.
There is something wrong with the clocks.
But wait a minute.
There is something wrong with the clock. There is something wrong with the clock.
Hold on.
Just look at the
barrel.
Look at the barrel and see if it's full. Just look at the barrel and see if it's full.
You know, the dumper did knock into the barrel when he got up here.
That's what you have to do. Look at the barrel and see if it's full.
Did you catch that, Twan?
David, I'm sorry, man. That's a tough They had a shot going, man. So what happened is the lights went out on 9.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like the barrel is full, but oh my God.
It went out on the beginning of 9.
What a shame
so
right
it's really
there.
8.
They had a shot going with the state tournament on the line.
But did you guys notice he bumped into it when he came up on the arch? I don't know if that did anything.
No, I'm telling you, remember before they said if it gets wet, this is what I said, we can have a problem here, boys.
And that's a
it's
problem.
And it's at the most inopportune
I know,
time.
that stinks. That's one of the worst in history right there. But it's happened with great times, too. You know what I mean? It's not the first time it's happened. It's happened in 3-man. I don't ever remember happening in buckets.
876 first bucket.
So 876.
The pace was real good.
You can say
at a 1-1.
Just in, I'm telling you, just in being the person to test this barrel, that's 1 bucket away. It's 1 bucket away. What?
Yes.
What?
That it went out early?
No,
Yeah.
no. It went off on the other team and had a rerun.
Bayshore went off.
Bayshore was this as well.
7 buckets on Bayshore, and it was they held them up.
Okay. So some of the hobos up here questioning about the previous runs and other teams.
And rightfully so.
Of course.
No, 1 more bucket would have stripped it, but it would have taken. You would have probably put it out. In my opinion, you would have put it out in 11. That's the end of 9 right there. You probably would have. I mean, by the time you throw 2 more buckets in there and the light goes out.
So, not like we didn't have enough drama going on, Antoine. I mean, this just adds to it.
I mean,
not in a positive way.
It would trip it normally.
They were on pace right there for like a 20.
And I'll tell you what, I
don't even know how
I've been there.
Do this. I don't even know what the
to run buckets with the state drill on the line. It's
guys. I'm gonna bail out for a second and do a little something.
It's the most pressure-packed shot that you can have in this great sport. And to do that, what the hobos were just putting together, the 11th bucket was on the way up.
Right.
So was 12. Well, 12 is in a sponge's hand.
Right.
It's going to be. They're going to have to recover, go back, and get ready and just do it again. But man, oh man, not an easy thing to bounce.
No, easier said than done.
No,
the pace was just
it was
insane.
solid.
You know, again, they've made some changes there, and Ryan and Chris just had it going. Jake was feeding him up top, and David was putting him in. I mean, all 4 guys were in sync.
So CI having a tough time swallowing this. And like
Chris
said,
Murphy just asking
so.
the officials to hear him out on the scenario on the clock. And now again, we know when it went out about 9 buckets. There's no way of filling it in 9 buckets. It's impossible. Okay.
Well,
what did the clock read?
What's the math behind that? Is it mathematically impossible? They're
no.
Right. So
9 times 5 is 45.
So that might be the argument, as nearly impossible as it is, Artie. I hear you. I get it. Is that where they're going with this? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much.
Buckets isn't full.
I agree. Completely agree with you. No
Put
doubt
it
about
out in 10?
it. Yeah. I know.
Okay.
I know.
This happened a long time ago,
but
too.
even when you do that, you're talking about the slowest possible dump ever. Careful pour. 11's the number, and it's been the number.
Right.
And like you said, 10, maybe 9.
10 maybe.
Mathematically possible, but that's when we're doing the equipment test on Thursday, and we're measuring each barrel, each bucket
with a bag in it.
With a can of Sanka.
What was the time? We didn't hear anything, huh?
Well, I mean, it's probably in the
like an 18 or 17, yeah.
Oh, it would be around 18. If I do my math correctly,
yeah. It might be a 17.
No, 18-7, right? A 1-1 pace at 9 buckets with an 8-7 dump is 17 plus. I think you're at with the 9s. I think you're in the 18s. So again,
this is an unprecedented thing, ladies and gentlemen. This is something we've never seen before in the history of this sport. With the state drill on the line, you run buckets, you're putting up a shot that's going to take potentially 5 points, and the light goes out early due to an equipment failure.
This drill has gone relatively good today. Joe Anarello, the chief judge, and he's got his hands full right now.
Yeah. I mean, Rob Riley up here has been influential in the design of these barrels. Paul, obviously, on the rules committee.
Chris Murphy's argument, I hear him right now. He's saying reset the clock and let me know if the light goes to yellow. Or wouldn't you want it to go to red? Is that what he's saying? He wants to go yellow-red to see if the clock, if they would trip. No, I'm not really sure of the rationale there. I'm not saying he's wrong or right. I'm just wondering what the angle is. And that's the game within the game.
Well, he's saying if it resets and it goes to yellow and doesn't go to green, because it would go to green if you reset it.
So then he's saying
that
it's filled?
It's filled, or there's a wiring problem.
Yeah.
You know.
Right. More likely that.
Because if you reset it and that's tripped, there is no time right now, for we don't know. But I'm just trying to think that out, Twan. So if you reset it,
go ahead.
And the floats are tripped. Where does it go? What light does it go to? Because it's at red.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question. I would think it would go
to green.
Wouldn't you start? Well, that's how it would just kind of go in order.
I would think.
Green.
When
I
you
don't
reset
know.
the clocks, it goes to green.
Right.
You start, it goes to yellow. You finish, it goes to red.
Right. So would they reset it? Hit start. You see if it stops. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of the circuit.
Man, this the scenarios now that can play out the way this day finishes just is really crazy. You know, you don't like to see that happen to anybody.
No, of course not.
You know, you were in the middle of a shot, and again, I mean, how often, if ever, have you ever seen shots stopped in the middle?
In buckets, right?
and twice
almost
now.
Almost never have I seen that.
I mean, Bayshore had a slip on their shot,
right?
But they got to the 7th bucket, and they told them to shut it down. Here they're at the 9th bucket. Kind of confusion. Guys up here, officials, I guess, saw the lights in the computer telling them to shut it down. Bill's telling them to hold it up. So it's mass confusion of what's going on. And obviously, your adrenaline's going. You're focused in the contest.
Am I pouring gas on the fire if I tell you what the time was?
Go ahead. the birth of the USA? What do we got?
Pretty close.
America?
Pretty close. 1772.
So it's impossible.
That might be shot heard around the world right there or something, right?
Yeah, shot heard around CI.
That was 1775. Boston Massacre, 1772. Excuse me. All right, I'll stop. All right, so the CI Hobos, mature team. We still haven't had an official call yet, but what they're doing right now, they're having a conversation at the first line of 3-man ladder, and they're just going to kind of regroup.
They got to. I mean, there's no way they're giving them their time.
My thing is, I don't want to. I hate to open this up, but now they're changing the barrel. So what does that do? Are we rerunning this contest?
So doesn't it work that all the equipment is pretty much within tolerance?
I thought, everything gets tested, right? Yeah. So everything's interchangeable. However, with the other problems you've been having, this might be an exception to that.
You could make an argument, right, that it's happened prior to that.
I mean, something happened with Kutchog's run. Yeah. They got a rerun. We know what happened with Bayshore.
Yeah.
There was a light problem with North Lindy.
Yeah.
Was that the barrel again? Who knows?
And all the while, the North Lindenhurst Pistonockers are in their camp with their 22-20, waiting to see if that will be enough to bring home the crown.
Again, just things are popping in my head. I don't know what every scenario would play out. So let's say they change the equipment. And it's like, it's one of those things. Do you keep your time? Do you get to
I know, man. If they're going to offer that,
no, you can't offer it. Either you got to say everybody's rerunning.
Oh, my God.
It's different equipment. If you're going to give reruns, everybody's got to get it. You're giving it because we changed equipment. So everybody would have to get it. But I don't think that's going to come into play.
No, I don't either. I'm pretty sure if it's within tolerance, this is why you test more than one barrel on Thursday. And they should all be comparable. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm thinking that they're all comparable, plus or minus that coffee can that they use.
All right, so our own Paul Suskind on the Rules Committee, he was in on the conversation. I'm sure Paul's going to clue us in. Let us know what's going on here,
We're going to go on first with just changing of equipment. I was just bringing up to him. So what happens there now that we're changing stuff?
CI's not walking away yet on what's going on up here. He's explaining it down there, which understandably I'd be, woo, that's 9 buckets. They're state champs at that point. You look at it. So we're going to switch out the barrel. On Thursday, we actually went through this. If, God forbid, something happens with Nassau's barrel, what are we doing? We always test both barrels. We test both barrels. And Nassau's barrel was better than Suffolk's by about half a coffee can. Half cup to a full coffee can, which is how you do it at the end. We made the adjustment on Suffolk's barrel to be almost identical to Nassau's barrel. We got it down to less than a coffee can difference. And that's right, and that's where it is. So then we made the decision.
Everybody's got to rerun.
No, it's within tolerance. If it's within, Lenny, they didn't even have to do that, according to the rules. They didn't have to do that.
Yeah, but you're switching it now. Some teams have run with this, and some teams are running with one that takes more or less.
Because they're both state equipment, and they've both been checked the other day. The decision was made that Thursday by the Rules Committee and the officials that if we ever had to switch out the barrel, because both barracles are identical in terms of the time they're going out, that they're going to just continue the contest. I'm just telling you that's how it was decided.
Okay. Well, if it was previously discussed, that's a plus. At least that's something you can lean on.
Listen, you switch out a target, and it's still in the pull test and still in the pound test. You ain't rerunning the contest. You're going to keep going. State-approved equipment. And we've been doing that for a while. Targets have been switched out. Barrel's no different.
I had my headset off, so teams can't get a rerun? That's
No.
not happening.
Nope.
Okay.
You know, I'd love to see on just a different perspective, somebody filming from that end, that angle out there where the light is in view. I don't know if it's
I was counting them. I see the light.
Paulie, what was your take? Sorry to cut you off, Art.
That's
Finish
okay.
your thought.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to know, can you elaborate on what Chris Murphy's argument was, or is that more of a private conversation?
Obviously he's upset at who wouldn't.
Yeah, no doubt.
He wanted to throw a couple more buckets into the barrel, get the light going again, because they ran a 17:72.
Right.
That's the time on the clock as the lights go out. He wanted to throw 2 more buckets, which it probably was going to take the way they had. That barrel's pretty filled. But if you look at the stagnant water in the barrel, it's not even near where it has to be for the floats inside the tubes.
So let common sense prevail.
Not
obviously.
possible.
Right.
That's got to come out. It's probably the wire that's tripping it because it was wet, and that was the problem earlier in the race. But he wanted to put 2 more buckets in, and I get his idea, just for his own self-satisfaction. He actually went and said, "We won't even tell anybody."
I heard him say that. We'll keep it between us.
It's pretty funny.
With the radio crew sitting right next to you.
and we'll put 2 more buckets in, and we'll see if the lights go out then. Then we know it's been good. That the barrels, that it really does go out.
I got you.
Maybe he's checking to see did it go early on other teams.
Okay.
But I have to, and honestly, from what I've been seeing, I've been counting almost pretty much every team the bucket's going in. It's not going early for anybody. It's been the best you could do is end of 11. And then you saw a bunch of 12s.
It's been that way all year.
Yeah.
Regardless, as it stands right now, Paul, Artie, Lenny, unprecedented events taking place right now in the bucket contest with the state drill on the line.
Now, Paul, I remember this a long time ago. I don't even know if you were racing yet. I think the same thing happened in a state drill, and the guess or the assumption was all the water wasn't dumped out of the barrel from the previous team.
Right.
You remember that?
But that means they would have filled it early. This one never filled.
You're sure? You can tell by looking at it.
Yeah. Well, Lenny, on the side, the floats sit up here. They come up the tube and it sits in the float, and the float sits right here. The water was only at this level when stagnant. So there's no way inside those tubes you're going to get the bounce. Especially the tube has been changed, and that's why we're going to have to change the record. The tube has changed. The intake of the tube, where the water goes into the tube, now has a cap on it with a very small opening. So you don't get a fill of water in. You do get water going in. Once the water's in, it fills. And this is probably why we're going to have to rerun to redo the record, because it's just not the same setup. Based on that, the splash isn't going to put it out.
I got you.
So the fact that the stagnant water is still below the floats, it's physically impossible to trip those floats.
So it would have been really hard for CI to win any argument when you could visually see there's no way.
There was none. The argument is, did it happen to anybody else, and they got a good time?
Was that a well thought out change with the barrel? In other words, was that?
I don't think it was.
Was that the thinking, or was that just, oh, this happened, now let's go with it?
What do you mean?
When you redesigned the new barrels and you put in
they have that in mind?
The new float system, was it that in mind so you couldn't get the splash or the churn of the water?
The barrels showed up like that. They were the barrels, and it was, and then I only asked this question on Thursday.
Yeah.
I found this information on Thursday. I'm like, why is it nobody can, run the 19?
Take the
And he
caps
goes,
off.
well, pretty much the cap's in there, and it's keeping the water, which, maybe that's the right way to do it the whole time. Who knows what it is? But it's a marketably different setup.
I'm a historian. I love the historical times. I don't like it. Give me back the old barrel.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know if I don't know if the floats and the way it's set up, that design is even the same.
Right.
Can you just take the cap off and make it work?
I don't know. I don't know all the ins and outs of it. Right.
I'll ask the question. I mean, Rob designed it and did it, so he's very easy with the information about what's going on. But you got to feel bad at this point for the CI hobos. I mean, it's going to be tough for them to come back and make another thing.
They are a veteran team.
But quite honestly, at the end of the day, this call that's being made by Joe and Allen is pretty much cut and dry.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't fill in 9. There's no way the floats could have been tripped. The wire was the problem. Switching out the barrel and the new wire is going to make a difference for the housing. It's not going to get.
Your attention, please.
And unfortunately,
Central Islip will be getting a rerun.
They're on the crap end of
the
it.
equipment. Next on the line will be.
Just tell me the camera.
Well, I mean, now listen. This does give CI.
Number 41 on your programs. The Little Squirts from North Greece.
This does give CI the chance to run last.
Yeah, they've already chosen to.
They've already chosen to run last. So So we're going to come down to that last team to run of the day with the state drill on the line, no matter what happens. So that if there's one good thing to come from a horrible situation, that's it right there.
They've added even more drama.
So as it stands right now, the next team to go that's in the mix for the win is Islip. They're a couple teams. They're actually they're after this team. Okay.
So here comes North Greece.
4 on the bucket line.
Just want to be able to get a gander at that light so we can make sure it's still doing what it was doing.
First bucket making its way up in the
1,
barrel.
11-19.
4. He brings that bucket high.
Yeah, too high.
Top man does a good job passing the bucket here.
That's right to me. That's it. 10.
4 bucket carriers working hard down
11.
below.
Good catch, Alex.
12. 13.
Alex Lutfi on the assistance up here with the local committee.
14. Oh, man, what a mess. 14.
Well, Alex was helping a little bit there, but they were short-handed, so that's okay.
Yeah. Smart. All right, so we're going to go to ice.
Time
That
for
took
North
14
Greece.
buckets.
34.54. 34-54.
So now the sun is setting beautifully in the west, and the next bunch of teams will be running in progressively darker.
Yeah, here's Iceland. We're going to have Iceland West
Unlikely
Hempstead.
number 42 in your programs. The Wolves from Iceland.
Ironically, the 2 lights on each side of the track that are closest to the arch are not working.
So the Iceland Wolves have 12. Going in, they were down 3 from North Lindenhurst, so they have to beat the 22-20 North Lindy, but they got to gain 3 on them, so I'm thinking they got to at least beat that 21-91 if they want to have a chance coming down. Of the 4 teams that could win it all, the Wolves have the highest mountain to climb.
Yep.
They've run a 21-75 this season.
They would have to run it again and then find a tweener on North Lindy.
So here comes Islip. Jake got his foot in the line, and he is off.
That first bucket carry was close to breaking the light.
He was. Jake makes his way up. Josh makes heavy is in. Nick Patch makes the pick. First bucket coming up. It is in the barrel. Nice
9:04.
Pace. Nice pace going so far.
4.
Oh, he dropped one.
5,
Jake dropped one on the
6,
arch.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Hold up!
And the 12.
Yep.
13 buckets passed.
Yeah, 13 passed because Jake drops one on the arch. Right on his feet between the exchange of him and Josh.
22.
Time for Iceland.
22.
22.61. 22.61.
So a 21-5 goes out the window there.
On the line to be number 43 on your program.
What is it?
The Westerners from West Hempstead.
22-61. No drop bucket. It's a 21-5.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Now, let's look at them. So we got 21-91, 22-20.
22-57 Hicksville, 22-61
Islip is 5th, or is that 4th?
That's 4th. What's 5th?
23-29 Main Transit.
All right.
That's
So
5th?
with the Westerners on the line, they are running to win the drill.
Yeah.
They're 22-20 is the number.
That's right.
Still going to have CI. They would have to beat them and then have a tweener.
Right.
West Hempstead only needs to gain a half a point on North Lindy. If they have to beat that shot.
That's where Bayshore might come in the mix, guys.
Right.
But
they have to beat the 22-20 at least.
CI would have to beat the 21-91 to win the state tournament.
Right. Now,
they need a tweener.
Now, if they do beat the 22-20, North Lindy can only win if West Hempstead time gets knocked out of the top 5.
Yeah, it's not
so
gonna
it's not. Yeah, it looks like it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So 22-20, the number to beat.
1 point is what they need.
Right.
On top of
North Lindy, correct.
So Ralph Nichols' foot on the line, going through the call-off.
21-43, their fastest this season.
Here they come. Making the approach right now. Ralph Nichols is on. Rizzo is on. Craig is on. Clouden makes the pick. It's coming up. First one is in. Drop.
9:19.
Middle. Drop of the second bucket.
3. Now
it drops another one up top.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are in. 9, 10.
Running out of buckets.
11, 12. It's 12.
It's 12, but they dropped 2 past 14.
It's at least a 24, I think.
Past 14.
Time for West Hempstead. 24.56. 24.56.
Well, it is going to be North Lindenhurst or the Central Islip Hobos as your state champions, folks.
That is correct.
It's going to come down to the last team running.
Nice day by the West Hempstead Westerners. Ends in heartbreaking fashion for them.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Looking for their second win in the last 6 years.
Yeah.
5 years.
So the Hobos are going to run last. North
Your attention, please. We have a grievance committee request from Main Transit Slowpokes requesting a meeting with the grievance committee on Rule 1308.
Why? You can't go right to the grievance committee, can you?
What's 1308, Paul?
It's going to be the contest. And what's
So
going to be the
they're
question?
looking for a rerun is what you're thinking.
They're at 23-29, sitting in 5th right now.
But
So
what
are
is-
they saying the barrel didn't work properly for them and maybe it could have went out a bucket sooner? I don't know.
Come on.
Listen, I don't know. I'm
just saying.
Again,
We're speculating, but that makes sense.
It's a wrong form. Request for the general judges.
I was going to say.
From Main Transit.
I was going to say.
General judges.
That's you can't go
That's
right
the
to
right
grievance
protocol,
committee.
correct.
You can't go right to the grievance committee. Can you imagine everybody goes to grievance committee first? What the hell's that?
He just said it was just the wrong form that was filled out.
But what's his protest? Do we know?
1309. I guess. Well,
no, 1308. That's the contest. So
Okay.
it could be anything having to do with the contest. But I don't know if that's going to talk about the bucket barrel. You know, I mean, are they going to protest the barrel?
Well, I mean, if you're Main Transit, make an argument for Main Transit.
I'm saying
the barrel was bad.
Is it under equipment?
It's proven the barrel was bad.
No, it wasn't. Not for their run.
On the line, even number 45 on your programs.
Then they waited 12 more teams to protest.
They waited too long. I agree.
If you got something wrong with it, you got to go right away.
It's got to be 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, except for water protests, I believe.
And there's water in a barrel. I was stretching it.
Yeah, they could protest the amount in there because there wasn't much in there when it went off the CI. Not enough, at least.
Here comes North Belmore. Clean set. First bucket's coming up. Sean passing to Joe Corcoran.
Yeah, I missed it, but it was a good one.
Yeah, nice set. Got a good pass going. Get it go out in 12.
It does.
It does. So
North
let's see if
Belmore sliding in there.
Could get them in the mix.
22s.
They could.
22.
Time for North Belmore. 23.04. 23.04.
That
gonna be
pushes
fifth,
Main
right?
Transit out. Correct. So that moves to fifth place. Sorry. We have the 2191 of West Sable, the 2220 of North Lindy, the 2257 of Hicksville, a 2261 Islip, and then now the 2304 of North Belmore.
And the developments are this: the Islip Wolves can no longer become state champions of the day. The West Hempstead Westerners mathematically eliminated. It's either North Lindenhurst or the Central Islip Hobos. The North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers 2220. That's going to be the number when Central Islip goes, regardless of anything else.
But they're going to have to.
They have to beat
2191 to
You're
outright.
right.
To outright it.
You're right. So if they,
Line number 46
so there's a
on your
window.
programs.
Yeah.
The Old Henrys from Henrietta.
If they come in between the 2191 and the 2220, then we have co-champs.
So the Old Henry's putting on a show early today, like Point Pleasant.
Yep.
It's struggling a little more during the day. But see if they can finish on a high note.
Yep. Here they come. Josh Marshall making his approach. He is on and gone. Josh Fluke gets set, picks it, coming up the ladder. First one is in.
985.
3, 4, 5, 6.
I'd like to see Josh on the bottom get down a little faster and the buckets be there. They're waiting for the buckets
11,
at the bottom.
12, 13. Went out at 13.
Chris Perry staring at that barrel, just shaking his head. He does not look comfortable over there. It's like they're on.
Time for Henrietta. 27.92. 27.92.
And
on line number 47 on your programs, the Stump Jumpers from North Merritt.
At this point, I think our top 5 are solidified too. I think West Sable's going to get down the track right here. Even if they don't end up winning the contest, I still think they're going to obviously beat 7.5. So they got a couple ways.
Henrietta be the only other team that right? Have they run already?
That was them right there.
Henrietta's done. So New High Park run also. You say yeah. Even if that gets them 4 or 3.
Yeah, they're still going. Can't imagine to be down there at that point. At this point.
So it looks like the top 5 is set. The question is,
where?
Who's going to be one?
I don't know if I like CI's idea now of going last. Everybody's just standing around. They've already been wet.
I just said it to myself. I agree with you. That's twice today. It's crazy.
Right, because they know what they have to do at this point.
Yeah, here comes North Merritt.
Just go. Put a little pressure on too if you're going to make yourself run last.
But I mean, the hobos are soggy. They got wet sneakers now. It's a big difference.
I mean, out of the teams left.
First ones are in, second one in.
3, 4.
Little spillage on the ladder. Kind of buckets are being suspended in the air a little bit.
1084 first one.
Better. I'm getting wet over here.
12, 13. Now it's
Hold up.
13. Well, Babylon is going to run.
Time for North Merritt. 26.19. 26.19. 19.
North Merrick's going to finish the day with 3 points, state drill.
Yeah, with a nice 86 in efficiency. One of the things I was saying about that efficiency, I mean, the Hobos are
Enemy number 48 on your programs, the Tail Draggers from North Babylon.
I know I'm rewinding for a minute, but 849 in efficiency, that's the 4th one in the history of racing. You think about there have been 14 19s, there have been 10 more 19s than 8 4s.
Dude,
So just a little perspective.
8-4 is stupid, though.
You know, the problem is you can run a 19 at different tracks. You can't run an 8-4 everywhere.
Nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All 8-4s have been run by the Central Islip Hobos. Now, there's a caveat to this. The Westbury Turtles did it in a hunter drill for 2nd place the same day the Hobos ran at 837. But back to buckets.
North Babylon Tail Draggers.
Yep. Making their approach.
Hobos still hanging out all the way in the
back. A bunch of guys slipping here. 2 or 3 guys slipping. They're just... It is just a logjam on the
Very
ladder.
jolly bucket line, all smiling and laughing.
I would say this is probably not a contest where they're going to practice a lot either.
This dumper looks a little raw.
Take a look at those shirts. They have the tail dragger dog with the Wyandanch Indian headdress on the back of their jerseys. Still curious to see what the argument was for the protest of Main Transit. Oh, now he's got one in the barrel.
I don't know if you guys can see.
Hold on, gentlemen, you have overtime.
Are they meeting at one of the timing trucks over there?
I think he's got it right here.
Oh, okay. Mike?
Yeah.
Approaching 8 o'clock. We're looking at an 11-hour drill here.
Yeah, it was
Some
going
hiccup,
quick. We hit the brakes and motor pump, if you ask me. I said 2 more hours. It was, what, 4 something at the time.
On the line to be number 49 on your programs.
Yeah.
I said
the Bandits
7.
from Farmingville.
I thought at B-Hose it slowed way up.
Yeah.
You know, if we're looking at historical victories, the narrowest margin of victory in the state drill. Patchogue won over St. James by a half in 79. Patchogue again over CI by a half in 80. The Roadrunners over St. James by 1 in 1969. Teddy's Boys over Garden City Park by 1 in 1974. More on that in a minute.
Here come the Farmingville Bandits making their approach. Nice set on the ladder. Dominic, oh, he couldn't find the bottom. Oh, now they dropped the bucket. Just start over. Buckets look a little light. Now they're moving. Justin doing it now. They drop one on the arch.
This kid in the middle is some athlete for the Bandits. See him running a lot of different positions in different races.
Hold up!
Kopeg going to take the line next.
It's like Farmingville dumper here got a little bit of a
Time for Farmingville.
Arm issue.
29.45. 29.45.
Oh, shit. What did North Babylon get?
I think they got overtime.
On the high
number 50 on your programs.
Or maybe letters.
The Yellowbirds from Kopeg.
As I was saying, 1-point victories in the state. West Sayville over CI in 1975. Patchogue over CI in 1986. West Sayville over Islip in 2009. And West Hempstead over Roslyn in 12. CI and West Sayville over Islip in 15. 7 times there's been a 1-point victory. 2 times there's been a half-point victory.
A lot of heartbreakers in there for a lot of teams.
True story.
We could have a half-point victory in this drill today. We could have a tie. We could have a 1 point.
Here comes Kopeg. Some points early on in the day. Chris Brandt making his way up. Tommy Messina gets a little backed up on the ladder. Now they're going to pass him up. First one in the barrel.
10:05.
A little bit of spillage on the ladder there too.
12. 24.50 I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's going to be out of the money, but the Kopeg Yellowbirds.
Time for Kopeg. 24.52. 24.52.
They may be the cutoff for the Joe if you're doing a true top 10.
They were the only team to score in all 3 ladder contests today. That's false. Sorry, they did not score. I'm thinking of the Henrietta Hall Henry. Sorry about that. So the Kopeg Yellowbirds are just going to go home then.
On the line number 51 on your programs, the Cobras from Great Bend.
All right, so we're going to go Great Bend, Seabreeze, Manhasset.
No. It's going to be Great Bend CI.
CI's next. You are correct, sir. I see
those
CI
other teams
will be
aren't gonna
standing out.
run.
Yeah, they changed their minds.
No, I don't think anybody's
Oh,
running
no,
behind
nobody
them.
else
They
is
all
there?
running
Oh,
last.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't see Manhasset, right?
Or Seabreeze.
Down to the nitty gritty.
Yep.
Oh, it's going to be there.
So here they come. Great Brent making their approach. Coming up. First bucket. Nope. Now it's coming up the ladder. First one's in.
12-8.
Bottom man's reaching out. Poister's kind of dumping him on his own head. He's got a helmet on though. Keeping that water. Helmet's getting a bath.
Hold up! Beginning of 14.
As the CI hobos approach, we're going to get the time announced first.
Time for
And
Great
then
Bend.
I'll set the table for you.
32.34. 32-34.
Let me just say, if you can do 2 of those shots, it's impressive.
Yeah. No doubt about
Not
it.
easy to do. Not easy to do.
You know, again, I don't really have a horse in this race, but it would be a shame if something happened to CI here. It really would.
Agree.
So here's what the hobos need to do. If they want to become state champions in 2017, they need to beat the 22-20 of North Lindenhurst. They cannot tie that number. They have to beat it. Now, if they beat North Lindy but not the 21-91 of West Sayville, then we're going to have co-champions, North Lindenhurst and Central Islip.
Jack, this is the one we've been looking
So
for.
wait, so if they don't
on the
beat
line
it-
for their rerun.
If they want state champs
Number 40
overall on their own,
programs, the hobos from Central Iceland.
they have to beat the 21-91.
Or it's a tie.
So if they tween it,
it's a tie.
Tie. Because
They lose, they're out.
Because that'll
21-91
give them
All right.
4 to 18, and it'll give North Lindy 3 to 18.
beat the 91 to win, tween it to tie, don't beat it, North Lindy wins.
Right. They're slower than a 22-20, or if they tie the 22-20, they don't win.
Right. All right, so there you go.
21-91 the number. They were sharing on pace
I'm
the first
shaking
one.
a little bit here.
Here we
Twan.
go. The hobos looking for their 12th state champion.
David Miller making his approach.
Sorry, their 11th state
He is
championship.
on. Chris Murphy on. Ryan Murphy with the pick. It is coming up the ladder. Second one is there.
2,
885.
3, 4, 5, 6.
This could be it.
7. It is 8.
This looks
9,
good.
10, 11.
Does it go in 12? Oh, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. It's got to be the 21-91 for them to win on their own.
It did.
Just be careful, be careful, be careful.
The Central Islip hobos are going crazy out here.
Chris Murphy is crying on
What
the
a
ladder.
shot, and what a way to do it after having a rerun like that.
They earned
For
it.
Central Iceland. 2-1.03.
And that's how you finish a state drill.
With room to spare. With room to spare.
The
It's going to be
CI hobos are state champions. 21-03.
Have you ever seen a team earn it more than that right there? Unbelievable.
15 for 15 down the stretch.
15 for 15,
15 for 15 down the stretch wins you state drills.
Well, give me the top 5. 22-20 is third. What's fourth?
Hold the equipment. Hold
He'll
the
have that
equipment.
Yeah, there's a protest out
Hold
there.
all the
boys.
equipment.
They might have to run 3 times.
22-6 is going to be fourth. Is that right? Islip.
That's going to move down to 5th.
Fifth. What's fourth? Oh,
22-57 Hicksville,
Hicksville.
22-20 North Lindy, 21-91 West Sayville.
And that's fifth for Islip.
And the 21-03 time of the year. The celebration continues.
Just to go back to that shot, guys.
Oh,
I
man.
thought the first one was a little cleaner.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay, so that 2105 is probably a 2075, 2085.
So CI is going to win it. Second place is going to be North Lindenhurst. Third
Yeah.
place is going to be West Hempstead.
Right.
With 14.5.
And this was not a year that you would have picked
Islip's
CI
going
as
to get
the top
fourth
team.
with 13, and then West Sayville going to sneak in fifth with 9. Buckets are being tested over there, of course.
Buckets are good.
It's been quite
Buckets
a few years.
tested and good.
That is an all-time great bucket shot in the history of buckets at the state tournament,
Yeah, I
guys.
agree
We
with
just
that.
witnessed
4
greatness.
points. 4 points going into the last 3 contests
Yeah.
to win the drill.
Unbelievable.
They brought that out of old school hobo lore right there, boys.
Knockers are
I know, and then listen, you got to have your hat off to the North Linden Hurst Piston Knockers. What a day for them!
Stunned.
Yeah, that's a tough loss for the Piston Knockers. They did. They had their day, a couple mishaps here and here, but a lot of great shots too for North Linden Hurst.
They had the first ones with their head on the pillow, going through the whole day a million times tonight.
Yeah, but they're also the first team out there. Congratulations.
That's exactly right, and they're not the only ones with their head on the pillow doing that.
Oh, there's
the hobos are going to be doing the same thing. 4 points out of the first
but
5
like I said
contests.
earlier, they're going to be doing it with a smile.
Yeah, man.
So CI
So
wins.
again, we're still waiting to move the equipment.
North Lindy.
We still have that
Hicksville.
protest in the.
You know,
in the truck.
I just got to say, you know, Chris Connell, Dudley Moran, Vinny Bogart, Ducky Fowler. There are guys on that North Linden Hurst Piston Knocker team that are deserving of a state championship. They came up a little short today. My heart goes out to them. I know how you guys feel. Keep your heads up high. You had a great day, but the story now is the Central Islip Hobos. They're going to get their 11th state championship. I said 12th when they were starting to run down. It's their 11th in history.
And again, it wasn't a year where they came in as the heavy favorites,
No.
which we've seen in recent
I know.
years.
They were, yeah.
They were a
probably
second-tier team.
Yeah.
But had some top fives this year. North Lindy had a bunch of second places earlier this year, then kind of cooled off.
I don't know if we're going to do anything over there with this mic. I don't know what we're doing at the end down there. I mean, there's a ton of stuff to give away. Maybe I'll head out on the track or something like that.
2103, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to head down and see what I can do down there.
21:03 to win the state draw, the time of the year by 0.3 of a second. You know, not only is that going to get them the state championship, but that's also going to be their 5th state title in 7 years. And we talk about the best 5-year title runs in the history of this great sport. West Sayville had 5 and 7 between 99 and 05. CI is going to go 5 and 7 between 2010 and 2017. But the Oyster Bay Rough Riders hold it 5 titles in 6 years, 1950 to 1955. That's the number to beat. But
You know, we look over the back of the arch. I see Chris Connell just trying to gather his thoughts, pacing back and forth.
My
We
heart,
really
my
feel
heart
for him.
goes out to Chris Connell. He's a
could taste
racing warrior. He had it. They had it. There's nothing more to say, man. He's deserving of a state championship crown. I was kind of rooting for him without rooting for him on the radio, but
that's some picture right there. Though he's just trying to absorb it, take it all in, and trying to understand it.
Yeah, it's tough, and I've been in his shoes. I don't know that you gentlemen have or not, but I know what it's like.
I was never that close.
Yeah, 07. You know, my heart goes out to him. I don't need to get into the history of Yellow Hornets, but a lot of guys have been there and in that position.
Great racing day.
Awesome.
Yep. After all that drama,
Awesome
Artie
day.
still hasn't lost his appetite as he's finishing off the cookies up here.
Settle down. Again, protest still in the truck. I can look down now, down towards the garage of the Hornets. There is a conference going on amongst the officials. Main Transit waiting by the side to see what the outcome would be.
Kevin Sheep. Kevin.
So CI is going to go to 19. North Lindy is going to get 3, correct? And they're going to go to 18 points. So we are going to have our 8th 1-point victory.
And then you'll have who
in the
West
history
Hempstead
of
would
the
have
state drill.
14 and a half or 13 and a half?
Yeah, so I mean, if we're going to make it official, but even though it's unofficial, I'm going to do that now. So CI, they're going to win with 19. The second place shot by West Sayville. That's going to give them 9. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. Yeah. North Lindy goes to 18. 2 points are going to go to, looks like Hicksville. That's not going to have an impact. Those are their first points of the day. 1 point's going to go to Islip. Now that might factor in the overall top 5 of the day. It's going to bring them up to 13, it looks like.
So just the fact that the officials are having a lengthy discussion tells me they're at least considering it or giving them a fair shake.
Again, I'm not quite sure. We're not sure exactly what the argument was.
Jim's a pretty sharp guy.
Yep.
So here's what I got. It looks like first place state champions 2017 pending the results of this grievance committee call. 19 for the Central Islip Hobos. Second place will be the North Linden Hurst Piston Knockers with 18. We're going to go down to 14.5 points by the West Hempstead Westerners. They're going to finish in 3rd. And then after that, I see 13 by the Islip Wolves is going to be 4th place, and the Flying Dutchman of West Sayville, scoring in only 2 contests today, but scoring heavy. They're going to come down the track with 9 points, 7:59 in B-Hose and a 21:91 in buckets. That's going to be the top 5 of the day. And regardless of if you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th, every team out here going to be doing a little head scratching, saying what if. But like Paulie's been saying, the hobos are going to be doing it with a smile on their face. Their what ifs are B ladder, C and B hose. They missing B and C hose with a veteran team, and still end up the day state champs.
Yeah, I mean, how hard to go 15 of 15 at the end of the day?
Yeah,
just not
unreal.
an easy thing to do.
Just to keep your morale up and your positivity.
And all
if that's a
3
word.
shots, 849 monster shot,
Right.
6-3, right?
636, 2103.
Heavy shot
Good
here,
shot here,
yeah.
and then a 21-0.
Yeah.
It's like no one's business of like, hey, we are coming in to take this.
And that's kind of been the MO of this nucleus of guy. I know it's a little different this year with the hobos in terms of, no more than Jay Newhoff, a couple injuries this season, but that's been their MO. Run the last 3.
Yeah, but I mean, they haven't even dominated those this year. I remember at the beginning of the year, they were getting no times, overtimes in those races. Maybe not efficiency, but pumping buckets.
So, some of the head scratchers of the day, the Lindenhurst Snails, a team that we thought would be here at the end of the day, they come 7.5 points is what they ended up with. Heavy C hose, heavy B hose. Rough day out of ladders. West Sayville, the heavy favorite, one of the favorites to win it all. No points out of ladders. That has happened before. Just with Michael Mara and company, you don't expect it. Heavy B-hose, heavy buckets for the West Sayville Flying Dutchman. Port Washington Roadrunners, a couple head scratches for them. C ladder, they are the best C ladder team on the track this year. Had a no time today. It's how it goes sometimes at the state drill.
Yep.
They ran a nice B ladder shot, 5:16. Point Pleasant P-Pickers, they were the story in the early going of the day. 7 points out of B ladder. 7 points is what they ended up with for the day.
Winners of the Cav and New Warren Horse Trophy.
Correct.
First time it goes upstate.
The Islip Wolves, B ladder and C ladder.
So
they're their head scratchers for the day.
Right here.
Yeah, we got a little inside information there. Looks like this protest is going to go
Your
down.
attention, please. The protest of main transit has been disallowed.
Some happy hobos.
And there are some unhappy main transit guys down there stating their case.
So Hobo Nation gets rewarded. As we say, they do travel well. They support their hobos at all the drills. Congratulations to them as well as the team. And again, the hobos didn't give them a whole lot to cheer about early in the day, but they came on strong.
Yeah. North Lindenhurst Pistonockers.
Results of the buckets contest.
Heavy siege truck events today.
First place, 5 points. Number 40, Central Iceland. Second place, 4 points. Number 4, West Sayville. Third place, 3 points. Number 19, North Lindenhurst. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 10, Hicksville. And fifth place, 1 point. Number 42, Islip.
And here's where Bill loses his voice for good.
He's getting ready, clearing the old pipes.
He's all right.
So the equipment is going to be moved, and these results are going to be official. The Central Islip Hobos bring home their 11th state championship, their 5th championship since 2010. So their 5th in 7 years. That would actually be 8 years, wouldn't it?
Move the equipment.
So they got 11.
Yeah.
What does West Sayville have now? 12?
13.
Total points for the day. In fifth place with 9 points, the West Sayville Flying Dutchman. In fourth place with 13 points, the Islip Wolves. In third place with 14.5 points, the West Hempstead Westerners. In second place with 18 points, the North Lindenhurst Pistonockers. And in first place with 19 points and a 2017 New York State champs, the Central Islip Hobos!
Yeah, you see Danny Jackson down there, came back again this year. There's been rumors over the last couple of years that he was going to hang it up. Chris Murphy wasn't with them early in the year. He came back. Ricky McCarthy helped him out coming back.
In a
Put it all together on the right day.
In a day when we honored the 20th anniversary of the North Lindenhurst Piston-Knockers win in 1997, greatest comeback of all time. They were down 10 points that day. The CI Hobos do a little comeback of their own. They come back from 6 points down. That was their biggest margin. They were down 10-4 coming out of C-Hose. Not easy to overcome that point total. So congrats, my hat's off to the Central ISOP Hobos. And really, just the whole day itself, everything at Weir Street.
Oh, it was a great show.
Awesome show.
Great show for the Hempstead Yellow Hornets. West Hempstead Westerners putting on a great show here. Thanks to the local committee. Thanks to the officials. Thanks to the host, everyone behind the scenes making this happen. Thanks to Freddie Bencevanger we had up here today, Billy Cornell, Patrick Fairs, Lenny Gomer, Twan Simone, Rob Noonan. We had Paul Suskin. I'm Artie Suskin. Still might wait if Paul might do have something down below with the mic.
I think Paul was talking about some presentations, so we'll hang in there a little longer.
Yep.
So the West Sayville Flying Dutchmen's back-to-back. Their streak is over. They had a chance to retire the new CI Hobo trophy. We're going to reset that streak back to 1, and the streak belongs to the Hobos right now, if you call it a streak. There have been 47 New York State champions crowned in Suffolk County, 22 in Nassau County. That number in Suffolk has now gone up to 48. 48 plus 22 is 70. They're the 70th state champion ever. In this, the 69th ever state tournament. Remember, we had 2 state champions in 2015. 5 championships since 2010. That's 5 in 8 years. That ties the Patchogue 40 Thieves from 1979 to 1986 in terms of the best 5 championship runs. I said it a little earlier, though I'll say it again. The Rough Riders have the best number, 5 titles in 6 years between 1950 and 1955. West Sayville, 5 in 7 years between 99 and 2005. Looking forward to next year, the Hobos are going to have a chance to go 6 titles in 9 years, and that is the best mark right now by West Sayville. But again, that's not until next year.
So again, we had a lot of fun bringing you this state drill 2017 against CI Hobos, New York State champs. And if you enjoyed watching this today, I know Chris Murphy does a great job with all the media work that he does. He is looking for donations. Artie, do you know how do you donate on the?
He had set something up. I don't have the exact stuff. I think if you can go to the website or maybe the Facebook stuff, you might be able to do it through there. Also, thanks to that scoreboard crew all day, working hard out there. It's hot down there. Thanks to the scoreboard crew, everyone that makes this happen.
Yep. If you enjoy it, though, we're going to try and keep up on the equipment and get new equipment when we can. So please support. We can keep bringing it to you.
I'll keep the stats going a little bit with some other things. Most top 5 finishes in the history of racing. West Sayville has the most, 30. Let's add 1 to it. They're going to 31. Central ISOP in 2nd place. They go from 26 to 27. The Piston Knockers in 3rd place go from 23 to 24. The ISOP Wolves now go to 17, and that puts them in a tie with the Hempstead Yellow Hornets. Patchogue is in there with 22, above both of those teams. And then down the list a little bit to the West Hempstead Westerners. They're going to get their 7th top 5 finish, and that's going to put them in a tie with the Port Washington Roadrunners. A lot of great teams by the Roadrunners back in the 70s. So congrats to those teams as well.
West Hempstead's had a number of those in the last number of years.
Yeah. Yep.
Pretty consistent coming down the track.
They really have been. And, you know, when they won it in, was it 2012?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
You know, a lot of people thought that might be a flash in the pan, and they've proved just the opposite.
Yeah, they've stayed strong.
They've stayed well.
Yep.
North Lindenhurst comes in 2nd place for the 6th time in their history. That's 2nd place on that list. The Hobos have come in 2nd 7 times. That's the number.
I mean,
there.
it's a great accomplishment, but it's not today.
No,
not
right.
when you hear it today.
And then, you know, it's kind of becoming a thing in the past, but you talk about the largest margin of victory in the state drill. I mean, Patchogue's got a 13-point win in 83, a 12-point win in 82. North Lindy's got a 12-point win in 98. We're not even close to those numbers anymore. We're more the smallest margin of victory. This is the 8th time that there's been a 1-point victory in the state championship drill.
Again, how many, you know, see, I had the 31 a couple of years ago, but since then, you know, we've been playing in those teen numbers.
Right, and
we've been fortunate, really. I mean, since we've been doing this radio thing, we've had some really good state drills.
Yep.
Hobos won by 9.5 points that year in 2014. But yeah, only 2 teams have won by a half. Patchogue did it twice, 79 and 80 in back-to-back years over St. James and Central Islip respectively. That 19 points by the Central Islip Hobos today, it kind of makes it on the list of fewest points scored by the state champion. It's definitely not the fewest. It's just on the top, maybe 12 of that list. St. James is the 12.5. St. James again with 13. CI and West Sable with 14. Then you have the 16, 16.5, 17. So really 19 points. It's happened a bunch of times.
I'm not sure if Paul's going to be able to get any interviews. I mean, obviously we're still waiting a long time here before people come down the track.
So, what do you want to do, man? Call it a day?
Yeah, we're going to call it a day. So again, thanks, Freddie. Everything you do.
See you tomorrow at the parade. Parade through Hempstead, ends right down the track. Now listen, for those of you parade guys out there, Battle of the Bands, we want it on the track, front and center, right at the arch tomorrow. We got a lot of special things going on for that. So all you Savannah Cella Savers, and you know the names, help me out.
I'll pass the word on to the bands that I see. And
we want to do the right thing this year. We don't have a DJ coming. We kind of dropped the ball with that in 2013, and everyone was at the Battle of the Bands on the grassy field, and no one was down at the arch.
Well, they were down there on the track right outside St. James and Henry.
Rightfully so. Listen, rightfully so. That's what we're known for. So listen, Battle of the Bands tomorrow. Bring it down to the track. Let's do it.
Thank you everyone out there for listening.
Fred's playing us out.
Get home safe.
And be at Labor Day. Got you, Jerry.